Economic Writings. Selections 1904 to 1945. Otto Neurath. Table of Contents. Editors and Translators Note 7. Introduction, Neurath's Economics in Critical Context by Thomas E. Ubel 1. Part 1. Studies in Ancient and Modern Economic History 109 1. Interest on Money in Antiquity 111 2. Economic History of Antiquity 123. War Economy 153 4. Serbia's Successes in the Balkan War 205. State Cartels and State Trusts as Organizational Forms of the Future 235 6. The Economic Order of the Future and the Economic Sciences 241. Part 2. Early Contributions to the Theory of Economics and Social Science 263. 7 on the Theory of Social Science 265. 8 Interventions in Discussions of the Social Policy Association 292 Remarks on the Productivity of Money 292 On the Role of Moral Value Judgments in Economic Science 297. 9 Economics in Kind, Calculation in Kind and Their Relation to War Economics 299. 10 The Conceptual Structure of Economic Theory and Its Foundations 312. Part 3. Socialization Theory 343 11. A System of Socialization 345 12. Total Socialization 371. 13 Economic Plan and Calculation in Kind 405. 14 Socialist Utility Calculation and Capitalist Profit Calculation 466. Part 4. Economics and Social Science in Unified Science 473 15. The Current Growth in Global Productive Capacity 475 16. Sociological Predictions 506 17. Inventory of the Standard of Living 513 18. Late Reflections on the Theory of Planning 527 Planning or Managerial Revolution 527 Ways of Life in a World Community 539 Alternatives to Market Competition 546 19. After 6 years 549 Name Index 557. Table of Contents. Introduction, Neurath's Economics in Critical Context. Section 1, Contextualizing Neurath's Economic Writings. 1.1, Otto Neurath, Philosopher-Economist. 1.2, Heterodox Neopositivism in Political Economy. 1.3, Living the Foundational Debates in Social Science. Section 2, Parts 1 and 2, Neurath's pre-1919 Writings on Economics. 2.1, Turning to History for Systematic Reasons. 2.2, Studies in Ancient and Modern Economic History. 2.3, Contributions to the Methoden and Werter Thiel Strait. 2.4, Neurath and then Contemporary Economic Theory. Section 3, Part 3, Neurath's Writings on Socialization Theory. 3.1, The Socialization Debate in Post-War Central Europe. 3.2, Early Free Market Criticisms. 3.3, Socialist Criticisms. Section 4, Part 4, Neurath's Later Writings on Economics. 4.1, The Meaning of Physicalism and Unified Science. 4.2, Economics and Social Science in Physicalist Unified Science. 4.3, Late Reflections on the Theory of Planning. Section 5, Conclusion. There are many ways to read a characteristically contrapuntal writer like Otto Neurath, and many ways to misunderstand him by taking the part gleaned for the whole. Of none of his varied fields of activity is this more true than his writings on economics. On their account, and on account of his attempts to put his ideas into practice, he was called conflicting names already in his own day. Appellations ranged from romantic to fanatic, from communist to bourgeois, from fool to visionary. One here the task cannot be to assess these judgments but only to furnish a framework that highlights the lasting interest of his work in this field. Like Neurath the philosopher, Neurath the economist can lay claim to the title of neglected pioneer. His claim to historical importance in economics is enhanced by the undiminished relevance of a consequential though deceptively simple thought that lies at the center of his wide-ranging but less than fully systematic work in the field. Starkly put, Neurath was an Austrian economist with a difference: his training as 1. 2. A historian and sociologist and his later turn to socialism are but part of a complex background and development. Sharing the Austrian school's rejection of what was to become orthodox neoclassical equilibrium economics, Neurath also rejected what the Austrians shared with the neoclassicals and returned to Aristotle for his broad construal of the economic domain. His deceptively simple thought was that economic decisions, like many others, are judgment calls comparing expected outcomes between sets of irreducibly incommensurable measures. Only fragmentarily realized during his lifetime, Neurath's economic thought points to ongoing attempts in our own time to manage the economic forces at the disposal of humanity for its benefit. But Neurath's economics are significant also for a second reason, one that is marked by the series in which the present volume appears. An understanding of Neurath's work in economics, and social science more widely, is essential if our judgment of the role of Neurath in the Vienna Circle and of the achievement of his contribution is to be a well-rounded one. With some discretion, we may regard it as a test case for his physicalist encycloptism, the pudding proving his recipe for unified science. The aim of the present volume, accordingly, is fourfold: first and second, to document both the breadth of Neurath's work in economics and social science as well as the development of his interests and views from his student days in Vienna to his last years in Oxford, and, third and fourth, to highlight those aspects of his work that link up most directly with his work in philosophy of science generally as well as some of those aspects that are likely to be of greatest economic relevance today. Needless to say, different selections address different parts of this agenda. One consideration that has informed the editors has been to provide a historically salient and systematically coherent set of his social scientific writings, without duplicating pieces already translated elsewhere. Hopefully, this constraint has been turned into an advantage. Important aspects of his work and significant statements elsewhere but relevant here are specified in this introduction. The selections from Neurath's are grouped in 4 parts, with a partial overlap of topics and chronology. Part 1 features Neurath's work from 1904 to 1917 as an economic historian of antiquity and his historical and empirical study of war economics, leading up to the threshold of policy advice for the anticipated peacetime economy. Part 2 presents Neurath's meta-theoretical reflections about social science from 1909 onwards, issuing in his development of an alternative conceptual structure for economic inquiries in 1917. Part 3 presents examples of Neurath's contribution to the post-World War I socialization debates in Germany and Austria, employing his conceptual innovations in a practical political capacity in the period 1919 to 25. Part 4 gathers together later reflections from the 1930s and 40s on the issues of planning and democracy, on the predictive aspects of empirical social science and its descriptive critical potential as part of the unified science program of logical empiricism, and, in his last ever piece, on the fate of the movement of logical empiricism itself. In this introduction, after giving a general overview, only background information for the individual pieces selected will be provided and some interpretive questions will be raised, but no final assessment will be given. 1. Contextualizing Neurath's economic writings. Otto Neurath is well known as a founding member of the Vienna Circle, one of several points of origin of logical empiricism. 2. While Neurath's distinctive contribution to the philosophy of science and epistemology in general has come to be recognized after long neglect, his economic thought remains relatively unexplored. 3. A striking fact is thus obscured: Neurath is furthest from the positivist economist one might be excused for expecting. For following an overview of Neurath's project as a philosopher and economist, this section outlines further the unifying framework of his economic work, its continuing relevance and its many-layered background. 1.1 Otto Neurath, philosopher-economist. Consider first Neurath the philosopher. While Neurath is by no means the only one to have received extensive critical attention, it is he who held the most surprises in store for recent students of the Vienna Circle. Neurath most strikingly contradicts the common stereotype of the logical positivists. Far from being merely the organizational motor of the Circle's internationalization in the unity of science movement of the 1930s and 40s, Neurath has emerged as a philosopher of quite striking originality. Moreover, already in the Circle itself Neurath argued against the failings attested to logical positivism by its external critics, criticizing the trend towards seemingly purely logically oriented formal inquiries and the neglect of the social and historical dimension of science. Similarly, Neurath 4. Anticipated the turn towards naturalism, commonly associated with Quine's later internal critique, albeit along different, more social scientific lines. 5. One central theme, perhaps the central one, of Neurath's philosophy is the absence of epistemic foundations and the irreducible contextuality of knowledge and justification. The continuity of this theme is illustrated by Neurath's frequent employment of the simile which subsequently Quine made common coin: we are like sailors, who have to repair their boat on the open sea, without ever being able to pull into dry dock. Neurath first used the simile in 1913 in a long journal article on the methodology of war economics. He re-employed it in 1921 in the course of his critique of Spengler's Decline of the West, then in 1932 in the protocol sentence debate with Carnap and Schlick, again in 1937 in the course of promoting the project of the International Encyclopedia of Unified Science, and finally in 1944 in conclusion of his last monograph on the methodology of social science, having just issued the call for a reflexive theory of science, or, as one commentator calls it, a reflexive epistemology. 6. Throughout, it is to be noted, the boat simile expresses also a certain constructivist impulse. Knowledge is gained and justification assessed by tools which we ourselves have created. Like his colleagues in the Vienna Circle, and, it has to be added, like a few of the school philosophers he opposed, Neurath sought to comprehend the upheavals in the scientific understanding of the world which the preceding turn of the century and the first decade thereafter had initiated. Neurath explored ways of overcoming the dilemma of foundationalism or relativism, which only grew more intense as the 20th century grew older, but whose roots, and whose pseudo-solutions which waylaid progress all along, he had discerned early on. Neurath's distinctive answer consisted in exploring a guiding idea which may be put as that of a controllable rationality. Neurath took the old Enlightenment idea of scientific knowledge as liberator from the reign of dogma and prejudice and sought to import it from the domain of the natural sciences, the natural world, to that of the social sciences, the social world. What allowed science to serve as liberator was its empirical method, its reliance on intersubjective evidence and the adjudication of theory acceptance in its light. This method, so Neurath, was not simply given to us but had been historically developed. The task that he saw facing him was to investigate the conditions under which it was possible, in science, to exercise something like conceptual responsibility by collective management. The later Neurath was something of a constructivist therefore, but not a constructivist on the object level, but on the meta-level of epistemological reflection. Scientific knowledge does not simply flow from its subject matter, as he already urged in his revealing review of Carnap's Aufbau. Importantly, it was not the objects but the standards of cognition that were to some degree socially constructed. Neurath's sketches of a non-reductive physicalism and a non-dogmatic scientific encycloptism, his alternative to the orthodox hierarchical model of the unity of science, may be deemed a version of the patchwork conception 7, stressed not only the hypothetical nature of science but also its creative aspect. He saw it as a creation that was negotiated in the collective of scientists so as to answer to criteria of acceptance both internal and external to science itself, criteria which in turn were not pre-given but arrived at in collective work and reflection. The project of Neurath's philosophy, it is plain, is not one which we can declare to have been already completed either by himself or by others who, needless to say, added much needed detail to his bold sketches. Indeed, there is reason to believe that the very project of modernity, of which Neurath's efforts may count a part, is not such as to allow for completion. The philosophical task which Neurath confronted still confronts all of us. Philipp Frank, fellow member with Neurath not only in the later Left Vienna Circle, but also in the precursor of the Schlick Circle before World War I, the so-called First Vienna Circle 8, characterized the situation in exemplary form in his obituary for Ernst Mach. Critical Enlightenment thinking uncovers illegitimate uses of merely auxiliary concepts and destroys the old system of concepts, but while it is constructing a new system, it is already laying the foundation for new misuse. For there is no theory without auxiliary concepts, and every such concept is necessarily misused in the course of time. It follows that in every period a new enlightenment is required in order to abolish this misuse. What Neurath opposed as pseudo-rationalism in fellow philosophers was precisely such misuse, suggesting proof where there was but judgment. 5. 6. Pseudo-rationalism was, in short, the counter-image of his own epistemological simile of fallibilist anti-foundationalism at the object level paired with constructivism at the methodological meta-level. Consider now Neurath the economist. Returning to Vienna after his doctorate with Eduard Meyer and Gustav Schmaler in Berlin in 1906, Neurath began publishing widely, from discussions of scientific methodology and epistemology to studies in history of science and in social history, from empirical studies of legislative proposals and accounting procedures to proposals for modern citizens' education and urban transport systems. By the time of his habilitation in Heidelberg 1917, he had published in his own field, besides numerous articles in professional journals and specialist newspapers, a monograph on the economic history of antiquity and an introductory textbook in economics, having also co-edited a comprehensive anthology of readings in the history of economic theory. Most importantly, however, he had developed war economics as a separate discipline demanding new tools of analysis. Empirical research during the Balkan Wars and his experience with the Austrian and German war economy confirmed his decision to explore the concept of a central administrative economy with planning in kind. This research focus led him to propose a reconceptualization of economic science itself, away from the preoccupations of both Austrian and Marxian value theories and the emerging neoclassical paradigm. After the war, Neurath intervened in the debates on the nature and extent of the possible socialization of the post-war economy and participated in the Bavarian Revolution, attempting to put his ideas into practice. Barred from academia because of his conviction for these activities, Neurath increasingly turned in the Red Vienna of the 1920s and early 1930s to developing innovations in visual pedagogy and pursuing his anti-foundationalist campaign in the philosophy of science and the organization of the Unity of Science movement, only occasionally restating his economic ideas. 9. As an Austrian, having taken his doctorate with the leading figures of the German historical school, Neurath hit upon a unique solution to both the Methoden and the Werther-Thiel's trait. Abstract deductive theory can be used to enlighten historical problems, and the productivity of an economy was accessible in terms that respected Max Weber's strictures on value statements in science. The price was radical reconceptualization. Neurath rejected Menger's Aristotelian essentialism, Schmaler's inductivism, and Weber's ideal types, and adopted an instrumentalist conception of economic theory derived from Mach, Poincaré and Duhem. Simultaneously, he sought to redirect economics from price theory to investigations of how socio-economic institutions affect wealth understood as well-being, working towards a theory of relevant indicators and developing increasingly complex representations of the conditions under which a transfer of goods can be said to increase the welfare of those involved. Due to the minimal assumptions of these calculi, only ordinal rankings are possible, and even these are not always complete. In consequence, no unique welfare function is computable. Moreover, without money as a universal value indicator, there is no unit of calculation by reference to which different ensembles of transfers of goods could be measured for their optimality. Multi-criterial forms of representation are needed. With an economy understood as a function from conditions of life to qualities of life, i.e., from objective natural and social conditions to subjective experience, Neurath's economics investigated correlations between different orders of life and conditions of life. All along, Neurath stressed that many decisions about the allocation of resources, even more so decisions between entire life orders, required judgments for which no scientific calculation could substitute. This was the methodological background for Neurath's idea of socialization as the reorganization of the economy by society for society by means of an economic plan. Roughly, a nation's entire economy was to be organized in terms of industry-wide producers' associations who received directives from a central economic administration for the production of certain kinds and certain quantities of goods. This plan was based on a universal statistics compiled from reports of the central bank and the industries, as well as economic control councils, of social demand and available supply of consumer goods and of production goods and means. It is important to distinguish the organizational from the calculatory aspect of his socialization models and to note the self-conscious but problematical lacuna of the political. Neurath's conception of command economy is distinct from the Soviet models, comparison with which it readily invites. To be stressed is the distinction, underlying his work but not always clearly enough stated, between directive and indicative planning. Directive planning sets the goals, the 7.8 plan of an economy, which must be fulfilled. Indicative planning explores what kinds of economies or production plans could be developed and provides models for orientation. Neurath's central economic administration served both functions, but they can and need be separated, for this central agency did not act autonomously. In its directive function it was subject to the political decision of the people's representatives of which plan to realize. Only its indicative function was wholly entrusted to this agency. Neurath left open the question of political power in his socio-technical schemes as lying outside his remit. Notably, however, Neurath also left open how the different sectors of the economy were organized locally and did not require wholesale nationalization, also allowing for anarchist collectives and workers' cooperatives. Neurath soon faced criticisms of the method of calculation in kind raised by Max Weber, Ludwig von Mises and Friedrich August von Hayek, that there cannot be rational economic calculation in the absence of the unit of money and the profit motive. Neurath remained remarkably unmoved on this point. Defending his conception against Marxist, Austrian, and neoclassical critics, he insisted that they themselves had to admit the insufficiency of monetary calculations for decisions concerning economic policy. The multidimensionality of welfare could only be approximated by the further development of sets of indices for standards of living, sets which ultimately were envisaged also to account for the freedom experienced in these social orders. Until quite recently, professional economists, with the notable exception of the Dutch planning theorist Jan Tinbergen, neglected Neurath's work. 11. When viewed in conjunction with his concern for a new empirical base for an economics of welfare, however, it becomes clear that Neurath's resistance to the Weber-Mises-Hayek objection chimes with important present-day efforts. His very own rational economics was to open up for investigation just those types of considerations that cannot be taken account of by restricting our concern to homo economicus or what Amartya Sen called rational fools. 12. But it is not just the narrowly individualistic orientation of standard economic conceptions of utility maximization that Neurath objected to. What makes for the noted simple but consequential thought that vouches for his continuing relevance, attested to by ecological economists like Juan Martinez Alier and philosophers like John O'Neill 13, is the observation that this utility maximization cannot be affected by a calculus that has rendered commensurate a plurality of values. 1.2 Heterodox neopositivism in political economy. It is apparent that there exists a remarkable convergence between Neurath's work in economics and social science and in epistemology in that in both he opposed pseudo-rationalism and sought to counteract its deleterious influence. Second, just as his radical anti-foundationalism rendered him a heterodox neopositivist, so his political economy was traditional in a sense which orthodox economics largely rendered anachronistic. Neurath was an economist not concerned with the market and the determination of prices, but with social welfare in the sense of national real income, its production and distribution. His early work in economics and social science shows well the dialectic between object and meta-level issues that propelled his development. Neurath's Aristotelian concern with wealth and welfare at the object level required grounding in meta-theory. How was scientific concern with welfare to be conceptualized? Indeed, how was welfare itself to be conceptualized and best theorized about? Of course, the trajectory of Neurath's development was not quite as innocent as this makes it sound, for he did not start with a neutral conception of welfare, as it were, and only later realized its inadequacy. Already from the works of his father Wilhelm Neurath, an economist who developed radical but non-socialist reform proposals, he was familiar with a searing critique of the neoclassical concept of marginal utility. His father's critique was based not on theoretically immanent but extraneous grounds, however, that this concept of economic value sanctioned the destruction of goods not sold in the market while there remained want of and need for these goods on the part of those unable to participate in the market rendered the concept simply absurd. 14. Whether Otto Neurath approached economics from the start with a similarly intuitive conception of use value and welfare is not clear, but something like it certainly seems to have been the motivation for his inception of war economics by 1910. Now Neurath was no warmonger. Rather, he noted that in war the satisfaction of certain needs was given primacy over the demand for profit. War economies happened to provide, as it were, laboratory conditions for contemporary forms of a use-value-oriented approach to economic organization. But while Neurath did not start out as an economic liberal, neither did he start out as a Marxist, but only became one at the end of World War I. 15. Neurath always approached economic problems primarily as technical problems. It was not by coincidence that he considered 9. 10. Himself a social engineer. His view that the reorganization of social production was more important than the expropriation of the means of production earned him the endless scorn of Marxists. 16. Yet his experiences in the failed revolution did teach Neurath the indispensability of party political backing for social reform, and he became a loyal member of the Austro-Marxist Social Democratic Party. The lacuna of the political in his socio-economic thought was only gradually reflected upon, increasingly so as the chances for the realization of his socialization plans became ever smaller. Reported to have been described by his widow as a mild liberal in his final years in exile in England. 17. His thought turned to the question of what created and sustained the conditions for social and political tolerance, in particular, to what the conditions were for agreement that tolerated dissent yet did not debilitate significant action. So if in consequence of his object-level concern Neurath came to reject the conception of economics as a universal deductive science in the fashion of Karl Menger and his followers and took on board some of the particularism associated with the German historical school, he nevertheless remained an Austrian economist in another respect. As Erich Strießler has noted, one feature that unites all economists of the Austrian school and distinguishes them from their predecessors, though not, as the price of their success, from their epigones, is that they were decision theorists. Ever since Menger, Austrian conceptions of economic action essentially involved choice between alternatives, a choice that was, as Friedrich von Wieser insisted, to be calculable in terms of value, and already with Eugen von Böhm-Bawerk appealed to expected utilities. 18. Quite clearly, not only Mises, Hayek, and Schumpeter but also Karl Menger and Oskar Morgenstern stand in this tradition linking Austrian economics to modern rational choice theory. 19. Neurath too stands in this tradition, even though he rejected some of the strictures laid down by Menger and Wieser and accepted by their students. Like them, his thought centered on economic decisions, the allocation of resources to alternative uses, but unlike them he viewed these decisions as irreducibly multidimensional and so resisted the demand to commensurate to facilitate calculation. Neurath questioned the way the rationality of the economic decisions was conceived of in the Austrian and the emerging neoclassical school. His call for an economics in kind did not envision just a theoretical proposal for instituting a moneyless economy, but ever more clearly constituted a sustained protest against a basic presumption widespread amongst economists. This was that unless an economic decision was taken in terms of maximizing money value it lacked any discernible rationality or, more broadly, that unless a complete ranking of expected outcomes was provided, the reasoning was faulty. For Neurath, economic rationality was not absent unless decisions were expressed in terms of a money calculations, it was also discernible in in-kind considerations. That was what his explorations of in-kind calculi were intended to prove. Moreover, not only was the exclusivity claim of the standard conception of economic rationality mistaken, the standard conception itself was open to the charge of pseudo-rationalism. In rendering all aims and values commensurate by demanding that they be expressed in money values by hook or by crook, the standard conception suggested an inevitability and finality to its calculations and the decisions taken on their basis which ill-fitted the situation at hand, which demanded judgment about and evaluation of incommensurable values. 20. As will be noted in greater detail below, it may be that Neurath himself came to realize only gradually where the strength of his argument lay, not in the plans for total socialization and economies in kind, but in his insistence on the concrete nature of the economic decision situation, which rendered deeply problematic the abstraction of a universal unit of calculation. That the real force of his argument may not have been appreciated fully from the start does not, of course, lessen its significance or the validity of its advocacy, though the historical reconstruction must proceed with some delicacy. As noted, Neurath provoked the socialist calculation debate which, however, soon eclipsed himself and brought to center stage the arguments of Mises, Weber, and later Hayek in defense of the free market. It was against them in turn that the arguments for so-called market socialism were developed, in the United States and Britain, as early as the late 1920s and 1930s by, amongst others, Fred Taylor and Oscar Lange, and as recently as the Reaganite and Thatcherite 1980s, albeit in a much reduced form as far as central planning is concerned. 21. If today we are somewhat better informed about what advantages a market economy does and does not possess, it is due in part to the stimulus of Neurath's early socialization plans. A more durably positive aspect of 11. 12. Neurath's originality as an economist is provided by his early ventures into the field of ecological economics. His simple but weighty point was that disregard of the so-called externalities of market activity does not only become extremely costly to succeeding generations, but that the very accounting of environmental cost and benefit in terms of a universal money unit misses the ultimately political, ethical, and individually prudential aspects of the decisions to be made. For these decisions no calculus can be substituted because multi-criterial choices do not guarantee determinacy in comparative assessment that extends to a consistent ranking of all alternatives. 22. Already in virtue of these aspects of his work, Neurath must be considered one of the more important political economists of the 20th century. In his Modern Man in the Making he noted the ever-increasing rationalization of production and standardization of behavior the world over, processes nowadays viewed as aspects of globalization. A confirmed modernist, Neurath took this as given, but he was by no means blind to its dangers. His plea for economic tolerance, first issued in the Munich Revolution against the exclusive rule of state-run industries and enterprises under socialism, has lost none of its urgency in the present era of unfettered free market expansion. 1.3 Living the foundational debates in social science. Given his aforementioned contrapuntal style, Neurath's writings are best understood when they are recontextualist in the debates from which they stem. This holds for the social scientist no less than for the philosopher. As the former, Neurath had to face the various disputes amongst historians, political economists, and sociologists that define the field in the absence of well-established and already widely accepted paradigms. 23 Neurath's views on economics took shape and altered in the course of his participation in these methodological debates. Here it is profitable to consider 6 of them. 24 To see them in concert, think of them as defining Neurath's past, his present and, as it were, his future. We can see better where Neurath came from by placing him in 3 famous turn-of-the-century debates in the foundations of social science: the Methodenstreit, the Werther-Thielsestreit, and the Historians' Dispute. These debates possess origins that long preceded Neurath but nevertheless still allowed him to define his social scientific identity in their terms. Intermixed with these methodological disputes is a related but more substantively first-order issue that remained alive throughout his career, the dispute about the nature of economic value. In addition, Neurath's social scientific present is represented by two debates that he himself helped to shape, the socialization debate and the unified science debate. Finally, Neurath's future, his legacy, can be discerned in the ongoing development of adequate sociological indicators of well-being and in the foundational debate in ecological economics about comparability and measurement of environmental cost. The Method-Enstrate was a dispute that raged from the 1880s onwards between Gustav Schmaler, leading light of the German historical school of economists, and Karl Menger, founder of the Austrian school of theoretical economics, and their followers, and concerned the very nature of economics as a science, in particular the range of validity of its laws and the relevance of inductive generalizations for economics. 25. The Werther-Thielses-Trade was a dispute in the Verein für Sozialpolitik that had been simmering since the 1890s but exploded around its conferences of 1909 and 1913 and concerned the probity of value judgments in social science. It tended to divide Schmaler's older generation of paternalistic socialists of the chair from the younger generation of the association's members, represented by Max Weber and Werner Sombart, who rejected the claim to issue unqualified normative judgments under the guise of science. 26. The historians' dispute was a dispute periodically reignited about the explanatory principles of historiography and the possibility of history as a positive science of cultural development. Just as Droysen had rejected Comte and Buckle in the 1860s, so the German historical profession turned on Karl Lamprecht's ideas for a cultural history in the 1890s to uphold the primacy of the narratives of nations and great men. As Lamprecht capitulated under the charge of materialism, subsequent social historians were under considerable pressure to explain themselves. So-called economism was rejected both for its supposed reductionism and frowned upon for its common political associations. 27. The methodological debates of the economists also had a substantive complement. Just how was economic value best thought of? 13. 14. Was economic value an objective notion, as the classical economists Smith and Ricardo and still Marx thought in different ways, or was it a subjective notion, determined only relative to people's needs or wants or estimations, as the neoclassical and Austrian schools of marginal utility held? Besides furnishing a lasting topic for academic discussions of the validity of socialist theory, this debate also provided a forum to clarify the neoclassical and Austrian alternatives. 28. The first of the debates that Neurath himself helped to shape arose in close connection with the issue of the nature of value. This was the socialization debate in post-World War I Germany and Austria. Provoked by an apparently successful revolution, this debate concerned the issue of the way in which the new post-war economy was to be reorganized along socialist lines. As the possibility of realizing any of the plans proposed receded in Central Europe, the socialization debate as just described was overtaken by the so-called socialist calculation debate about the very possibility of rational economic decision in planned economies. 29. The other contemporary debate that Neurath helped to shape and that is of interest to us here concerns the nature and standing of the social sciences in comparison to the natural sciences. This is the unified science debate about, first of all, the rejection of the claim that the social or human sciences were sharply separated not only in domain but also in general method from the natural sciences, typically with understanding furnishing a supposedly unique and ontologically significant method of social scientific investigation. This debate pitted Neurath against the tradition of Dilthey and the Neo-Kantians and important contemporaries like Weber. 30. Another aspect of this debate concerned the meaning and plausibility of physicalism. Here as well Neurath was often misunderstood as more reductionist than he intended to be. Finally, Neurath's future can be traced in ongoing debates and developments in the fields of empirical sociology, of social choice theory and of ecological economics. Something like Neurath's concerns are discernible, generally without reference to his earlier efforts, in the ongoing programs to develop a set of adequate social indicators, measures of real income and national welfare, beyond the ambiguous measure of gross national product and in efforts to accustom the economic profession to making do with merely partial orderings of available alternatives. 31. In addition, Neurath's already noted legacy for ecological economics is to have placed squarely into focus the reasons for an affirmative answer to the question, do decisions concerning environmental disputes require judgments about conflicting claims of incommensurable values, values that resist commensuration in the money calculus? 32. Few conceptual or methodological issues in social science are left untouched by any of these foundational debates which concern either the nature and justification of social scientific concept formation and generalization or the normative status of social science and its objectivity claim as such. Significantly, these were not classical debates but live disputes for Neurath. All of them are touched upon in the selections in this volume and, with the exception of the unified science debate, are dealt with extensively. 33. The historian's dispute provides an important part of the background of the earliest papers in Part 1 below, while the political economists Methoden and Werther Thiel's trite furnish large parts of the background of the papers in Part 2. Various aspects of the dispute about the nature of economic value, meanwhile turn up in papers in Parts 2, 3, and 4. Part 3 also documents Neurath's stance in the early Austro-German part of the socialization and socialist calculation debate, while Part 4 also presents the later Neurath's considerations of the issues raised there and of the problem of appropriate indicators of welfare and the logic of welfare decisions. 2. Parts 1 and 2, Neurath's pre-1919 economic writings. Parts 1 and 2 contain writings from 1904 up to 1917. They take us from Neurath's reception and participation in the turn-of-the-century disputes to the very threshold of his interventions in the socialization debates dealt with in Part 3. Here we give some more background and ask, how did Neurath respond to the issues that dominate the Methodenstreit, the Werther Thiel's trait, and the historian's dispute? Moreover, is there discernible a distinctive answer of his to the long-standing issue of the nature of economic value? 2.1 Turning to history for systematic reasons. Let us set the scene close to the beginning. We can get a good sense of what mattered. 15. 16. For the early Neurath, and why, by considering the biographical and intellectual context in which Chapter 1, Interest on Money in Antiquity, originated. In a letter of 1942 to his son Paul, Neurath described how he became a social scientist. That is a long story, but I would say, partly by chance. During my studies in the natural sciences I was also interested in other areas and by chance I wrote a seminar paper on money interest in antiquity, a topic I was interested in due to your grandfather's theories about monetary interest. Tani suggested that I continue my studies with Eduard Meyer and others because I could connect history of antiquity with economics because my concentrated work in this field seemed successful. It was not my intention to become a social scientist, I only wanted to continue the work which I had begun. The problems with which I was occupied were too seductive. 34. It was against the background of an older interest in natural science and mathematics that economic studies claimed Neurath's sustained attention at university. Chapter 1 must be considered a descendant of the seminar paper mentioned. Of interest is not only the topic, but also the historical approach. As it happens, Neurath's very first publication was a report about the Summer Academy in Salzburg in 1903 where he first met Ferdinand Tönnies and received his advice. 35 The opening and final paragraphs of this report show clearly how the 22-year-old thought of the spiritual situation of his age and point to the motivation for his turn to history. Between 1800 and 1900 a great number of theoretical and practical attempts were made to reach a principled position on the social conditions. There is a desire to understand the connectedness of the social problems of a technical economic nature assume greater importance not only in the field of technology but also concerning issues of the social order and demand a new type of exact scientific investigation. We seek to collect and assess the experiences of the 19th century. The Salzburg Summer Academy presented important contributions to the solution of social questions since it predominantly dealt with issues in social philosophy. The 20th century takes over long-standing problems. A number of in part very painful experiences lie behind us. Economic atomism has fallen out of favor. What is to take its place is not at all clear. The questions of power and bread are still rarely distinguished. The dreams of free economic associations are still very vague. That the foundations of the current economic system are faulty is becoming increasingly clear. Everywhere contradictions emerge which are not only of academic import but affect the welfare and suffering of millions. And this provides further strong motivation to help fight as best we can the secret demonic forces that spread death and decay. Explicitly noted here were the problems of replacing atomism in economics, of separating the questions of bread and power and determining the nature of appropriate economic associations, quite a handful. The question alone of atomism, of what to put in place of the free market doctrine of laissez-faire Manchesterism, ranged from the philosophical to the practical with issues in methodology in between. Already, economics stood in the center of Neurath's attention and a motivation for his turn to history begins to emerge. He was interested in economic history to gain a better understanding of contemporary economic problems. Notably, Neurath considered the social question properly to belong to social philosophy, but already the beginnings of his social engineering approach are in evidence. In pursuit of this approach, Neurath was to find two of the foundational disputes mentioned above centrally involved, the Werther-Thiel's trait, insofar as it had to be clarified to what extent normative matters were at issue and how they were to be dealt with, and the Methodens trait, insofar as the specific nature of economics and social science was at issue. Since it was not disinterested knowledge that Neurath's problem stellion called for, the question also arises of how he thought interest and value and theory and fact to be related. This question Neurath was to face repeatedly, of course, and still today the issue clouds the understanding of his theory of social science. His considered position was that, depending on one's inclination, the practical end of social science may be that of a better functioning socio-economic organization. In that way, applied social science depended on unconditional value judgments on part of the scientist involved. But it was not for the theoretical end of research and education to tell us what these unconditional value judgments should say. Besides furnishing explanations and predictions, theory was to provide a survey of possibilities that could be considered better from the point of view of different preferences. According to this conception, the normative disengagement of theoretical science from social practice was compensated for by recognition of 17. 18. The scientist's role in the selection of problems. Such selection clearly reflected extra-scientific values, but it did not import value judgments into descriptive science. This differentiation between ends and means and how science relates to either was one gradually and emerged in Neurath's contributions to the Werther-Thiel trait of the Verein für Sozialpolitik and his wide-ranging review of Wundt's logic. How closely Neurath sailed to the wind can be seen in his projection of the uses of economic science for the reconstruction of the post-war economy. Already in 1903 Neurath felt safe to draw one clear conclusion: something was amiss in the foundations of the socio-economic system of his day. To diagnose more precisely what the problem was required that the experiences of the 19th century be collated and systematically investigated. Since, as Neurath soon noted, the sciences generally did not develop in a straight path, this meant that he could not allow himself to rely on a cumulative idea of scientific progress. The situation was particularly difficult in social science. As an economist he needed to take a position on the Methodens trait. Once his work got underway, he also recognized that value-relevant problem selection may determine entire research traditions and that a different problem selection required alterations of the conceptual structures of entire disciplines, as in economics. It is not unusual, of course, that to trained readers the first publications of select authors prefigure their life's work, but Neurath's is particularly striking. At the root of his scientific project lay the idea that the socio-economic system of his day invariably incurred crises which unnecessarily reduced the welfare of large parts of the population. This idea had to be grounded by historical and systematic research. Was immiseration really inevitable given capitalism? Moreover, This idea called for an alternative to be developed. Was immiseration at all avoidable? Not surprisingly, Neurath's historical interest was drawn to the beginnings of capitalism, but already it was prompted by his systematic interest in alternative economic organizations. Here another foundational dispute was waiting in the wings, the historians' dispute, which involved a number of related but different questions. To start with, the nature of historical agents and social agency was at issue, as was the lawfulness of history itself. Were there any laws of cultural development at all? But more still was involved, the possibility of history as a positive science of cultural development. At the forefront of Lamprecht's concern stood what nowadays is called social history and what he called cultural history. In place of a narrow concentration on political and military events and an exaggerated focus on heroic personalities, cultural history not only stressed relatively neglected areas like economic history, but also considered collectivist phenomena, like the social structures and social movements that it brought to light, as basic to the understanding of legal systems and to political history. 36. The already difficult issue of laws of development further became mixed up with the politically laden issue of materialism. Thus Eduard Meyer, a leading specialist on antiquity in all of its political, social, and economic forms, opposed Lamprecht and similar nomologically oriented approaches to history in a widely read essay. He regarded as impermissible the demand that history had to be conducted along the lines of natural science, for that involved the depreciation of the role of individuals as mere instantiating instances of laws and of the importance of ideas. Lamprecht's justified protest against Rankine history, which Meyer could have supported given his own way of doing history, came to grief in part over its perceived philosophical allegiances, just as earlier other advances towards cultural history like Eberhard Gothian's had suffered attacks mainly from conservative political historians. 37. Meyer in turn was criticized by Weber, not to defend Lamprecht, but to correct a misunderstanding of the for Weber proper perspective on the historical sciences, namely, Rickard's neo-Kantianism. 38. Naturally, Weber recognized himself also as a social, indeed cultural historian, albeit not a materialist one as the thesis of his Protestant ethic and the spirit of Protestantism makes clear. His works on the history of antiquity nevertheless granted a prominent causal role to economic matters. Now as someone who, concerned with the social question, turned to history, Neurath was soon faced by the same issues. Just as pursuit of cultural or social history was compatible with conflicting stances towards neo-Kantianism, Tönnies here serves as a proper contrast to Weber. 39, so such a pursuit did not necessarily endorse claims about historical laws. 40. Neurath's Salzburg report gave prominence to Tönnies' pronouncedly methodological understanding of historical materialism, that one must always investigate economic conditions, and an anonymous notice of his own economic history of antiquity stated that it concerned mostly the history of institutions. 19. 20. Fittingly then, Neurath's review of Breisig's Kulturgeschichte der Neuzeit expressed sympathy for the new form of historiography that rejected the categorical distinction of natural science and history but kept a clear distance from its nomological wing. Neurath is criticized as premature Breisig's view that history consists in the succession of stages of development, an inevitable sequence that is exhibited by all peoples and all parts of a people, but whose stages were experienced by these peoples in very unequal parts. Though congenial with its emphasis on the totality of social and cultural life within history, Breisig's view was decidedly at odds with the historical school's emphasis on the individuality of a people's social and cultural development. Neurath did not reject the idea of a stage theory out of hand, however. The second chapter of his 1906 dissertation on the conceptions in antiquity of trade, commerce, and agriculture presents a taxonomy of logically possible types of theories of history and a brief sketch of their use up to the 19th century. There he simply identified linear, undulatory, and periodic variants of the static and the evolutionary conceptions of history and a not further divided anarchic type, and outlined how the stage theory might look according to the first two types. 3 years later, in his Economic History of Antiquity, Neurath noted that historians of antiquity were affected by the dispute between the linear and the cyclical version of the stage theory of history. 41. He supported the view that antiquity possessed many economic formations that were comparable with those of modern times, but noted that such comparability of economic phenomena from different periods and cultures does not yet imply adherence to a cyclical stage conception of universal history. He concluded by distinguishing three periods of economic organization in antiquity: an original administrative stage, a market economy, and a third which returned to administrative measures and created new organizations. But was this a sequence which every people or culture had to pass through? Neurath noted that while in the east of the old Roman Empire the third stage had led to a bureaucratic system, in the west it had led to fragmentation and a return to smaller economic units. The prospects for a nomological universal history seemed dim. 42. So what did Neurath expect from history, indeed cultural history, when he started out in 1903? What historical facts other than large-scale laws of historical development might illumine the social question? Neurath is likely to have pointed to history instead as a large-scale social scientific laboratory. In history a variety of social and economic institutions have developed and thrived or perished under varying conditions. History can teach us, for instance, which institutions worked well under what conditions. Moreover, since Neurath had learned from Mach's The Science of Mechanics that the history of scientific concepts held the key to their proper understanding, it was not difficult for him to extend this moral to the concepts of social science. This meant investigating the history of social science and social thought generally. Yet one other point deserves mention here. Neurath names as the founder of modern economic history of antiquity the philologist August Boeck, author of a study on the political economy of ancient Athens, distinguished especially by its comprehensive use of Greek inscriptions. Nowadays Boeck, who stressed the encyclopedic character of philology and was creative in the most different fields, is known as one of the important early figures of hermeneutics and a forerunner of Dilthey. Making interpretation the key to the historical world, Boeck systematized earlier interpretive ideas in application to classical texts. The aim of philology is not the writing of history, it is the recognition of the knowledge set down in the writing of history. Understanding a text requires relating its individuality, which derived from the intentions of the author, to the structure, which derived from the genre to which it belongs. Interpretation had to comprehend the subjective as well as the objective conditions of the thing communicated. Neurath's appreciation of Boeck's outstanding hermeneutic competence is particularly important in light of his later campaign against a supposedly distinctive category of hermeneutic understanding. It suggests that he took for granted the interpretive nature of much work in history and elsewhere and later only objected to its metaphysical interpretation by opponents of the unity of science. 2.2 Studies in Ancient and Modern Economic History. Neurath's work until the beginning of World War I addresses all the aspects just described. His studies in ancient and modern economic history most clearly survey economic institutions in the laboratory of history. The two-volume anthology of the History of Economic Theory jointly edited with his wife was evidently meant to serve the need to gain an overview of the history of economics. His doctoral dissertation, meanwhile, which Meyer lauded publicly as detailed and excellent, had provided an example of the history of learned and popular social thought by means of the study of ancient texts and their interpretation. Dealing with the interpretation of Cicero's De Officiis, I-42, from antiquity to the 19th century, Neurath argued that the idea expressed by Cicero, that the free citizen participating in the polity must be financially independent, was not held universally but reflected political interests in antiquity as much as now. He also noted that different conceptions of the course of history had been adopted at different times in response to different desiderata. 43-44 As to the issues of historiography itself, there remained the question of how the singular events of history were to be comprehended, what regularities was it legitimate to assume and how far was it permitted to use contemporary categories in describing the past. These issues animate Chapter 1, Neurath's interest on money in antiquity, which was also stoked by yet another historian's dispute, namely, Meyer's debate with Karl Bucher. 45 Bucher had claimed, following Rodbertus, that the economic organization of antiquity was wholly one of the oikos, of autonomous extended households. Meyer objected, with reference to results by Weber, and strongly opposed the underlying idea that the historical development of the Mediterranean peoples was a continuous ascent along the successive categories of antiquity, Middle Ages, and modernity. Against this it cannot be stressed enough, that with the decline of antiquity the development begins anew and returns to primitive stages that once had been long superseded. While Neurath sided with Meyer, he was aware of the danger of anachronism. Today people try to trace the same economic tendencies in antiquity as in present times, without committing the mistake of projecting modern conditions into antiquity. Meyer's approach to the history of antiquity clearly gives rise to the question intensely pursued by Max Weber: was there capitalism already in antiquity? Weber himself kept a carefully calibrated distance to both parties in the dispute between Meyer and Bucher. 46 In his writings on the topic he insisted that while capitalist forms of economic enterprise did develop in antiquity, they should not be fully equated with their modern forms. 47 This question is also at the forefront of Neurath's concerns in Chapter 2, his Economic History of Antiquity, from which the preface and chapters 1 and 8 of the second edition are translated here. Meyer approved Neurath's excellent sketch of the development in a footnote to the reprint of his 1895 lecture. Again Neurath supported the view that the economic forms of antiquity are related in many ways to those of modern times, adding the for him soon characteristic twist that it is not clear whether historical development has discarded certain forms forever. One of the most important features of Neurath's history is his stress on what Meyer had designated the system of Egyptian economy in kind, especially in the concluding overview of the first edition. By 1918, as the preface of the second edition documents, Neurath had pursued his idea that economies in kind are not phenomena strictly of the past in numerous publications. It may be noted also that Neurath presented a significantly different explanation for the decline of Rome from Weber. Whereas Neurath merely detailed, in Chapter 8, various aspects the internal disintegration of which Meyer had spoken, Weber had been more specific already in his writings on the topic from the 1890s, naming the decline of the market economy and the increase of economy in kind as causal factors for the decline. In his greatly expanded Agrarian Sociology of Ancient Civilizations of 1909, he added to this the increased bureaucratization by means of which capitalism was suffocated by the Roman state. 48 Echoing the pessimistic conclusion of his Protestant ethic, Weber wrote in his conclusion: "Thus in all probability someday the bureaucratization of society will get the better of capitalism in our age as well as in antiquity. We too will then enjoy the benefits of bureaucratic order instead of the anarchy of free enterprise, and this order will essentially be the same as that which characterized the Roman Empire and, even more, the new empire in Egypt and the Ptolemaic state." This is not the place, however, to pursue such reflections. The long and continuous history of the Mediterranean European civilization does not show either closed cycles or linear progress. Sometimes phenomena of ancient civilization have disappeared entirely and then come to light again in an altogether different world. In other respects, however, the cities of late antiquity, especially of the Hellenistic Near East, were the precursors of medieval industrial organization, just as the manors of late antiquity were precursors of the estates of medieval agriculture. 23. 24. Comparisons with Neurath's concluding overview of 1909 and his preface of 1918 invite themselves. 49 Except for the time frame within which they conceive of the developments, he and Weber seem to differ mainly in how they evaluate them. 10 years later, as character witness at Neurath's trial for his involvement in the Munich Soviet Republic, Weber attested to the fact that his work in economic history of antiquity was always held in high esteem, but in a letter a further 3 months on Weber also called his schemes for planned economies an amateurish, objectively absolutely irresponsible foolishness that could discredit socialism, indeed for 100 years, tearing everything that could be created now into the abyss of a stupid reaction. 50 Unlike Neurath, Weber had little sympathy for in-kind economies. War economy, included as Chapter 3, is the first of a long series of papers on the subject, the creation of which is credited to him. 51. Being neither pacifist nor warmonger, Neurath's technical attitude is fully displayed. The desirability or undesirability of war is no issue here, only its effects on a national economy's productivity. While the only other piece of related work available so far in translation, The Theory of War Economy as a Separate Discipline, argues for the thesis announced in the title on more meta-theoretical grounds. War economy also presents the historical material and wealth of financial data which Neurath adduced in support of his contention that economics in war deserves a special field of study. 52. The paper is remarkable in virtually predicting forms of economic organization that were realized during World War I, and misjudging the tendency towards humane warfare, considering the Battle of the Somme. 53. In war, Neurath saw emerging aspects of administrative economy that addressed the failings of free market economies. Forms of organizing production and distribution were rediscovered which in times of peace had been superseded and were forgotten. Thus questions of profitability gave way to questions of productivity, and monetary exchanges were replaced by barter on the larger scale, gradually introducing an economy in kind. Neurath's arguments were not socialist, for the principle of full employment here follows from the principle of full utilization of all available resources. Parts of his argumentation have been judged advanced for his day, given its concern with the state as a directive agent, especially his discussion of war bonds and the effects of inflationary increase of money supply. 54. Neurath proposed reorganizing the money and credit order in order to uphold the liquidity of the firms in what remained of a nation's internal market, especially their preparedness to do business for the military, and to cover the costs of warfare for the state. But this new form of administrative economy not only required a power base from which to be implemented, but it also required new forms of organization and representation in order to implement the new system of planning and accounting and handle the new data required. While the state was to institute a system of unredeemable giro money for internal clearing purposes and organize international trade by agreements on exchanges in kind, it also needed a system that represents real income, an inventory of real incomes for planning purposes. Neurath pursued war economics not only by historical but also empirical research. In 1912 he received a stipend from the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in order to investigate the economic and social conditions of Balkan states and the changes caused by the war there. 55. The First Balkan War began that year in response to unrest in the European territory of Turkey and ended the following year with Bulgaria, Serbia, Greece, and Montenegro triumphing over Turkey. Disputes over the distribution of the former Turkish territory prompted a second war between the former allies in which Bulgaria lost Macedonia to Serbia and Greece. Neurath made two extensive journeys which resulted in a series of newspaper and journal articles and related publications. Chapter 4, Serbia's Success in the Balkan War gives a fairly comprehensive report of Serbia during the First Balkan War, contradicting many then common assumptions about Austria-Hungary's southern neighbor. Of interest is the broad sweep of Neurath's analysis incorporating strictly economic and political points of view as well as considerations pertaining to the sociology of the different ethnicities and religions involved. 56. It is not the case, however, that Neurath thought that a more efficient economic order would have to emerge only through war, as Chapter 5 documents. In line with the trend of thought shared by revisionists like Eduard Bernstein and orthodox Marxists like Karl Koski, Neurath held that the development of the capitalist order towards ever bigger 25. 26. Trusts and cartels brought into existence forms of economic organization that foreshadowed post-capitalist ones. Chapter 5, State Cartels and State Trusts as Organizational Forms of the Future of 1910, draws attention to state measures that regiment both firms and labor according to an overall economic strategy without expropriation, capitalist firms having increased in complexity and decreased in numbers while facing an improved organization of labor. Unlike Rudolf Hilferding's far more pessimistic assessment of the imperialist trend inherent in this latest stage in the development of capitalism, finance capital, Neurath promoted these state-led measures as, in effect, steps towards the implementation of his father's pancartelism, the reorganization of entire branches of industry under the direction of the state under the demand for the full utilization of given resources. 57 Soon Neurath drew far-reaching conclusions from his studies of ancient and modern history, even from the events as they unfolded around him. During World War I he served first at the front, then at the War Ministry in Vienna concerned with organizational issues of army provisions, war economy observed up close from an ordnance perspective. Inevitably Neurath got involved in the discussion of what would be the consequences of the militarization of the German economy for the future peace economy, the first phase of which he, like other economists and politicians at the time, called the transitional economy. Schematically, three types of positions were taken up by various theorists. Apart from those who judged the far-reaching state interventions characteristic of war economies an aberration of economic life only sustainable under war conditions, those who saw portents of a new and different order split into two, those who saw in it a means of the renewal of the German Volk and those who saw in it the beginnings of international socialism. Neurath became one of the representatives of the third group. 58 Chapter 6, The Economic Order of the Future and Economic Science of 1917, outlines what the immediate peacetime economy may gain from the experiences of war economy. Addressing non-specialists, Neurath stressed the need to develop calculational tools for the new economy, the importance of flexible organizational forms and transparency in decision-making. The important question Neurath left unaddressed was to what extent it could be neglected that war constituted a state of emergency. 59 It managed to exact compliance with an economic plan from the subjects not known to be exactable in peacetime. 60 Neurath seems to have thought that the material advantage gained through the transitional economy would secure the allegiance of the populace. But note that Neurath also outlined the possibility of awarding to smaller groups a measure of economic autonomy within the greater whole, precisely the offer he made to the anarchist section in Munich 2 years later. 61. Neurath observed that a then new trend in the capitalist organization of the labor process can be turned to the advantage of the workers. 2.3 Contributions to the Methoden and Werther Thiel's trait. As Neurath turned from ancient to modern economic history and began to develop his war economics around 1910, he paid increasing attention to methodological questions. The papers in Part 2 are all of this nature, reflecting issues that affect the social sciences in general and economics in particular. The first three selections show Neurath still very much engaged with the philosophy of social science of his day. The latter two show him engaged in drawing general conclusions from his investigations in war economics. Chapter 7, On the Theory of Social Science, represents Neurath's first major statement in the philosophy of science. This wide-ranging review may seem to be only loosely related to the book under review, but that would be to underestimate the scope of the latter. Schmaler once called Wundt the leading natural scientist among today's philosophers, and the logic constituted the summation of Wundt's philosophy of science. First published as Erkenntnislehre in 1880 and Methodenlehre in 1883, the two volumes were republished as Logic in a revised second edition in 1893 and further revised and expanded for the three-volume third edition of 1906-08. Neurath's review is favorable only in the most general terms. In all details he pursued avenues of thought contrary to the author under discussion. In effect, Neurath took the occasion to present an alternative conception of the theory of social science. It has repeatedly been noted that Neurath here sets out a general philosophical framework for social science. The French conventionalists Poincaré and Duhem figure strongly, and many of Neurath's later preoccupations, including that of unified science, find an early expression. 62 Particularly important are the brief and programmatic remarks concerning the nature of economics. The echoes of the Werther Thiel's and Methoden's trait deserve amplification. Back in Vienna from his studies. 27. 28. In Berlin Neurath undertook postdoctoral studies on the methodology of Thunen and in the theory of value with Friedrich von Wieser and Eugen von Bohm-Bawerk. 63 This suggests that Neurath was concerned to bridge the contrast between the historical and the Austrian schools. About that time Neurath also published a textbook of economics for the upper classes of business schools and included a short section about the parties involved in the Methoden trait. The historical school thus ended up regarding the historical investigation of economic conditions as a main goal of political economy in general. Whether an institution was useful or not was to be decided by specific historical research. Against these teachings a theoretical approach emerged which was developed particularly by the Austrian school. It was pointed out that historical research was very important, but that it was possible to gain knowledge independently of it on the basis of in essence theoretical considerations. The point of view was adopted that while everything was related to everything else, one nevertheless was able to treat certain fields of investigation in isolation. In particular, the theory of value was viewed as the basis for price theory. There is nothing remarkable in Neurath's description so far besides his concern to make the method and straight appear less acrimonious and personal than it was. What is interesting, however, is what Neurath considered to be the state of play of that debate in his own time. Following a gloss on the conception of marginal utility and mention of its advocates Menger, Bohm-Bawerk, Sachs, Wieser and Zucker-Kandel, he wrote. Other authors too, e.g. Matija the theorist of social policy Filipovich, have taken over much of the teachings of the Austrian school. Some authors stand midway between the historical and the theoretical approach, like e.g. Adolf Wagner, the political economist known for his work on the theory of finance. The problems of the historical school, which concern the connections between economic, social, and cultural phenomena have been pursued by men who deal with such questions exclusively. These are the sociologists. The purely theoretical considerations have currently receded into the background, replaced in the foreground by questions of economic organization. It is practical problems that are of particular interest today, e.g. the problem of an international currency, monetary theory, the issue of social insurance and its extension, but particularly the labor question. Again, we can hardly call this an incendiary analysis. His very even-handedness, however, seems to have made things difficult for Neurath. The passage just cited is taken from the 1910 edition of his textbook approbated by the KK. Ministerium für Kultus und Unterricht on January 26, 1911. 64. This officially approbated version of his book was preceded by a slightly different one from the same publisher 1 year earlier and some 4 pages longer overall. Amongst the passages missing from the 1910 version were ones dealing with the policies of different parties in Austria, for instance, passages specifying a recent moderation of the Social Democratic Party or noting anti-Semitism as a key of the recent successes of the Christian Socialist Party. Yet also missing from the 1910 version of the textbook was the following continuation of the second sentence in the last block quote above. And today the opposition, which once existed partly due to personal conflicts, practically no longer obtains. One can see this from the fact that the Austrian school counts many amongst its younger members, who are close to the historical school, and the historical school many who are students of purely theoretical questions. All the same, the opposition did bring with it the advantage that a number of questions were discussed extensively. Whereas for Weber the positions at war in the method and straight appeared irreconcilable still 5 years earlier, only 5 years later Joseph Schumpeter voiced an opinion broadly consonant with Neurath's in his early study of the development of economic doctrines, a view retained still in his monumental and only posthumously published History of Economic Analysis. Unlike in the case of the passages on party political questions, it seems most curious that this passage from Neurath's textbook was deleted. Was it official Austro-Hungarian educational policy to perpetuate the method and straight? It is clear, in any case, that Neurath counted himself amongst those for whom the contrast of the historical and the Austrian school had become a pseudo-problem. This is confirmed by a contemporary essay published in Bohm-Bawerk's Zeitschrift für Volkswirtschaft, Sozialpolitik und Verwaltung, where he noted, historical analyses often provide occasion for more general considerations, while theoretical research promotes the comprehension of organizational forms and induces historians to focus more closely on certain details. There is no reason to think of historical and theoretical research as opposites. It would not even be practical to conceive of each in isolation from the other. Historical and theoretical research had to be combined for economics to achieve progress, and they were combined in Neurath's own version of comparative economics, the 29. 30. Basic principles of which found their first formulation in Chapter 7 and detailed elaboration in Chapter 10. Given his concerns and professional ambitions, it comes as no surprise to find Neurath as a member of the Social Policy Association in the years before World War I. The two short pieces here translated in Chapter 8 under the heading Interventions in Discussions of the Social Policy Association are his documented contributions to the association's debate about value judgments. The first is from its 1909 conference in Vienna, the second from an internal, unpublished document that served as basis for an unminuted discussion of a special meeting of the main committee of the association on January 5, 1914 in Berlin. 65. Given Neurath's increasing concern with the full utilization of the productive resources of an economy, the topic of the Werter Strait possessed immediate relevance. Was it proper to engage science for this or any other socio-political agenda? Moreover, could science even furnish the relevant concepts with which to pursue this agenda? The latter question was raised with some vehemence by Max Weber and Werner Sombart in response to Eugen von Filippovic's pre-circulated paper and his conference lecture on the productivity of a national economy already in Vienna in 1909. Filippovic defined this kind of productivity, in contradistinction to the merely technical concept of productivity, as the capacity to bring about welfare. Sombart argued that this concept of productivity was to be jettisoned for it inevitably carried value connotations that prevented objective agreement. Preference for competing notions of welfare resembled preference for brunettes over blondes. Weber agreed, noting that the concepts national wealth and people's welfare contain all the ethics in the world. Empirical science does not deal in what should be the case, it only determines the means to given ends and their consequences, but never the ends themselves. There are no ideals that science can prove. Various speakers set out to defend Filippovic's concerns as justified. Characteristically, Neurath's intervention is slightly at odds with the preceding ones. He raised the question of just how the real income of a population is to be determined, arguing that all aspects of material and intellectual welfare ought to be considered, including the esteem in which certain professions are held, only to finally ask what contribution the money order itself made to productivity so understood. Clearly, Neurath supported the position of Filippovic, who closed the discussion by stressing his conviction that economic science had the task to evaluate the role of the economy for the whole life of people so as to find a basis from which to influence it. But did he fall foul therefore of Weber's strictures on value freedom in science, as he had laid them out some years earlier? It is to this question that his contribution to the internal discussion document of 1913 was addressed. Members were asked to comment on 1. The role of moral value judgments in scientific economics, 2. The relation between practical evaluations and developmental tendencies, 3. How economic and socio-political viewpoints are to be characterized, 4. The relation between the general methodological principles and the specific requirements of academic education. As the title of his contribution indicates, Neurath addressed only the first of these issues. He claimed that while moral valuations express and are grounded in the pleasure or displeasure felt by agents about the matters they evaluate, economics deals with the pleasures and displeasures felt by individuals or groups under the heading of wealth. Value judgments enter economics on 2 occasions, when the pleasures or displeasures of individuals or groups are considered or when the systems that bring about pleasure or displeasure are considered. Thus it became possible in principle, on the one hand, to take account of moral evaluations in economics indirectly, on the other hand, economic orders themselves became amenable to moral evaluation, but only relative to certain desiderata which economics itself did not determine. Neurath did not say so explicitly, but it is clear that he agreed with Weber that the moral measure itself is not provided by economics, which only investigates means to given ends. Importantly, Neurath's definition of value judgments leaves no place for objective judgments in the very sense in which Schmaler reaffirmed them as available for economists and policy experts in an encyclopedia article in which he responded to the discussions in Vienna and against which Weber's renewed intervention polemicized. As already in his review of Wundt, Neurath thus sided with Weber against Schmaler in the Werther-Thiel's trade, albeit without for these reasons refraining from considering the very issues of productivity which Filipovich had discussed. Neither party will have been pleased. Schmaler is unlikely to have appreciated that what for 31. 32. Him was the highest motive that ever moves a human heart. The world of ethical ideals was equated by Neurath with toothaches. Filipovich meanwhile stood accused of confusing the causal and the normative, that the effect of institutions, say, on the wealth of a given group constitutes the proper object of economics does not make it the inherent purpose of economics to increase wealth. Whether we approve of wealth has nothing to do with the investigation of the causal connections involved. The fact-value distinction which Filipovich sought to conflate was reaffirmed by Neurath as the dichotomy of normative and causal descriptive questions. The requirement of objectivity limited the authority of science to descriptive inquiry. Weber and Sombart, in turn, most likely remained unimpressed by the fact that the value-laden inquiries into productivity of a national economy, inquiries they meant to prohibit, were still being pursued, albeit now safeguarded by conditional and non-binding assumptions that fixed the purpose relative to which economic institutions were to be assessed as means. Neurath endorsed Filipovich's way of phrasing the problem: what are the consequences for the provision of goods to people that ultimately follow from the interaction of the individual's economies or households, from the entire free and social organization of a nation's economy? If it were objected that Neurath too investigated the causes of wealth for ultimately ameliorative purposes, his answer would be that this does not make the causal inquiry itself any less scientific. The content of theoretical economics is not ethicized if one uses its results to respond to problems which are selected according to criteria external to theoretical economics itself, just as chemistry is not hygienicized if one investigates how a certain poison can be destroyed. Neurath, in other words, was prepared to make the most of the phenomenon of value relevance of purely descriptive inquiries. He realized that, short of arrogating to oneself philosophical insight into unconditional normative demands, Weber's strictures still allowed for about as much engaged science as seemed demanded by the problems at hand. With these meta-theoretical matters cleared up more to his satisfaction, Neurath worked mainly on issues of war economy throughout World War I and selected them for his public examination lecture for his habilitation in political economy at the University of Heidelberg in July 1917. 66 Chapter 9, Economy in Kind, Calculation in Kind and War Economics of 1916, provides a summing up of what has been achieved on this theoretical front. Neurath now made the sharp distinction between in-kind economy as an organizational form and in-kind calculus as a way of determining economic decisions, noting the advances made towards the former during the World War and speculating on its further development, hitting on first formulations of what his later socialization plans will return to. The final sentence highlights the particular point of Neurath's combination of abstract theoretical and descriptive historical considerations. Theory best serves practice when it is unrealistic in a certain sense, when it is ahead of reality, not just following it. Only abstract theory allowed for the consideration of forms of economic organization possible in principle but historically as yet unrealized. At this point the theory outlined in Chapter 9 meets the organizational demands envisaged in Chapter 6. Chapter 10, The Conceptual Structure of Economics and Its Foundation of 1917, is given over entirely to the conceptual problems of economics in kind. Neurath's combination of doctrinal elements of the historical and the Austrian schools only succeeded, indeed, only became intelligible, given his campaign for the reorientation of the economic explanandum, as he had already urged in 1910. Whereas the historical school had neglected theory, Neurath held, the Austrian school had overemphasized price theory. Instead, one had to move towards a theory of real income. His point was to investigate the significance of different forms of organization for wealth. Such comparative work could not rely on the conceptual tools of traditional economics. Thus Neurath here developed in a systematic fashion a family of concepts centering on that of the condition of life and discussed in greater detail than anywhere else ways of assessing their denotata in the absence of cardinal measures. Though he rarely referred back to it, this paper may be called foundational for both his economics in kind and his later standard of living studies. It also represents the culmination of a series of studies in the development of a merely ordinally comparative calculus of utilities, beginnings of which we witnessed in Chapter 7 and one landmark result of which has already been translated as the problem of the pleasure maximum. 67 In fact, calling the object of Neurath's labor a calculus of utilities is misleading in as much as the conceptual tools developed represent the 33. 34. Skeleton of a thoroughly depsychologized theory of goods transfers. Moreover, this theory was mainly a representational system that did not or proscribe any transfers. Instead, by allowing for economic transactions to be embedded in a great variety of social institutions, it was intended for the comparison of different socio-economic orders in terms of their efficiency in delivering specifiable material benefits. Whatever his 1909 intervention may have meant in the Verein für Sozialpolitik, his 1917 reconceptualizations appear to have placed him squarely beyond the pale of the dominant economic theory of his day. 68. 2.4 Neurath and then contemporary economic theory. We are led to ask, in what relation, if any, did Neurath's program stand to the economic research of his day? What command of the literature does his work suggest? And what were the objectives relative to that body of doctrine that he set himself? First, Neurath was exceptionally well read. The anthology of classical texts in economics which he edited with Anna Shapiro-Neurath in 1910 features select passages from Plato, Aristotle, Orsmius, Thomas Morris, Beecher, Quesnay, Turgot, Galliani, Hume, Stoyart, Adam Smith, Malthus, Ricardo, Sismondi, Thanon, Liszt, Henry Carey, Rocher, Proudhon, Rodbertus, Gosson, John Stuart Mill, Marx, Vogelsang, Henry George. In addition, references in Chapter 7 and Neurath's betoken familiarity with the main economic authors of his day. These include not only the forerunners and founders of the historical and the Austrian schools and their then leading stalwarts as well as the protagonist of value-free social science and prominent opponents, alongside the neoclassical pioneers Jevons and Walras and the synthesist Marshall and standard authors on money like Knapp, but also authors who at the time had not yet reached the level of ubiquity in economic discussion they did reach, at least for a while, at a later date, Othmar Spann, Gustav Kassel, Ludwig von Mises, Joseph Schumpeter, Wilfried Pareto. 69 Even though Neurath did end up in a theoretical no man's land, it was not for want of orientation in the discipline. 70 Of particular interest for us right now are the last two theorists mentioned, Schumpeter and Pareto, whose first and second main works respectively were studied by Neurath soon after their publication. Like Kassel, they were equilibrium theorists in the tradition initiated by Walras. What did Neurath appreciate in their work and what did he reject and why? As is clear from his remarks in Chapter 7, Neurath rejected the assumptions constitutive of Homo economicus because of the a priori restrictions they put on courses of action appropriately considered in economics. One may have doubts whether Neurath was correct to see marginal utility theory as based on psychology. Members of the Austrian school following Menger other than Wieser would have rejected any suggestion of empirical modeling while Schumpeter and Pareto would only have credited it with heuristic value, but it does seem correct that the concentration on the Homo economicus was central to the elevation of price theory into the center of economics and the virtual elimination of concerns with real income. Conversely, like the Austrian advocates of demand and supply economics, Pareto and Schumpeter were suspicious of attempts like Neurath's to define and develop a different type of economic inquiry. Didn't he understand that economic behavior just was market behavior? It is important to note therefore that Neurath deviated quite willfully from the orthodoxy. Seeking to delineate the object of his economics, he defined his subject matter in Aristotelian terms, wealth. This Aristotelian concern with wealth he interpreted in terms opposite to Schumpeter, not as Beto-Kenning chromatics leading to price theory, but as dealing with the means for well-being, real income, not as denoting exchange but use value. Consistently so therefore, Neurath explicitly opposed Schumpeter's attempt to reduce the scope of economics to the theory of prices and market equilibrium. 71. On this point of course, Schumpeter stood for modern economics as such, whatever his own disagreements with the Austrian school. 72. Yet Neurath and Schumpeter were not wholly at odds and in one important respect instead were in significant agreement. Both espoused a similar economic methodology by embracing an empiricist instrumentalism with regard to theoretical concepts, and in this they were opposed to the a priorist realism of the Austrians. 73. Likewise, as is evident from comparison with the introductory chapter of Pareto's Manual, there obtained between Neurath and Pareto disagreement concerning the Homo economicus and some agreement concerning empiricist methodology. Now, given his practical concern with wealth, one might expect Neurath to have been sympathetic to a kind of utilitarian calculus. Much of his long 1911 paper on value theory was dedicated to devising 35. 36. Means of representing wealth and transfers of goods using only comparative, not cardinal measures. This already meant that the comparative utilities of some allocations of goods to the same person were not determinable, let alone the comparative utility of allocations to different persons. In the subsequent problem of the pleasure maximum, Neurath discussed the problems of utility scales further and drew more far-reaching consequences. 74. One of these is that since the notion of a pleasure maximum does not find application in some important cases, a utilitarian calculus cannot be made the basis of a general social theory. In then demanding that the solution of the maximization problem requires what nowadays is called an arbiter, it has been noted that Neurath anticipated the response to similar problems developed much later in game, social choice, and bargaining theory. If all interpersonal utility comparisons were disallowed, the impossibility of calculating social pleasure maxima would have followed immediately, of course. But Neurath did not go so far and allowed for the possibility of certain types of interpersonal comparisons of utility. Having previously noted that a unitary measure is not a necessary condition for comparability, he based his anti-utilitarian conclusion only on the unavailability of cardinal utility measures. With this rejection of cardinal utility, of course, Neurath joined forces with Pareto and the so-called ordinalist revolution in economics. 75. Accordingly, the question arises not only whether Neurath's rejection is owed to Pareto, but, more importantly, in what relationship, if any, to the ordinalist revolution this rejection places him. New research suggests that Pareto did not reject the concept of cardinal utility altogether. 76. Of course, Pareto showed that the entire theory of economic equilibrium is independent of utility and only requires indifference curves, which he took to rest on fact of experience, that is, on the determination of the quantities of goods which constitute combinations between which the individual is indifferent. But he also argued specifically that cardinality can only be computed, that is, that the value is unambiguous or unique up to linear transformation, if it can be assumed that the utility of a unit of a good is dependent only on the quantity of that good and nothing else. For Pareto, not only was cardinal utility dispensable for economics as a whole, but in itself it was calculable only if no complementary goods were involved. As for the origin of his own rejection of cardinal utility, Neurath provided no references, but his reasoning suggests that he was influenced in part by considerations from psychophysics, in order that pleasures, and not only pleasure intervals, should be measurable quantities, one would have to be able to fix a 0 point. Or, as he put it in Chapter 10 with reference to Fechner's method of psychophysical measurement, all we can do is unambiguously correlate a series of mutually comparable sensations and a series of measurable stimuli. Without an independent fixed point 0 we are unable to determine a unit measuring in absolute terms the quantity of pleasure involved, as intended by cardinal utility. In addition, and on separate grounds, Neurath also rejected the idea of an additive utility function, essential to the idea of cardinal utility. It is only under all sorts of provisos that one can speak of independent pleasures experienced by an individual. Much more often we have the case that one cannot speak of at all, but only of Neurath's rejection of cardinal utility sprang from considerations concerning both psychophysics and the complementarity of economic goods. Despite their outward agreement, the difference in Pareto's and Neurath's argumentation beyond their concern with complementarity is apparent. Still, his anti-cardinalist stance did put Neurath into the small vanguard of economic theorists wishing to do without cardinal utility before World War I. But this does not render Neurath an early pioneer of the ordinalist revolution of the 1930s. The reason is that the ordinalist revolution did not simply consist in the rejection of classical utilitarianism with its notion of additive utility functions. In addition, it also forwarded an interpretation of consumers' indifference curves as no longer denoting a subjective state but as standing for a system of preferences which itself was interpreted only instrumentally. 77. The theory of revealed preferences abstracted from any psychological realism, that consumers' behavior accorded with the predictions of economic theory was only taken to show that they behaved as if their system of preferences was consistent. Now such an operationalist attitude may be thought appropriate for logical empiricists like Neurath, but whatever his views on this matter in the 1940s, in the 1910s he did not agree with what became the tenets of the later theory of revealed preferences. This is evidenced already by his traditional use. 37. 38. Of pleasure for utility. Moreover, his unwillingness to reject interpersonal utility comparisons altogether sits very uneasily with the ordinalists who devised or adopted various ruses that allowed them to develop a form of welfare economics which made no use of such interpersonal comparisons at all. 78. Significantly, Neurath's Aristotelian conception of economics also relates to the older English tradition including Pigou that was swept away by the ordinalist revolution, the material welfare school. 79. Mainly remembered for their assumption of measurable utility, theorists of this school defined economics not in terms of the management of scarce resources and held it to center on price theory, but instead were concerned with deriving economic conditions that would bring about improvement of welfare. To do so, they called on interpersonal comparisons of utility which they thought of in terms of comparing the well-being of people. Unlike these English theorists, of course, Neurath was confronted by the problem of effecting interpersonal comparisons of well-being in the absence of cardinal utility. Caught this between a rock and a hard place, Neurath's distinction in Chapter 10 between a person's quality of life and their condition of life becomes particularly valuable. By developing a suitable set of indicators, comparative reasoning about welfare became possible even though no utils remained to be counted. It may be added that it seems that in later years Neurath could even have switched without loss from talk of pleasures to talk of preferences, though he is unlikely to have taken a reductive, purely operationalist attitude towards them. The important thing was that intersubjectively available criteria for choice were at hand, albeit not criteria that reduced to a unitary measure. In-kind calculation was the price Neurath had to pay for occupying his unusual theoretical niche, an early sceptic of cardinal utility who remained a material welfare theorist at heart. While Neurath rejected classical utilitarianism on the grounds that its notion of a pleasure maximum was defective, he did not therefore renounce consequentialist reasoning, nor did he think that this put an end to any form of economic reasoning about welfare. What was required instead was judgment. It is difficult to overemphasize this point. The required optimum measure was simply incomputable in simple algorithmic fashion. But this did not counsel desperation. There remained plenty of use for economics in laying out, in as much detail as possible, the choice situation one was faced with, for such information could make a difference to an agent in possession of it. It was the task of finding types of reliable indicators for incommensurable criteria in situations of socio-political choice that the reconceptualization of the basic categories of economics in Chapter 10 was meant to further. 80. 3. Part 3, Neurath's Writings on Socialization Theory. Chapters 11 through 14 outline and discuss Neurath's highly controversial socialization plans. The much-needed contextualization is unlikely to dispel all incredulity on part of the reader, but different strands in Neurath's reasoning and its reception must be distinguished. 3.1 The socialization debate in post-war Germany. The end of World War I produced a sad spectacle in defeated Germany. As the various deceptions of the old regime lay brutally exposed and the revolution got underway, the left was divided, anarchists excluded, into two parties, the majority Social Democrats and the independent Social Democrats, the latter still containing the soon-to-split Spartacists or Communists. 81 Moreover, well into the existence of the first ever German Republic, but already in the very period of transition, when, after the de facto abdication of the Kaiser on November 9, 1918 and the emergence of a Workers' and Soldiers' Council with as yet undefined powers, the traditional office of Chancellorship was occupied by the majority Social Democrat Friedrich Ebert. All attempts at far-reaching, even mid-range reforms were undermined by the leadership of the majority Social Democrats who seemed concerned to preserve as much of the old order as possible. 82-83 The coincidence of military defeat, constitutional crisis of state and the collapse of the economic order, evident to all in November 1918. Passed without consequences for the bourgeoisie who had reasserted its dominance in political decision-making by mid-1919. By then, pressure for the socialization of the economy, a slogan with fairly flexible meaning, emblematic for the revolutionary cause but soon hijacked by the government, previously often supported by strikes, had begun to subside, partly in response to brutal military suppression. It is indicative that the post-election social democratic government 39. 40. Merely passed a purely declarative law without any consequence in March 1919 and rejected not only the socialization scheme devised by its own Minister for the Economy Rudolf Wissel and his assistant Wichert von Moellendorf, but also the in part more moderate recommendations by the Socialization Commission, which had been convened by the earlier provisional government in November 1918 under pressure from the council movement and directed to work out comprehensive plans for the reorganization of the economy. 84 The events in Bavaria, where the declaration of a republic on November 8, 1918 preceded the overthrow of the Kaiser in Berlin, were subject to and part of this process of restoration, its final phase marking one of its tragic peaks. 85 What initially distinguished the Bavarian Revolution was that the leadership of the provisional government lay with the independent socialist Kurt Eisner. A well-known opponent of the war, an internationalist and an idealistic politician who attracted artists and intellectuals to the cause of creating a new society. Eisner's unwillingness to compromise democratic principles even contributed to the restoration. Left expressly uncensored, the press consistently falsified reports about his policies and person. 86 After his murder on February 21, 1919, on the way to offer his resignation to the newly constituted parliament, the situation became ever more unstable, ultimately leading to the declaration and violent suppression of two short-lived Soviet republics. Relatively independent observers like the painter Paul Klee, who had joined a committee of revolutionary artists only in April, spoke of this end as a tragedy, the collapse of a fundamentally ethical movement. 87 In the Bavarian Revolution, Neurath saw a chance for practical application of ideas he had been developing over the last decade. Having worked on socialization plans for Saxony with what came to be known as the Krenold-Neurath-Schumann program, he presented his ideas to Eisner and his Minister of Finance, Edgar Jaffe, as well as to the Munich Workers' Council on 23 and January 25, 1919, respectively. 88 Initially returned to Saxony, Neurath was recalled and appointed Socialization Commissioner on March 25, in which office he remained as an unpolitical official throughout the two short-lived Soviet republics. Neurath's talk of January 25, the character and course of socialization, and excerpts of his retrospective account Experiences of Socialization in Bavaria are already available in translation. Little needs to be added here concerning the events at issue, except to stress that Neurath's utopianism managed to land him in the crossfire of opponents from the right and the left. 89 As it happens, part of that opposition was based on a misunderstanding of Neurath's quasi-technical definition of utopian. All along, Neurath's concern with investigations of the relation between economic institutions and real income was comparative and practical, and thereby utopian only in the sense specified in a short essay written for the conclusion of Neurath's 1919 collection, translated as Utopia as a Social Engineer's Construction. It is quite unjustifiable to describe utopias as accounts of impossible happenings. It is much more sensible to describe as utopias all orders of life which exist only in thought and image but not in reality. Utopias could thus be set alongside the constructions of engineers, and one might with full justice call them the constructions of social engineers. The aim was the design of economic alternatives informed by historical and theoretical research. Taken in this social engineering sense, there was nothing revelatory or otherworldly about Neurath's conception of utopia, unlike Gustav Landauer's, a fellow revolutionary in Munich. 90 Neurath's utopias were possibilities realized only in thought. Neurath's utopianism was the conceptual exploration of socio-technical possibilities. 91 Neurath's conception of total socialization extended Popper Linko's idea of a allgemeinen Erbpflicht and Ballade Atlantic, a similar conception of a social state, and joined them in what could be called a tradition of scientific utopianism. Its central tenet was well characterized by the Austrian socialist Anton Menger: we are confronted with an unscientific utopia only when the invention of the future social system presupposes that after the introduction of the new social order the behavior of people is guided by very different motives, or that the causal nexus would operate differently than it does in the current order. 92 As long as this restriction was observed, no stigma attached to the design of models of alternative socio-economic organizations according to non-Marxist socialists. In another sense, of course, opponents objected that Neurath's socialization plans were utopian in that they were unworkable. As a point. 41. 42. Of historical fact this was correct, but was this inevitable? Was the failure a consequence of local tactical political mistakes? Did it spring from a general overestimation of the readiness of the population of a developed capitalist country to undergo, even under duress, radical experiment, or was the failure principled in that a contradictory theory was presupposed? 93 We must guard against taking Neurath's involvement and proposals to be more extraordinary than they were already. As noted, with the collapse of the respective empires, forceful though often vague demands for socialization became the order of the day not only in Germany but also Austria and Hungary. Given that according to Marxist theory it was countries like Germany that were ripe for a socialism, it is no surprise that not only proletarian socialists but also many academic socialists of the chair got involved in these debates. The belief that, in some sense, socialism stands at the door was not uncommon among social scientists. Roughly, in early 1919 the menu of stances taken by parties of the left vis-a-vis socialization was as follows: the majority social democratic position, following Eduard Bernstein's revisionist talk of growing into socialism, counseled merely intensified social policy without expropriation or forced catalyzation. The then independent Social Democrat Koskai in Germany and the Austrian Social Democrat Otto Bauer opted for the nationalization of mature firms and forced cartelization of mature branches of industry. Neither of the two heeded the call for workers' control at their places of work. To address this issue, Karl Korsch devised a system of effective works councils, paralleling the political council or Soviet system of democracy from below. Another alternative then only emergent was the Bolshevist example of the dictatorship of the proletariat, with socialization cum nationalization and a plan imposed from above, without either effective works or political councils, but instead a vanguard party. 94 Numerous other conceptions, including Neurath's, fell somewhere in between or used only some of the elements identified so far. Consider the ideas which, as noted, even the elected official government of 1919 was forced to entertain. Of these plans, the so-called Wissel-Moellendorf plan of May 1919 was the more radical one, arguing for a compulsory grouping of all the branches of industry and agriculture into cartels to be managed by representatives of workers and employers. Besides being represented on these managerial bodies, workers and employers were each to be organized in local and district interest groups and in turn represented, alongside the managerial bodies, in a national economic council that would undertake the not further specified direction of the economy. The Socialization Commission meanwhile, which the elected government reconvened in 1920, having driven it to resignation in 1919, issued 2 reports. In the preliminary report of February 1919, its majority demanded the nationalization of coal mines and related industries, as it did when reconvened to issue a report in July 1920. The minority position on both occasions opted merely for a state-run cartel without expropriation. 95. Considering the participation in the Socialization Commission of well-known political economists like Rudolf Hilferding, Emil Lederer, Joseph Schumpeter, and Robert Wilbrand, all of whom voted with the majority in the first report, Neurath's involvement in the socialization movement was not unusual, nor his work in a governmental agency dedicated to it. Rather, it was the nature of the government he ended up serving under and the nature of his proposals that set him apart. For Neurath, the Commission's plans, like those independently devised by Bauer and Koski, failed in asking only for partial socialization, unlike the Wissel-Moellendorf plan, and yet went further than needed by requiring expropriation. The Wissel-Moellendorf plan, meanwhile, left the complex issue of the overall economic plan out of consideration. Nevertheless, there are certain basic commonalities between the Wissel-Moellendorf plan and the Knold-Neurath-Schumann program insofar as the former incorporated some of the pancartelist ideas which also found employment in the latter. 96. What distinguishes Neurath's plans was the idea that a socialized economy required altogether different tools than a market economy, an economic plan and calculation in kind. In consequence, his schemes, unlike those devised by Korsch, left no room for works councils in managerial entrepreneurial capacities. 97. Most commentators tend to agree with Neurath's repeated complaint that the revolutions in Germany and Austria-Hungary found the parties of the left without any concrete plans for the reorganization of the 43. 44. Economy and the state apparatus. 98. This unpreparedness at the point of revolution did not distinguish the German and Austrian socialists from the Russian Bolsheviks, of course. By contrast, Neurath did stand out. Important questions arise here, but it would appear to be misleading to claim that the system of Central-East planning that was introduced into the Soviet economy was significantly indebted to the conception of an administrative economy as outlined by Neurath in his 1919 collection of essays. 99. To be sure, the lacuna of the political which characterized Neurath's plans would have provided a welcome opportunity for the communists to ridicule his leading idea that reorientation of the production process was more important than nationalization, as Menshevist and fake socialization intended to blind the masses, all the while it also enabled them to employ his large-scale economic schemes in the service of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 100. Central aspects of Neurath's concept of socialization, however, never made it to Moscow, whereas the concept of an administrative economy as such was at least implicit already in the writings of Marx and Engels. Still, readers will wonder whether the implementation of Neurath's plans does not, after all, require an authoritarian state. 101. Here it is important to note that, according to his proposals, the ratification of any particular socialization plan, indeed, of the entire socialization project, by the representatives of the people was presupposed throughout. 102. Moreover, as noted, Neurath preached tolerance of different economic forms within the overall economic plan. But what about the Allgemeine Arbeitspflicht, the legally binding obligation for individuals to work, of which also the Communist Manifesto and other socialist projections like Babel's Woman in Socialism had spoken? Neurath's plans also upheld the Allgemeine Arbeitspflicht, like fellow scientific utopians Ballot Atlanticus and Popper Linkus, and like them complemented this universal duty to work with a guaranteed allocation of income. Various of our chapters show Neurath concerned with liberty and diversity under socialism, but in this respect the Knold-Neurath-Schumann program remains unyielding. 103. The organizational schemes developed in chapters 11, 12, and 13 are versions of the Knold-Neurath-Schumann plan. 104. Chapter 11, A System of Socialization, and Chapter 12, Total Socialization, were written shortly after the Munich experience and systematize in greater detail what his lecture to the Workers' Council only sketched. Overlapping largely in content, they show well how Neurath modulated his message for different audiences. Chapter 11 was addressed to the academic readership of the respected Archiv für Sozialwissenschaft und Sozialpolitik 105, where at the time problems of socialization were discussed by prominent economists, some of whom were also members of the Socialization Commission. 106. Chapter 12 originally was a small brochure addressed to the public at large as the 15th in the series Deutsche Gemeinwirtschaft, published by the well-known Eugen Diederichs Verlag, whose 18 volumes included the Wissel-Moellendorf plan and sold a total of more than 40,000 copies. 107. Chapter 13, Economic Plan and Calculation in Kind of 1925, originally a small book put out by a Berlin publisher of Austro-Marxist literature, carried on the theme but now clearly and directly addressed the workers' movement and sought to respond both to Marxist critics and to Mises. Chapter 14, Socialist Utility Calculation and Capitalist Profit Calculation, an unduly overlooked 1925 article from Der Kampf, the theoretical journal of the Austrian Socialist Party, leaves organizational problems alone and instead addressed once more the question of the distinguishing feature of socialist economic calculation with an important argument not featured in the book of the same year. In the article, Neurath argued that unlike monetary profit calculation, in-kind calculation can address issues of environmental sustainability and intergenerational ecological concerns precisely by allowing for judgment concerning incommensurables in the reasoning employed. 108. Chapters 11 and 12 were published in 1920. The immediate pressure for practical socialization measures on the government had been averted by then, but the theoretical discussion amongst proponents continued. By 1925, when chapters 13 and 14 were published, the possibility of concrete actions had receded even further and the in-principle discussion had taken a new turn. Now it was not so much the how of socialization that stood at the center of attention, but the whether. Neurath's emphasis too began to turn from the organizational to the calculatory aspect. Moreover, his discussion shows that he had abandoned his previous unpolitical stance and sought to anchor his views in the Marxist tradition. Both shifts of emphasis reflect the reception which his previous proposals had received. Neurath's challenge to the very principles of capitalist economics, his championing of an alternative way of calculating economic efficiency, calculation in kind, had raised and run into most determined opposition on the right and on the left. 45. 46. Critics questioned the plausibility of his proposals and the propriety of his motives. Recall that behind Neurath's demand for the socialist transformation of the economy lay the same idea that also motivated his scientific project from early on: the socio-economic system of the day did not deliver. In early 1919 he too invoked the complaint of the injustice of private ownership of the means of production, but mainly focused on the repeated convulsions and crises of the economy resulting in millions going hungry and mass unemployment. It is a major object of socialization to end this state of madness. Neurath himself favored discussion of the technological reason for socialization, but he also noted, whether one opts for socialization or against it is a political question, a question of will. If those who opt against it wish to influence those who opt for it, then they must show that the traditional economic order is more economical and brings with it less disease, misery, and hatred than a socialized one, or that socialization is impossible in principle. Soon Neurath got what he asked for. By 1921, arguments of precisely such types had begun to be leveled at him from critics on the right and left. Liberal critics questioned the plausibility and practicability of his proposals, while Marxists questioned the probity of his schemes by questioning provenance of his ideas. 3.2 Early free market criticisms. Defenders of the market economy were Ludwig von Mises, Max Weber, and later Friedrich August von Hayek. In fact, some of their arguments in what became known as the socialist calculation debate are much better remembered than the theorist against whom they were first directed. Even so, their calculation arguments are not often enough distinguished. Whereas Mises and Weber predominantly argued for the need for precisely what Neurath claimed could not be provided, namely, a universal unit of value that allowed one to determine an economically rational course of action, Hayek brought to the fore the practical issue of how to gather, encompass, and process all the statistical data that planning in kind was to be based on. 109 Mises and Weber were concerned with what can be called the rationality problem, Hayek with the information problem. But even between the former we have to draw distinctions. 110 Weber, having distinguished between formal and material or evaluative rationality, determined only the former to be a proper object of economic inquiry, the latter carrying value concepts that, we saw, he felt science had no business investigating. Formal rationality determined the best means for a given aim and did not consider the aims themselves. Weber also distinguished between household accounting, which weighs the marginal utility of goods of consumption, and the accounting of a firm, which computes the profitability of different uses of production goods. The importance of the distinction lay in allowing Weber to stress that calculation in kind was formally effective in household accounting in selecting an optimal allocation as long as goods were not heterogeneous, whereas in other cases it could not reach such unicity. For Weber, however, this meant that formal rationality could never be fully realized in economies operating with economic calculation in kind, for outside of the household, where a schedule of comparative costs and benefits was imperative, especially with regards to labor and production or higher-order goods, calculation in kind was impossible altogether. The problem is fundamental to any kind of complete socialization. We cannot speak of a rational planned economy so long as in this decisive respect we have no instrument for elaborating a rational plan. 111 Weber argued with the authority of an economic historian who met Neurath on his own patch, pointing to the limitations of ancient in-kind economies and stressing that modern war economy provided an inappropriate example for modern peacetime economies. Whereas the former returned to the principles of household economy, the latter essentially developed on the market principle. Beyond the calculation problem, Weber also pointed to the independent problem of the comparative importance of the satisfaction of different wants, provision for which is, under given conditions, equally feasible. In a market, of course, this problem was solved by profitability considerations in light of consumer purchasing power. In its absence it could be solved only by adherence to tradition or by an arbitrary dictatorial regulation. For Weber, the problem of missing consumer sovereignty underscored that money calculation was necessary as a measure of formally rational economic decisions not only as regards the issue of how to produce but also of what to produce and how to distribute it. Finally, Weber noted the motivation problem of planned economies, the weakening of the incentive to labor. In effect, Weber presented a philosophically, economically, and historically grounded updating of Albert Schoffel's by then canonical three-part argument against socialism in his often reprinted Die Kantessenz des Sozialismus. 112. 47. 48. Whereas Weber remained ambivalent about capitalism in terms of its material rationality, Mises had no such qualms that the market mechanism provided the unqualifiedly best outcome. Mises lauded Neurath only to condemn him. Recognizing correctly that a truly socialist economy must do without money, Neurath merely overlooks the insuperable difficulties that would have to develop with economic calculation in the socialist commonwealth. These difficulties were very similar to those Weber had outlined. Mises also cited the motivation problem and the absence of consumer sovereignty but laid particular stress on the rationality problem. Like Weber, he did not tie all economic rationality to monetary calculation but held that calculation in natura, in an economy without exchange, can embrace consumption goods only, it completely fails when it comes to deal with goods of a higher order. And as soon as one gives up the conception of freely established monetary prices for goods of a higher order, rational production becomes completely impossible. Every step that takes us away from private ownership of the means of production and from the use of money also takes us away from rational economics. Thus Mises concluded that we are faced with the spectacle of a socialist economic order floundering in the ocean of possible and conceivable economic combinations without the compass of economic calculation. Socialism is the abolition of rational economy. It would lead too far here to analyze Weber's and Mises' arguments in detail. But we may note that there seem to be two complementary strands involved, one to the conclusion that, as a matter of principle, calculation in kind does not measure up to what economic rationality requires, the other to the conclusion that, as a matter of practical fact, calculation in kind does not help in the imputation problem concerning the weight of different factors of production. Weber claimed that by calculation in kind the problem of imputation of the part contributed to the total output of an economic unit by the different factors of production and by different executive decisions is not capable of the kind of solution which is at present attained by calculation of profitability in terms of money, namely, an objective solution. Not only is money calculation more precise in practical terms, he contrasted the very crude estimates of calculation in kind with the capacity of money calculation to always deliver a determinate solution in principle, but calculation in kind also relates essentially to substantive rationality and so to subjective valuations and thereby endangers the scientific standing of the calculation. Only monetary calculation, so Weber, escapes this slide from science into mere opinion. It would seem that the root of Weber's rationality argument lies in the sharp delimitation of what objective science may or may not consider. 113 For Mises the principled and practical aspects of the rationality were likewise closely interlinked. He also noted that calculation in kind, by appealing to use values, remains invariably subjective, and he stressed that only the commensurability afforded by monetary calculations affords objectivity. To this end he offered a variety of interlinked considerations. There is an argument definitional in nature, the claim that use values offer no unit measure, and some remarks about the daunting complexity of facts that market price automatically takes account of and renders manageable. The latter is of course the point that Hayek later on was to make his central anti-socialist platform as the information argument. Economic planning is thwarted by the practical impossibility to process all the information required, but as yet it was not clearly foregrounded. 114 For Mises, the rationality argument proceeded from the belief that without recourse to exchange value expressed in money terms we are left with use values which resist representation that allow all imputation problems to be solved unambiguously. It would appear that Neurath had certain difficulties facing up to the argument that without a market in goods and means of production, no economic rationality was possible. That the quantitative comparative in-kind calculus did not offer solutions to all sorts of situations, it did not always assign an optimum in the choice between alternative uses of a resource, was a point Neurath had made since his 1909. Did this really mean, however, that such incompleteness disqualified calculations in kind as non-economic, as Mises had it, for they could not handle production goods? And was it correct that in-kind considerations were insufficiently grounded in fact to count as scientific, as Weber suggested? Was that not to render capitalist profit calculation absolute? Over the next 25 years Neurath responded in different ways to these 49. 50. Challenges. Besides his comments on Mises in Chapter 13, the argument of Chapter 14 and his late comments in Chapter 17, readers are also advised to consult a short monograph of 1935, translated as What is Meant by Rational Economic Theory. 115 There Neurath offered a restatement only of his proposals for calculation in kind, albeit one that due to his decision to forego discussion of particular theses by particular authors remained unnecessarily cryptic. The readers must decide whether Neurath did have an adequate answer to Weber and Mises, but the following considerations may be taken into account. Neurath responded most consistently to the charge that calculation in kind was inappropriate in principle. It was wrong to argue that the indeterminacies of in-kind calculation indicated the impossibility of its employment in economics, rather, they presented a challenge for a new economics, an economics of welfare in terms of real income. 116. The very incompatibility of the definitions of Mises and Neurath's preferred types of economics only gives weight to the dismissal of calculation in kind if Mises' claim to be the exclusive representative of economic science is granted. For Mises, economic science originated in discussions of money price of goods and services. Neurath, by contrast, took rational economic theory to mean a representation of the correlation between life orders and life situations, and for good measure declared monetary calculation an idol and rejected it as neither logically adequate nor scientifically adequate, namely, for the type of economics he wanted to develop. That Neurath chose to haggle with Mises over the title rational economics without offering a direct response to the problem Mises had raised leaves his counter deeply unsatisfactory, as long as 2 points are not noticed. There is, first, his ecological argument in Chapter 14, which seeks to establish that monetary calculation alone is insufficient for rational economic behavior in its own terms. It complements his argument in Chapter 13 that Mises too admitted in-kind measures of economic efficiency and seems immune to Mises' counterclaim in that his concession was limited to monopoly goods and so ultimately insignificant. Second, note that in 1935 Neurath had begun to disaggregate what had become too closely associated in the socialization plans of 1919/20, calculation in kind and economy in kind. Neurath's stress on their separability is justified as there can arise a need for calculation in kind independently of administering an economy in kind, as in the ecological considerations explored in Chapter 14. Moreover, the decoupling of calculation in kind and economy in kind was not entirely new. Already before World War I Neurath had explored the former, and while he had insisted all along on the latter as a theoretical possibility to be kept in mind, it was only his experience of the war that propelled him to argue for its practical implementation. The long-term trajectory of development which these observations suggest is that of a return to something like his original position after an intensely political phase up to the early 1930s. If indeed Neurath did so reconsider, then his refusal to engage with the imputation problem in what is meant by rational economic theory, may be taken as conceding the point that calculation in kind cannot deliver the determinate costs of the factors of production as money calculation can. But while the imputation problem pertained to running an economy in kind, Neurath would now be concerned to defend calculation in kind as a sound approach on its own, albeit suitable for different problems. Accordingly, Neurath would have come to distinguish sharply between arguments for an economy in kind as a desirable social institution and arguments for calculation in kind as a superior mode of computing welfare. Once the incommensurability of different goods is accepted, only the former is adversely affected by the calculation problem, and only the latter was defended by Neurath as staunchly as ever, insisting on a notion of economic efficiency that was not market-determined. 117 Against Mises and Weber, Neurath rejected the claim that profitability represented the only measure of rationality that pertained to economic activity and insisted on the propriety of a notion of productivity by which to compare the efforts not only of individual households but also entire social orders. Welfare economics had to proceed by means of in-kind calculations, for welfare itself is a multicriterial concept and cannot be flattened into monetary units. 118. 3.3 Socialist criticisms. Turning to Neurath's critics on the left, we may note right away that the reading of Neurath's political economy just developed is consistent with the fact that in response to Weber's, Mises and, later, Hayek's arguments, Neurath never opted for one common socialist response to the calculation problem, namely, market socialism. 51. 52. Indeed, hardly ever discussed it in print. There have been many forms of market socialism. The best known, Oscar Lange's, envisaged a market in consumer goods and labor only, promising to solve the imputation problem by mimicking a competitive process for production goods with a kind of shadow pricing system for the costs of factors of socialist production, to be updated in light of consumer market response. 119 While still insisting on planned production, unlike the more recent versions of market socialism involving independent and self-governing cooperatives, this earlier version allowed no market in production factors, Lang conceded the claim that economic calculation of production costs required prices and so retained money and the market. Not only is Neurath likely to have disagreed with Lang and to have rejected market socialism as self-contradictory, but he also never responded positively to the forms of market socialism proposed in the prior Austrian and German debate until the early 1930s. 120 Whether his inattention to discussions of what Hayek was to call the competitive solution is yet another instance of his disinterest in solving the imputation problem and arguing for economies in kind in the mid and later 30 seconds is, again, debatable. There can be no doubt, however, that Neurath was long familiar with the various issues involved. What Wieser first called the imputation problem was but a successor to the problem in classical economics of how to derive the proportional contribution of the factors land, capital, and labor to cases of joint production. Objectors held that marginal utility only allowed the computation of the price of consumption goods present in given quantities but not for that of production goods. In response, the Austrians developed the theory of opportunity cost and derived the utility functions of production goods from given utility functions of consumer goods, in contrast to neoclassicals who preferred to solve the problem on the basis of knowledge of consumers' preferences, technological conditions of production and the initial ownership of the factors of production. But the imputation problem also furnished one of the points of contention in the argument between subjective value theory and the labor theory of value, its complement in Marxism being the so-called transformation problem of deriving the prices of commodities from their values as determined by the amount of socially necessary labor contained in them. Marx's solution in the third volume of Capital was famously criticized by Baumgartner, setting off numerous responses and even playing a role in the split between orthodox Marxists around Koskai and the revisionists around Bernstein. Not all of those who criticized Marx's labor theory of value as inadequate opted for either the Austrian or the neoclassical value theory, however, or even rejected Marxism tout court. While Bortkevik's pioneering efforts in this direction remained generally unheeded, Sraffa's more recent analysis that a Marxian surplus analysis of wages, profits, and prices can be given independently of the labor theory of value has become widely but not universally accepted. 121 Now the labor theory of value is notable for its absence throughout Neurath's writings. 122 A sometime student of Bortkevik's and participant in Baumgartner's seminar, Neurath did not specify why he rejected it, but he was familiar with the standard arguments against it as well as its competitor conception. 123 Though he had pledged allegiance to the subjectivist conception of economic value in his textbook and remained skeptical of objective values as such, his opposition to Austrian and neoclassical economics suggests that he went on to historicize subjectivist claims to have determined the laws of economic value as such. In any case, Neurath never seriously considered solving the imputation problem by recourse to the labor theory of value, a common response not only for orthodox defenders of Marx against Baumgartner and Bortkevik's, but also for some Marxists responding to Mises' challenge. Thus in Chapter 13 Neurath also argued that the concept of labor did not furnish the units of measurement with which to cost factors of production. 124 Neurath's defense of calculation in kind set him at odds not only with fellow Austrians like Mises but also with fellow Marxists. He joined the latter in arguing for a criterion for economic decision alternative to that of entrepreneurial profit, while he joined the former in arguing that price did not reflect an underlying objective quantity. 125 The basic tone of Marxist opposition to Neurath was set by Karl Koskai. In the socialization debate of 1919-20, he belonged to the moderate socializers and the opponents of total socialization. More than that, Koskai represented the very social democratic orthodoxy whom Neurath and others accused of having stifled constructive thinking about the socialist society of the future. Still in 1922, as throughout the pre-war years, Koskai proudly defended his stance that persuaded the self-consciously scientific socialists of the Social Democratic Party, reconstituted after the repeal of Bismarck's anti-socialist laws, to 53. 54. Eschew utopianism in its Erfurt program of 1891. At the same time, Koski must have felt aggrieved that his own sober projections of the socialist future were disrespected. Didn't he contribute a sympathetic though critical preface to the first edition of Ballad Atlanticus Zukunftstate? 126. And was it not him who had spoken about the morrow of the revolution already in 1902, theorizing about the anticipated future and jettisoning there for the first time the previously cherished belief that socialism meant the absence of market and prices? In 1922 Koski argued against what Mises and Neurath were agreed on, that socialism meant the absence of money and market, as someone who had opposed this position all along. After the labor revolution, money calculation would continue and the market remain, even though the means of production would be socialized and anarchical production for the market overcome. In a socialist society, means of production would belong to the whole of the consumers, who would then be synonymous with the whole of the workers. The whole body of consumers, in conjunction with the producers of every branch of production, would determine the scale of production and the level of prices on the basis of their knowledge of the economic conditions. Production as well as prices would thenceforth move on far more uniform lines. The figures of production and of the prices of particular commodities could then deviate from those transmitted from the capitalist period, if social interest required it. Koski's answer to Mises' challenge that the labor theory of value could not solve the imputation problem consisted in the simple insistence that it could solve after all the transformation problem such that, with surplus calculations removed, socially necessary labor units would yield the money prices necessary for rational economic calculation. 127 Koski restated his position of 1902, which marked him as an early opponent of the idea of a money-free socialist economy. He conceded that in a communist society work would be regulated by a plan such that workers are assigned to the different branches of production according to a plan. How then was it possible to fix the level of production of every nationalist enterprise on the basis of a calculation of the existing state of the forces of production and the given demand such that it can ensure that every enterprise receives not only the necessary workers but also the necessary production goods and that the finished products find their consumers, without end in a barrack nation, a prison state? It only is required to render the organization which so far was an unconscious one into a conscious one, in which the calculation in advance of all relevant factors takes the place of corrections due to the play of supply and demand. An incomplete and unsteady proportionality of the different branches of production is already in existence. We need not create it from scratch but only have to complete it and render it steady. As with money and prices, there is no need to begin afresh but we can continue from what is historically given, only to extending some aspects and restricting others and tightening loose connections. As he did 20 years later, given the social direction of production under socialism, Koski held that the labor time invested in products will retain its decisive weight for their evaluation and it is natural to continue on from the historically given prices. Somehow or other, the labor theory of value was expected to correct and thereby redeem market prices. Far too many details are missing here, though clearly anti-socialists would dismiss his idea that he could mimic a market in production goods when there was none, as did Ng. Pearson, who argued against Koski early on that the non-homogeneity of labor precludes the computation of the value of factors of production by its means. Against this background, it was not surprising that Koski argued against Neurath by mixing criticism of the alleged authoritarian nature of his economic scheme with a hapless confusion of Neurath's plan with whistles in order to render its supposedly anti-socialist tendency plain. In addition, Neurath was criticized for being unconcerned with production. 128 But what really had to be shown was that a theory so vulnerable to objections as Neurath's appeared to be to Mises, was not a theory a right-thinking socialist would embrace. Indeed, not a Marxist theory at all. According to Dr. Neurath, money follows its own course, which is quite anarchical and not to be influenced by anything. I agree with Marx, who regarded this idea as a mere appearance. Although the movement of money is merely the expression of the circulation of commodities, yet the contrary appears to be the actual fact, and the circulation of commodities seems to be the result of the movement of money. With the character of the circulation of commodities, that of the movement of the money also alters. There is no such thing as a movement of money, which operates as a socially independent and utterly uncontrollable force. 55. 56. Thus Neurath shows himself to be far inferior to Marx in his knowledge of these matters. Whether Neurath ascribed to money such an agency is of course very much debatable. In conclusion, Koski noted that without money, only two kinds of economy are possible: the not yet realizable communist one of which Marx spoke when he coined the phrase "from each according to his ability, to each according to his need," and one where the whole of the productive activity in the state would form a single factory, under one central control, which would assign its tasks to each single business, collect all the products of the entire population, and assign to each business its means of production and to each consumer his means of consumption in kind. With consumer sovereignty denied, the ideal of such a condition is the prison or the barracks. This barbarous monotony lurks in fact behind the ideas of the natural economy of socialism. Koski's charge that outside of Marx's utopia an economy in kind means a socialism of the barracks can be granted only if Neurath's remarks on how the practice of economic tolerance is possible within his framework are entirely disregarded. 129. Yet supposedly exposed as un-Marxian, Neurath was abandoned to Mises' critique. 130. Since he relied on the labor theory of value, however, Koski's own argument was on shaky ground and no better off than Neurath's, as Mises argued, again, with reference to the assumption of the homogeneity of labor. 131. Still, Koski's criticisms of Neurath were soon considered canonical, not only by his son Benedict, who extended the feud even to Neurath's visual education efforts and methodology for pictorial statistics, but also by Austro-Marxists like Helene Bauer and Cathy and Otto Lichter, who expanded on it in various respects. 132. Of course, Neurath's Marxist critics were right in one sense: he wasn't one of them in that if ever he invoked injustice, he was concerned more with the needless suffering than the property relations of capitalism. In fact, most Marxists are likely to have been offended by some part of Neurath's mid-1920s Marxism. For instance, like Korsch and Lukács, Neurath was anti-orthodox, but unlike them not of Hegelian Leninist inspiration. Like Koski, Neurath aimed for a scientific conception of Marxism, but unlike him did not endorse the mechanistic interpretation of historical materialism. 133. Neurath belonged in the first place to the tradition of non-Marxian socialists, but he was no less radical for it. Neurath's revolutionary voluntarism was derived from the tradition of scientific utopians, and his humanist socialism anticipated the rediscovery of the young Marx, who by then was still largely unknown. Neurath backed up his Marx with social Epicureanism. Neurath's humanism in Chapter 13 found a mixed reception. His concern with the foundations of a significantly higher development of society was lauded by a reviewer in the Austro-Marxist Der Kampf, whereas a review in Grunberg's Archive considered it a superfluous and boring diversion from the overdue specification of concrete methods for the statistical determination of demand, for the management of trusts, and from the overdue recognition of the political power base required for socialization. 134. Given that the material of Chapter 14 which engaged the opposition at its most vulnerable was not contained in Chapter 13, the latter reviewer's impatience with its lack of positive advice or details on practical economic planning is not wholly unjustified. 4. Part 4, Economics and Social Science in Unified Science. The papers in Part 4 all date from the last 15 years of his life, when Neurath was most active, at first via the Social and Economic Museum in Vienna, which he had founded in 1925, and later by self-styled institutes in exile, in the development, propagation, and application of new tools for visual education. At the same time, Neurath was also significantly involved in the philosophical discussions of Moritz Schlick's Vienna Circle with, amongst others, Rudolf Carnap and his fellow discussion partners from before World War I Hans Hahn and Philipp Frank, and by the mid-1930s he took a leading role in the ever more international unity of science movement. The programmatic manifesto of the Circle, co-authored by Neurath, as well as some of his own important writings on unified science and other topics in the philosophy of science, are available in translation in the 2 previous volumes of Neurath papers in this series. In these 2 volumes there are a number of Neurath's writings from the period under discussion that, together with 2 further monographs, also bear on social science and economics in particular. For comments. 57. 58. On social science generally readers are advised to compare the excerpts from Empirical Sociology, the slightly later Erkenntnis article Sociology in the Framework of Physicalism, the short conference paper The Social Sciences and Unified Science, and the somewhat idiosyncratic contribution to the International Encyclopedia of Unified Science Foundations of the Social Sciences. The latter also contains remarks on economics which reflect earlier comments in his translated monograph What is Rational Economic Theory? Presenting Neurath's response to his critics in the calculation debate up to that date. Some of Neurath's later thoughts on the theory of planning are available in his paper International Planning for Freedom, and his last views on new forms of global governance in an unfinished manuscript are now available in full as Visual Education, Humanization vs. Popularization, which complements his isotype illustrated comments on global modernization and cultural modernity in his Modern Man in the Making. 4.1 The meaning of physicalism and unified science. Neurath's contributions from this later period require less contextualization than do his earlier ones. It will be helpful nevertheless to begin with a few words on a characteristic doctrine of Neurath's from this period that has been consistently misunderstood, most spectacularly so by his critic Hayek: physicalism. 135 Long thought to signify reductionism at its most rabid, its use by Neurath hides different doctrines of quite different intent. We can distinguish between 3 of them: the epistemological, the metalinguistic, and the nomological conception of physicalism. The first of them, important though it is, need not detain us here. This is his conception of physicalism as a comprehensive attitude, which has been identified as the position of what is nowadays called epistemological naturalism, the denial of epistemological a prioricism. Roughly, such a position seeks to explain, and legitimate, scientific knowledge claims in a scientific manner. Importantly, Neurath's early version of this doctrine differs from Quine's later one in allowing social science also to play a role in this explanation of scientific knowledge. Moreover, Neurath's epistemological naturalism does not rely, like many contemporary versions, on a scientific realism that invokes the correspondence theory of truth, but incorporates certain constructivist elements on the meta-epistemological level concerning notions such as justification. 136. The second conception of physicalism that we need to distinguish is the metalinguistic notion, which concerns the guiding conception of the language of science. It is instructive to compare Carnap here. For him, physicalism simply meant that every language of science, that is the languages of all its different disciplines, can be translated into the language of physics. This is easily read as materialism clad in metalinguistic garb, but Carnap intended to make no ontological claims whatsoever. Carnap's physicalism originally required the complete translatability of the languages of all the sciences into that of physics, but this was gradually relaxed. Neurath's metalinguistic physicalism was centered differently. Every scientific statement is a statement about a law-like order of empirical facts. Neurath linked his metalinguistic thesis of physicalism closely to the empiricist criterion of meaningfulness, and already at a very early stage sought to allow for non-reductive forms of it. Physicalism only makes pronouncements about what can be related back to observation statements in some way or other. Beyond this, Neurath determined meaningfulness as inextricably linked to the availability of intersubjective evidence, and he rejected the possibility of private languages already in 1931. Importantly, he determined that the language in which such test procedures are formulated was to be not the theoretical language of physics itself, but the physicalistically cleansed everyday language. Neurath's conception of the physicalistic language was never bound to the language of physics as such. In concert, these points result in a conception of metalinguistic physicalism which compensates for its explicit lack of precision in comparison to Carnap by presenting an alternative. In place of Carnap's translatability, Neurath put testability. For him, metalinguistic physicalism did not represent a logical condition on the relation of individual expressions of high theory in the different disciplines of unified science, but an epistemological condition on the admissibility of whole statements into unified science. 2 points are notable here. First, for Neurath, metalinguistic physicalism expressed the condition of empiricism. For him, physicalistic statements are statements about spatio-temporal structures. Only those statements are admissible that can be tested, or, as Neurath put it, controlled, by direct or indirect reference to intersubjectively available observational facts. It follows that also social scientific theories must allow for derivations that can be formulated in the everyday language speaking of spatio-temporal structures and can be tested as 59. 60. Such. Neurath's adoption of the term behaviorism is also to be understood in this spirit. It meant simply the limitation to physicalistic statements, that is, to statements about human activities as taking place in space and time. While he did not stress it, we may note that this includes talk of many of the intervening variables which for the psychologists mentioned had become illegitimate. Thus note not only that Neurath was open in principle to Freud's psychoanalysis, he headed a working group dedicated to the physicalization of Freud's texts, but also that his own theory of scientific evidence statements makes explicit reference to intentional phenomena via locutions like speech thinking, thinking person, etc. 137. Thus Neurath wrote, while avoiding metaphysical trappings, it is in principle possible for physicalism to predict future human action to some degree from what people plan and intend. But the practice of individual and social behaviorism shows that one reaches far better predictions if one does not rely too heavily on these elements, which stem from self-observation, but on others which we have observed in abundance by different means. It was in this sense that Neurath expounded a social behaviorism that ultimately comprehends all sociology, political economy, history, etc. We may be skeptical about the value of the exclusive use of overtly behavioristic procedures. The point here is that Neurath's physicalism was not limited to them. The second point to be noted is that Carnap's physicalism originally required the translatability of individual terms. This amounts to the reducibility of all the terms of the special sciences to the terms of the language of physics. Neurath's epistemological take requires only that admissible statements be logically related to statements that can be correlated as wholes with statements of the physicalistic common language of observation. From Neurath's metalinguistic physicalism therefore does not follow what followed from Carnap's, that all the individual terms admissible into unified science be definable in the terms of physical theory. All this suggests that we interpret Neurath's metalinguistic physicalism as at least in intention a partial form of what nowadays is called non-reductive physicalism. Of course, Neurath did not employ many of the terms used in the exposition of the latter like supervenience, but a careful assessment of his writings strongly suggests that his metalinguistic physicalism allowed for the conceptual autonomy of the special sciences. The third aspect of physicalism concerns nomological reducibility, the supposed reducibility of the laws of the various individual sciences to the basic science of physics. Here the doctrine of physicalism bears on Neurath's non-standard conception of the idea of the unity of science. The standard conception of the unity of science envisaged that unity as a pyramid of reductively related disciplines with physics at the base and accordingly demanded, at least in principle, the reduction of sociological laws to those of physics. By contrast, Neurath wrote, the development of physicalistic sociology does not mean the transfer of the laws of physics to living things and their groups, as some have thought possible. Comprehensive sociological laws can be found as well as laws for definite narrower social areas, without the need to be able to go back to the microstructure, and thereby to build up these sociological laws from physical ones. Two things are important here, the rejection of the postulate of the reducibility of the laws of social science to those of physics and the rejection of the postulate of methodological individualism. The reducibility of the laws of social science follows already from the rejection of the reducibility of the individual terms of social science to those of physics. Neurath owes an explicit argument to this effect, but significantly enough he wrote, One can understand the working of a steam engine quite well on the whole without surveying it in detail. And indeed, the structure of a machine may be more important than the material of which it consists. This means that the explanatory functional or structural kinds that are invoked in the social sciences need not be reducible to those concerning material constituents. Thus it was not only the distinction between the contexts of discovery and justification that Neurath exploited, such that only in the latter inter-theoretic reductions of laws are required, when he concluded, the sociological laws found without the help of physical laws in the narrower sense must not necessarily be changed by the addition of a physical substructure discovered later. 61. 62. Indeed, Neurath noted in an abstract of a popular talk in Vienna, according to physicalism, sociological laws are not laws of physics applied to sociological structures, but they are also not simply reducible to laws about atomic structures. Yet nomological anti-reductionism also has a still more specific dimension of relevance to social science, namely, the rejection of methodological individualism in its conceptual and nomological sense. Concerning sociological laws, Neurath wrote, naturally certain correlations result that cannot be found with individuals, with stars, or machines. Social behaviorism establishes laws of its own kind. Given the strenuous opposition to metaphysical social science in his empirical sociology, where he explicitly opposed the invocation of the supra-individual entities that populated the rising folkish ideologies, it is clear that Neurath did not aim for an ontological holism of any kind. Rather, he once again stressed the conceptual and nomological autonomy of social science. For Neurath then, the claim of unified science was minimalist. All laws of unified science must be capable of being linked with each other, if they are to fulfill the task of predicting as often as possible individual events or groups of events. Neurath did not require that social science be conducted just like natural science. The program of unified science does not presuppose that physics can be regarded as an example for all the sciences to follow. Neurath also issued warnings against the consequences the neglect of the peculiarity of social science would have for the general theory of science, but to little avail. 4.2 Economics and Social Science in Physicalist Unified Science. Chapter 15, The Current Growth in Global Productive Capacity, is the text of an illustrated lecture given on the opening day of the World Social Economic Congress of 23–29 August 1931 in Amsterdam under the aegis of the International Industrial Relations Institute. It is of interest in a number of ways. First, it provides a good example of how Neurath's method of pictorial statistics could be used in rendering intelligible complex economic data and correlations. Second, it shows how Neurath employed it to continue to promote the idea of economic planning. 138 Third, the lecture shows how Neurath began to adopt his planning concept away from the radicalism of his total socialization program for application in non-revolutionary contexts. At a time of worldwide economic crisis, the lecture also documents, fourth, Neurath's then still undiminished enthusiasm for the economic achievements of the USSR at a time when, by contrast, in the USA and Europe production in virtually all branches was diminishing and unemployment was soaring higher than ever. 139 Keith Tribe has argued that Neurath's picture statistics represent an unanticipated payoff of his earlier arguments for calculation in kind. Here, in any case, we can see both still in relatively close proximity. Chapter 16, Sociological Predictions, a paper given at the Second International Conference on the Unity of Science of 21–26 June 1936, not only continues Neurath's long series of remarks on what many take to be a distinguishing feature of the social sciences, their liability to issue reflexive predictions, but here he also made explicit 2 points all too often overlooked. First, as noted in the remarks on physicalism above, that he fully respected the autonomy of social scientific concept formation and, second, that he rejected, along with the general claim of Austrian theoretical economics to represent any and all scientific thinking in economics as such, also its claim that all economic generalizations had to be universal in form. 140 Against this, Neurath argued that the generalizations of social science, including economics, could be generalizations of middle range, indexed to hold for particular periods or societies of particular sorts. As it happens, this difference from Austrian orthodoxy parallels Neurath's earlier reconceptualization of the relation between historical empirical and deductive theoretical work in economics that led to his so-called utopianism, which in turn is closely related to his early attention to the phenomenon of reflexive predictions. Historical empirical research links up particularly intimately with theory when we turn to considering future developments. He who wants to describe a future order must be able to construct it. He who deduces an order which provides more pleasure than our present one becomes a scientific utopian. His views can stimulate himself and others to work for their realization. Predictions of the social world influence developments, after all. They differ in this from, example, astronomical predictions which have no influence on the course of the stars. In the social world, determinate predictions are often a part of the conditions that allow their own realization. Thus a utopian becomes a historian of the future while the historian of the future becomes a utopian. Note that this was written some 25 years before Robert Merton's self-fulfilling prophecies and 17 years before W. I. Thomas's. 63. 64. Pregnant. If men define their situations as real, they are real in their consequences, and even longer before Popper made heavy weather of these points. 141. Already in 1911, we note, Neurath viewed utopias as constructions in thought of alternative orders that can play a causal role in their own realization, constructions that build upon both historical research and pure theory. In 1936 he no longer discussed his economic utopias, but the general phenomenon remained of interest. Importantly, neither did Neurath see in the phenomenon of reflexive predictions reasons to doubt the scientific probity of social inquiry as such, nor did he see in it, early or late, a principled bar to all long-term social predictions. Chapter 17, Inventory of the Standard of Living, documents how Neurath's earlier concern with social indicators had developed further, through the in-kind categories in terms of which a totally socialized economy was to conduct its planning calculations, to a concept for the comparative assessment of the effects of social institutions and measures as a tool for social policy. Not much elucidation is needed here. However, given that inventory was published in the Frankfurt School's Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung in 1937 in the same issue as Max Horkheimer's The Latest Attack on Metaphysics, some comment is required on its publication history. 142. With a liberal dose of misinterpretation, Horkheimer's article attacked the Vienna Circle's neopositivism for political quietism, indeed, for furnishing unwitting assistance to fascism. 143. The publication of Neurath's article in this neighborhood raises the question, of course, not only why no response by Neurath to Horkheimer's paper was ever published, but also what inventory was doing in the Zeitschrift in the first place. Research by Hans Joachim Dams has documented that this confrontation was preceded by a period in which Horkheimer, having relocated his Institute für Sozialforschung to New York, actively sought the cooperation of Neurath and other social scientists back in Europe, but that he came to regard the Vienna Circle's logical empiricism as an obstacle in his quest to promote the Frankfurt School as the sole representative of German philosophy in exile. The opening issue of Volume 6 of Zeitschrift was designed to feature a clear statement of philosophical intent on part of the Frankfurt School and a suitable critique of their opponents, Horkheimer's anti-positivist attack, and a consonant article by Herbert Marcuse. Thus began a series of articles arrayed on a continuum of philosophical positions specifying their relation to social science, a continuum that concluded with Neurath's positivist inventory. Neurath's urgent and repeated request to publish his response to Horkheimer's attack in the pages of the Zeitschrift, a procedure which was, as Neurath noted, only customary by accepted academic standards, was flatly refused by Horkheimer as editor. Neurath's response remains unpublished to this day. 144. Inventory meanwhile remains an example of the attempt on Neurath's part, continuous with his own independent efforts since before World War I, to contribute to the interdisciplinary and self-consciously critical social science project of the Frankfurt School before that was abandoned. 145 Before turning to Neurath's late re-engagement in the aftermath of the calculation debate, a brief comment on the concluding chapter 19, after 6 years. Completed only days before his sudden death and published in a then still obscure synthese, in its first issue after it emerged from being the Dutch journal of the Society for the Study of Significs, having joined forces with the Unity of Science Forum and the International Industrial Relations Institute. 146, this piece shows Neurath summing up the fate of the members of the Unity of Science movement during World War II and drawing up a list of the tasks ahead. Continuous with Foundations of Social Science and Chapter 15 in its call to fellow Unity of Science theorists for heightened attention to the phenomenon of unpredictability and, indeed, to the social sciences as a whole and the analysis of social organization, it bears witness not only to the relative philosophical isolation in which Neurath found himself after the increased formalization of logical empiricism promoted by Carnap and younger members like C.G. Hempel. Importantly, this piece also serves notice of the forceful counter which Neurath was expecting to lead in providing, as the Circle's manifesto once had it, intellectual tools for everyday life, for the daily life of the scholar but also for the daily life of all those who in some way join in working at the conscious reshaping of life. 4.3 Late Reflections on the Theory of Planning. Neurath's What is Meant by Rational Economic Theory, appeared in Einheitswissenschaft, a series of monographs edited by Neurath from 1933 to 1939, and so belongs to the period currently under consideration, Economics and Social Science in Unified Science. We noted above one interpretation of the development of Neurath's views on total socialization that is encouraged by this work, that he quietly dropped the advocacy of centrally planned economies in kind but staunchly defended calculation in kind. If this interpretation is correct, one must blame Neurath's reticence in announcing his change of mind clearly for allowing the false impression to continue that he still advocated the economies in kind he had advocated in 1920, as claimed by Hayek. Of course, one cannot preclude a priori that Neurath's ideas were contradictory and that he no longer possessed a consistent position at all or, more charitably, that Neurath simply wished to keep the planning issue open as not yet finally decided. Only one reviewer seems to have understood Neurath's arguments, the Dutch econometrician and later planning and development theorist Jan Tinbergen. Having also accepted his definition of the task of economics, he granted Neurath's argument of the irrelevance of the imputation problem and gave it a little twist. The imputation only tells us what quantities of money as a matter of fact go to certain groups of producers given certain forms of social organization, but it does not tell us what sums of money would be the equivalent of their contribution to the quality of life, he noted. It is remarkable, Tinbergen concluded, that the author who rehearses the issues noted, as he has done previously, with, it seems to me, uncontradictable logic, has found so little positive response in the world of theoretical economics so far. Chapter 18 and a companion piece already reprinted provide an opportunity to ask whether Neurath's views in the 1940s support interpretation A, B, C or D. All of the three short pieces in Chapter 18 and its companion piece were published in the Journal of the London Institute of World Affairs, a non-party political, self-governing organization for the study of problems of world affairs by research, discussion, lectures, teaching, publications and other educational means. 147 Neurath's attention turned to questions of global governance. To what extent did a more peaceful and just world require planning? In an earlier contribution to the same journal, his old adversary Hayek had set out his own answer: an essentially liberal economic regime is a necessary condition for the success of any interstate federation, such that there must be no substitution of day-to-day interference and regulation for the impersonal forces of the market. Clearly, a new forum for the discussion of the institutional aspects of possible implementations of Neurath's strongly defended calculation in kind had become available here. 148 Not surprisingly, Neurath's answer was different from Hayek's. In international planning he reaffirmed the belief that even a fragmentary planning is sufficient to overcome unemployment and the intentional destruction of goods. Neurath envisaged a societas societatum, a society of societies, in particular, a society of nation-states with somewhat reduced powers alongside a new network of overlapping authorities, international organizations with specific briefs for certain industries and/or resources. Neurath did not specify how such a scheme could work, except to stress that the exclusive role of profit in the determination of production plans must be broken, and his preference for the system usually called democratic socialism shown through 149. Neurath's now explicit stress on freedom would seem to suggest that total socialization was no longer promoted. 150. It is not a matter of course that a social engineer should test the efficiency of freedom by its business efficiency. He can test a social order and its institutions by its ability to produce food, shelter, education, health, and freedom. Is it too fanciful to speculate that the news from Russia ever since the mid-1930s encouraged Neurath to accept the criticism once leveled against the socialism of the barracks? More importantly, however, aren't we back where we started? With calculation in kind unfit to deal with the imputation problem, how was international rational planning of production to be effected? Here we must consider first what happened since Neurath wrote Rational Economic Theory in 1935. In the same year, Hayek published the anthology Collectivist Economic Planning, which featured English translations of the 1920 paper by Mises and Pearson's response to Koski, as well as papers by George Hom and Enrico Barone, along with his own introduction and an afterword. Under the guise of chronicling the debate, Hayek effected a subtle but consequential reorientation of the calculation debate. 151. Before returning to Neurath to see if and how he adapted, we must consider how Hayek changed the scene. 152. Introducing a previously predominantly German-language discussion to the English-speaking public in collectivist economic planning, Hayek carefully developed the calculation problem and outlined its history of 67. 68. Having been insufficiently recognized until it was formulated in such a form as to make it impossible that it should ever again disappear from the discussion by Mises, despite various anticipations. It was in the afterword that Hayek effected the change in how the calculation problem was perceived. There he argued that while Barone had no doubt shown that mathematically the solution to the calculation problem would involve, in a socialist system just as much as in a capitalist one, the solution of a system of simultaneous equations, this did not entail an easy solution such that conscious planning could replace the automatism of the market. Besides also disagreeing with Barone's and Lang's neoclassical equilibrium assumptions, Hayek argued that the problem was primarily practical yet nevertheless principled in consequence. For the claim that the values and the quantities of the different commodities to be produced might be determined by the application of the apparatus by which theoretical economics explains the formation of prices and the direction of production in a competitive system proceeded on the assumption of a complete knowledge of all relevant data, and Hayek pointed out that in practice this was ruled out as humanly impracticable and impossible. This is what above we called the information problem. In a later paper, Hayek restated his argument first developed in 1935 against a schematic outline of market socialism, that a planning authority of a socialist economy cannot simply be a superbank lending money for production goods but must make decisions about the economic viability of proposed projects, against Oscar Lang's version of market socialism. Hayek now stated categorically that it is the main merit of real competition that through it use is made of knowledge divided between many persons which, if it were to be used in a centrally directed economy, would all have to enter the single plan. To assume that all this knowledge would be automatically in the possession of the planning authority seems to me to miss the main point. It would seem that Hayek gradually brought to the fore the information argument that in Mises remained in the background. 153. What then is the relation of the information argument to the rationality argument? Like Mises, Hayek assumed throughout that price solutions to the imputation problem were the only adequate solutions in terms of economic rationality. Yet in Mises the information argument was not distinguished as such, but it was present, while in Hayek it was gradually recognized as distinct. By 1945, the information argument had become a self-standing vindication of the free market. Fundamentally, in a system in which the knowledge of the relevant facts is dispersed among many people, prices can act to coordinate the separate actions of different people in the same way as subjective values help the individual to coordinate the parts of his plan. The consequences of Hayek's elaboration of Mises' point are far-reaching. Suppose we agree with Neurath that rational choice between alternative uses of resources is multicriterial and can only satisfactorily be expressed in money terms in certain circumstances under very specific, albeit historically dominant conditions. Even then Mises would win if economics just were the science of market relations, but he would lose granted any wider conception of economic rationality. By contrast, Hayek might as well have condemned the pseudo-rationalism of comprehensive central planning and so have turned the tables on Neurath 154. Now Neurath never officially conceded Hayek's information argument, maybe in part because even though Hayek exempted mixed economies from his earlier arguments over socialist calculation, his reaction to Labour's ascent to power in Britain was extreme. 155. To many readers Hayek appeared to reject all state intervention in the automatism of the market. In Chapter 18c Neurath therefore questioned what looks like an overextension of Hayek's argument. Likewise, in Chapter 18a, Neurath condemned the arguments of James Burnham's The Managerial Revolution as equal in epistemological standing to Oswald Spengler's World Historical Spleen The Decline of the West. 156. So far it may sound as if Neurath was rather defensive in his late reflections on planning theory. Chapter 18b tells us differently, though one cannot but wish that Neurath had been less cryptic. Still it is clear that he is bringing together the issues of physicalism and planning, as well as democratic tolerance and global governance, with the analysis of the educational and organizational conditions under which a world community may grow up. Indicative planning requires a language that communicates the same facts to adherents of different worldviews, a language that is required on independent grounds for tolerant ways of arguing. Planning aims for social security on national and international levels. One senses a unique mix of the schemes of Popper Linkoes, Ballard Atlanticus and William Beveridge, on the one hand. 69. 70. And of a much improved League of Nations with enhanced competencies on the other. Serious discussion concerning post-war reconstruction leads to a world plan, to conventions aiming at a planned world society, for which comparative studies in social engineering will try to classify the various ways of life, presenting, as it were, kinds of silhouettes, composed of the various qualities of such ways of life, that is, for which reckoning in kind provides the appropriate tools. Clearly, Neurath by no means had given up on the planning argument. Instead, he stressed that planning may tend to increase the variety of possibilities. While Barry Smith's quip about his crackpot schemes for international planning for freedom seems unduly harsh, it is undeniable that Neurath left many important questions open. 5. Conclusion. In place of a summary or the resolution of the queries that have accumulated so far, this introduction closes with some remarks on aspects of the development of Neurath's economic and social scientific thought that have been thrown into relief by the contextualization provided. What kind of planning theorist did Neurath end up as? Importantly, like Hayek's, Neurath's position and argument took time to develop and find proper focus. If, as seems highly likely, Neurath admitted the impossibility of complete insight on part of the Central Planning Board, what consequences did he draw? Did he remain unmoved as regards the consequences and hold that the Planning Board will have to do with rough estimates and the socialized economy with rough and ready directives? Or did he give up on comprehensive central planning and total socialization and advocate a mixed economy, or even go for partial interventions only, allowing the market to continue in its present function to a large degree? Joining Hayek in the rejection of pseudo-rationalism would not decide this issue. Since under conditions of scarcity of resources total socialization would seem to involve a not inconsiderable unfreedom, consistency forbids Neurath's advocacy thereof in the 1940s, but rather demands separating the calculatory aspect of in-kind reasoning from its institutional realization, in other words, the in-kind welfare questions from his plans for total socialization. Note that, since in mixed economies there is a market in labor and production's goods, the imputation problem would have receded in importance. 157 Accordingly, while in 1919 Neurath argued for total socialization on the grounds of efficiency in meeting material needs, by the 1940s, he would thus have conceded the retention of a market on the grounds of increasing freedom, but argued for international planning interventions on the grounds of persistent market failures. 158 Where interpretation A suspects one grand scheme for a centrally planned non-market global commonwealth, their interpretation B sees some nationalist industries and a network of international trade agreements overseen by an appropriate worldwide organization. Interpretation A discounts Neurath's later anti-totalitarian remarks. Interpretation B discontinues his advocacy of earlier plans for total socialization. Whatever the answer here, note that current socialist theory faces a similar question. A variety of adherents of some kind of contemporary market socialism are opposed by a variety of adherents of democratic planned socialism. 159 Neurath's development represents a poignant dramatization of the question facing socialism today, no less than in his own day. 160 Earlier I called Neurath an Austrian economist, with a difference to bring out that Neurath was indebted to the same tradition to which Robbins was indebted for his famous characterization of economics as the science which studies human behavior as a relationship between ends and scarce means that have alternative uses. Neurath too was a theorist of choice, albeit not of consumer but of social choice. In many respects, of course, Neurath differed from the Austrian tradition in economics, as we had occasion to note. 161 Yet importantly, he shared with them the disapproval of the assumptions of economic equilibrium theory, albeit for different reasons. Just as his response was different, in place of the entrepreneur, he trusted in the planner. 162 As noted, this trust seems mitigated in the end, but not shaken. Even at his most liberal, Neurath remained convinced that the market needed not only regulation but could not be trusted to provide a fair allocation to all members of society. In short, it failed to ensure social justice. Moreover, as regards health provision, education, and social care, for instance, the market leaves its weaker participants disadvantaged to the point of being physically and mentally endangered, with detrimental consequences for all. 163 As for the issues of third world development and environmental sustainability, again unregulated markets fail, since a demand without financial muscle will 71. 72. Not bring forth the needed supply. 164 On all three accounts, some planning would appear to be required. 165 Like another economist hailing from Austria-Hungary, and at about the same point in time, Neurath contrasted his own substantive interest in real income welfare with the formalist rationality of the market and called for a protective response aimed at limiting the disruptive and dislocating effects of the free market on individual societies and the developing world community. In modern terms, even at his most liberal, Neurath strongly opposed market fundamentalism. 166 If only this opposition were recognized as its lasting message, of course, Neurath's work in economics would constitute no unique, but also no mean achievement. Neurath's concern of later years with global governance is continuous with his distrust of the automatism of the market, and ultimately went back to the problem of the pleasure maximum he discussed in 1912, how to deal with questions of collective choice when aggregation of individual choice fails. Hayek considered the issue as one of conscious creation versus trust in invisible hands, while Neurath viewed it in terms of finding conditions for negotiated consensus. Now Neurath presented his concern as an issue in economics, but we may ask whether it is best understood that way, for what he was after was only tenuously related to economics in the Austrian or neoclassical vein. 167 Bearing in mind that Neurath's old-fashioned Aristotelian orientation was towards material welfare, we can ask about the relation of his thought to welfare economics commonly understood. His development illustrates the gradual breaking apart of the traditional understanding of economics as comprehending both wealth and well-being and markets and prices. The divorce of real income welfare economics and the economics of market relations is detectable in two respects, formally and materially. Formally, both types of inquiry need to use entirely different theoretical tools, as Neurath never ceased to stress. Materially, both types of inquiry develop quite distinct types of decision procedures and choice criteria, and both aim, in short, to capture different types of rationality. Neurath was concerned not with individual consumers' choices, which the market aggregates automatically, but with social or collective choice, the welfare policy decisions of a self-governing group of independent individuals with conflicting opinions which do not allow for automatic solution. The theory of collective choice requires both a method of aggregating preferences and a representational system to express and differentiate preferences and their orderings. Having stumbled onto it so early, Neurath did not, of course, solve the aggregation problem, but, especially as his commitment to formal democracy increased, it became a central issue for him. Chapter 18b, like his and parts of his, and, significantly, also like Frank, shows his concern to determine conditions which allow a consensus to be formed that does not come automatically. 168 Mostly, however, Neurath engaged with the formal representation problem and argued that the comparative investigations and assessments of alternative social orders and alternative courses of economic action required concepts not found in market economics. Calculation in kind was to allow for non-compensatory multi-criteria evaluations of choice alternatives. As Tinbergen summarized, the quality of life is a quantity which cannot be measured cardinally but only compared ordinally, while the condition of life is not one quantity but a system of quantities. While multi-criterial choices mostly do not have a unique solution, at least they clearly exhibit the conditions at issue. By comparison, rendering these choices in terms of a common unit like money is to conceal the criteria the choice is concerned with. 169 It may appear that what led Neurath into the professional wilderness was his failure to link up his self-consciously old-school approach to political economy with developments in economic theory that already began in his lifetime. 170 That is particularly striking with regard to the new welfare economics that was emerging in the later 1930s and 1940s, roughly along the following lines. 171 Spurred on by Robbins' criticism of the supposed value freedom of the interpersonal comparisons required for the welfare economics of Alfred Pigou and the Cambridge School, theorists like John Hicks and Nikolai Calder sought a position that allowed them to reject interpersonal comparisons of utility altogether. They supplanted the employment of cardinal utilities in search of optimum solutions with merely ordinal rankings of alternatives, considerations of welfare now being governed by paired optimality and aided by supposedly objective compensatory mechanisms. 172 Another group of theorists comprising Abram Bergson, Paul Samuelson, and later Ian Little, ordinalists who preferred to speak of preferences in place of utilities, instead made no assumptions concerning interpersonal comparability but, being critical of the compensation criterion, rejected the idea that welfare economics was non-normative. Their concern therefore became the articulation, axiomatization and 73. 74. Evaluation of the normative claims that were needed to get from the positive economics of supply and demand to welfare economics as an inquiry into conditions of maximal efficiency. 173 Now apart from Bergson's early and predominantly formal paper and Hicks and Calder's responses to Robbins, most of the important publications in that development were published after Neurath's death. Still, Neurath could not have accepted that the new welfare economics was based on the same assumptions about homo economicus that grounded the classical, neoclassical, and Austrian economics of supply and demand. Still more important, however, Neurath would have rejected the conception of welfare itself that the new welfare economics accepted. This was the view that welfare is properly assessed by the mere aggregation of money incomes of a population without any regard to or concern for either what such income can buy or for equitable distribution. 174 As we put it earlier, in important respects Neurath remained a material welfare theorist. 175 Yet given that the new welfare economics also gave rise to social choice theory, albeit after 1945, we must also ask therefore what interest if any Neurath would have taken in the latter. 176 Here matters are somewhat different. In social choice theory Neurath would have found a natural home for two of his favorite views, that what's at issue is welfare in kind and that often these problems have no unique solutions. Of overarching importance here, of course, is the question whether social choice theory as a theory of the aggregation of political preferences is viewed as either embodying a confusion between the kind of behavior that is appropriate in the marketplace and that which is appropriate in the forum, or whether it is recognized that the format of social choice theory can be, and has been, used extensively to analyze aggregation problems with different types of preference inputs, including other regarding preferences. Clearly, Neurath would have had little interest in the former type of social choice theory, but all the more in the latter. Given that already in 1910 he allowed for other regarding pleasures, he certainly would have been interested in attempts to widen the scope of rational and social choice theory. As his lifelong campaign against pseudo-rationalism suggests, in rational choice theory, Neurath would have welcomed explorations of the concept of bounded rationality as initiated by Herbert Simon. As suggested by his concern for the plurality of values we bring to bear on social problems. In social choice theory Neurath not only would have been interested in what Amartya Sen calls non-utility information but especially in explorations of how to deal with incommensurate values and partial orderings. 177 Neurath would also have welcomed Sen's development of parameters like functionings, capabilities, perhaps even degrees of freedom of choice, to serve as indicators in his multi-criterial silhouettes for in-kind welfare reasoning. All of these developments answer to his insistence on the inescapable need for non-compensatory multi-criterial evaluation that turned Neurath into a pioneer of ecological economics. Insofar as Neurath's project to reorient economics concerned the development of a discipline within which in-kind welfare considerations are pursued and where principles of social choice beyond pure market rationality are explored, understanding his non-standard economics means to read them as at least in part explorations of a discipline that was not yet founded in his day. Combine this with his opposition to market fundamentalism and Neurath becomes a virtual contemporary from whose insights and mistakes we might still be able to learn. 178. Part 1. Studies in Ancient and Modern Economic History. 1. Interest on money in Antiquity *. The economic history of antiquity has been seriously neglected for a long time. Though there have been individual investigations by historians, legal scholars, philologists, moral philosophers, etc., there has been no attempt to give a coherent survey of the economic history of ancient times as was done for more recent times. Since Aristotle in his Politics had called it against nature to demand progeny from money, eminent thinkers of all times have dealt with this problem. Almost every father of the Church has expressed an opinion on this, as have the scholastics, frequently referring to what Aristotle had said. In the 17th century the Frenchman Salmasius wrote 3 voluminous works on interest and usury which are still useful today for their source material. On certain questions concerning Roman conditions especially, frequent controversies among jurists, historians, and philologists continued into the 19th century. Interest on money was the subject of quite diverse reflections which were often mixed up. Sometimes its moral justification was dealt with, at other times its legal form, theoretical deduction, etc. When the political economists, stimulated by the excellent investigations of the philologist Boeck and others, began to deal with the history of interest on money and with ancient economic history, they were criticized by historians for many errors and for premature generalizations. 1. However, in recent times, a common procedure of political economists interested in the history of ancient economics joined with historians was often carried out with success. Today people try to trace the same economic tendencies in antiquity as in present times, without committing the mistake of projecting modern conditions into antiquity. 111. 112. The deeper historical research penetrates, the more highly developed are the economic formations it discovers in antiquity. The view is gaining ever more ground that our European economic development since about the 7th century AD shows a parallel to the development in antiquity. The latter is itself not a uniform growth, however, but consists of a number of developments which frequently occur side by side. We find a developed money economy in Babylon in very early times, but we notice changes caused by it in Greece only quite late, at about 600 BC, and in Rome about 400 BC. The money economy with all its consequences seems to have spread from country to country like a wave. Those forms of money trade which can be found in Babylon, then in the realm of Hellenic power, and in late Rome, correspond approximately to those of the 18th and early 19th centuries of our European development. Here we shall deal with a selection of questions and investigations which concern the history of interest on money. Interest on money as a predetermined fixed sum expressed in percentage of capital borrowed, is found uniformly in the entire Euroasiatic and African continents. Did it develop in each country in isolation? Or did it first appear in one country from which it spread to others? Then it must be investigated whether money interest originated from some sort of tribute, or whether it owed its origin and spread to trade, or possibly some other economic factor. In the attempt to answer these and related questions, scholars had to make use of several sciences. It had to be determined what the relationships of individual peoples had been, when there had been separation, when union, before it could be determined whether money interest might belong to the common heritage of a group of peoples. The sources of comparative studies in the fields of economics, law, language are in no way sufficient today to form a uniform picture of the peoples of the Mediterranean. Very little is known of the circumstances of the Phoenicians and Carthaginians who, as the most important traders, were significant as go-betweens, and much uncertainty remains which is often exploited for all sorts of guesswork. As mentioned above, it was thought possible that interest on money may have spread from a single center. The whole comparative history of law and all auxiliary sciences were enlisted to discover as many connections as possible. Eugene Charles Revillaut's hypothesis that large parts of Roman law had originated in Babylon and were transferred by Phoenicians and Carthaginians, especially the sections which deal with trade, credit, etc., which concern us here, had first met with much skepticism, but has now found some support from separate investigations of Herring, Kohler and others, though frequently in a different way from what Revillaut had envisaged. 2. I may also mention the most recent publications of D. Muller and others on the relations between the Roman 12-table laws and the Semitic laws, especially the Babylonian codes of law, which have now become very popular through the Babel and Bible dispute. 3. From some quarters, attempts were made to drag race questions into the discussion. There was an attempt to prove, for example, that interest on money was a specifically Semitic institution and originally alien to the Aryans. Through trade, it was supposed, it spread from the area of the Euphrates to the west, to the Phoenicians, Jews, Greco-Italic and Germanic peoples. Certainly old connections can be traced everywhere, but mostly exact proofs of actual dependency are lacking. Tracing money interest back to Semitic origins is even more unreliable. Even if Babylon were the place of origin of money interest, the Babylonians were probably a mixed race of Sumerians and Semites. Thus we get involved with the Sumerian question. This people, who together with the Akkadians are supposed to be the original Babylonian people, have been linked to nearly all peoples of the earth. Sometimes their existence was denied, and the second Babylonian system of writing, which is now generally considered to be the script of the Sumerians, was declared to be a secret script. And die Achaemeniden Schriften der Zweiten Art. 4 scholars have nothing but daring speculations to start from if they want to get information about economic and legal conditions of these times. As the sources are in so many different and very difficult languages, the scholar must often rely on second-hand information. Only a few scholars, among them Eduard Meyer, can themselves examine the most important original documents of the whole Mediterranean and surrounding areas. 5. The results of comparative investigations may be vague, still, they prevent premature explanation based on the circumstances of one people. An adequate understanding can be gained only through comparison. Such comparison often covers whole epochs, as 113, 114. Mentioned above, we see this in the work of Niebuhr, Nietzsche, Meyer and, in a strangely schematized way, Brazig. The ancient historians are mostly rather useless as witnesses for economic conditions, and they seldom answer the questions one must raise. Their economic insight is generally weak and their legal training mostly non-existent. Max Weber stated the difficulties, and this applies to other countries too, when he said that the possibility to advance the economic interpretation of ancient history is based on keeping the middle way between the art of not knowing and the courage to err. 6. The earliest development of a system of credit is found in the area of the Euphrates and Tigris, in Babylonia. About 2300 BC a well-ordered legal system was in existence there which must have been preceded by a long cultural development. The economy was highly developed and the documents indicate that money trade was well organized. No wonder therefore that in the 6th century BC money and credit traffic was on a highly sophisticated level in those areas. Bills of exchange, money orders to banks, were in use. Even abstract documents of debt seem to have been used, as Kohler points out. Checks and bank deposits were common. There was even payment by giro. The turnover and the profits of the great banking houses seem to have been considerable. The most common rate of interest was 20%. The documents of which quite a number are reproduced in the Beitrage zur Assyriologie are mostly concisely worded, 1 mine of silver, claimed by Jjn from Bel-Sunu, son of Nebuzaradina. Monthly interest on 1 mine is 1 shekel of silver. 7 In Tammuz he is to collect money and interest. As security, all sorts of things could serve, slaves, notes at hand, fields, houses, etc. It is also known that a guarantor gave surety for a debtor, as was the case everywhere in the old legal systems. The high interest rate seems to have resulted from the conditions of trading. Several scholars have stressed that interest on money may have begun with loans for sea trade. A organizes a trade voyage, B lends him money or some contribution in kind. Since it is impossible to check what profit A makes, B calculates his approximate share in profit and risk etc., expressed in percentage of the capital paid in. If ship and freight are lost, A is rid of all obligations. This contract obviously has more similarity with a jointly owned business than with an ordinary contract for a loan. It is like a joint business in two cases, if the ship is lost, and if the profit is as calculated. If the profit is smaller, A is the loser and he must pay the agreed upon interest as in an ordinary loan contract. The high risk may explain the high interest rate. Supply of capital seems to have been smaller than the demand. Trading in those times linked countries of high civilization with those of a lower level and in such cases the profits are always high. Think of the Phoenicians trading expeditions to Spain, of Solomon's Ophir trade, and of the expeditions of the Egyptians to Punt. We know little about the Syrians who were at times independent, at other times under the rule of the Hittites, Egyptians, or Babylonians, etc. The Syrians absorbed the Babylonian and Egyptian civilizations which, in spite of many foreign relationships, had developed more or less independently. They became the bearers of a Western Asiatic civilization and its representatives for Europe. The Syrians were intermediary traders and thus made all products more expensive. The Phoenicians brought trade and money business to Palestine where the consequences are clearly visible in the 9th century BC. The older Jewish codes reject commerce and money trade, especially loans. The Egyptians adopted a similar attitude, their excellently organized bureaucratic state functioned through provision in kind. There was no chance for interest on money to develop. The Egyptians barred foreign traders for a long time. Transport on the Nile and the large expeditions of their own ships to the south flourished, as can be seen from their wall paintings. Psamtik I finally opened the empire in part to foreigners in the 7th century BC. From that time onward Egypt played an active role in the Mediterranean. In the older times we find no money in Egypt, though metal was used as a measure in accounting. Even in later times, in the centuries shortly before Christ, most of the debt assignments were expressed in quantities of grain, wine, etc., and only the more recent documents concerning loans are in terms of money. These loans, however, carried no interest. We may hope for some information about conditions of commerce and trade of the later times from papyrus documents, but we cannot expect much of this for the previous periods. The older documents do not mention this matter at all. Yet this should not make us believe that there was little industry, etc. On the contrary, most of the inventions ascribed to the Phoenicians were made by the Egyptians. Let us now turn to the trading area of the Phoenicians, the northern and western Mediterranean. In his Allgemeine Geschichte der Welthandels. 115. 116. Beer once says that the closer a country is to Phoenicia, the older, more general and unrestricted money trade was, and the earlier silver appeared as means of exchange. 8. Before Spanish silver mining depressed prices, especially of silver, this had been the preferred means of international exchange and possessed value because of its scarcity in Egypt and Asia. Other measures for value were lapis lazuli, emeralds, gold, etc. Besides those calculations in terms of cattle, grain, etc., which were in use since the dawn of civilization but were of use only for domestic trade. Let us first look at the Greeks, with whom the Phoenicians had been in contact perhaps since the 15th century BC via the chain of islands of the Aegean Sea, at a time when ships sailed along coasts and avoided crossing longer distances of sea. Relations between Greece and Asia Minor were also established when Greeks occupied its western coast about 1100 BC. They pushed the Phoenicians out of this part of the Mediterranean, and the latter turned even more eagerly toward the west. Greeks seem also to have had an influence on Cyprus as early as the era of Mycenae. The first coins were struck, it seems, in Lydia in the 7th century BC. Before that there had been only bars with certain imprints which did not give any state guarantee or fixed exchange value. Such value was maintained for coins only within their own area. There was a whole range of coinages, and their areas of distribution clearly reflect the influence of important trade centers. Generally, there is a close connection between the history of coins, measures, etc., and the history of trade and money matters. Based on the investigations of Brugsch, Lepsius, Kenner, Mommsen, Lehmann, and Friedlander, we can show very close relations between the monetary and measurement systems of Babylon and Egypt on the one hand, and the whole Mediterranean on the other. Units of measurement and coins allow us to trace the course which trade and, with it, money and credit economies have taken. The other Asian areas, together with Phoenicia, kept conservatively to the older form of bars of precious metals until the 5th and 4th century BC. That money was first used in long-distance trade is shown by the fact that large pieces were produced first, and smaller pieces and small change only later. Money establishes a close link between trading nations. The older orbis terrarum had long been established as a unit of trade and civilization until, as Polybius said, history conglomerates into one body, so to speak, and events in Italy and Libya are interlinked with those in Asia and Greece, and all move toward one aim. 9. Before this union came about in the Imperium Romanum, some of its future provinces had reached a high level of development. The Hellenes, who had adopted money economy in their colonies in Asia Minor, introduced it into their home country too. Later all these innovations were carried to southern Italy and partly transmitted to the Romans. The people who directed the money into the various channels of production were the money changers. They borrowed money against interest and then lent it to others, of course at a higher interest. They were also agents for payments by others. Money changers mostly belonged to the despised classes of freedmen or foreigners, but soon they were highly respected because of the importance they gained in the money economy. Contracts were signed in their presence, promissory notes were deposited with them, etc. Passion, one of the greatest bankers of his time, had been a slave and became a citizen of Athens after having made some gifts to the state and to some welfare institutions from his large income which had come mostly out of the pockets of the citizens of Athens. The bankers formed a link between the big entrepreneurs who partly came from the old aristocracy which turned to colonization and industry, and partly from the merchants who soon gained the same respect through the power of money. The middle classes and peasants generally became poorer. One of the reasons was the increasing use of slaves, but there were others as well with which I cannot deal here. To complete the picture, the following may be added. Sea trade was often carried out by whole societies. Funds were provided by sea loans, as already mentioned for Babylon. As the risk was rather great, the loan was provided by syndicates. In those times the first great banking institutions were the great temples. For example, the Temple of Delos regularly lent money to states and individuals against 10% interest, as documented from the 5th to the 2nd century BC, and like the private banks they demanded surety. At that time there was no limit on interest in Athens. In the 4th century BC the interest rate was 16% for business credits and 12% for other safe investment. For sea loans the creditors were especially well protected by law, and the interest rate for a half-year's voyage was about 20 to 33.3%. In the following years the interest rate sank from 12% for safe investments to an average 117. 118. Of 10%, and towns with specially profitable trade with countries of low standard, e.g. Carcera, had 24%. In the last centuries BC, the interest rate went on sinking to 7 and 8%. We notice a steady fall of the interest rate up to the 1st century BC everywhere, perfectly corresponding to the development of trade through this time. We cannot deal here with the socio-political measures in detail if we still want to survey developments in Rome. About the earlier economic conditions of Rome very little is known. Even for later times circumstances are still rather obscure. Whether the great tradesmen of antiquity, the Phoenicians, came to Latium has not been ascertained, but we know they had trading places in the vicinity. Their impact on Rome was certainly not great. The commerce of the Phoenicians ceased to be as great as its earlier, though often overestimated, extent when the Carthaginians had become dominant in the west, and the Greeks in the east of the Mediterranean. Rome, a trading town with a strong agrarian foundation similar to the later towns of the Hansa, made early trading contracts with Carthage. The date of these contracts is a matter of debate and cannot be discussed here. Information is scanty too on the development of crafts. Rome had a money economy from the start. In spite of laws of prohibition and attempts at state regulation, there soon were money exchanges on the forum. Interest rates were high. Based on the exploitation of the provinces, peasant husbandry went down and great land ownership grew up. The better off part of the population changed into a society of merchants while the rest became dependent on them through debt, and formed a mass of poor people. In the 4th century, maxima were fixed on interest rates in Rome, probably at 8.5% and less, but it seems they were often exceeded. In spite of all laws against usury, interest rates reached an enormous height thereafter. Rome's original copper currency changed into the more international silver currency before the First Punic War and shortly after that into gold currency. After the provinces were joined to Rome, the same developments came about as earlier in Greece, consortiums for sea trade, often using straw men for especially dirty deals, loan usury, large establishments of all sorts for raw materials and finished products, banks, etc. When a war tax was imposed on a province, money lenders gave advances. Occasionally, the debt rose sixfold in 14 years. In Greece we can still notice a certain correlation between profit on trade and rate of interest. In later Rome that is impossible. Whereas elsewhere the interest rate was related to the trade profit, in Rome it was only related to the possibilities of exploitation. Interest rates of 48 to 60% were not rare in later Rome, while attempts were made to decree maximum rates of 6%, 10%, etc. by law. The Roman provinces were crowded with bankers and profiteering aristocrats. In this great network of exploitation, the economic development of the Mediterranean was interlinked even more closely than through the extensive and well-organized trade. It was not trade but exploitation that regulated the interest on money, until, in spite of all attempts at reform, the empire collapsed both economically and politically. 2. Economic History of Antiquity ***. Contents, Preface. Introduction, The Development of the Economic History of Antiquity. Chapter 1, Overview of the Economic Development of the Middle East up to the formation of the Greek Oriental Economic System. Chapter 2, The Age of Greek Treasure Trade. Chapter 3, The Age of Greek Colonization. Chapter 4, The Greek Economic System. Chapter 5, The Greek Oriental Economic System. Chapter 6, The Development of the Roman World Economy. Chapter 7, The Roman Empire as an Economic Unit. Chapter 8, Completion and Decline of the Ancient World Economy. Preface. The present age forces us to consider in succession the most varied institutions and to investigate them in detail. A great number of social scientific endeavors are due to find completion in the near future by the provision of a theory of orders of life, accompanied by a comparative theory of economics. This short survey is designed to serve this purpose by drawing comparisons between antiquity and the present, but especially by showing the variety of forms of life within antiquity. 1. A number of rather fundamental phenomena are here dealt with from different angles in order to provide a historical introduction to certain basic issues of economics which the author discussed elsewhere more extensively. 2. Accordingly, some institutions are considered in detail. 120. Others much less so. Moreover, only some typical states are discussed so as not to overload the survey. 3. Special attention is given to war economy. Studies of ancient economy in particular led the author to suggest war economy as a special discipline. 4. Accordingly, economy in kind and administrative economy, so important today, are emphasized. 5. In particular, it is shown that economy in kind can be combined with a highly developed civilization. Certain of its institutions, such as credit transfer in kind, need to be placed side by side with the developed forms of money economy. 6. The characteristic ways in which antiquity dealt with money and debts are discussed and their origins traced back to the development of foreign trade, whereas shared liability is ascribed more to closed national economies based on agriculture. The introduction of coins denoting the full value of their metal content is mainly treated as a technical innovation to facilitate trade, whereas only the introduction of coins debased in value is seen as a social measure of considerable importance. 7. The value placed on different occupations through various periods is explored as characteristic of economic conditions. 8. In the introduction it is shown which scientific interests were of special significance for the study of the economic history of antiquity. 9. In chapters 2 to 7 especially, many sources are given from authors easily accessible to the general public in order to make it possible for a broad readership to check this survey to a certain degree for correctness and to get an immediate impression of ancient records. Sources of a different kind and discussion of opposing views must be disregarded. 10. On the relationship of the phenomena treated here with political history, details can be found in Eduard Meyer Geschichte Altertums, Bullish Griechisch Geschichte, Mommsen, Römisch Geschichte, and supplementary facts in Schiller Geschichte der Römischen Kaiserzeit. In the small Atlas Antiquus published by Perth's all necessary maps can be found. 11. War service prevented the author from the elaborating and adding to this youthful work which would have been desirable in several respects. The text has nevertheless been considerably revised and many a formulation was sharpened. 12. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 121. 122. Chapter 1, Overview of the Economic Development of the Middle East up to the formation of the Greek Oriental Economic System. Gloriously the Orient came to us across the sea. Of all the oases of the Old World, Egypt was the one which had the longest independent development. At an early time a state had developed there which, divided into several administrative regions, only made the full utilization of the land possible through the building of dams and other measures, rendering evident the advantage of collective work. After a long, partially still obscure prehistory, we can find a centralist bureaucratic state in the Nile Valley at the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC. In this state a large-scale economy in kind played a significant role. The regal power, supported by an army of officials, was enormous. But also the priests and owners of large estates exercised a strong influence. Besides free peasants, free craftsmen, and merchants in the towns, there were bondsmen and slaves. To make more intensive use of the soil, much of it was worked in parcels, either by tenants or by semi-free or bonded people. Part of the not very large number of slaves were used for domestic service, part of them joined the masses of semi-free and some free people in the big building projects which were erected either for purposes of irrigation or for the glory of the king. They were also used for the well-developed shipping trade on the Nile. Many products of the land were collected in the storehouses of the king, the temples, and the magnates. Persons dependent on them, such as officials, semi-free peasants, and craftsmen, regularly received food, clothing, personal ornaments, and other articles from the stores, insofar as they did not provide for their needs themselves by growing grain or producing other goods. According to surviving documents, surveys of the royal bookkeeping look somewhat like this. 2. Queen Princess Officer of the Guard Judge loaves of bread, 10 10 20 10 jars of beer, 2121 etc. Annuities in kind, payable e.g. by a village, could be transferred to a third person. If, for instance, a person was entitled to receive an annuity consisting of meat, bread, etc., and wished that after his death a group of priests should make sacrifices on his grave each year, then he transferred his annuity to the temple in a way similar to that in which a medieval landlord arranged with a monastery to read requiem mass for him. Many institutions of the large-scale economy in kind, including the granaries which offered protection against bad harvests, became a constituent part of life in Egypt and survived for a long time. Thus the system of storehouses and credit transfer in kind were revived under the money economy of the Hellenic era. There was also barter, but only for a few things. Scenes represented on paintings in tombs show that people got by with it. If a seller of cakes deemed a necklace insufficient in exchange, the buyer simply added a pair of sandals. The king and the magnates occasionally received rare foreign goods in barter from the merchants who were probably not very numerous. Mostly, however, they obtained the precious things they wanted through expeditions to the south, by water or land. These expeditions returned with frankincense, ivory, ebony, gold, apes, cattle, slaves, female and male, the latter occasionally used as soldiers. In general there was not much lasting contact with foreign countries. There also existed certain payments, fixed by law and tradition. These included not only taxes, but also payments for atonement, fines and offerings. They were paid partly in fixed amounts of goods, a definite number of animals or of other commodities in general use. This bureaucratic state changed into a feudal state during the 3rd millennium. Such a development is often found in history. An official, often born in bondage, was originally commissioned by the king to administer certain areas and traveled from place to dispense justice, as did the earls of Charlemagne, for example. When the functions of the officials became permanent, when they received land to support themselves, and when they could secure office and land for their children, then a certain independence could develop, especially if any older power relationships favored such a development of the rule of the officials. Hereditary office, together with large land holdings, often created feudal lords who, if need be, could hold their own against the king. Such great landlords had unfree and semi-free people at their disposal, ruled as small kings on their land, but had to fulfill public duties of smaller or greater importance. The economic conditions and 123. 124. The structure of Egypt favored the survival of considerable parts of the administrative large-scale economy in kind, especially within the individual feudal regions, in some instances even in the whole empire. Thus it happened that even in the feudal period of Egypt, the bureaucrats still played an important role and looked with some disdain on other occupations which tire the body and do not bring riches. Old Egypt and Old Byzantium are especially suitable for studying the character and efficiency of extensive bureaucracies. This feudal order, which was still an administrative economy, was later followed by a commercial or market economy. The individual, who had as little significance in the thoroughly ordered Egyptian empire as in the feudal state, now began to breathe more freely. In particular, more adventurous natures found room for their activity. But this was a very slow development, connected with the money economy which infiltrated gradually. In this period metals became the preferred objects of accumulation. Occasionally they were used as a measure of exchange value in barter, even when they were not used as means of exchange. If someone wanted to exchange a cow against a sheep, often, it seems, he first tried to determine for how much metal a cow or a sheep could be sold in order to decide how many sheep had to be given in exchange for a cow. We witnessed similar episodes in the present World War, in which barter was much practiced and in places was even organized. Goods were often exchanged in relation to their price in money. There can be no doubt that in areas of Egypt in which nobody yet thought of a means of exchange, its introduction was prepared by the appearance of this measure for barter. As so often in other cases, in Egypt too, the feudal order gradually weakened the power of resistance of the country as a whole. The planned regulation of all affairs was replaced not only by the greater variety of life corresponding to the differences of the single areas, which within a common framework would have meant an enrichment of the country, but also by quarrels and frictions between the feudal lords, by insurrection against the central power, even by declarations of independence. Egypt was no match for the invasion of nomadic peoples. After the feudal era, the country was ruled by the Hyksos from Asia, until they were driven out at the beginning of the 16th century BC. The newly strengthened kingdom which waged these wars had to rely on foreign soldiers to a considerable degree. The growing of crops was not to be endangered. Furthermore, a peasant population cannot be taken away for prolonged foreign wars if there is no immediate chance of conquering new farmland. The Egyptian kings therefore enlisted foreign mercenaries, especially in Libya. For various reasons these received their own land, as did the priests, which was partly rented out. Such settlements of mercenaries have the advantage that the crops from the land thus awarded supplied the troops, which therefore do not appear to become a permanent liability. Moreover, such settlements created a certain sense of belonging. With the help of these mercenaries, who soon became a hereditary class, the kings of Egypt reached the banks of the Euphrates. These wars, which introduced masses of slaves into Egypt, changed the social structure in a fundamental way. In addition, the expansion of the sphere of power led to the dissolution of the administrative economy. Egypt was only in loose or in no political connection at all with the new regions which sent gifts and tributes, such as Cyprus, Crete, and Assyria. Permanent relationships between individuals, long-term obligations, could not develop. If, say, an Egyptian in Damascus wanted to buy something from an Arab, he had to give him things he could take with him to Saba: rare woods, cloth, useful articles, ores, precious stones, metals, etc. International barter created a special merchant class which acted as an intermediary and collected stores of goods suitable for exchange. In this period, goods for international commerce had to be easily transportable. To establish stores for future business which could even be transferred to future generations, the merchants had to choose such goods as would not suffer from long-term storage and would continue to be in demand. Someone who hoarded lapis lazuli or tin did not have to fear that the output of the annual production would change the market conditions in the way that the annual crop of grain did. Tin taken into use was not thereby used up. Compared to the amounts in use, the annual increase was relatively small. In general, finished products had less chance to remain marketable than raw materials which could be turned into the desired object at any time. Unfinished metals always had a use, whereas the demand for rings and buckles might change. Taste varied greatly according to locality and period. Things for everyday use were less suitable as commercial stock than luxury goods. Buyers could soon have enough household goods. It was different with things which could be hoarded, which occasionally included cattle. In this way the preference of the international merchants for certain goods developed, and this increased demand for them even nationally. 125. 126. Great profits could be made with these goods since they had very different values for different peoples. Something common in Egypt might be a rarity in Arabia, and vice versa. These international means of exchange, for which mainly Babylonian weight measurements were used, thus also became means of payment nationally, e.g. for taxes, fines, etc. Formerly cattle, grain, etc., were used for that purpose, but nowhere did these become the general means of exchange like the precious metals in the Mediterranean area. Compared to cattle, raw metals had the advantage that they could be easily divided and that the resulting parts were uniform. These means of exchange established contacts between people who were unknown to each other or even enemies. On the other hand, they turned compatriots into competitors and contributed to the dissolution of the community spirit. The treasury now assumed importance equal to the king's granary. After some equivocation between taxes in metals and taxes in goods, the former gradually prevailed, although in ancient Egypt the latter never wholly disappeared. The discussion of trade policy and of payments in quantities of metal played an ever greater part in diplomatic negotiations. To be sure, trade between kings frequently took the form of mutual gifts, but the sender of a gift often rather bluntly indicated what he expected in return, in oils, metals, precious stones, wine, slaves, horses, etc. These foreign relationships increased the economic power of kings and also of the temples, which turned more and more to trade and, besides agriculture, were involved in manufacturing and lending businesses. For some time the attacks of the Hittites, who ruled over a great part of Asia Minor and Syria, and of the Libyans and other peoples were repulsed. Then the Asiatic possessions were lost and Egypt was subjected to foreign rulers in the form of its own mercenaries. It split into several kingdoms and fell to the Ethiopians, who had already adopted the Egyptian civilization. It seems that the Ethiopians used their power to repair dams and canals so that Egypt's fertility may not have suffered too much. In the 7th century BC the Ethiopians were pushed out by the Assyrians. Their rule was ended by a regional prince, Psamtik, who liberated Egypt with the help of Greek and Carian auxiliary forces sent to him by the king of Lydia. The new Egyptian dynasty tried to advance trade with Asia and Europe. Egypt gradually began to abandon its reserve towards foreigners. The Greeks were allowed to have storage places, and their gods were honored by Necho too, as they were by other Oriental rulers. Necho, who also is said to have commissioned the Phoenicians to sail around Africa, built fleets of warships for the Red Sea and the Mediterranean on Egyptian docks and began to dig a canal between the Nile and the Red Sea. At the end of the 6th century BC, Egypt, together with Cyrene, was subjugated by the Persians, who were finally driven out only by the Macedonians. When the Egyptians advanced into Asia in the 16th century BC, they entered the commercial and industrial area of Mesopotamia. In the 3rd millennium BC, 13 a number of city-states of this oasis, with a tradition of constructing dams and canals similar to that of the Egyptians, had been united by King Hammurabi into the Babylonian Empire, which had some similarities with the Egyptian Empire. His code of law shows us that at this time commerce, trade, credit, and means of exchange, silver and gold, and the bookkeeping going with them, were already established in a fairly developed form. It accords with the older economy in kind that a man could transfer his field to another man to work for a share of its yield. In this way, the drawback of a bad harvest as well as the advantage of a good one were shared by the participants, in the traditional community spirit. For contracts of this kind it is necessary that yields can be checked at any time. Contracts which stipulated payment of fixed sums may in general have emerged in a later period. They put the whole liability on the person who rents a field. A fixed rent fits the conditions of an economy in kind of a community only if the crop yields are always approximately the same. In other cases the prevalence of fixed liability represents mostly the advance of commercial thinking, although the institution of lending cattle and other things may also have contributed to the development of interest and to the obligation to return what was borrowed after a short time, possibly after notice being given. If one person lends silver to another who wants to engage in foreign trade, to enable him to acquire the necessary goods, the lender can hardly agree to a joint venture because the merchant can easily deceive him about the profits upon return. In such a case the agreement of a fixed sum seems very natural. Yet commerce does not only lead easily to the replacement of shared proceeds by fixed liability. The merchant who received silver for his business returned the borrowed silver plus interest after his business transaction and has no permanent obligation. Yet this arrangement often has a destructive effect on agriculture. A farmer who is able to pay high rent permanently will easily become bankrupt if he has to repay, besides. 127. 128. Interest, the amount of silver borrowed which he may have used to improve the land by canalization. Hammurabi decreed all sorts of relaxations, in cases of fixed rent in kind, and in cases of repayment of borrowed means of exchange plus interest. Hammurabi made provision for repayment in kind according to a fixed tariff, to prevent a man who owns many goods in kind but little means of exchange from being forced to sell a great deal as he would have to, if he had to repay a debt in means of exchange. Some of the plots of land were given in loan, some were rented out to small holders, others were worked by free workers or bondsmen. Since rather intensive cultivation was favored, few slaves were used in the fields, many more in other work, even as officials in high positions, as in the Roman Empire. Often, especially in later times, slaves were a kind of independent entrepreneur in whose profits the owners shared. The trading and commercial enterprises which stretched far to the east and west concerned only a small part of the population, but they had a considerable influence on the whole structure of the state and on the development of the law. There were already institutions like banks which accepted deposits, effected and received payments at another place, and balanced claims of clients against each other. Occasionally also credits for commercial and industrial projects were granted. The extent of the Babylonian Empire gave the banks a wider area of action than Greek banks ever had due to their fragmented state. The Assyrians who belonged to the same civilization as the Babylonians took power in Babylon. Salmanassar II of Assyria also advanced towards the west and extorted rich tribute. From Jehu, king of Jerusalem, he got silver, golden bowls, jugs, etc., from other rulers horses, dromedaries, buffaloes, elephants, ivory, precious cloth, and gowns. The campaigns throughout the 8th and 7th centuries BC had the additional effect of unifying the civilization, as the Assyrians used to lead part of the populations of conquered towns away and replace them by new colonists. Once the oppression of war was over, they often developed the economy and the merchants of Nineveh went everywhere. Thou hast multiplied the merchants above the stars of heaven. Yet Assyria succumbed under the onslaught of the northern peoples, of Babylon, and the newly risen Media. All towns, including Nineveh, were destroyed and the much-hated nation extirpated at one stroke. Probably never was the downfall of one empire as quick and as thorough. Babylon declined slowly. Only by the 10th century AD was the former metropolis replaced by a small village. Media received the north of Assyria and pressed on from there against Lydia, whereas Babylon took possession of Syria. Here it collided with Egypt as Necho II tried to regain Syria and Palestine. He was defeated by the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar. And the king of Egypt came not again any more out of his land, for the king of Babylon had taken from the river of Egypt unto the river of Euphrates all that pertained to the king of Egypt. Nebuchadnezzar soon had to direct his attention to the Jews who through insurrections forced him to act vigorously against them. He restored the irrigation works in his country and promoted commerce, as the Assyrian kings had done. To protect it he checked the marauding tribes of the desert. Soon after, the Neo-Babylonian Empire also came to an end. The Persians, led by Cyrus, had conquered Media in the middle of the 6th century BC. An uncorrupted people which up to then had lived as hunters and farmers, they quickly subjected Lydia, even though Sparta, Babylon, and Egypt were this country's allies, and advanced to the shores of the Aegean Sea. Soon after, Babylon was conquered. Egypt was conquered by Cyrus's successor Cambyses, who was assisted with ships by the Phoenicians and by Polycrates, the tyrant of Samos. This date marks the beginning of the Persian Empire, which received its unified organization under Darius. Taxes and tributes were collected, either in terms of goods or means of exchange, in storehouses or treasuries, unless particular provinces were immediately responsible for the upkeep of troops and officials stationed there. As in Egypt, army and officials received part of their pay in kind from the storehouses. The king also had income from mining, leasing of royal land and other businesses. Income from wars may have been quite considerable. Obligations in the form of money had become so general by this time that they were occasionally used even where deliveries in kind were still more usual. Taxes in money were a heavy economic burden in Palestine. In order to pay the taxes, many had to pawn their vineyards and fields and give themselves and their children in bondage to their money lenders. Darius did a great deal for commercial connections and so laid the foundations in the south for the Hellenistic and Roman eras. He completed the Nile Canal of Nicosia II, which served purposes similar to those of the present Suez Canal by connecting the lower Nile with the Red Sea. After liberation, Egypt allowed it silt up, Ptolemy II. 129. 130. Restored it again, then it decayed again. After a checkered career, it was restored and made navigable during the time of the Arabian Empire and served as a passage for the Egyptian fleets to transport grain to Arabia. By the end of the 8th century AD, the silting was final. Darius's achievements were partly lost under the rule of his successors. Also, the trade routes to the east and northeast which he had opened were soon forgotten and had to be rediscovered by the Romans. Darius had always favored relations with India. At this time, Persian and even Greek money reached these distant lands where it came into use. What the Persians had created in international connections was in part adopted, renewed, or increased by the Macedonian, the Roman, the Second Persian and the Arabian empires. Only the invasion of North Asiatic peoples in the Middle Ages destroyed a large part of the still surviving ancient cultural community. The Phoenicians were predominant among the Syrian tribes which helped to join Western Asia with Egypt and later, to a certain degree, with the Greek areas, into one civilization. They already possessed a highly developed though not wholly original urban civilization in the 16th century BC. Limited to a narrow coastal strip, they made trading voyages to neighboring peoples and across the sea at an early time. Their merchants brought tin and silver from western countries, copper from Cyprus, gold from Thasos, purple snails from the coast of the Aegean Sea. They were partly intermediary traders, partly they sold their own products on their voyages, such as vessels and dyed cloth. In addition, they grew wine and olives and used the timber of Lebanon not only for themselves but also for export. Throughout the Mediterranean they created business outposts, many of which later served the Carthaginians as military footholds. In the west, the Phoenician voyagers came across the remains of an age-old civilization whose center, according to recent research, lay in northwest Africa. Perhaps Plato's depiction of Atlantis is a reflection of it. The partly allied city-states of the Phoenician homeland, whose colonies were more or less independent, were mostly under foreign rule, but this did not impede their economic development. When the Phoenicians came as merchants to an area to which they did not intend to return, they also stole valuable objects and abducted women and children. They hardly had to fear pursuit because their ships were unmatched for a long time. No wonder settled peoples began to consider merchants as pirates and enemies. To be sure, when these settled peoples later turned to commerce themselves, they too would become pirates. War, commerce, and piracy, 3 in 1, are inseparable. 14. It would be a mistake to think that commerce is a purely peaceful force. By original inclination, a merchant is largely an adventurer, without scruples like a robber, even though merchants do not form closed ranks. Viewed as part of the history of commerce, colonial history is full of warlike events, cruelties and oppressions of all kind, of plunder, blackmail, abductions, killings, etc. But without doubt, a largely matured commerce is peaceful if it has secured its areas of exploitation and cannot expect enough advantages through war which would counterbalance its risks and losses. Commerce has a double face. Where the Phoenicians settled in agricultural areas, they introduced the money economy and often became the first usurers. Unsophisticated farmers, together with wife, child, and farm, fell into dependence upon the stranger who seemed to have a justified demand for repayment. In earlier times, the refusal to return a borrowed object was punished violently. This was understandable because a man who did not return a borrowed thing would commonly be considered a thief. It was a most advantageous extrapolation for the money lenders that loan of money and loan of things were originally treated according to similar principles. A farmer who would have had no difficulty in delivering even a considerable part of his harvest was incapable of repaying a fixed amount of metal at once, even without interest, when the money had been used for some purpose. The Phoenicians would make debtors into serfs, but they also liked to buy such serfs, because in all countries there were people who sold the righteous for silver and the poor for a pair of shoes. In general, we notice how the money order spread from country to country like an infection, and, together with it, the bondage for debt which was to burden Greece and Rome for centuries. The money order is essentially a creation of international commerce and, in the form in which we know it, would hardly have developed on a merely national level. When it encountered a developed economic order, it could transform it. On economic orders of a simpler form, however, it nearly always had a devastating effect. Not only did the merchants bring people into debt, but the rulers also contributed to the decline of the peasants by introducing money taxes before they had adapted to the market system. Thus they forced the farmer to sell his crop at any price to the few merchants available as soon as trade in food was sufficiently. 131. 132. Developed. The members of a people who formerly, in the traditional community spirit, liked to give help to each other, now became competitors, and each action was considered in terms of the gain it would bring. In the 12th century BC, the nomadic peoples of the Hebrews had invaded Canaan at a time when neither Egyptians nor Assyrians held it in occupation. At the beginning of the first millennium, they were ruled by powerful kings who occasionally used the people for forced labor. The priests, who received tributes in kind from the people, only gradually became the leading power. As an agricultural people that still mainly grew grain, wine, figs, etc., they could offer the Phoenicians at that time mostly only oil and wheat in exchange for timber for shipbuilding and other goods. The Phoenicians taught the Hebrews to erect large buildings, and they permitted their participation in expeditions that brought gold, precious woods, stones, and oils from the south. The development of crafts was greatly impeded by the lack of raw materials, but attempts to take part in commerce grew steadily. After his defeat, the king of Damascus was forced to allow the Hebrews to establish bazaars at Damascus. Similarly, the kings of Judea made efforts to gain possession of the caravan route to Gaza and of a port on the Red Sea. In the 8th century BC, the Assyrians put an abrupt end to all that. But the Jewish society was destroyed only in the 6th century when, after several insurrections, many Jews were deported from their homeland by the king of Babylon. Others emigrated to Egypt. Now only the poorest remained and spread out over the agricultural lands of the rich, and foreign tribes poured in. There was hardly anything left of a state organization. Only under Persian rule were many Jews allowed back to their homeland. It took a long time for Palestine to recover, suffering heavily from money taxes. Appointed governor by the Persian rulers, the Jew Nehemiah attempted to help the country by a reduction of debt. Though this measure did not tackle the essential problem, it remained an ideal for the economic and social aspirations of Jewry for a long time. From the 5th century BC onwards, the population began to increase, partly by taking in foreigners. The Hebrews advanced to the coast and took over an ever-increasing part in commerce and money business. They hoped that Yahweh would make them creditors and not debtors. Their business was so successful because everywhere in the Persian provinces they lived among the other peoples. But the main development of the diaspora took place in the era of Hellenism, when Palestine was once again an object of dispute between Syria and Egypt. The Jewish community had many privileges in Alexandria in particular, but Jewish merchants migrated to Greece too, and in the 1st century BC many of them were taken as prisoners of war to Italy, where large Jewish communities were formed as well. The peak of their importance as merchants, however, was reached probably only after the fall of the Roman Empire, when, as neutrals, they were able to play an important part during the wars of the Byzantine Empire. The peoples of Arabia also had considerable significance for the commerce of the ancient world. The south of Arabia was often united in large empires for centuries at a time, and some of them, such as that of Saba, extended to the African coast for commercial reasons. Several times in history attempts to form large empires were made there. Enormous ruins which today lie deep in the desert are evidence of how far the former area of civilization extended. The smaller tribes to the north took little part in the creation of such empires and again attempted to enter the country of their settled neighbors as plunderers, but sometimes they themselves settled down, not seldom to stimulating effect. The states of the south as well as the small nomadic tribes to the north took readily to commerce. Many of the nomadic tribes were occupied mainly by raising livestock. Commerce was served by a number of roads which crossed the deserts of Arabia, mostly on its borders. The great Asiatic empires, as well as all later rulers who wanted to extend their power in those areas, attempted to gain control of these roads. The Assyrians and Babylonians fought for them, as did the Persian kings. The Persian kings mostly had to resign themselves to receiving tributes from the Arabs and to getting their assistance in the provision of water on the desert roads to Egypt. Nobody succeeded in subduing these roving tribes. Often they maintained their ability by punishing the growing of grain harshly. In this way they wanted to keep alert and warlike. This view is also expressed in the words of Mohammed. The livelihood of my community depends on the hoofs of their horses and on the points of their lances. As long as they do not tend a field, as soon as they do that they will become like other men. On the one hand, the Arabs took over intermediary commerce between the East and the Mediterranean, on the other hand, they traded their own. 133. 134. Products, some of which were unique, e.g. frankincense. When they did not set up their own caravans, they offered protection for traveling merchants and profited from the payment demanded for this. If such payment was refused, the merchants were robbed. Robbery is generally a secondary activity of nomadic peoples on land, as piracy is for the nomads of the sea. The Arabian caravans heading for the Mediterranean mostly went to Gaza, but many Arabian merchants could also be seen in Syria and Egypt. The connection with Babylon was already established in early times, both by sea and by land. The goods, mainly frankincense and myrrh, were often collected on large marketplaces where the single tribes met briefly and traded with each other. The Arabs retained their importance as intermediary traders for a long time. An exception is the period in which the Ptolemies established direct contact with India by sea, but as producers of frankincense and other precious goods the Arabs were never surpassed. The relations between Egyptians and Arabs were mainly of a commercial nature. Balsam was one of the most important commodities which the Egyptians received from the Arabs. This short survey, reaching up to the Hellenistic time and occasionally casting a glance to the more distant future, may suffice to make the later developments intelligible. We have seen that powerful state organizations grew up in the large oases of the Nile and Mesopotamia, which were linked together by some smaller formations of varying characters, one of them with the oasis of the Jordan River as its center. The other states mentioned here, that of Saba and that of northwestern Africa, stayed in the background. The more Western Asia developed a common way of life, the weaker it became politically. Strength and ability to conquer decreased with time. This saved the Greeks, whose states gradually grew in strength, from being swallowed up by the Near Eastern powers, to which, however, they owe much fertile influence and a considerable part of their cultural development. As was pointed out, the money order started in Western Asia and spread initially as a foreign element from east to west. Its destructive consequences are still felt today. That is why it is so important to investigate its roots closely. Closer knowledge of the other peoples of the Mediterranean is available only from the time when they had established some contact with the East. Only faint glimmers remain of previous times.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chapter 8, Completion and Decline of the Ancient World Economy. And I saw and beheld a white horse, and he that sat on him had a bow, and a crown was given unto him, and went forth conquering and to conquer. And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth, and that they should kill one another, and there was given unto him a great sword. And I beheld, and lo, a black horse, and he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hand. And I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts say, A measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny, and see that thou hurt not the oil and wine. And I looked, and beheld a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the 4th part of the earth, to kill with sword, and with hunger, and with death. Revelation of John. At the beginning of the imperial epoch, the division of labor between the regions was far advanced, and with it communication and commerce. Nearly everywhere products of all areas were available. A well-ordered administration endeavored to protect the provinces and to keep the officials in check who had enjoyed freedom to plunder during the Republic. While the idea of a world citizenship was realized within the powerful empire, the foundations of the structure as a whole were being undermined. Though a feeling for legal processes was widespread, the understanding of social interconnections and the ability to influence them was negligible. The cleavage between the property owners and the propertyless deepened. Eminent rulers tried to counteract this, among them Tiberius, who gave a very urgent address to the Senate. What should I first restrict according to old custom? The unlimited size of country estates? The number and nationality of slaves? The masses of silver and gold? The wondrous creations in brass and painting? The feminine dresses worn by men? The jewelry of women for which our money flows to foreigners or even our enemies? I know very well that people complain about this at banquets and other gatherings and demand restraint, but just try to issue a decree and announce penalties, and the very same people will start an outcry about the state being overturned, the most splendid families being threatened with ruin, nobody's being safe from accusation. Well, not even ailments of the body, if they are old. 135. 136. And long sustained, can be stopped except by severe and harsh means, the spirit even more corrupt and its own corrupter, sick and lustful at the same time, cannot be alleviated by milder medicines than the lusts which inflamed it. So many laws created by our ancestors, so many which the divine Augustus has decreed, are deprived of their effectiveness, the former by oblivion, the latter even more reprehensibly by negligence. This has made luxury even more secure. For if one desires what is not yet forbidden, one may be afraid that it will be forbidden. If however one has disregarded prohibitions without punishment, all fear and shame are gone. The same resigned, plaintive tone characterizes many utterances of these centuries. The widespread dissolution of the peasantry, of old associations, of the spirit of community finally induced forceful efforts to create all kinds of connections that would give the empire a new lease on life. But laws cannot make an unhappy population do what free citizens are eager to do on their own in the old established ways. These various efforts were spread over a very long time, only a rough sketch of them can be given here. One of the most important connections is that between the peasant and the land which he cultivates. The colonate as a social form, the legal form, later unified, will not be discussed here, had several roots. That may have been the reason why it could develop relatively quickly and generally. Provincial traditions and rational innovations together formed a stable whole, as they often do. Cheap grain imports and the grain donations ruined the peasantry in many areas. The rich landowners acquired land for pastures, villas and gardens. At the same time an opposite trend developed. People began to leave the countryside. In the long years of peace the number of slaves diminished. For these and other reasons the great landowners in some areas were induced to partition their land into smaller units for intensive cultivation, partly of wine, fruit, and olives. The management was in the hands of the slaves or free employees who had been allowed some freedom so that they should be really devoted to their work. The economic units within one estate enjoyed such independence that they could even trade with each other. This development renewed the form of economy based on the household, which had always remained important, in two ways. On the one hand, the large estates with their slaves and craftsmen produced many tools and other equipment themselves, and there was little they had to buy. On the other hand, the small units often returned to a primitive household economy. Whereas formerly tenants who were behind in their payments were punished with a fine and often driven away, now more leniency had to be applied in order not to lose the tenant. The landowner lent him slaves, tools and other things and took an interest in his prosperity. To help him to make the investments, hereditary contracts of tenancy were made, thereby also ensuring that the land was properly looked after. Many landowners even decided to share the tenants' risks, and they replaced fixed payments by shares in profits in their leases. This was not always helpful, often the tenant's shares became so small that he had to leave. More and more land was unused, so that at the end of the 2nd century AD a decree was issued that anyone who occupied untended land could make it his own by growing crops, and for 10 years no tax was to be paid. Similarly, attempts were made to force wealthy people to invest in land. Nevertheless, the empire's ability to levy tax sank more and more. Marcus Aurelius and Hadrian had to grant great tax remissions. It was therefore necessary to prevent agriculturalists from leaving the land and also to protect them from being exploited too much by the landowners, whether they were free tenants or slaves who worked small units with some degree of independence. Besides this, the settlement of soldiers spread further and further. Some of them were citizens of the empire, some had come from outside. For the economic development it mattered little whether these settlers were free men or obtained land as prisoners of war. In addition to the groups mentioned, which were more or less in bondage to the soil because they worked it as slaves, freedmen, soldiers, or prisoners of war, and those who were restricted in their free movement by special conditions, there were people who for some reason or other considered it advantageous to seek the protection of a master to whom they made themselves duty-bound to work the land and to serve in manual and statute labor. Similar relationships can be found in old municipal constitutions, but only later did they acquire more general importance. In the same way in which economic freedom was actually much restricted to improve agriculture, far-reaching regulations were also introduced concerning the commerce in grain. Previously Italy had sent grain to its legions, now there could be 137. 138. Scarcity in winter because the ships had to find refuge from storms in safe harbors. Though, on the one hand, grain transport could equalize surplus and deficit, on the other hand the supply of food to Rome was often in danger because traffic was unsafe. This led to riots, even to aggression against the monarch. To overcome all these difficulties, transport firms were given all kinds of privileges, and the state compensated losses beyond their control. Initially the associations of grain importers who delivered to Rome and Byzantium made free contracts, but later the contracts were regulated by law. Each transporter had to be a member of the association, this even became hereditary. In this way institutions of free enterprise and ownership became in some sense public offices. By compulsory organization the corporations were nationalist, so to speak. In addition, the state also increased the number of its own enterprises, in which both slaves and free men worked to produce, among other things, articles for the army. Everywhere we can observe the first beginnings of a generous administrative economy under state influence and based on association. This might have achieved significant results in a vigorous age, but now it was not even sufficient to stop the growing paralysis. The associations of transporters were part of a system of such associations. There were associations of grain measurers, bakers of bread for free distribution, associations which had to look after meat and bread donations. These associations continued in many ways the work of the old craft unions, which were, however, occasionally thought to be politically suspect, especially when their benefit funds tried to collect money for political purposes. All craft unions which were useful to the army, however, received much support. Where public organizations were lacking, use was made of associations of craftsmen, industrialists, bankers, etc. That recourse could be taken to all these associations clearly shows how varied and developed economic life was during the time of the emperors. Many of these communities may have had their beginning in the old trading posts, where associations had a religious basis. There were also corporations of ship owners, for example, possessing old privileges at many places which were now built into the new framework. The state made efforts to attract members to the various occupations and to keep up their numbers all the more, the less. Expected profitability offered sufficient stimulation to the enterprises to provide the market with necessary goods. In the 4th century, hereditary membership was introduced more and more generally. Occasionally it was decreed that a man who married the daughter of a member had to become a member himself. Although this appears similar to what happened in the Middle Ages, no historical connection need be implied. As mentioned above, the colonate and the protection of agriculturalists by the state can be explained by its need for reliable taxpayers. Since it was difficult to get at the individual for payment of tax, and as the associations played such a great role, they and the communes were often entrusted with the collection of taxes. Communes and associations were liable for the taxes which had to be shared by their members. Originally there had been a tendency to construct the Roman Empire as a system of city-states. Country districts were constituted as communes or assigned to communes. However, communes lost more and more of their importance. The lack of a proper popular representative body for the Roman Empire as a whole contributed greatly to its rapid decline. Financially, the communes were more and more heavily burdened, since they were charged with certain tasks which had been the obligation of the state. No more is heard in the Roman Empire of the voluntary honorary offices which were well known in the Republic. The leading communal offices became hereditary duties. Their holders were liable for taxes and other things. At first money tax had considerably increased, as the imperial era brought the money economy to its full development. This is clearly reflected in legal records. But enough residues of an economy in kind still remained, since in the large areas where households were still the basis of the economy, a tax in kind often survived. To protect the taxpayers, controls were intensified and the worst misuses abolished where the farming out of tax collections, monopolies, and customs had not yet been stopped, as for example under Tiberius and Nero. Nero is even said to have thought of a removal of all customs. He did not put this into practice because the state budget would have suffered gravely. Towards the end of the imperial period, taxes and other dues in kind became more and more usual, corresponding to the whole transformation of Roman economic conditions. The obligations were fixed in a great variety of commodities, foodstuffs, raw materials, and finished products. 139. 140. The raw materials, for example, were partly used in state industries, such as textile manufactures. They were of great importance and earned much income. The dues in kind were also used in salary payments. Towards the end of the empire, officials received in payment hundreds of different things, from foodstuffs and beasts of burden, to buckles and concubines. Some areas had to make deliveries of meat to the corporations of butchers, others grain to the corporation of bakers, and certain organizations had to deliver saddles, uniforms, etc., to the administration of the army. Since corporations were liable for taxes, the actual taxpayers gradually had less and less to do with the state, but only with the associations. As the individual had no influence on the amount of tax, its pressure was felt bitterly. Earlier we saw that people tried to evade the burden in any possible way, and in spite of all means of compulsion, recourse was even taken to flogging. In some districts there were even mass desertions of tax defaulters. All these measures were mixed with other attempts of the governments to bring order into economic life and to counteract the lowering of the purchasing power of money. In the West an economy in kind increased, and in later times, especially on church land, the home production of basic commodities played an important role, while in the East the money economy was often revived. Byzantium's economy was based mainly on money.
Attempts to develop the economy in kind and to put the money economy in order went on side by side in the time of the Roman emperors. The strong and ever-increasing flow of metal to the east, together with the reduction in the production of precious metals, had gradually brought about a lack of precious metals in the Mediterranean. The state took recourse to issuing debased coins. This caused prices to rise and brought the state into conflict with the exporters, to whom only the metal content of coins and not their nominal value mattered. Diocletian attempted to issue a price tariff, but with little effect. It contained long lists of articles in the manner of mail-order catalogues. This fixing of prices was to apply to all markets in the whole of the empire, or at least the part under Diocletian's rule. The main concern of the government, however, seems to have been to fix prices for its own needs and for its soldiers and officials. Wages for various sorts of work were also determined. Like magistrates in charge of public works previously, other rulers had fixed certain prices in the interest of the people only on the occasion of grain and bread donations. Diocletian's price tariffs, however, were to regulate a large part of the prices of all commodities. It is not absolutely clear whether the interests of the government or the consumers prevailed. As many items on Diocletian's lists concerned state-manufactured goods, it seems to have affected more than the free market and may also have regulated the transformation of money tax into tax in kind. As no compulsion was applied at the time to selling, the decree inevitable failed whenever people declared they were not willing to produce and sell under such conditions. The attitude towards gainful employment did not change among the better off, who in continuation of old traditions occupied themselves with the 7 liberal arts. Serious thinkers took it for granted that a monarch was pleased with praise from free and honorable men, but not with that from manual workers and merchants. The teachers of liberal arts, who contributed more to the spreading than the deepening of education, had large incomes, if they taught at one of the esteemed schools which attracted a large attendance. At Smyrna a teacher of rhetoric attracted disciples from Europe and all of Asia Minor. School fees were not inconsiderable. To be sure, part of their income brought advantages to the towns and their population, for the teachers of rhetoric, like all people of rank, did much for public welfare and thus replaced state welfare to some degree. The expenditure by emperors, state, and communes for education and science was, as generally in antiquity, less than their expenditure on games, baths, theaters, etc. Expenditures for games was often laid down in the city's constitution. But a part of these was often contributed by private individuals who provided schools and museums for the public at their own expense, just as nowadays, for instance, many rich Americans support educational institutions. As the officials of the Republic had done before, the emperors and the state took charge of donations and gifts of all kinds. The pensions of soldiers, which had been regulated mainly by Augustus, were for a long time paid out from a special fund which was partly maintained through an inheritance tax. The foundations for children of poor people sank into oblivion when finances deteriorated in the 3rd century, so that Emperor Constantine had to take new measures in the 4th century. 141. 142. During imperial times only the large cities grew while the total population declined. The great numbers of people who flowed to Rome came from every corner of the world. There were Greeks and Orientals, Gauls and Spaniards, slaves and freedmen, veterans and young recruits. In Rome and in other great cities people hoped to make a life for themselves, but there, as in the other great cities, they also had their first chance of having a good time for a few pennies. A minimum of subsistence was guaranteed by donations of all kinds, and amusements too were available to everybody. When Rome was no longer the capital of the whole empire, its decline set in and it started to become the medium-sized town that it was at the beginning of the Middle Ages. The lower classes in the countryside and in small towns hesitated to marry and have children, so that the settlement of veterans, meant to counteract depopulation, often was of no use. Emperors like Nero and Trajan and many private individuals tried to relieve poor parents of their worry about the survival of their children by means of rich foundations. Marriage laws decreeing disadvantages for the unmarried or childless and advantages to those who had children, were equally unsuccessful. Wars showed their effect in addition to the decline in the marriage and birth rates, as did the insufficient state regulation of the provision of grain in many areas. When harvests failed, great numbers of people perished. From the 2nd and 3rd centuries onwards, epidemics had terrible effects. Even when they were over, no increase in birth rates replaced the losses suffered. The epidemics were especially devastating in cities such as Rome with their unhealthy environments. In the writings of many later authors we encounter again and again terrifying descriptions of famine, epidemics, and wars. With depopulation and the upheavals connected with it, the organization of the military also underwent change. The old peasant army had already been destroyed in the campaigns of the Republic. Thereafter more and more foreign nationals were taken into military service, at first only lightly armed to protect the flanks, then also as separate formations, until they formed the main bulk of the army, in spite of all efforts of the emperors. In the first half of the 2nd century the provinces established their own troops. Increasingly the army was made up of barbarians who had settled in the countryside. They were the saviors of the fatherland, the guards of order in the interior. The result was the riotous rule of disorderly troops, occasionally disciplined by men of superior intelligence. Even the reorganization under Diocletian could not put a stop to all this. In the end the population was at the mercy of the army, Rome for the barbarians. The number of slaves diminished considerably during imperial times. The reasons were partly circumstantial, partly structural. Among the circumstantial reasons was above all the cessation of large wars which in the past had produced masses of slaves, and a great number of them were also killed in the slave insurrections. In the beginning the lack of slaves was made up for by bandits who captured travelers on the open roads and carried them off. It also happened that tribes sold their children or that people gave themselves into slavery voluntarily in order to avoid war service. Many emperors fought such evils. Releases for the purpose of entitling slaves to grain donations, while continuing to use them as free laborers, may also be mentioned among the circumstantial reasons. But there were also structural reasons which made slavery appear unprofitable. The many releases cannot be otherwise explained. They became so numerous that laws were passed against them. The economy of plantations that needed many slaves was not as successful as the economy of small plots for which free workers and free tenants were increasingly used, at first perhaps because the numbers of slaves sank, then also because they were more efficient. After the peasants had been ruined by slaves in some areas, there were as many free men as slaves on the great estates. The more the commercial economy developed, the less use were slaves to the entrepreneur. The commercial economy brought about fluctuations in the business cycle, temporary recessions, even conditions very similar to a crisis. Free workers could easily be dismissed in such times, production was reduced, the loss of the master cut back. Things were different if he had many slaves. He had to keep them even in times of poor business, otherwise he would suffer additional damage through the low prices of slaves. Thus the commercial economy created crises and so contributed to the abolition of slavery. Incidentally, the plantation economy proved successful, irrespectively of the economic system, only where the people are inclined not to increase production except under direct pressure, even are inclined to work less if the wages for piece work rise. 143. 144. People are of this type in the South. If they earn more quickly, for example at harvest times, they enjoy longer leisure. Northern people, on the other hand, are much more inclined to make use of the opportunity of more well-paid work to buy more things than before. The legal regulations at the beginning of imperial times do not give a true picture of the actual conditions. Many slaves were married and lived on separate plots which they managed as small independent economic units, of which a greater number belonged to one master. Only gradually did legislation later give recognition to the loosening of bondage and defined a milder form of dependence as legally justified. In this period people of philosophical erudition sided more and more with the slaves. They counseled to disdain the slave-like soul, but not the slave. Plutarch, for instance, criticized Cato the Elder for selling the exhausted slaves in old age instead of allowing them charitable retirement,
He pointed out that not even animals, actually no animated beings, should just be thrown aside because they had become useless. The recognition of slaves as human beings was influenced by those currents in ancient philosophy which were inclined to see all living things as one large family. The better educated slaves became officials and employees and partly constituted the intelligentsia and teachers. For instance, Caesar entrusted the direction of the mint and of the customs administration to freedmen and slaves. This indicates the close personal connections between the ruler and these important institutions. This class of highly refined slaves and freedmen was an influence on the modification of views on slavery. But slaves of a lower level were certainly not always oppressed either. For instance, they were used as police soldiers and received wages, as they had in Athens, and in other cases too, wage payments to slaves were often introduced. In personal relations their situation hardly differed from that of freedmen. The master of the house would respect their will, donations, etc., within the household. In the money business and in commerce, slaves were frequently entrepreneurs who worked with credit. Slaves and freedmen could form associations which had originally been intended for free men only. Again, this shows how much more independent slaves became. They could also become members of burial and insurance funds, and the cash balance of slave societies were often considerable. In short, they took part in organizations for mutual help, of which there were many in late antiquity. In the Western Mediterranean new structures began to take shape which were mainly created by the Germanic peoples. In the East the old state organism continued formally, but its internal structure was radically transformed. In both have certain institutions which had played a part in the Roman Empire's glory survived for a long time. Individual rulers often attached great importance to preserve the old and links with tradition. But after Diocletian only the emperors in the East were able to uphold the structure with sagacity and energy. In the West the migrating barbarians forcefully broke up the old connections. The northern peoples advanced slowly but could not be stopped. More and more Nordic people appeared among the inhabitants of the Roman Empire, either as prisoners, or as settlers at their own request, often after being defeated, or as soldiers or officials who were admitted into the state. Part of these foreign troops were quartered out and received a kind of payment dependent upon success from the leader. Another part was settled along the borders in Europe, Asia, and Africa. In the beginning, the Germans were content with inferior land which was not usable otherwise, but they soon demanded something better. The German newcomers maintained that they were in fact supporters of the monarchy, even when behaved in a very undisciplined way. This preserved state institutions in a superficial way. In the 2nd and 3rd centuries, as mentioned before, such settlements reached greater dimensions during the Germanic Wars. From then on the advance of the northern tribes did not cease, though the Romans won repeated victories. Already in the 3rd century, German tribes invaded Macedonia, Greece, and Asia Minor and caused severe devastation. Time and again the emperor was forced to impose new taxes to fight the invaders successfully, and the population was harmed twice over. These attacks became especially dangerous when in the 3rd century the Goths began to try to take ships into the area of the Black Sea to start a war of piracy. Some towns in their path were burnt down, but others survived, e.g. Chersonesus in the Crimea near Sebastopol, which was later taken over by the Byzantine Empire. Chersonesus was never really subjected to Rome and was independent from the 3rd century BC onward. It was the last Greek republic. Though the surrounding land which had once exported grain to the west no longer belonged to the city, commerce brought wealth to this Greek city for centuries, up to the Middle Ages. As of old, it exchanged furs and salted fish against luxury and industrial goods in Constantinople. In the west, the capital Rome had declined. 145. 146. More and more, the emperor even moved his residence to northern Italy where he was in the end exposed to the thrust of the northern peoples, sometimes overcome, sometimes successfully defended. As grain imports could be cut off by occupation of the mouth of the Tiber River at any time, Alaric, for instance, had little trouble.
The attempts at reform towards the end of antiquity did not result in an elaborate theory of the connections between social and economic phenomena. 15. The high development of legal reasoning was independent of a deeper understanding of economic phenomena. The great theorists of antiquity who are subsumed under the description philosophers made occasional penetrating remarks on economic matters, but they lacked any systematic approach. When disorder increased, many tried to save that which could be saved, the right to individuality. This spread the dissolution even more. Among the Greeks who tended to occupy themselves with dark and tragic problems, a certain asceticism reappeared which took an inimical attitude to the world. 16. Among the Cynics and Stoics there were characters reminiscent in many ways of monks and hermits. Like the Christians, they addressed themselves to both the lower and the higher strata of society whom they often severed from the state. But whereas Christianity later found a transition to an ideal of a state, the Cynics never achieved this to any great extent. As long as the great majority was without education and lived in depressed conditions, philosophy could advocate the free and spirited leisures of life, but since more and more people lived hedonistically in imperial times, only the turn away from the world could appear worthy of a true philosopher. 17. Individual thinkers prophesied the downfall of their world in awesome language. For instance, Dio of Prusa, in a powerful speech, compared the treasures that Athens had amassed from the corners of the world with the funeral pyre which Achilles had erected for Patroclus from wood, dead bodies, gowns, and sacrificial lard, summoning the winds to light the fire and whip up the flames. While the vital forces of antiquity declined, Christianity grew as a new power. Its history explains its wavering response to the most important social and economic questions. It had emerged among those who wanted to save their own souls and who sought their salvation apart from life. Poor craftsmen, workers, and slaves formed the bulk of the believers. They were joined by such educated men, philosophers, officials, and members of other strata, who loathed the chaotic conditions of their day. What should honor and success mean among contemporaries for whom the millennium was close at hand? To make ends meet as a manual worker seemed an honorable life. Wholly in the spirit of Judaism, parents were advised to teach their sons abilities befitting the fear of God. And an educated ex-official who had much knowledge of the developed economic life of his time, Ambrosius, Bishop of Milan, still taught in the 4th century AD that it would be best simply to tend one's tiny little plot and prove true as a fighter for God otherwise. The community life of the Christians provides the explanation for the communist endeavors of some church fathers which, however, led to nothing. A conciliation with the state took place when the Christians began to dream of a kingdom of God on earth, of a community of the Lord, which they could create themselves. The complete lack of interest in questions of the state and nation led to the view expressed sometimes that it did not matter under whose rule one lives, as long as one was not forced to commit sins. The state became accepted as an organization of peace. Christianity had to create a doctrine of the state and society. This could not be derived from the original ideas and, understandably therefore, had a great deal of vagueness. This becomes especially clear in the case of Christianity's attitude towards slavery. In the first period of deep spiritual devotion to salvation, it did not seem to matter at all whether a person was a master or slave. The slave was expected to obey his master and be completely faithful to him, just as everybody was expected to fulfill the obligations of his occupation as long as nothing immoral was demanded. When the whole society, and no longer the individual, was under discussion, a quotation from the Bible, from nomadic times, could serve to make slavery acceptable. In the same way as the ancients thought that slavery was a natural consequence of the inferiority of character, the Christians saw it as the consequence of moral inferiority. Though the natural state knew only free men, it was sin that created slaves. Ham's progeny was cursed by Noah for eternity. Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. In general, one did not seek to defend the oppressive forms of slave exploitation in the larger enterprises with such reasoning. It was, however, applied to 147. 148. the more patriarchal forms of Oriental domestic slavery. This also explains the demand, reminiscent of sayings of Aristotle, that the master should further and raise his slave. But that Christianity at the end of the Middle Ages and at the beginning of modern times made its peace with the most brutal form of slavery that has ever existed, shows that the power of Christianity to resist slavery as such was certainly not strong. And though time and again Christianity counted release from bondage among the good deeds, and though Christian circles lent support to the liberation of slaves, there were, on the other hand, cases at the beginning of the Middle Ages when the Church limited the increasing liberation in the monasteries. Certainly Christianity did not undertake the abolition of slavery at any price and probably often caused no greater liberation of slaves than was customary in antiquity anyway. The organization of the financial administration in the early Church can hardly be compared to that of the later. At first, there were mainly voluntary contributions which were distributed to presbyters, deacons and readers according to certain rules. But however advanced the Christian community administration may often have been, the Church reached its full economic significance only when it took over state duties to a larger degree, from the 4th century AD onwards. At this time much of Italy was untilled. In the 6th century there were barely 50,000 inhabitants in Rome. Though Justinian tried to put things in order in Italy around the middle of the 6th century, the Pope began to take an ever greater part in administration and jurisdiction in Rome. The Church distributed grain to the people in the same way as the emperors had done earlier, often against the will of the government which did not want to be deprived of its power. And though these donations of grain often formally depended on the generosity of a private individual, the Pope, they nevertheless strengthened church organization. The monasteries and churches that had land received rental payments from settlers, tenants, semi-free and unfree small peasants, coloni and slaves, which were mostly wholly or partly paid in shares of the produce, later in fixed amounts of grain or other products. In this way, the Church could fill its stores with grain which came, as of old, from Sicily, where part of it was bought by church officials, but mainly collected from the church peasants. The people who were 149. Bound to the soil but personally free, together with the other classes of unfree and semi-free people, formed the basic stock for the economic order of the Church which was to come into its own in the Middle Ages. When the old empire fell to pieces, new church organizations developed, in the east in Antioch and Alexandria, in the west in Rome. At the end of the 8th century two great powers faced each other, each of which had grown out of the glory of the old empire, emperor and pope. While Rome decayed, the Byzantine civilization advanced along the Russian rivers as formerly the Roman had advanced along those of Gaul. Commercial centers developed on the trade routes which led to the Baltic Sea and survive in part until today. As France and Germany had their links with the old Roman Empire, so Russia did in various ways with Byzantium. From the point of view of economic history, the end of antiquity presents a scene full of variety. The areas of the Eastern Roman Empire still had a well-ordered economic system in which individuals were active. State finances and commerce continued in spite of many disturbances. The countries of the Western Roman Empire, however, began to fall apart. Individual areas could no longer rely on regular trade and attempts were made to produce what was needed locally. The requirement of large sections of the population had been lowered and could be satisfied by smaller economic organizations. Alongside communes everywhere, landed estates developed which either became part of new kingdoms or were small kingdoms themselves. In the areas of the decaying order, new organizations of stronger cohesion developed locally while the economic links between the inhabitants of the wider world were considerably weakened. It did not take long for the northern conquerors to advance further and further into the Western Roman area, and in the end they established close links between Italy and the economic and political centers of Central Europe. The East still kept its independence but was threatened with the same fate. The Central European economic powers tried to found new empires in the Western Roman areas. Onslaught followed onslaught. Soon Central European princes reigned in the area of the declining Eastern Roman Empire. But the cultural fate of Italy was denied to the Eastern Roman area. It was not incorporated into the 150 higher civilization of Central Europe but into a great empire of conquest which was no less civilized but did not develop further. At present attempts are being made to connect these areas to the unified Central European economic system. The future will show with what success. 19. Three-war economy asterisk. The highest union of individuals under the rule of law which is achieved at present is that of the state and the nation, the highest imaginable is that of the whole of mankind. Friedrich List, Nationalsystem der politischen Ökonomie, Introduction. In the systematic works of political economy little attention is paid to war. In the usual reference works, articles on war and the military are missing. Some space is occasionally given to war only in the systems of the science of finance. 2. And on other occasions authors have directed their attention to war as part of more comprehensive investigations. 3. Some monographs on problems of war economy appeared at an early date. 4. In recent times, their number is increasing and it is to be hoped that in the not too distant future war economy as a whole will become the subject of proper systematic study. In contrast to how special problems are treated, questions concerning the wide-ranging interconnections of the phenomena are usually only hinted at. A theory of war economy will only be satisfactory when it allows us at least schematically to show how the economic situation of specific groups of the population can change during the war. A kind of inventory of real incomes would have to be designed which then could give an approximate survey of the distribution of pleasures and displeasures. Even in less complicated areas of economic life, surveys of this kind have rarely succeeded, but they have seldom been attempted. Since the entire situation at a given moment is the cause of the entire situation at a subsequent moment, it would be necessary to use a symbolic notation for an overall picture of the multiple simultaneous changes. To comprehend such complexes in formulas, synoptic tables would also provide a certain insight. For example, the real incomes of different groups of people could be arranged side by side and their changes observed, together with the movements of 153, 154 commodities, coins, demands, etc. Since such means of representation are not yet sufficiently developed, the traditional method of description has to be used for the time being, which separates parts of the complexes and depicts them in succession. But this easily leads to the assumption that certain magnitudes are invariant, whereas in fact they vary together with the magnitude under consideration. Similarly, it is necessary to anticipate and utilize relationships which can be discussed in detail only later. In the following essay no attempt is made to represent war economy as a whole. Only the relevant problems are sketched so as to indicate the framework within which a systematic representation could take shape. The fact that political economists have given so little consideration to war within their systems, and that the number of dedicated investigations in no way corresponds to the importance of the subject, is connected with the great influence the English free traders still have. They often denied the possibility that a war could enrich a people. For them, war was nothing but a disturbance of commercial economy. This attitude can partly be explained on the basis of the economic conditions of the time which always were of decisive importance for the conception of war. Many Greek and Roman authors treated war as a kind of gainful occupation without much ado. Aristotle calls war a kind of hunt. 5. If the animals and such men as were in his view destined for servitude do not submit voluntarily, they have to be coerced by force. In this view, war is a natural source of income just like agriculture, robbery, fishing. By contrast, lending money for interest and commerce were considered unnatural. 6. Especially peoples at a lower level of civilization have never thought of war differently. With very many tribes we find that the hunt is performed by a number of people cooperatively and that expeditions for robbery of livestock are organized similarly. But at an early time peaceful cooperative work became an equal partner to cooperative expeditions of war and robbery. 7. In history we come across many nomadic tribes which are not very highly civilized. They invade the area of peaceful agriculturalists as conquerors and robbers. Often they subject these permanently, and the peasants become serfs of the victorious warriors. The state organization thus formed is often on a higher level of civilization than each of the peoples had reached separately. Some authors even claim that all states were formed this way. 8. For instance, the Arabs, who were such a nomadic people, did not recognize any distinction between religious, military, and civil organization, and looked upon war as the main occupation of free men. 9. Muhammad is believed to have said, "The maintenance of my community rests on the hooves of their horses and the points of their lances, as long as they do not till the field. If, however, they start doing that, they become like other men." 10. The view of war American Samoa a means of income was extended by many thinkers in antiquity, for whom the greed for riches was the cause of all wars and revolutions. 11. This theory is often adhered to today, especially under the influence of the materialist view of history. If a nation of peasants, such as the Romans of the early republic, goes to war, it is first of all concerned not to lose too much of the time needed for the tilling of the fields, for each soldier was a peasant in those times. He returns to the plough from a short war. Apart from the gain of booty and land, nothing much is changed in the economic life of the victorious peasants. For the defeated, it can sometimes mean the end. The situation becomes more difficult only if the originally narrow boundaries of the state are transgressed and the operations assume a larger scale in the attempt to assimilate foreign tribes to one's own. The longer the peasant has to stay away from home, the greater will be the damage to the farm, and the sharper the contrast will be between the rich peasant whose servants can go on with the work in the field, and the poor peasant whose holding will hardly be looked after. On his return from longer war expeditions, the warrior of moderate circumstances may even be forced to borrow money from his rich neighbor and thus become dependent on him economically. The distribution of wealth was changed also by the fact that the rich peasants were in a better position than the poor ones to take possession of land that they could cultivate with their slaves. At the time of the Gracchi, attempts were made to redistribute this land at least partly among the whole population, as it was a political tradition throughout antiquity to assign conquered land to the people. The whole or part of the land of the defeated enemy was taken away and distributed among the soldiers, and occasionally also among the citizens who were not soldiers. In this way the dominion was extended, the conqueror's people enriched, and mercenary soldiers were prevented from roaming the peaceful land as robbers after the war, or from enlisting with the enemy at once. 12. When it was no longer possible in Rome and Greece to wage wars exclusively with peasants, mercenaries were used more and more, especially in Hellenistic times. 13. The required 155. 156. Troops were recruited in special markets for mercenaries. Where mercenary armies absorbed the surplus population, they relieved the labor market considerably. Yet it also often happened that whole areas were nearly depopulated through such recruitment, especially where the population had been in decline already in peacetime. 14. The great advantages which war offered to the victorious make it quite understandable why participation in a war expedition was considered a right more than a duty, as long as the armies were formed of citizens. The Romans and most other peoples followed the general principle that conquered state property was assigned to the victorious state, and private property to the soldiers or citizens. 15. To avoid disorder, there were special rules for the army about systematic plunder and the distribution of booty. 16. After victorious wars, the income of the soldiers was often more than half of a year's pay. How essential booty was can be seen from the role it played in contracts of alliances. 17. Since, on the average, there was a distribution of booty every 2 years in the Roman Republic, it constituted for many an almost regular part of their income. 18. In modern times there is no equivalent of booty, except for the capture of ships and some special cases. The expected advantages are less obvious for the common man. Even if a man goes to war with the intention to fight for a better income for himself and his family, the result of his bravery does not appear before him as clearly as it did to the warrior used to booty whose heroic deeds were described by the ancient authors. 19. Still, it would be a mistake to believe that, beside booty, enjoyment of fighting, patriotism, fear of punishment or shame had not also played an important part. The acquisition of new areas of production was of greatest importance in antiquity, as it is today.
Roman agriculture was destroyed partly through the cheaper production of grain in the newly conquered lands, and partly, from the end of the Republic, by the government's distribution of grain in Rome, either at low prices or occasionally for free. The large landowners often turned to pasturage. Many people lost their livelihood this way, since on an area which had needed many workers for cultivation, a few shepherds could look after large herds. Moreover, after large wars more and more slaves were used in the area around the Mediterranean. By the end of the Roman Republic, the wars provided masses of slaves who deprived free workers of their jobs, just as machines did in the course of the modern development. Legislative attempts in Greece and Rome to counteract the escalation of slavery by allowing the use of the slaves only up to a certain percentage, had no success. 20. The situation changed only under the Roman emperors when fewer wars of conquest were undertaken, and these, moreover, produced fewer slaves. Therein lies part of the reason for the better treatment of slaves and their gradual liberation. In general, the wars of antiquity were waged ruthlessly. Fields and places of production were destroyed such that the productive capacity of whole countries was impaired for a long time. The enemy was mostly seen only as a competitor who must be deprived and damaged as much as possible, only rarely was he treated as a future subject. Since even in late antiquity commerce was not as highly developed as today, warfare did not disturb commercial traffic overmuch. Only the obstruction of food imports was frequently very calamitous. And since there also existed nothing like the present-day many-branched credit system, shocks to the economy were felt less widely. The immediate impact, however, was all the more terrifying, comparable to that of the 30 Years' War. The transparency of all these conditions allowed everybody to recognize the advantages and disadvantages of war more clearly than we can today. In Rome, for instance, a war against a commercial state could easily become popular. The merchants expected the removal of powerful competition and the opening up of new markets. The big landowners foresaw an addition of land to their holdings. The small and medium peasants expected new farmsteads for their sons. The poor, landless population hoped for distribution of land or at least of food. It was also customary that victorious army leaders distributed donations and arranged for public games. The money lenders, too, found new sources of income in conquered areas, because the new provinces had to borrow money at high interest rates to make the obligatory payments to the state. Tax farming was profitable as well. In the Middle Ages and at the beginning of modern times, the same view of war was held as in antiquity. To the victorious it seemed a blessing, to the defeated it was one of the greatest scourges. Changing fortunes of war could ravage many countries. The centrally ordered economy of smaller or larger political bodies made the citizen aware of the purpose of the various institutions of the state. Both military administration and market regulations were of similar importance. Everything. 157. 158. Was more or less regulated by the state. Some approved of acquisition through war, others objected to it. That war can be profitable was hardly ever denied, however. Especially the colonial wars of the 17th century brought great advantages. Accordingly, war income was extensively discussed by contemporary authors. 21. Again and again we can find views expressed which build on ancient authors. The discussions of booty in particular are essentially of ancient origin. 22. War was viewed as a means to acquire colonies so as to exploit them to the exclusion of all competitors. A movement for free trade began when the restrictive measures which nations exercised against each other proved more of a handicap than a stimulus in the development of commerce. To the theorists of this movement war was bound to seem superfluous. If the principle of free trade was fully applied, state boundaries had to be without significance for economic traffic. According to their theory, war could only disturb the economy, not further it. Particularly the consequences of the high customs which England and France applied against each other. A commercial contract treaty ended this policy only at the end of the 18th century, influenced many thinkers to accept the doctrine of free trade. England could expect many advantages from free trade after having secured the lead through mercantilist policies. Although the advocates of this doctrine did not realize it clearly,
it was their experience in the field of trade practice which led them to this result. The wars which had provided markets and productive resources in the first place were forgotten. Thus a man like Dudley North could exclaim already at the end of the 17th century, "No people ever yet grew rich by politics, but it is peace, industry, and freedom that brings trade and wealth, and nothing else." 23 Among those who helped to launch free trade there were some who did not demand it generally, but granted that developing peoples needed protective measures and privileges, only those fully developed could dispense with them, among them England. 24 As we have seen, in earlier centuries wars of defense and wars of conquest were treated together. When the financial and economic results were to be investigated, they were set apart only with respect to morals. It is noteworthy that Ferguson, a contemporary of Adam Smith with whom he also had personal contact, gave the title, of National Defense and Conquest to a chapter of his essay on the history of civil society, whereas the corresponding chapter in Adam Smith's fifth book has the heading of the expense of defense. The exclusion of aggressive war had a theoretical foundation in the treatment of political economy by the free traders, whereas it was also supported by political economists who were not free traders. Moral considerations may have played a part in this. Some authors seem to shy away from contemplating their fatherland waging wars of conquest. Thus in many works there is only mention of defense of the country 25, but even those authors who mention wars of conquest impose considerable restrictions on themselves and often believe they have to justify it morally, before they start investigating how to wage it and what results it has. 26 The free traders who defended the doctrine that war did not enrich a country, mostly did not offer more than general considerations. Adam Smith, for example, expresses the opinion that the Army and Navy were not even able to maintain themselves. 27 This view of his seems partly determined by excluding consideration of the possibility that an army could maintain itself in an enemy territory without support from home. On the effects of a war, however, he expresses himself at greater length than his adherents, since he was interested in the state as a whole and not only in a pure market economy. 28 This attitude of the free traders against war and against any economic policy which could restrain free trade, even though England's rise did not start with free trade but with mercantilism, made Friedrich List suspect malevolence on the part of the English thinkers and politicians, namely, to intend to conceal the way towards economic development from other states. His opinion is that the state of England followed the principle to wage wars and conclude alliances in the exclusive interest of manufacture, commerce, shipping and colonialism, and to use surplus in the productive capacity for colonization and the subjection of barbaric nations, and finally, to conceal the true policy of England by cosmopolitan slogans and arguments by Adam Smith, to prevent foreign nations from imitating this policy. 29 List was of the opinion, as was Tucker, that free trade could be the rule among peoples of equal strength. But as long as a people is developing, it should try to ward off competition with all its might and even, if necessary, not avoid war. His opinion is justified to some extent, as indeed a massive import of goods can cause heavy economic damage to a state in our present economic order. The theory of free trade, however, did not clearly distinguish between profitability and productivity and was often inclined to praise any increase of products. Moreover, List knew from experience that, without a policy of protective measures and privileges, the weaker state. 159. 160. Can easily fall into permanent dependence upon a richer and more powerful one. Agricultural states in particular should try to acquire an industry if they can. As English economic conditions led the English thinkers to the theory of free trade, so German circumstances led List and some of his contemporaries to the theory of protective customs. According to List, under free trade conditions, the poorer state, especially an agricultural state, could even become the slave of the richer state. Of course, this could also happen with mercantilist policy, but the theory of mercantilism accepted a fight for self-defense, while the theory of free trade did not. In one passage, List describes world development if free competition reigned unhampered. The Britons, as an independent nation, complete in itself,
would forthwith take their national interest as the sole guideline for their policy. Asia, Africa, Australia would be civilized by England and sprinkled with new states after the English pattern. In time a world of English states would thus be formed under the chairmanship of the motherland, in which the nations of the European continent would be submerged as insignificant, sterile tribes. France, Spain, and Portugal would share their destination to send the best wines to this English world and drink the bad ones themselves. At most France would be allowed to continue dressmaking. Germany would hardly have anything to give to this English world more than children's toys, wooden clocks, philological treatises, and occasionally some mercenaries who would be allowed to languish in Asian or African deserts in order to spread English industrial and commercial rule, English language and literature. It would not take many centuries in this English world for one to speak of the German and the French as we now speak of the Asian nations. 30. To save Germany from such a fate, List advocated protective customs and, in connection with them, a German navy. 31. We saw that war can bring direct gain to individuals by taking from the enemy what he owns in movables and immovables. It also seems intelligible that under certain circumstances commerce can profit from victorious wars. But the question is how to estimate the total effect of war on the economy. It is a remarkable fact which was observed by many authors that in recent times great wars are not as damaging as might have been expected, either to the defeated or to the victorious side, and that, on the contrary, something like an economic boom can be observed during or shortly after the war. Time and again, instances of unexpectedly, even miraculously quick healing of war wounds have been stressed. 32. For the victorious side, the economic progress may partly be explained by speculation starting again, anticipating success. This makes the market rate rise sharply and thus contributes to a stimulation of industry. 33. But this does not as well explain the general economic improvement which can also be observed during the war. 34. Some people want to deduce the beneficial effects of war from its elimination of everything that is useless, so that in commerce and industry nothing remains, but what is sound and fit for competition. But the explanation must probably be sought elsewhere, namely, in a phenomenon which essentially characterizes our economy in all its parts. As a consequence of our institutions, especially those regulating money, credit, and market affairs, we are forced to restrict our productive capacity to a certain degree. Cartels intentionally bring it about that less is produced than could be consumed by the population. Even states themselves artificially try to prevent saturation with all commodities, partly by their destruction, partly by protective tariffs. Since then we intentionally do not utilize fully or even waste the available manpower and productive capacities, there are always sufficient reserves. If disturbances of a certain kind occur as, for example, in the case of war, restrictions can be removed and productive forces are liberated. In the course of this, wealth may rise far above the pre-war level. This is connected with the fact that for many circles of the population a time of increasing production is more advantageous than a constant one, even if the latter is of a more highly developed kind. These are partly the reasons why the economic risk of war is relatively small, under the present humane way of waging wars. That a lost war leads to economic ruin is hardly possible, unless the victorious state applies different measures from those used in recent wars. If, however, all our powers and means were already in full operation in peacetime, war could cause much more devastation. Even then wounds may heal quickly, but only in rare cases. For example, if foreign property is seized, could war bring great economic advantages. An economic recovery, however, would not be possible during the war, and the victorious state would more frequently suffer serious harm as well. Every reform of our economic system which allows all our powers and capabilities to develop more fully, would therefore be in the interest of world peace. Quite apart from the terror which war inflicts, the sharp fall of real income would add a powerful and urgent appeal. 161. 162. It would be possible to calculate the damage and sum up the productive forces which are absorbed by the war only if productivity and not profitability were the ruling principle everywhere in our economy. However, it is inadmissible that in general discussions money profit remains in the center, but that in discussions of military expenditure suddenly constrained manpower is brought in. It is thus easily overlooked that there always are some unemployed, and that emigration in great numbers was even welcomed as a relief by some thinkers, example Mill. Nowadays, the use of soldiers in industry might lead to difficulties. Similarly, it does not carry conviction to point out how large the money expenditure for war is, because it would have to be shown first that, under the same general system, the money actually would go to schools and hospitals, instead of going to armaments. Such deliberations start from the assumption that a fixed amount of economic forces and a fixed amount of money are available, to be used one way or another, whereas in fact things are much more complicated. Among those who gave their thought to this problem was Henry George, who had a correct understanding of some of the relations between war and economy. He says of America, "Perhaps nothing shows more clearly the enormous forces of production constantly going to waste than the fact that the most prosperous times in all branches of business that this country has known was during the Civil War, when we were maintaining great fleets and armies, and millions of our industrial population were engaged in supplying them with wealth for unproductive consumption or for reckless destruction. It is idle to talk about the fictitious prosperity of these flush times. The masses of the people lived better, dressed better, found it easier to get a living, and had more of luxuries and amusements than in normal times. There was more real, tangible wealth in the North at the close than at the beginning of the war. Our armies and fleet were maintained, the enormous unproductive and destructive use of wealth was kept up, by the labor and capital then and there engaged in production. And it was that the demand caused by the war stimulated productive forces into activity that the enormous drain of the war was not only supplied, but that the North grew richer. The waste of labor in marching and counter-marching, in digging trenches, throwing up earthworks, and fighting battles, the waste of wealth consumed or destroyed by our armies and fleets did not amount to as much as the waste constantly going on from unemployed labor and idle or partly used machinery. It is evident that this enormous waste of productive power is due, not to defects in the laws of nature, but to social maladjustments which deny to labor access to the natural opportunities. The paralysis which at all times wastes productive power and which in times of industrial depression causes more loss than a great war, springs from the difficulty which those who would gladly satisfy their wants by their labor find in doing so. 35. This attempt of Henry George to use the phenomena caused by crises of overproduction for the investigation of the effects of war on wealth, has rarely been repeated. 36. Altogether, the available close analyses of the relevant facts can barely pass muster. The causes of the increasing profitability of production, sometimes noticeable during the war and shortly after it, can be found in the following circumstances. All articles necessary for war activities rise in price considerably, among them food. This ensures an increased income to a number of enterprises. The conscription of civilians during a war can sometimes cause a considerable shortage of workers and at the same time a rise in wages if production is increased in certain industries. Moreover, war itself often causes interruption of imports of important raw materials or finished products which now have to be replaced by substitutes or to be produced at home. Speculation in foreign currency and stocks often brings rich profits as well. The enrichment of some circles of the population, entrepreneurs, speculators, and workers, indirectly means an enrichment of all those who have goods to sell to these people. The advantages of the war can therefore far exceed its burdens for wide circles of the population. In addition, the increased circulation of paper money is often a stimulus to production and has the effect of a protective duty, if a percentage is charged in the exchange of paper against metal. Industries which up to then had restricted their production artificially, and produced less than they could have, can now enlarge their production without much extra cost and earn great profits. The increased consumption often increases the speed of circulation of money, and this again has a stimulating effect. Even if such a boom is not of long duration, it is proof anyhow that there were latent forces. If a reversal takes place, this does not prove that the available forces were overexerted, It only shows that in our economic order a permanent advance without crises is not possible, but this is true for times of peace as it is for times of war. These obstructions are not caused by production and consumption, not by the political order or the distribution of income, but by the market economy and the credit system. If we investigate problems of war economy, we must distinguish between the need for commodities and the need for means of payment. To get hold of the goods necessary for waging war is in general not too 163. 164. Difficult. Grain etc. is not in greater demand in war than in peace unless there is a considerable re-immigration for military service. At most, inland production decreases and imports must be increased. If horses are imported, the demand for hay and oats can increase. Other war articles of which large amounts will be needed, such as clothing, shoes, rifles, guns, etc., can be produced relatively quickly. Only the building of fortresses, warships, etc., can take a longer time. The losses of men are also difficult to replace, which was very noticeable in the great Napoleonic Wars. The production of war goods is somewhat handicapped by military action, but not overmuch, as in a longer war nothing is needed but an increased use of machines. All difficulties which are connected with lack of money belong to a different category. Their solution is a matter of economic organization. It is conceivable that our present institutions may prove to be inadequate in a great war. Some drawbacks already existing in peacetime will partly make themselves doubly felt in wartime. This often leads to alterations in many institutions during the war which prove useful during peacetime too, and so will often survive. Even more significant, the flexibility which leads to such reforms can be the mainspring for victory. We can imagine circumstances under which that state gains victory and advantages for decades ahead which, in the decisive moment of battle, courageously overcomes prejudices and starts on a new course in the distribution of goods. Such changes in the circulation of goods can be brought about the more easily the less they affect the social and political structure of a people. But the changeover of institutions from money economy to economy in kind, the creation of organizations for speedy want satisfaction, can nearly always rely on general approval, if it is performed without a revolution of the social order. In wartime, when only the thought of victory or defeat counts, petty considerations which might be decisive in peacetime will be dismissed. The questions of profitability have to give way to questions of productivity. This is true even in peacetime when the means of waging war are being procured. In the interest of military efficiency, railways are always built, cables laid. For commerce alone this was not done because the profitability was not sufficient, in spite of urgent need. 37. A large war could perhaps lead to those reforms in our economic life which would make unhampered production and consumption possible. The beginning of a war is, almost without exception, connected with serious economic disturbances. Foremost among them is the unsteadiness of credit. Everybody tries to get cash, mainly by canceling credits or withdrawing deposits. All men going to war want to take a supply of cash with them so as not to be entirely dependent on army provisions in the enemy country. Purchase of clothing and equipment of all kinds cause considerable expense. As confidence is shaken, bills of exchange and checks are not easily accepted as payment. Runs on commercial banks and savings banks are not uncommon at the beginning of a war, or even before. When England declared war on France in 1792, there were 1,800 bankruptcies the next year. In normal times the average was 600. 38. All enterprises which produce clothing and the material required for it belong to the branches of production that can count on increased sales even if prices rise. There is an increased need of textile articles, of cloth, linen, blankets, etc. 39. The leather and hide business can count on increasing demand. Factories which produce bicycles, wagons, motor cars, airships, will be very busy, as will be coal and iron ore mines and nearly all branches of the metal industry. Wood industry will in general be able to expand its production. Also the requirements for medical treatment and nursing in war must be mentioned. However, Some industries will decline, especially those which produce luxury articles, unless their export grows for some reason or another, or the usual imports decrease. Export and import can suffer severe disturbances, quite apart from those caused by the transport of troops. At times there may be forced exports because industrialists want to get rid of their stocks at any price or refuse to stop production. Of course, everybody benefits if the war also stimulates general consumption, as in the case described by Henry George. Prices for industrial products may rise considerably, and for food even more, especially as imports can be cut off. Though the demand for grain remains more or less the same, the inland supply will probably in general be reduced. But it must never be forgotten that even where the law does not offer the necessary measures, the government will hardly refrain from suppressing any form of bread usury in the interest of the consumers. The government can, for example, fix prices. In Austria the regulations for small trade can be used for this. 40. The government could take the supply of grain in hand as well. China and Japan have done so in peacetime. They gathered rice in stores when the rice was cheap, thus slightly causing the prices to rise in favor of the producers. They sold it to the consumers at a moderate 165. 166. Price when prices were high, and thus forced the other rice merchants to drop their prices. This is a food policy which corresponds to the modern policy on foreign currency of some banks. 41. The well-known motion by Kaunitz in the German Diet demanded something along these lines in the interest of the grain producers, and the relevance of such measures in the case of war was expressly pointed out. 42. The motion put at the same time by Jors to monopolize grain and flour imports did not contain anything about the use of stores for purposes of war. 43. The influence of war on inland industry through changes in the situation of export and import can be very advantageous for many industries, if they get rid of their competitors. 44. Even new industries may grow up for which the war replaces a kind of prohibitive duty. Thus the cutting off of cotton imports from the southern states in the American Civil War caused a rise of production and manufacture of linen and wool in the North. The change of trade routes through war can also bring advantages to one of the warring nations. 45. The continental blockade with its damaging economic consequences allowed the rise of a number of new industries and the revival of old ones. After the war such industries are often in need of support through protective duties, otherwise they would be drowned by the influx of piled-up goods from abroad, as, for example, by those from England after the lifting of the continental blockade. 46. Measures like the continental blockade can occasionally have beneficial results for the whole economic system. The general assertion that any procedure which is an extraordinary, compulsory war measure could for that very reason have no favorable consequences for the economy, can hardly be maintained. 47. One of the benefits of the continued blockade was that it stimulated a number of new inventions. If an agricultural state in the first stages of becoming industrialist would not or could not introduce prohibitive duties in peacetime, it could be forced by war to the full development of its industries and thus to a higher level of civilization. A war which accelerated the transition of a state from purely agricultural to agricultural/industrial conditions is therefore a blessing for a nation, as the War of Independence of the North American Free States has been a blessing for all successive generations, though it claimed enormous sacrifices. A peace, however, that throws a nation destined for manufacture back to agricultural conditions is a curse and incomparably more damaging than war. 48,49. However, war can help not only to free one state from dependence upon another, but can also help to submit one to such, often to the advantage of the victorious only, but occasionally also to the advantage of the defeated nation. The occupation of Bosnia, for instance, may be seen as an advantage for that country. Often the aim is to acquire an area for sales or production. This played a considerable role in the American Civil War. 50. Yet what the examples here mentioned show is that it is not war in itself that brings about the development. This can be a stimulus for us to look for ways and means to achieve the same results without all the misery and pain which are necessarily connected with war. In the same way as a government may fix food prices under certain circumstances, it can also take measures to regulate the prices of coal or industrial articles. It can also do the same with the price of borrowing money. It can interfere by legal decrees, or even without them in emergencies, by force. Often it is sufficient to negotiate with the great cartels, banking houses, etc., appeal to their patriotism, and support this appeal with promises and threats if necessary. The great organizations prove useful in such cases. 51. From the standpoint of immediate profitability, a merchant can be very interested in deals with the enemy. 52. Similarly, example in price rises. Even if a single merchant understands that certain actions of the merchants and industrialists would be in the interest of the state and consequently in their own interest, such understanding does not help the individual, because his isolated action would only damage himself. Entire organizations, however, can be of great service to politics. If great firms act together against the state interest, it is much easier to deal with them, because it is known to whom one has to turn. Of utmost importance in wartime is the question of imports, especially food imports. Whenever war threatens, this is the subject of intense interest. With industry growing and agriculture reduced, food imports become vital. If we think of the situation of Austria-Hungary and Germany in the recent complications, here overseas imports are possible only via the harbors of the North, the Baltic and the Adriatic Seas. Even if the two navies should succeed in keeping the harbors free from a blockade, they will hardly be able to succeed in permanently securing the two narrow passages of the Channel and the Straits of Otranto. By contrast, it is much more difficult to cut France off from imports. Concerning imports via neutral states, Austria-Hungary should rely mainly on those via Switzerland whose neutrality is reasonably secure. The passage through Italy, Serbia, Romania, and finally Turkey, are much less certain and 167. 168. Depend on the political situation. For Germany, it is Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Switzerland that mainly come into consideration. The crucial question, how far neutrality will be maintained, remains open. That England and Germany at least contemplate seriously the possibility of disrespecting the Netherlands' neutrality, is well known, but also Switzerland is in no way safe from a breach of its neutrality. France has elaborate strategic plans to reach the bend of the Rhine along the Jura, and Germany has built forts along the Swiss border as a countermeasure. The attitude of Switzerland itself is not yet clear. Some say that its army can only protect the mountains and not the lowlands, which will have to be given up to the invading French. Others demand unconditional maintenance of the boundaries. 53. A blockade of imports is conceivable, however, even without a real violation of neutrality, namely, if only so much of imports is allowed into neutral states as they need themselves and if any surplus held back. Then it will depend on the importing countries whether they will accept such restrictions. When the northern states blockaded the harbors of the South during the American Civil War, Europe had to receive its supplies of cotton or substitute materials from other countries. 54. Of course all this depends on the area affected by war. The Russo-Japanese War hardly had any direct influence on commerce. It is being hotly debated how single, more or less land-bound states such as Germany and Austria-Hungary can maintain themselves in case of war if imports should definitely be cut off. Some believe that starvation will be a possibility, others believe that states like these which are not fully industrialist, could with proper measures produce more grain, potatoes, etc. They could prohibit the use of foodstuffs for other purpose than food. They could also allow more slaughtering of livestock. Much depends on the treatment of enemy-owned private ships. In 1870 France acted according to the agreements of the Paris Congress and did not respect private ownership of the enemy at sea, thus the Germans demanded restitution after the war for the ship owners. The Germans had decreed on July 18, 1870 that they would not capture French merchant ships. 55. In former times, matters were more complicated as capture was organized by giving so-called letters of marque to private ships. It also cannot be foreseen how modern states will behave,
but the general tendency is to respect private property. In war it is the rule that the export of products which are needed for war activities is prohibited. 56. The export of food is also limited or fully stopped. It would be too much to ask of the population to watch butter, poultry, eggs leave the country while they starve. 57. Transit of war material is of course prevented. Instead of full prohibition of export, sometimes high export duties are enough. 58. Other possible measures are the reduction of import duty for certain articles and extensive changes in railway tariffs. The effects of these are similar to those in peacetime and will not be of advantage to all enterprises. Export embargoes for foodstuffs may keep prices on a certain level and may have neither advantages nor disadvantages for the farmers. There will be considerable changes in the labor market during any war. However, the effects will vary greatly in the different sections. Industries which would have to dismiss workers anyhow because sales are slackening, as they usually do at the start, will mostly be able to survive with a reduced workforce. Industries which work for the military administration may even have a shortage of workers. High wages are no exception here, the employers cover these by raising prices. Other industries which will have to expand for reasons given above may also have difficulties, especially in finding skilled workers for certain categories. If the employment of foreign workers is thought inadvisable, machine work may often replace manual work. 59. To attend the machines, women, youngsters, old people, and unskilled workers of all kinds can more easily be employed. In some sections of the economy, machines left idle in peacetime to avoid overproduction need only be put to work to satisfy the greater demands. Dismissals and new recruitment of workers may balance each other to some degree, but it must not be forgotten that whereas many women may be dismissed from some establishments with predominantly female labor, strong men are needed for mines, for example. Lack of agricultural workers will often be detrimental, because the demand for agricultural products will remain constant. If imports of agricultural products are impeded, the home country, as we have seen, has to produce even more, and that is only possible with an increased workforce on the land. For the civilian workers, therefore, the chances are not bad, and in some branches more favorable than during peace, as the number of competitors is reduced. Often workers are promoted during war. For the workers in military service, the war means a momentary interruption of their employment, as for their families some provision is made by the state. Difficulties arise only when the workers return home after the war and there is no corresponding continuing expansion of production. 169. 170. The pressure on the labor market may be somewhat reduced because some workers have lost their lives in the war. Occasionally, this can be claimed as an advantage for the survivors. The most hurtful damage is suffered by those who had to interrupt their own enterprise or had to give up a highly qualified position for good. This damage can be compared to that which Roman peasants experienced when they were employed in foreign wars at the time of the Republic and could not look after their fields. After the threat of a war between Austria-Hungary and Serbia had disappeared, an action was started from private quarters to help those who had been called up and thereby lost their employment. This proves how insufficient government measures still are in this respect. It has lately been frequently discussed how to find employment for returning soldiers after a long war during which industry and agriculture have adapted to the changed circumstances. One suggestion was to create settlements for the soldiers as was done in antiquity. 60. This should be done either on conquered land, or on state land at home. For the time being, private property would probably be used only in exceptional cases, though the expropriation of agricultural land would seem less repellent to the spirit of our modern order than the confiscation of mobilia or immobilia like privately owned factories would be. The goods required by the war administration are either bought or they are acquired in kind. The effects of purchase have already been described. It brings advantages to employers and workers, indirectly perhaps to the whole population, least of all to those who have nothing to sell either to the state or to those who have become richer by increased income. Acquisition in kind mainly concerns human material. It is well known that most of the great states have introduced conscription, but England relies almost exclusively on voluntary troops. The whole population can be won over to serve in the war without difficulty if the advantages are obvious to all. These can be of an economic nature, with land or spoils to be distributed after victory, or people may be concerned about the honor of the country. It is more difficult to enforce general conscription when the interests of the whole population are not at stake in a war and only certain parts of the population have an interest in it. This is the case, for example, with many colonial wars which do not provide new land for surplus population. It is an exception when a government decides to send parts of a conscripted army on such expeditions. Germany, for example, has carried out her recent overseas ventures with voluntary forces. This also explains partly why England has voluntary forces and that general conscription becomes popular only in case of a European war, and then especially to ward off an invasion. 61. It is clear that in a country without general conscription the effects of a war are different from those in a country which calls up all able-bodied men. Of course, part of the population will go to war, but the rest will be able to follow their usual occupations. If the unemployed enlist, the war will cause few disturbances, though it may be more serious if people lose their employment and are not absorbed by the army. A population whose activities are less disturbed during war is of course better able to support its government financially than the populations of countries with conscription. Higher taxes can be collected, more public loans can be obtained. As war service and contributions in kind can mean serious disturbances, many authors have demanded that disabled men who are released from war duty should pay a high tax. Some states, such as Austria-Hungary, have introduced such a tax. Other states, e.g. Germany, have refused its introduction, arguing that it would be offensive to people's sentiments if a sacrifice for the fatherland were to be given a monetary value. 62. There are also some other contributions in kind. Horses have to be put at the state's disposal in case of war, and food and quarters have to be given to passing troops, whether in the homeland or in enemy territory. There are some regulations about compensation for such services, either straight away or after the war. If such compensation is in line with market prices, the matter is a kind of compulsory purchase. In other cases it is a matter of taxation in kind, of larger or smaller severity. As services and goods provided to the army are partly paid for, so are damages caused by war. The relevant regulations usually leave much latitude for interpretation. In general, compensation will depend on the outcome of the war. Example: after the Franco-Prussian War, France compensated her people only scantily. Even today, wartime contributions in kind are planned to a considerable degree. In certain cases these can play a still much more important role. Especially if the government fails to find enough money and there are objections to the issue of paper money, it may think of taxes in kind and of using the received goods directly for army provisions and other war purposes, instead of first issuing paper money to buy goods. And 171. 172. Then to tax the people to get more paper money and then to buy more goods. The taxes in kind in the southern states during the American Civil War show that such measures can be used in modern times. 63. It is perfectly possible that economy in kind can be revived in time of great convulsions. In beleaguered cities the population is often fed by the state. Furthermore, already in peacetime the military administration possesses a large well-constructed organization based on economy in kind which, as it were, needs only be extended to include the civilian population. Such an organized economy in kind may often be much more efficient than an unadhered economy of paper money. Nevertheless, in general the latter is preferred, but this is due to a widely held prejudice that economy in kind is fundamentally more primitive than a money economy, which therefore has to be preserved at all cost. It is forgotten that giant state organizations on a high level of civilization, as, example ancient Egypt, kept going for a long time on the basis of a well-organized large-scale economy in kind, which has many characteristics superior to our own. Without going into details of the advantages of such an economic order and the system of bank transfers in kind here, At least I wish to recommend serious investigation of this forms of economic organization, since in circumstances of war an approach to it may well be possible. The whole institution of the money economy is only one of the possible ways to bring about the circulation of goods. It might prove not to be the best way, even in times of peace. When times are quiet, however, such a reform is not as urgent as in times of war, when an organized economy in kind seems a more obvious step to take. The changes in wartime mentioned so far do cause certain shifts in real income, but in general not in one definite direction. Neither the poorer nor the richer classes experience preferential improvement. Only certain industries in a monopoly position, such as gun and steel plate manufacture, docks, etc., will probably increase the real income of the employers more than that of the workers. Their income will also grow compared to that of other employers. If a war stimulates enterprise, if wages rise and more is produced and consumed, all classes of the population can participate in the increased production. The distribution of income is, however, decisively influenced in a definite direction by the way the state procures money, whether it is through loans or through taxes. In antiquity, wars were originally waged without a treasury and without taxes. As everyone had to equip himself, and in many states the poorer had cheaper weapons than the richer, there was a certain adjustment of the war burden. Often horses and ships were provided only by the rich. If money was needed, the Roman Republic imposed compulsory loans. Monies so received were paid back after a victory. Such compulsory loans affected the whole population in the way taxes do, and in our time it might be worth considering the refund of part of our taxes after a victorious war. 64 To wage war with the help of war taxes, or compulsory loans, or with the help of collected treasures. Pericles successfully used the temple treasure of the Temple of Athene, does not increase inequality of income. However, the unequal profitability of war gains for rich and poor does contribute to it, as mentioned above. The occupation of wide areas of land by the rich and their exclusive opportunity for usury in the provinces increased this inequality in Rome very much, especially in the time of the Republic. In antiquity and in the Middle Ages as well, a primitive way of waging war was possible, partly because the necessary means were acquired ruthlessly in the country of friend and foe alike, whenever the need arose. 65 The modern regulated financial economy led to the financing of wars through loans and taxes. The effects have been investigated frequently, but not yet systematically enough. Whereas taxes are distributed over all parts of the population, inland loans earn the lender interest which has to be paid mostly from taxes. Often the profit due to a rise in the rate of exchange is considerable, because war loans or bonds mostly have to be issued a good deal under par. The contrast is strongest if the bonds are bought by a few only, but where the state credit is much more democratized, as in France, the middle classes partake in the advantage, though to a smaller degree than the well-off. Whereas the taxes are a progressive liability of the public, the advantages of bonds are distributed to different classes regressively from top to bottom. Many have therefore demanded that people who would buy bonds should be taxed. When Henry George, for example, made such demands, he did so in thinking of American conditions. 66 In the War of Independence fought against England, the rich people in the North could buy bonds whereas the poorer South only paid taxes. 67 After the war the poor Southern states had to reward the rich Northern states, so to speak, for being able to afford to buy war bonds. A frequent objection to taxes is that they are difficult to collect, in particular that there is the danger that metal money could be hidden away and even be taken abroad. A far-reaching wealth tax is feasible. 173. 174. Only if already in peacetime most payments are made by bank transfer, and bank accounts could form the basis for a registry of money. This would ease taxation and the raising of a compulsory loan in the case of war, whether drawing cash from accounts is allowed or suspended. Raising a loan can lead to making goods available which a nation's economy possesses but cannot bring into circulation, because there was not enough money. The state can offer credit and direct money where it is needed. In this way, annual profits can be made that can make refund possible in the future. It is not even necessary that production of goods will increase in the future or the real income of all be raised, it is sufficient if the money income at the disposal of the state increases. If a loan is raised abroad 68 in order to buy goods with it, the repayment of the loans can be arranged by producing goods and selling them abroad, using the money earned for payment of the loan debt and interest. In this case it would be justified to say that the homeland bought goods for the present and paid with goods of the future. The repayment can be made without any change in production. It could be that the country suffers from a lack of means of payment because the circulation is too slow. Assuming the loan increases the means of payment, the prices and, accordingly, the taxes, then the speed of circulation can now increase and higher taxes can be paid. Payment abroad is possible without any increase in production. Things are not always so simple, however. These extreme cases are presented only to show how different changes in the economic mechanism can be brought about by the same measure, such as raising and repaying a loan. A distinction should be made between borrowing goods and borrowing money, as extreme cases. But usually both types are mixed. Differences are even greater when we consider the movement within society. It is a question of how the money which comes from loans is distributed again. It can make the distribution of goods even more unequal than it was, first, because the taxes which cover interest on loans oppress the poor more than the rich, second, because, when orders are financed from loan funds, the real incomes of entrepreneurs grow more quickly than that of the workers. It is rare that loans are used to improve the real income of the poor, which, in a sense, would be a certain compensation vis-a-vis the enrichment of bondholders. Loans can be taken from hoards or from circulation, the effects will be different in the two cases. The absorption of hoards by loans may have a stimulating effect, previously frozen monies will become liquid. This can stimulate production if means of circulation were lacking previously. But the absorption of money which might have gone into over-speculation could have favorable effects similar to the absorption of hoards. Should such money go abroad, perhaps little change will occur at home. It matters greatly, however, in which way the funds are used. If the state uses them to buy rails abroad and build railways, it may possibly increase the taxability and the real income of the population. The aim of the loan policy as well as that of the tax policy often is to increase the real income of the population, possibly to change its composition, and simultaneously to increase money income. It is difficult, however, to achieve these different goals at the same time. Especially in wartime, states prefer to raise loans abroad, thereby the inland market is disturbed least, and the industries are not deprived of money of which they are in severe need. Moreover, a large inland loan may increase the interest rate. This would not be to the advantage of the market which in war, and most of all in its initial stages, will greatly suffer from the difficulties to obtain credit. A loan abroad can buy goods inland and increase circulation, but can also buy goods abroad. Even wealthy states usually do not confine themselves to borrowing within the country, but raise loans abroad, as England did in 1900 in America. The raising of a loan replaces the issue of shares in many cases, so to speak. The monies which flow abroad correspond to the dividends which are paid to foreign shareholders. Raising loans has sometimes the same effect as increasing the capital of a joint stock company. States hardly can let others participate in their profits, since it is not their task to obtain maximum profit. Moreover, shareholders could not be allowed an influence in the management of business in this case. Even banks which are private joint stock companies, when they issue notes, have to exclude foreign shareholders. As the state itself cannot issue shares even if it wished, state debts are a substitute, especially those of long-standing or the everlasting annuities. Though the bondholders cannot influence the debtor state officially, they can do so indirectly. The state to which the creditors belong usually takes a great interest in the affairs of the debtor state and tries to keep it away from accidents, e.g. wars, which might be disastrous. This is partly achieved by the threat that no further loans will be allowed.
In the course of negotiations certain conditions may be made and only after agreement are exchange quotations allowed. Such attention to the 175. 176. Affairs of the debtor state often helps to preserve the peace, but loans can also do the opposite and further the prospect of war if poor states get money under favorable conditions. To a large extent loans then replace the war subsidies which formerly used to be given. Loans are a link between states and act like a kind of mutual war insurance. The non-participants help the others wage the war. The connections which the world market makes possible can often be of a still different and strange nature. An example, during the Russo-Japanese War, money flowed from Japan to America. From there it went to France where payments were due for the taking over of the Panama Canal. In France the money arrived just in time for the Russian state loan, thus Russia partly financed its war against Japan with Japanese money. 69 Inland loans will be preferred when money is needed for payments inland. Thus the occasional practice has become established to raise inland loans for inland payments and foreign loans for foreign payments. If the monies are spent inland, the money market has changed little, and the state can possibly raise another loan in a short time, i.e., the same money flows back to it. Money is put in circulation, and its speed influences how high the total amount is which the state can raise as loans. This possibility has been known for a long time. 70. Nevertheless, there are occasional remarks from which it can be concluded that the authors arrive at the total sum of money needed by simply adding up the amounts of loans. 71. Experience has shown that use of loans often stimulates enterprise and speeds the movement of goods. The state can distribute orders in grand style, workers are employed, more taxes can be paid. These beneficial effects have been noticed particularly in England where it led to the overestimation of loans by many authors. But even disregarding these favorable effects, loans can mean a much smaller burden on a nation than a tax yielding the same amount. Though interest and amortization are a heavy liability, they can be distributed over years and are then easier to bear than are taxes in times of war. The state has to rely on inland loans in general if the foreign countries have no confidence in its war success. It is particularly difficult to raise loans when a dissolution of the state or a revolution has to be expected, since one does not know how the new state will behave in matters of old debts. 72. The success of inland loans mainly depends on the general mood of the people. The northern states had no difficulties in raising inland loans during the American Civil War. 73. The willingness of the population to put money at the state's disposal sprang from a number of reasons: love of the idea of a unified state, hatred of the haughty Southerners, humanitarian motives also may have played a part, a satisfaction to fight against slavery which was prevalent in the South. Yet material profit was to be expected too. If the North was victorious, it could establish a policy of protective duty: cotton, tobacco, sugar, rice, would be produced within the boundaries of the customs union and the North would find a convenient market for its industrial articles in the South. Moreover, the population had a confidence in final success which was lacking abroad. The democratization of credit already was far advanced at that time. Money owners were less inclined to deposit their money in savings banks than to buy shares or bonds. The high interest rate of government stocks were as attractive as the expected rise in market rates. The democratization of credit is achieved mainly by increasing the number of pay offices. The northern states even went so far as to pay arrears in wages to the soldiers during the Civil War with state bonds, which amounted to an obligatory loan. In this way, bonds entered into circles which would otherwise have remained closed to them. In peacetime today the tendency can often be noticed to democratize state credit again. It was an innovation in 1793 when Pitt made use of intermediary trade in issuing a war loan. At the time it was hoped to make the exchange rate rise by the competition between bankers buying the bonds, but this was partly prevented since the banks formed a coalition. If a state decides to create a banking institution of its own for its purposes, as Austria has just done with the Postal Savings Bank, it is natural to use such an institution for such loans.
When governments issue loans, they often try to improve sales of bonds by various differentiations. 74. The technique of attracting buyers by privileges is very highly developed today. To prevent the public from selling older stocks with a lower interest rate because higher interest rates are expected in the new issues, the issuing state can choose to issue the stocks of higher interest rate as short-term bonds, i.e. as treasury bills. 75. Whoever then sells the stocks with the lower interest rate whose exchange rate has fallen due to war, can have no hope that a rise in exchange rate after the war will make good the loss. The bonds can be declared valid for payments to the state. 76. They can also enjoy the privilege of being accepted as surety at a certain minimum exchange rate. This is a stimulus to merchants to buy bonds worth a smaller sum of 177. 178. Money and keep them in reserve. Often the state also gives special privileges to buyers of annuities, should they want to take part in a loan at a later time. The government which is interested in its credit, especially if it intends to issue new annuities, has several possibilities for keeping the market rate of its bonds intact. Apart from stopping the trade in its bonds for many months, it can also buy back its own annuities with banking houses as intermediaries. This procedure, also known to be practiced by joint stock companies to preserve the value of their shares, can serve to hold the exchange rate of the government's money abroad as well. In just this way the Russian government influenced the exchange rate of its bonds and of the ruble. 77. It could occasionally be observed that the loans of neutral countries were less steady than Russia's, a clear pointer to Russian state support. This stabilization was achieved partly by the Russian readiness to buy rubles at any time. Moreover, the Russian state bank offered foreign bills to the market, especially long-dated ones, since the commercial world wanted to play it safe in case the ruble fell. 78. Another cause favoring the ruble which must be mentioned, were the large grain exports at high price. By measures of this kind the Russian government was able to prevent a sudden fall of the exchange rate of the ruble and bonds, but in the long run the market rate of bonds can only be kept steady if the whole market situation is favorable. The only thing that can definitely be prevented is the type of collapse which comes about when minor disturbances lead to sales. The fall causes more bonds to be offered for sale the next day, and though nothing has changed in the meantime, this leads to the depression of the exchange rate, and to more panic sales. Declines of this sort can be avoided at little cost by suitable measures which keep up the exchange rate during critical periods. The mere fact that the rate is not at all, or hardly, altered by unfavorable concurrent events has a calming effect on bondholders. And even if a fall cannot be entirely prevented, much is gained if it can be slowed down. Often the fall does not then reach the same lows as quick falls would. The practice and theory of recent years tend to support such government measures and counteract the formerly prevalent opinion that supply and demand are best left uninfluenced in the money market. Political economy thereby returns to the view which ruled in the 18th century under the influence of mercantilism. Measures to influence exchange rates of money and bonds was at that time equally familiar in practice and in theory. Turning away from extreme economic liberalism means that old traditions are taken up again, now also in monetary theory. 79. As mentioned above, the decline of the value of a loan can be caused also by the government issuing loans in quick succession, thus depriving the market of money to invest. To forestall such a decline concurrent with the rising bank rate, the government has several possibilities. For example, it can spend the funds from the first loan to buy war goods in the same market, thus keeping liquidity more or less unchanged at the raising of the second loan. 80. It also can happen that the state in which the loan is issued makes it a condition that part of the money raised is spent within the country for war goods. France made such a condition to Serbia in favor of the Schneider-Kraussode works. But the government also can make monies of earlier loans available to the market, if it does not need them immediately, namely, by depositing them at a bank which uses them for loans. 81. In this discussion of loans it should also be mentioned that, if need be, the state can apply measures of economy in kind. It is perfectly possible that a state has rich coal deposits, cotton plantations, etc., but its monetary system is in great disorder,
so that it will not be able to raise any more loans. In such cases the surety of goods could serve to obtain loans. The state can even go so far as to declare it will pay in kind, if payment in money is not possible. The southern states of America received a loan on such terms during the Civil War. They undertook to pay either in money or in cotton 6 months after the end of the war. They obtained the cotton from the planters, either as taxes in kind or by purchase. It would even be possible for a state to receive a loan in kind and promise repayment in other goods in the future. Such a procedure recommends itself if the monetary systems of both states are in disorder and it is safer to deal in goods than in money. It would be a mistake if theoretical studies did not pay attention to these possibilities in due time, especially since such measures have already been attempted in practice. 82. The procurement of money by taxes has been mentioned several times already. A major argument in favor of taxes is the better distribution among the various classes of the people. The socio-political aspect of the financial administration can be better taken into account in this case than in the case of a loan. Taxes concern the homeland exclusively, loans can also be raised abroad. There are, however, so many variations. 179. 180. Of inland loans and taxes that hardly noticeable transitions can be made from one type to the other. There are taxes which can have a similar effect on the population as normal loans. There are cases possible in which the effect of the loans hardly differs from that of normal taxes. The possible extent of taxation depends upon the general wealth of a country. England, for example, has habitually covered a large part of the cost of wars by increase of the income tax. In the Russo-Japanese War, Russia decided to increase existing taxes without adding new one. Japan increased its taxes to a much higher degree. 83. The socio-political effect of individual taxes on real income distribution is the same as in peace times. The increase of inheritance and gift taxes conforms to the demands which a number of modern statesmen have expressed. More problematic is the taxation of the salaries of civil servants, which adds to the hardship of rising food prices. An important question is whether a wealth or property tax should be recommended. Sometimes it is pointed out that this would weaken the productive capacity of the people, but that is hardly the case. Even if somebody were forced to sell a piece of land to pay the tax, this would only mean a movement in property ownership. The total land of the country does not thereby dwindle, nor the amount of coal or iron. Only if the necessary money is acquired by the export of goods would part of the goods leave the country. This, however, does not necessarily represent a weakening of the productive capacity. On the contrary, it can stimulate production and benefit the homeland. Damage would result in any of these often mentioned cases only if there were full utilization of the whole productive capacity in normal times. Then indeed each withdrawal of goods would mean a deprivation for domestic consumption. Heavy taxation of the population often has the effect that the speed of money circulation is diminished. All people save where they can, thereby industry suffers great damage and with it, indirectly, the money market which cannot respond to the issue of new loans. The situation becomes even more difficult if money leaves the country. This will be further discussed below. In states where money actively circulates, war taxes are a heavier burden than in those where most money is hoarded. War tax reduces hoarding, circulation suffers damage only indirectly by individuals trying to restore their hoards. But the disturbances are much smaller than in a state where practically all money is in circulation already. It should not be forgotten here that there exists anyway the tendency to withdraw money and call in credits. In countries with extensive hoarding, taxation can be a stimulus to circulation of money and industrial activity. 84. It has been a matter of dispute since the 18th century how far a state treasury facilitates the waging of war. 85. Such a treasury can be state property and mainly be considered a war chest, as in the German Empire. It is, however, already sufficient if a state has additional funds of precious metals in its coffers which are always at its disposal. Also to be mentioned in this connection are the large amounts of ready cash in the main central banks, which do not serve to cover the notes in circulation and other existing claims on the bank.
When the great advantages of loans became evident in the 18th century, especially in England, it was often believed that at any time any amount could be borrowed under suitable conditions. The idea of a state treasury was rejected. The opinion was that it should better be put into circulation or used as security for notes. But experience has shown in several instances that a treasury of precious metals can be of great advantage in case of war, even of decisive importance. Nowadays, of course, wars can certainly not be waged solely with the help of a treasury, but in the first days or even weeks it can make it possible, or at least help, to meet war requirements without problems. 86 Often it is quite impossible, at the initial stages of war, to launch a loan of an adequate amount, or only under very unfavorable terms, but after a short time market conditions usually settle down. If a treasury reserve is at hand, action can start straight away. Even if the launching of a loan itself is possible without trouble, it still needs a few days to be granted and organized. 87 A head start of a few days can be decisive in military matters, however. 88 In the 18th century already authors stressed that in Prussia the keeping of a state treasury was an established tradition, in contrast to other states which relied on loans and taxes. 89 The Prussian war treasury, which came in handy several times, was put at the disposal of the North German Federation in 1870 and greatly supported the military operations. France on the other hand needed some time to make funds available, although it had been building up its armaments for months. 90 A frequent objection to a war treasury is the loss of interest, but this is counterbalanced by the great advantages that the treasury offers. 181. 182. It may even prove profitable, because it avoids the losses often incurred by a loan at the beginning of the war. The withdrawal of gold from domestic circulation causes no misgivings among those who openly advocate a gold-free domestic circulation, and suggest reserving money in gold for use in the world market alone. The example of Austria-Hungary in the last 10 years shows that one can manage with little gold in inland circulation, if the policy concerning foreign bills and discounts is properly managed. A war treasury can be collected gradually, or in one go, for example from booty, as the German Empire's war treasury was. Struensee developed the following scheme. If, for example, a country earns 500.000 thalers from abroad annually and the ruler could take 300.000 thalers out of circulation without any drawbacks for industry, then it could be imagined that he finds it necessary to keep the whole sum in the treasury, foreseeing a war. He can do so without damaging the welfare of his country if he issues 200.000 thalers in paper money to the public annually. 91. What Struensee suggests here is fully covered paper money. If war breaks out, cash payments could be suspended, and the whole or part of the metal money serving as security could be used for war purposes. As mentioned above, the note-issuing central banks follow a similar procedure sometimes today. They collect more gold than is necessary for the security of paper money, not only to be able to issue more notes, but also to have cash ready for the state. After all, the banks do not only serve to increase the amount of means of circulation, but also to keep world money together. From this standpoint it becomes intelligible why central banks collect more cash and foreign bills than necessary for monetary security, that they have even more precious metals in their vaults than notes are in circulation. 92 To protect this treasure in precious metals in wartime, payments in cash can be suspended. As the security of notes is at first not affected, if the state withdraws gold, the suspension of payment in gold will have little consequence and may leave the exchange rate of the notes unchanged, as happened in France in 1870. 93 Whereas the bullion fund of the state treasury is at the state's immediate disposal in the case of war, a bank's agreement has first to be secured for use of its treasure, unless the bank is a state bank. Many see in this a kind of insurance against hasty action by the state government. 94 The willingness of the private banks can certainly not always be won at once. The government will try to get the necessary amount of money by way of negotiation. However, in an emergency a government may not refrain from seizing the precious metal reserve by force, e.g. Gambetta contemplated this possibility in 1871. Time is lost, of course, and the bank's conditions cannot always be met. For instance, in 1871 the bank from which money had been appropriated several times conceded to the French state to have more money only under the condition that state land was pledged. By contrast, a state treasury is a safeguard of a government's independence, but just this is problematic for many observers. Struensee, for one, states bluntly that one of the reasons why the English had no state treasury was their fear that the monarch could misuse it. Loans and taxes have mostly to be granted by Parliament, but a state treasury, on the other hand, is immediately available and can even stimulate a war, as many believe. In the 19th century, such deliberations played a role as well, and many parliaments made efforts to withhold all funds from governments which might use such funds without specific approval. 95. In questions of foreign policy, the right of budgetary approval plays an especially large role. Parliaments have in general little direct say in foreign policy, and a declaration of war often can be made by the monarch without agreement of Parliament. Only by refusing financial support can the Parliament try to restrain foreign policy. The importance of this procedure for monarchies should not, however, be overestimated, since the government generally rejects intervention in foreign policy much more energetically than in any other field. In the interests of the dynasty and of territorial possessions, governments are most easily induced to infringe upon the constitution, as Prussia experienced in the 1860s. A special difficulty is seen frequently in the fact that the government cannot disclose its intentions sufficiently without impairing their execution. When Bismarck encountered difficulties in the Prussian Diet in 1865 while attempting to acquire the harbor of Kiel for Prussia, he stressed expressly, "If we could discuss all plans for the future together clearly, I believe you would approve more of them than you have dared to do so far. If you were more familiar with the techniques of diplomacy, you would not even put pressure on us by utterances by which you embarrass the ministry. If we keep silent, it will seem we admit that you are right. If we contradict you, opinions would be expressed which for political reasons would better remain unsaid." 96. In spite of parliamentarism, foreign policy is more or less secret. Foreign policy has not followed the democratization of domestic policy. 183. 184. Even in countries like England, where Parliament is formally informed on foreign policy, the government's statements are in no way adequate to give a satisfactory picture of actual circumstances. An often used expedient is to give detailed information to parliamentary committees in confidence. Doing so, however, incurs the risk that, especially in times of political strife, the full House will receive more or less exact information about these communications, and the questions which were to be kept secret will enter into public discussion. 97. At present, these affairs are not sufficiently regulated by law. It is doubtful in any case whether that is at all possible in the foreseeable future, i.e. as allowing certain committees legal access to documents concerning foreign policy. At the present time there is a definite mistrust concerning diplomacy and documents used by it. The policy concerning means of payment at the beginning of a war can be of various kinds. The state can, for instance, try to prevent all disturbances in matters of payment by satisfying the demands for money in gold and silver. A state war treasury or a surplus in precious metals at the central bank can serve effectively in such cases. It can partly be drawn upon directly, it can also serve as security for the issue of notes. The Minister of Finance may declare in such situations that savings banks and commercial deposit banks which are exposed to runs can count on the supply of gold. At times it can be useful to allow some gold and silver to be released which will either be hoarded or go abroad. But should the promise of continual release of gold not have the result that it becomes superfluous, it would be hazardous to keep this promise. 98. Payments abroad would, however, be made in gold or silver as long as possible to keep credit abroad unshaken. Similarly, in so-called state bankruptcies, creditors abroad are often paid in gold as before, and inland creditors in paper money. If a central bank notices that it will not be able to maintain payments in gold or silver, it would be wisest to discontinue payments at once. The Austrian National Bank is often reproached for allowing all silver to be withdrawn in 1848. Austria was then forced to buy back the silver at high price for war purposes. 99. If the market's confidence is not restored by release of a moderate amount of gold currency coins, 100. The state can often successfully introduce unchangeable paper or giro money for the domestic market, as has occasionally been done with success. 101. In this way a complete separation of domestic and world money will result, a possibility which has been discussed by theorists and practitioners for a long time. 102. Representatives of this view usually also stand for the deliberate regulation of exchange rates. Before deciding on these extreme measures, first an attempt can be made to limit the release of gold in cases where it is not absolutely necessary. For instance, before the Russo-Japanese War, the Russian Imperial Bank was ordered to give out gold as much as possible, and paper only on request, since the population was to become used to gold. But when the war broke out, the bank was directed to pay in paper mainly, and in gold only on request. Contrary to earlier usage, notes of smaller value were issued which were to replace gold. 103. Between such limitations on the use of gold, which occasionally help save large amounts, and actual stoppages of payments in coin, there are many transitional steps. The German Imperial Bank, for example, can legally discourage cash payments in coins by not exchanging notes at its branches, for it is only legally bound to do so if the balance and requirements at the branches allow it. Since this can mean the local stoppage of cash payments, some quarters demanded that payments also be made at the branches, at least within a certain time limit. But it must not be forgotten that during war the bank is anyhow interested in keeping cash payments going, thus the Prussian bank exchanged all notes presented, without objection, at all branches during the panic in 1866. 104. Payments can also be impeded by shortening the bank's daily opening hours, reducing the number of counter clerks, ordering cash to be paid in as much small change as possible, or ordering a complicated inspection of the validity of notes presented. These measures, which, of course, must not be contrary to legal regulations, do not yet represent a partial discontinuation of payment, whereas this would be the case if, for example, only a certain amount of notes were cashed. The deduction of a tax from cash payments similarly would amount to their partial discontinuation. 105. The bank could also introduce a selection by giving coins only to certain firms after having been informed about the purpose. This procedure is used by the Austrian-Hungarian Bank for the release of foreign currency also in peacetime, and with great success. It impedes export of foreign currency of the purpose of arbitrage, and on the other hand facilitates the payment of debts. 106. It is therefore worth considering whether this principle should not also be used in time of war. In this way it could also be made more difficult to export gold when the domestic interest rate is low. During the war between northern and southern states, the Secretary 185. 186. Of the Treasury of the Union, Chase, followed this course and presented a theoretical argument. He considered the differentiation of bank rates the most appropriate means. The banks dealing in the interior commerce should be allowed to charge a lower rate of interest than the banks which deal with foreign trade. 107. Export of coins for arbitrage and for payment were treated equally. Since cash payments are not regulated by law in Austria-Hungary, all methods of partial payment can be employed without legal restrictions, so to speak by way of administration. The suspension of cash payments can, by the way, be put into practice without much disturbance, if handled skillfully and if confidence is sufficient. As we stressed in our discussion of war treasury, the suspension of cash payments does not mean that the security of notes must deteriorate simultaneously. In the same way as the state can discontinue cash payments for notes, it can discontinue it for giro money, while at the same time giving the latter the status of currency. It may be decreed, for example, that checks can be used for transfer only, not for withdrawal of cash. For persons to whom payments are due and who have no giro account, one could be opened.
The state could leave the cash balances of deposit and gyro banks untouched, they would be readily available any time, but the dispersal of gold and silver over the country would have been prevented. The commercial banks, savings banks, etc., also need not cancel credits, which would be a hazardous procedure, especially for mortgages. Besides the damage to the credit holders, the possibly unavoidable mass sale of immobilia would depress their prices excessively. 108 government stocks would be sold and their exchange would rate sink as well, and that cannot be in the state's interest in general. 109 In certain cases it may be useful to forbid the withdrawal of cash from gyro accounts absolutely. Mostly, however, it would be advisable to follow the policy mentioned above for paper money, and to grant foreign currency and gold to all firms which have to make payments abroad. If, instead of stopping all payments from gyro accounts, payments would be allowed, though exclusively in notes which cannot be exchanged into coins, the outflow of gold would indeed avoided, but not the cancellation of credits by the banks. If payments from gyro accounts are allowed, withdrawals from them are often made, even if only unexchangeable banknotes are paid, and checks are used even less than usual. The various possibilities, whether all deposits or only those at certain banks should be turned into unexchangeable gyro accounts, cannot be discussed here. The reduction of bullion security of gyro money in favor of the state is related to that of banknotes. One difference between the two is that the security of gyro money has so far not been sufficiently regulated by law. The reduction of the bullion reserve is possible for gyro money, whether it can be cashable or not, as it is for cashable paper money. If it need be, the state can declare its willingness to make cash payments from current income, as it could do for paper money, whether there is insufficient bullion security or none at all. Such an infringement of gyro money happened, for example, in Venice. It was also said of the Dutch state that it had reduced the bullion reserve of the gyro money of the Bank of Amsterdam, which was fully covered and not to be cashed. 110 Struensee advocated such a use of the bullion reserve of gyro money in the case of war and demanded that this should not be done in secret but in full publicity. 111 Secrecy has only a paralyzing effect, he said, but the state's credibility would suffice to prevent ominous confusion. Those who object to publicity for the great central banks during the war in order to avoid giving information to the enemy and protect the public from anxiety, 112 would probably also object to the full public notice advocated by Struensee. The withdrawal of gold by the state can be compulsory or in the form of a credit, voluntarily granted by the banks. Of course, the state can also get credit from the banks if they open an account for it without a deposit. This has a similar effect to an increase of paper money, though the amount of the domestic money has in fact not increased, and what has occurred is only that gold is withdrawn for foreign payments. As long as such credits to the state are moderate, no radical changes in monetary circulation are to be expected. 113 The moment a war breaks out, numerous credits are cancelled, and trade and industry try to get money by discounting bills. Banks can follow various policies. Either they can make the conditions for giving credit more stringent to protect their bullion reserve. At the beginning of the Russo-Japanese War the limits of loans on security were lowered in Russia, or they can ease conditions in the interest of the country, as the Russian Imperial Bank did when the panic was over, especially in dealing with private banks. 114 A reduction in the issue of notes is not necessary. Bank rates will mostly be raised. The high bank rate brings about a rise in interest for deposits, which will lure back the depositors. 187. 188. Who had withdrawn in panic? The business of the great central banks increases in war, since the smaller banks are afraid to give credit and their business declines. 115 It also has to be expected that many smaller banks take bills to the central bank for rediscounting. It is doubtful whether the banks can be induced to act in a way which is in the interest of the general public. If rates suddenly fall, the state administration of all financial institutions during a war should not absolutely be rejected, for the mere demand that small banks should not follow the lead of the moment, suggests the question,
what to do if they do. It is a matter of debate how far gyro accounts of the central banks will be reduced. 116 deposits of foreigners will certainly be cancelled in great number, on the other hand more credits will be granted and many deposits will grow. Grants of credit in wartime are often made possible by the establishment of special war loan banks which give credit on security. For that purpose they can issue either state notes or their own notes which are covered by collateral securities instead of gold or short-term demands. This procedure has been discussed by 18th century authors more thoroughly than today. Whoever is in possession of commodities can in this way obtain money. 117 There is no lack of goods, only of means of exchange. In many fields there is even overproduction of goods which cannot be sold at once. There are many reasons why such loan banks, as they were established in 1848 and 1866 by Prussia and in 1870 by the North German Federation, should not be directly connected to the central banks. There could, however, be a link similar to that between the Austro-Hungarian Bank and the mortgage bond institution. It is common to decree a moratorium on bills in case of major disturbances, especially after defeats. This diminishes the security of the central banks which, of course, mostly stopped their cash payments by then. All these measures together can bring about an increase in the means of payment, as needed. Since this is done by way of granting credits and not by payments of the state, some dangers of state paper money are avoided. Many enterprises may be saved from ruin in this way. Since even in peacetime it is impossible to make all payments in cash, or most of them, at a given moment, how much less is this possible during a war? Certain types of institutions, example savings banks, even have only a limited degree of liquidity in principle. 118 To take greater care of liquidity, as demanded in some quarters, could result in increasing the barriers to our already reduced production and consumption. One solution might be to transform credit on real property into annuity bonds or at last partly to convert fixed debentures into shares. 119 To be sure, not liquidity but consumption is what matters in our economy. Reser rightly stresses on occasion that full preparedness for war of the credit banks would in part exclude their preparedness for business. 120 A complete preparedness for war can never be achieved. This would mean, for example, that central banks could pay out notes only to the amount of their bullion reserve, but a precise forecast as to how many notes will be presented for cash is impossible. The reserves of gold, demand for gold and easily realizable values abroad and at home, will always be of relatively small importance. It is difficult to discuss whether the advice to beware of immobilizing large amounts in investments can be adhered to today, as statistics give little information on this point. In general, it must be said that all credit institutions and other enterprises can only anticipate normal disturbances of our economy, because only in this way can our economy function. The more serious disturbances are anticipated, the more damage is done to the normal working of the economy. It is characteristic of our economy that this dilemma cannot be avoided. War has at times the effect that the usual rules of liquidity are renounced, especially if currency in precious metals has been abandoned and, as we have seen, this can cause a favorable turn. However, reverses follow, as is characteristic of our system. These questions become ever more urgent, because the degree of liquidity of the bank balances continues to decline. 121 Moreover, many short-term claims, quite secure in normal times, cannot be collected, and this worsens the situation. If we examine the difficulties in the field of credit and means of payment in wartime, we notice that all of them were present already in peacetime. It would be an error to seek their cause in war. After the experience of the last century, it almost seems that the war crises proper were rather mild compared to the economic crises of peace. Partly this may be so, because war often releases capacities which in peacetime are restricted, and partly, because the state interferes more deeply than in times of economic crises. In general it is, in peacetime, left to the stock exchange and the banks to find help somehow, but in wartime, when the state has to fight for its survival,
it also interferes more energetically with economic freedom. It can be noticed again and again that in wartime there is no hesitation to use any measure that might help to keep the mechanism going. 189. 190. It is difficult to tell under which circumstances measures in the field of note issue will be sufficient to regulate matters of payment and credit in war, when the bullion reserves of gyro accounts will have to be seized as well, and when the issue of state paper money will be necessary to pay domestic bills and in the end also abroad. The possible use of other means of payment, for example, bonds, postage stamps, small denomination notes 122, should those issued not be sufficient for small-scale exchange, may be mentioned. For state paper money there will generally be the security of taxes, but if this is lacking, the state can collect gold and then issue paper, if it succeeds. 123. If the issue of the various kinds of paper money is regulated carefully, it can have a stimulating effect, as noted above, if the economy is for some time at least relieved of the obligation to make all payments at home at any moment in gold or silver coinage. Though increase of money on its own cannot be said to cause increase of production, it can certainly advance a production which is at the point of increasing. If the quantity of money is increased, the consequence will be a rise of prices of all goods and services, as well as lowering of the interest rate, or, should the interest rate be rising, the rate of increase would certainly be slower. The further effects of issuing paper money, or of the increase of other means of payment, mainly depend on the mood of the population, which may either be encouraged or discouraged by war events. Where confidence in the future is strong, it is easy for the economy to go on in a lively and prosperous way, but if business is sluggish and speed of circulation reduced, an increase of money would push the state into repeated new issues. Then there will be no increase of production, no corresponding increase of tax capacity, no increase of capability to buy bonds, nothing results but a general inflation. The purchasing power of paper money can fall to any level, especially if the state gives up coverage by taxation. People who have the most paper money in hand suffer the most damage. This possibility can seriously threaten confidence in the paper money. Even worse, paper money is more easily forged than other money in times of crisis. 124. The forgers hope to have a better chance to put it in circulation in the confused times. As the issue of forged paper money usually depresses the exchange rate of the paper money enormously, it is said that enemy states have smuggled in forged paper money for this very purpose. Though the circulation of paper money may be accompanied by these serious disturbances, it should not be forgotten that it can also cause the real income of a state to rise considerably. The factories founded, the productive forces liberated, will continue to be effective, and when the chaos will finally have been overcome, the economy will often be at a higher level than before. A development then takes place similar to that which Law inaugurated in France. In worrying about financial collapses and the entanglement of money affairs, people often are unaware of the development which took place in production and was not reversed. During economic progress, the real incomes of the employers and workers usually rise in comparison to that of the money lenders and recipients of annuities, and all those who have fixed income. The great advantage which entrepreneurs enjoy during such times, induces many money owners to become entrepreneurs by buying shares instead of lending money for interest. These domestic changes need not necessarily have an influence on relations with foreign countries, if foreign payments are made in gold or gold bills as before. The effects on exports and imports depend mainly on the balance of payments and the possible discount of notes with respect to gold which may develop. If such a discount rate hampers imports of industrial articles, while the domestic industry is increasing without needing imported raw materials, it works like a protective tariff, should paper money also be used for payments abroad. It is then in the interest of employers and workers to keep paper currency in use. How far the efforts of the central banks to preserve rates of exchange during wartime can succeed depends on the degree of confusion caused by the war and on the whole situation in matters of payment. Most promising is an even handling of foreign bill policy, as is usual in many banks already in peacetime.
Experience shows that abrupt attempts to remove a discount difference by release of gold or foreign bills can make speculation even more acute. 125 How to discourage speculation in foreign bills and currencies is difficult to discuss along general lines. As is well known, the Austro-Hungarian Bank achieved this by buying or selling in an overpowering way, however seemed fit, on every occasion, and so cracked down on speculation, restoring free competition. In times of war, proper legal regulation in this field can sometimes not be avoided. Secretary Chase put some such into operation during the Civil War, though without much effect at the time. 126 Though in case of war, reserves of foreign currencies are of greatest importance for the regulation of exchange rates of bills and the acquisition of military goods, it is often preferable, in case of mobilization. 191. 192. To strengthen the reserves of gold, and not of foreign currencies. This is because there is indeed always the danger that through interference of neutral powers, but especially of an enemy power, the honoring of bills towards members of a warring nation may become difficult or even impossible. Formally, such procedures may be quite legal. We must recall the temporal difficulties with the sale of English bills in Berlin in 1870 due to a certain mistrust of England. 127 Contrary regulations of international law based on agreement of the great powers provide some measure of security, but this is not always sufficient. This may have influenced the Austro-Hungarian Bank to increase its gold reserve at the cost of its foreign currency reserve, at the time of the conflict with Serbia. Another influence may have been that a large gold reserve is more prestigious than a large reserve of foreign currencies. 128 As the Austro-Hungarian Bank may have held mostly English currencies, an increase of foreign currencies must have looked the more questionable in view of the political situation at the time. In conclusion, mention must be made of the effect of large payments which the defeated nation has to make to the victorious one. The huge amounts of money often affect the likes of a crisis. Many new enterprises are started, prices rise and the economy expands rapidly. The collapse follows as profitability cannot be increased together with productivity and liquidity. The rising production leads to falling profits and consequently to economic ruin. Germany after the French War, as well as Japan after the Chinese War, 129 have experienced these consequences. Though much survives of what was created during the boom, the injuries are serious enough. Most hard to bear is the reduction of general consumption even though all conditions for increased production are available. The change in the real income difference of two peoples due to large cash payments will hardly be more than moderate. But we must not forget that the loss of means of circulation is replaceable in a number of ways. In the case of France in 1871, the state acquired most of the necessary money by loans, some of it in cash, the rest in foreign currencies or other money substitutes. 130 The state only needs to acquire money for the next years to pay the annuities, which is not too difficult if production works adequately. But the state which receives a great amount of money and can throw it into circulation does not thereby at once have available a greater quantity of commodities, since increased production takes more time. The immediate effect is a rise in prices, and what follows next depends on the level of development. For instance, if the nation is on the point of becoming industrialist, much of the money will flow abroad to buy equipment, etc. Assuming that Germany buys machines in France in this fashion, part of the money goes to France. This however does not mean that Germany secures for itself a larger part of French real production, since the money flowing to France cannot at once cause an increase in production. From all this it follows that even a large money payment does not cause too much harm, but that an over-large influx of money cannot bring too great an advantage, since our institutions limit quick changes in production and consumption. Advantages and drawbacks of this kind keep within a moderate range within the money economy. This would be very different in an economy in kind. Suppose two states reached full utilization of their productive capacities, and one state, having iron ore and coal mines, were to be deprived of its coal mines for full exploitation by the other, then a very real damage would be done to the one state. In the past England has pursued just such policies with full success. Initially it did not rule the money market as much as the commodity market. By skillful operations in the money market the rule of the commodity market is supported. A state cannot become totally dependent thereby, however, for the one reason that there remains the possibility of bankruptcy. Bankruptcy does not mean economic ruin for a state, but only release from debts. Of course, its creditworthiness is impaired at the same time, but it mostly is restored soon enough. Should the creditor state be willing to prevent bankruptcy by force of arms, however, it may achieve immediate dependence, and to oppose this the state has only one choice: war. The main result of our investigation may be expressed as follows: war forces a nation to pay more attention to the amount of goods which are at its disposal, less to the available amounts of money than it usually does. In war it becomes far more obvious than in peace that superiority in armaments, food, transport, is what matters. It should, however, not be denied that financial superiority can occasionally compensate for military defeat. Money reveals itself more clearly as only one of the many means to provide goods. The state usually fashions this tool with more energy in times of emergency than otherwise, and utilizes it for its needs. If it proves useless, the state does not hesitate to make changes in the economic order. If productive capacity is intact but not money affairs, one last possibility remains: economy in kind. 193. 194. We saw that war brought advantages to the victorious from time immemorial, while the damage of defeat varied at different times. It seems far more noteworthy, however, that war does less damage than expected, considering the great destruction of productive energies and their diversion for purposes of war. An attempt was made to show how this comes about. In our peacetime economy there is no full utilization of all energies, whereas war provides at times just this possibility. The reason may be either that in war, productivity ranges higher than profitability, or that the arrangement of the circulation is freed from restrictions which are usual otherwise. It is also stimulating that the relative surplus population created by our economic order is fully absorbed. The complaint about the great harm inflicted by war does not reflect the facts as much as the complaint that we live in an economic order in which the devastations of war are not exceedingly damaging and can even be a kind of salvation. The fact that war itself is not the main cause of this upturn raises the question: could not the same or even a better result be achieved in a peaceful way? If a reform was possible which allowed for unrestricted production and consumption, then war would become a greater curse than it is today, and then perhaps it would be avoided more often. The best success therefore may possibly be achieved by struggling not directly against war, but instead against certain deficiencies of our economic order which have the effect of reducing the horror of war and increasing its advantages. For Serbia's successes in the Balkan War: an economic and social study. Contents: agriculture, agrarian constitution, zadruga, collective farming, cooperatives, agriculture during the war, animal husbandry during the war, trade and industry. Introduction. Austria-Hungary and Serbia, the conflict in commercial policy, its significance for Serbia, trade and industry during the war. State finances: means for waging war. Introduction. Food, self-denial and adaptation to area of operation, war materials, foreign currency. National and church organizations: the newly conquered areas. Introduction. Economic situation, economic future, national religious situation, national religious future, the Balkan Federation, economy, policy, church. Conclusion. Preface. As part of a larger investigation of the social and economic consequences of war, I have also concerned myself with the Balkan War. In the following I present an outline of some of the preliminary results which I reached when I tried to answer the question of what are, besides Turkish weakness, the internal factors that make Serbian success seem plausible. I would not, however, want to claim that I have dealt with this subject exhaustively. I hope to have another opportunity at a later date to go more deeply into certain aspects only touched upon here. In this survey I restrict myself to changes observed in Serbia,
because this was the only Balkan state on which I could obtain sufficient material. What applies to Serbia can to some extent also be claimed for Bulgaria. Since the point of departure of my study is far removed from current politics, I hope that its results and observations possess the degree of objectivity rightly demanded of scientific investigations. 200. During my 4 visits to Belgrade, at the time of mobilization, at the start of the war, after the Battle of Kumanova, and during the Second War period, I had several opportunities to discuss a number of questions with leading Serb politicians. I also had the chance to collect information from many civil servants, bank managers, and merchants in Serbia and Austria-Hungary, and to receive valuable communications from statesmen of the monarchy. Of course, I have made use of Serbian and non-Serbian publications as far as possible, especially of the excellent Austro-Hungarian and German consular reports. It is my pleasant duty to express my thanks to all who have supported me, in the interests of objective research. The present outline is an enlarged version of a lecture given to the Society of Graduates of the Prague Commercial Academy and the Society of Merchants in Prague. Vienna, April 1913. The successes which the Balkan states achieved against Turkey were a matter of surprise, partly because it is usually insufficiently realized how much the power of the state is based on the total structure of the society. Turkey was thus generally overrated, and the dormant energies of the Balkan states were not sufficiently taken into account. Occasional events in the capitals, which however throw little light on the people as a whole, gave rise to the view that the Balkan states were corrupt and disorganized. Due to political prejudice, other voices were largely ignored which, on the basis of objective studies, for some years now gave a favorable prognosis for these states, including Serbia. The entirety of the social life of a state is of the utmost importance, especially for its military efficiency. The successes of Prussia 100 years ago show this clearly, and also show that even military deficiencies can be rendered harmless by determined organization growing out of the people themselves. The factors responsible for the successes of the Balkan states have their roots partly in the distant past, partly they are a result of the last few decades. Serbia's advance in the military sphere, for instance, dates only from the most recent times. Serbia, as well as Bulgaria, has a very homogeneous economic and social structure. It is a typical peasant state in which more than 80% of 201. 202. The population work on the land. Large land ownership plays no part, since more than 90% of landowners cultivate less than 20 hectares each. Most of the indigenous Serb aristocracy was destroyed by the Turks in the Middle Ages after the Battle of Kosovo. Only a few of them converted to Islam, so that when Serbia freed itself from Turkish rule in the 19th century there were only free peasants. Serbia was therefore spared the difficulties of neighboring Bosnia. There an indigenous aristocracy of Slav origin which adopted Islam is hampering the growth of a free peasantry. The density of population in Serbia is moderate, perhaps 50 inhabitants per square kilometer, which is about half of the figure for Galicia where, moreover, large estates reduce peasant land and create local overpopulation. Because much of Serbia's land is still untilled, there is still room for an expansion of the population and no immediate population problem. There also are no tensions between the large landowners and the rest of the population which frequently makes itself felt in Galicia and in neighboring Romania. Though they are acute and easily lead to violence, political contrasts in Serbia are thus not as deeply rooted as in these other countries, for their basis is in part merely personal. This is one of the reasons why the Serbs can relatively easily restrain internal political discord in critical times, in order to act as a unified whole. The even distribution of land means that nearly every peasant who joins the army leaves behind members of his family who are familiar with the work. Agriculture suffers less than in states where estates of large landowners with purely commercial management predominate and where the families of the workers have no close relation to the land. Quite apart from the fact that they often live at some distance, they are not interested to make an extra effort, and it is difficult to find competent workers from abroad in wartime. A tendency towards the formation of communities arises from this primitive agrarian democracy. This shows itself in the THIRD-WORLDISM, in the collective working of the land and in the institution of cooperatives. All these institutions are characterized by the traditional cooperation of persons of equal standing. The THIRD-WORLDISM, which also still plays a role of some significance in the south of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, is closely linked to the Serb people's character, though it is uncertain whether it is of Slav origin or a product of the Byzantine administration. Many see in the THIRD-WORLDISM a stabilizing, consolidating influence on agrarian conditions, preventing the division. 203. Of inheritances or the accumulation of many small holdings by a single individual. The greater number of workers allows a more purposeful division of labor and makes soil enrichment easier. On the other hand, against the THIRD-WORLDISM it is claimed that an individual works more intensely if he can enjoy the whole product of his labor himself, and that the dissolution of the THIRD-WORLDISM would release forces for commerce and industry. But even if we assume that the THIRD-WORLDISM has had its day, it has at all events helped the Serb peasantry better to withstand many destructive influences of the modern commercial economic order. It also paved the way for the formation of modern cooperatives. The collective farming, supported by custom and law like the THIRD-WORLDISM, rests on the traditional collaboration of the villagers and is of great significance, especially in times of emergency. The individual peasant can rely on the assistance of each neighbor in turns. Collective work saved a considerable part of the harvest, which had still to be brought in at the beginning of mobilization in Serbia and Bulgaria, and even allowed some sowing in the autumn. According to the estimates available to me, the harvest of 1912 was not much worse than that of 1911. Kind of grain 1911-1912. In millions of metric hundredweights. Wheat 4.2-4.5. Rye 0.4-0.4. Barley 1.5-1.0. Oats 0.7-0.8. Maize 6.5-5.0. For a country like Serbia, where the purely formal decrees of the government and contractual obligations do not have the effect that they do in Western Europe, all traditional forms of community life are of the greatest importance. Many countries suffer from the loss of precisely such community formations based on custom and tradition at a time when the rational procedures of modern society are not yet sufficiently established. Whereas the THIRD-WORLDISM and collective farming are exclusively rooted in the traditional community spirit, Serb cooperatives contain in addition elements of a more recent social development. On the one hand, the 204 agricultural cooperatives are adapted to the peasant's traditional way of thinking and living, and on the other they establish a link between the peasant and money economies. Without the protection of the cooperatives, the individual peasant would be exposed to all sorts of dangers, such as the termination of commercial credit, and the accumulation and rapid change of contracts. Serbia has at present more than 1,000 agricultural cooperatives, of which about 2/3 are credit cooperatives with unlimited liability. Besides these, there are a number of cooperatives with limited liability, such as machine cooperatives and milk cooperatives. Though the institution of the cooperative in Serbia is not more than 20 years old and had to surmount great initial difficulties, it has been very successful. The cooperatives, which are spread like a network over the whole of Serbia, spread education and attract the more educated elements of the population. This explains the fact that the percentage of illiterates among their members is smaller than in the population as a whole. They introduce the peasants to discipline and economic accounting. The peasants also see the significance of larger institutions demonstrated in the association of cooperatives. This is of special importance, since they are accustomed to a great degree of communal autonomy and have difficulty in understanding measures which go beyond the framework of their community. Often they even look at the power of the state with suspicion. In this respect, the meetings of the association with their free discussions certainly have an enlightening effect. The cooperatives, their association, and other societies, educate the peasants economically by providing machines, breeding stock, seeds, arranging lectures on matters of dairy farming, plum growing, livestock care, etc., and establishing model farms.
Great efforts are needed to convince the conservative peasant of his own advantage. Much has been achieved. An example is that the import of plows, harrows, and minor agricultural equipment has grown 3 times its value in the last 5 years. Import from 1906, 1909, 1910, 1911. In thousands of dinar. Austria-Hungary 80, 144, 184, 266. Germany 60, 113, 231, 214. The iron plough, which had been used north of the Save for a long time due to German colonization, is now increasingly adopted in Serbia. Also, in matters of credit, the cooperatives have a beneficial influence and do not allow usury to grow on the scale on which it is known in Galicia, for example. There the debts owed by peasants to village usurers and the small usurers' associations in the agricultural towns are so large and common that the farmers' cooperative savings banks are in a difficult position. They can only prevent the further growth of such debts, but cannot remove them. The agricultural cooperative also makes the gradual dissolution of the THIRD-WORLDISm more bearable, continuing its activities and its name. Through the spread of order, reasoning, and community spirit, the cooperatives directly favor the military capacity of the army, most of whose members belong to the cooperatives. Besides this, cooperatives develop economic stability and thus increase the fighting strength of the country. As we saw, the damaging effects of war on agriculture are much reduced by the agrarian constitution and the community organizations. Of course, in spite of that, winter sowing could only be partially carried out. To compensate for the loss of wheat, which is nearly all winter sowing, and of barley and rye, which are sown for 2/3, the winter sowing will be replaced either by growing maize, or by newly introduced spring-sown varieties of wheat and rye. The government is said to have distributed the necessary seeds already during the war. Also, part of the third call-up was suspended at the beginning of the Second War period, and it was decreed that the most productive fields should be tilled first. The rise in the prices of agricultural produce as a consequence of the war cannot be considered a gain for Serbia, since only a minimum of the increased income came from exports. It does not benefit Serbia if part of the population or the government has to pay higher prices to the peasants. This can lead only to a shift in wealth within the state, as under the given circumstances the increase in money could hardly have led to increased production. Foreign money entered only in small amounts, as exports were reduced to a minimum. Therefore the power of the whole population to buy from abroad has not grown. If no special measures are taken after the war, it is to be expected that foreign exchange rates will rise in Belgrade and thus absorb most of the increased income. In September, when grain export was prohibited, prices fell, and for some time the army. 205. 206. Administration could make cheap purchases. It is difficult to find out how far the loss in profit was compensated by the later rise in prices. For some time the government had to pay considerably more than the export price for grain. The livestock economy was little affected by the call-up, for reasons discussed earlier and because little manpower is needed for it in Serbia. It is extremely primitive and is rarely managed systematically. The stage of stall feeding and utilization of dung has mostly not been reached, though there is already a strong tendency to increase the area of cultivated fields at the expense of meadow and pasture land and to produce more fodder. As Serbia has surplus livestock, it can sustain substantial reductions which are usual in war. This is partly due to increased slaughtering in war. Soldiers eat more meat on the battlefield than at home. Part of the cattle used for transport died through overexertion and disease. But it is not just the meat consumption of the Serbian army alone which matters for Serbia, since the Bulgarians also ordered large quantities of meat and bacon in Belgrade, and incidentally, meat was occasionally exported from Serbia to Austro-Hungary during the Balkan War. Commerce, trade, and industry are of much less immediate significance for warfare than agriculture. Agricultural products are absolutely essential, the more there are the better. Most branches of industry, however, can be given up in an emergency. In Serbia especially, industries which work for the army play a minor role. However, the development of commerce and industry is very important for the financial situation of the state, for its social structure and for the morale of its people. Part of the enthusiasm at the beginning of the Balkan War is explained by the fact that the Serbian peasant was linked to world communication and appreciated the importance of importing and exporting. Serbia's hatred of Austria-Hungary, and its inclination to expand towards the Adriatic, are closely linked with problems of commercial policy. For Serbia and for Bulgaria, it was highly significant that the beginning of the Balkan War fell into a period of prosperity, partly based on good harvests, partly on reforms which owe their origin mainly to conflicts in commercial policy with the Austro-Hungarian monarchy in 1906. The conflicts between Austria-Hungary and Serbia are many decades old. They are partly of a political, partly of an economic nature. The political conflicts might have been less sharp if the economic ones had not existed, and the latter would not have led to such serious 207 consequences if tension had not been increased by political factors. In the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, it had several times been intended to establish closer economic links with Serbia. This was prevented by the attitude of Hungary and of some agrarian circles in Austria on the one hand, and by Serbia's resistance on the other. Before the Berlin Congress, Hungary objected to a customs union with Serbia. At that time Austria was suffering for its earlier policies of securing a market for its industry in Hungary and of obtaining cheap food there. When it comes to matters of external economic policy, an industrialist Hungary would on the whole be much more desirable for Austria than a mainly agrarian one, but even if Austria and Hungary had approximately the same economic structure, the antagonism between agriculturalists and industrialists would still exist. But also in Serbia itself, people increasingly stood up for full political independence and economic self-sufficiency. At the time of the Berlin Congress there were already leading politicians who objected in principle to granting more concessions to the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, pointing out that Austria-Hungary could never be satisfied but would wish to make Serbia servile at any price. By granting concessions, Serbia would lose its freedom of action and the support of other powers which it would urgently need when, sooner or later, it would be forced to take defensive action. These politicians tried to prevent any closer ties with the monarchy and to reverse steps in that direction, but only the Radical Party succeeded in carrying this policy out systematically. Internal conflicts within the monarchy also hindered closer relations with Serbia. Those Austro-Hungarian commercial and financial circles which are close nationally to the Serbs, have the best chance of gaining a foothold there. The Czechs in particular, the only one of the Serbophile nations with sufficient powers of economic expansion, were kindly received. There are many Czechs who even express the view that the Austro-Hungarian monarchy should use them as pioneers for the commercial and financial penetration of Serbia instead of paralyzing their activities by mistrust. They say that the Czechs are specially suited to this mission because they have been or are establishing good relations with other Slav nations of Austro-Hungary, through which good commercial connections between Serbia and a great part of the monarchy could easily be established. Under these circumstances a stable settlement between Germans and Czechs, for example, could also become very important for external economic policy. 208. It cannot yet be determined with full objectivity how that severe conflict in commercial policy between Serbia and Austria-Hungary came about which greatly strengthened Serbia's economic development, but this is not absolutely necessary for the economic assessment of events. The trade agreement of 1892 had already caused some loss for Austria-Hungary, but this was so partly because it was bound by arrangements with Germany which, like France, England and Belgium, had at the time already begun to risk industrial investments in Serbia, greatly advancing the imports of German machines and other articles. Of special significance was the progress of the French, who have won a very strong financial and political position in Serbia. Whereas Serbia's sales in the Austro-Hungarian monarchy continued undiminished in spite of occasional obstructions, especially by interventions of a veterinary kind, the monarchy's role in Serbia was gradually challenged by other states, especially by Germany. Nevertheless, the economic relations between Serbia and the monarchy were still exceptionally close until 1906,
as trade statistics clearly show. In 1906 a severe conflict developed between them since, independent of all commercial politics, much material for it had accumulated in both countries. There was a sharp exchange with regard to the negotiations between Serbia and Bulgaria on an agreement which they describes as a customs union. The customs boundaries between Serbia and Bulgaria should be abolished, but each state should be allowed to conclude independent commercial contracts until 1917. Austria-Hungary protested and pointed out that under the pretext of a customs union, Bulgarian goods would enjoy an advantage over goods from Austria-Hungary, contrary to Austria-Hungary's established right to the position of greatest advantage. On this point Serbia submitted to the wishes of the monarchy, whereas it remained obstinate on another matter. Austria-Hungary wanted to force the Serbs, using strong diplomatic pressure, to buy guns from an Austrian firm. Some claim that the French were preferred not for purely technical reasons, but because Serbia wanted to secure loans on the Paris market by buying guns from a French firm. It is said that already at the start of the conflict with Austria-Hungary secret agreements had been reached with the French which could no longer be reversed. Moreover, there were many people in Serbia who wished for a disagreement between the two states in the interests of their fatherland. Apart from this, many hoped to gain political influence through it. Other reasons are occasionally mentioned too. 209. In response to the Serbs' refusal, Austria-Hungary closed its borders to the Serbian imports of cattle and animal products. It was apparently believed that this conflict, like many earlier ones with Serbia, would lead to no further complications. When matters became more critical and a serious fight seemed unavoidable, however, leading statesmen and scholars of the monarchy as well maintained that resistance on the part of the Serbs was quite pointless. Two things were probably overlooked here. First, that the Serbs possess considerable commercial acumen, as is clearly shown in Bosnia in comparison with Croatians and Muslims, so that they would soon find a way out. Second, that even if a way out was not found at once, a people which is only just growing out of an economy in kind can bear a considerable restriction of exports and imports for a long time. Only the sum of money needed for defrayal of annuities was absolutely necessary. Why should it be unbearable for the Serbs to eat their own animals themselves? Why should it be a national disaster if those parts of the population which had barely begun to equip themselves with European shoes and textiles should be forced to return to their homemade shoes and cloth? The Serb farmer can easily do without imported agricultural machinery which was needed mainly to increase the export of grain. To be sure, the Serbs would have had to do without 8 million dinars worth of silk goods and 1 million dinars worth of coffee and much else. But all these restrictions were unnecessary. New outlets were found for commerce, and Serbia's autonomous customs tariff, which came into use at that time, helped a number of industries to develop. Every effort was made to grow stronger economically. The sugar industry developed, which had a favorable effect on rational cultivation of the land. Manufacture of glass was developed. Textile manufacturing too was able to flourish, especially since the demand for cloth soon increased through extensive military preparations. It may suffice within the restricted scope of our sketch to mention in a general way that the leading personalities among the Serbs have a lively economic sense and understand very well how to demand the sacrifices which are unavoidable at the beginning of a great industrial, commercial and agricultural development, especially in times of conflict in which the citizens are prepared for extraordinary efforts. They found eager support from their fellow citizens. Many systematic efforts were made to find sources for imports which would provide the same goods as Austria-Hungary had done at the same or at lower prices. The Serbs were stirred out of their inertia. During the customs conflict. 210. A Serb textile importer, who formerly had stocked his warehouse from Vienna, had to travel through half of Germany and conquer initial mistrust. He was soon helped in this by German pamphlets and newspaper articles whose authors used the opportunity to reduce Austria-Hungary's commercial supremacy in Serbia as much as possible. Political alliances do not prevent economic competition. Whereas formerly the monarchy supplied the manufacturers in the provinces as well as the wholesalers and retailers of Belgrade, the wholesalers especially began to turn away from Austria-Hungary. they succeeded in establishing lasting trade relations with Britons, Swiss, and Italians and in obtaining cheap goods from them. Also German, Dutch, Belgian, and French firms increased their sales in Serbia. The Germans eased their home market by getting rid of large stockpiles of goods. The reason for the defeat of the Austrian firms was partly that the enterprises of other countries are more specialized than in the monarchy, where each manufacturer produces a great variety of wares. Once the Serbs had opened up these new sources and secured standing credit, the effective monopoly of the monarchy was broken in many areas. While its share of Serb imports had been 2/3, it sank to 1/3 in 1907. Meanwhile, the shares of Germany, Italy, France, and Belgium grew considerably. Exports to Austria, Hungary, Italy, Germany, France, Belgium. 1903 86 0.45.10 0.22 0.6. 1904 89 0.24.20 0.03 0.4. 1905 90 0.12.9 0.07 0.5. 1906 42 0.7 26.64.6 8.8. 1907 16 6.0 40.43.32 16.0. 1908 28 4.5 18.03.91 20.8. Imports from Austria, Hungary, Italy, Germany, France, Belgium. 1903 62 2 12.34.7 0.4. 1904 62 13.2 1.6 0.9. 1905 61 11.6 1.5 0.6. 1906 52 22.0 2.6 0.9. 1907 36 3 28.8 3.5 1.1. 1908 43 3 28.2 2.1 2.1. 211. After the settlement of the conflict, Austria-Hungary had to compete on an equal basis with other states, which now had also established closer contact with Serbia. There were now a number of new relationships which had not existed before at all. A great part of the positions then lost have been regained since, if political conflicts do not interfere and create obstacles for goods of Austro-Hungarian origin, Austria-Hungary can always achieve great advantages in Serbia because of its favorable geographical position, but the situation as it existed in the past will hardly ever be re-established again. During the conflict with Austria-Hungary, the Serbs were able to prove their special organizational aptitude. These people who, with some justification, were said to be inclined towards fanciful plans, could perfectly well cope with the demands of the day. The foremost problem was to find a way of exporting live animals. For a generation Serbia had clamored for Salonika. Such aspirations were not unknown among Austrians and Hungarians either, but this has not played a role in the politics of the monarchy for more than a decade. By organizing the transport of animals via Salonika, one thus conformed to old Serbian traditions. The route to Salonika had until then been little used by the Serbs, since Turkey did not even look after its security adequately, and the conditions of transport left much to be desired. Now, however, special agreements were made with Turkey to organize the transport and loading of animals as appropriately as possible. These efforts were successful. Whereas in 1906 only about 2.000 head of cattle were exported from Serbia via Salonika, in 1909 the number was already 30.000. Indirectly, this export via Salonika had a beneficial effect on the breeding of livestock, because, for well-fattened oxen, the transport costs, calculated per head, turned to better account. But even if the Serbian cattle withstood the long journey rather well, export via the Adriatic port to Italy and other Western countries would be more advantageous to the Serbs in every respect. Favorable tariffs were also negotiated with Bulgaria, however, and thus a second outlet was created. As is well known, pigs do not tolerate long sea voyages, and their export by these routes was impossible, therefore the production of sausage, bacon, and ham was developed, products which now play a large role as Serbia's export articles. 212.
Serbia owes its great economic progress to the increased effort and favorable circumstances, especially the good harvests. In 1907 it could export goods to the value of 81 million dinars compared to only about 70 million in previous years. Also imports grew, from about 50 millions in previous years to 71 millions in 1907. It is clear that the commercial and political conflicts with the monarchy have contributed to the rise of national and state consciousness among the Serbs. Each impediment to, and each reduction of, Serbian exports of animals and animal products to Austria-Hungary exerted considerable pressure on the farming population. The uncomplicated economic circumstances allowed every farmer to see the connection, since he felt the effect of all the actions of the monarchy directly himself. Everybody understood what it meant to be free from Austria-Hungary. The Serbian farmers turned unanimously against the commercial and political demands of the monarchy, as they sensed traps everywhere and were convinced that each proposal was meant to damage their interests. Austria-Hungary herself often helped to reinforce this view. For example, an apparently semi-official Austrian publication tried to make the draft of the trade contract of 1908 palatable to the farmers of the monarchy by expressly stressing that the prohibition of imports of living animals meant damage to the Serbs in several respects. Meat wagons, especially with refrigeration equipment, were in scarce supply, and whereas insects, dirt, etc., did little damage to living animals during transport, raw meat was easily spoiled. This would give the sanitary police reason to destroy it if necessary. So veterinary measures often served not only economic, but also even political purposes. It was not without reason that a Serb merchant once said to me, "If anything here does not please you, it is said straight away that a pig has died in Leskovac." But one should remember that misuse of veterinary rules is quite common, and that in this respect one half of the monarchy is guilty towards the other half, not to mention how much Austria-Hungary had to suffer from her ally Germany in this field. Mistrust of the monarchy seems to have been one of the reasons why the Serbs did not take very seriously the proposed Vardist-Užice railway connection between Serbia and the Adriatic. Serbs pointed out occasionally that, even disregarding the considerable cost, it could be put out of action at any time if, for instance, somebody in Hungary protested against it. One also has to take into account that the monarchy can in fact only with difficulty make binding promises concerning 213. Animal transport through Bosnia. It is bound by contracts with Germany and must fear that because of a single case of disease during a journey through Bosnia northern boundaries of the monarchy might be closed, a possibility which could only be removed by special arrangement with Germany. All these circumstances made the idea of the Danube-Adriatic Railway, supported by Russia and Italy, appear especially attractive to the Serbs. In spite of the Salonika possibility, through this idea they were put in closer contact with international politics. The Danube-Adriatic Railway was discussed in detail several times in the Italian parliament. Negotiations about it took place between Austria-Hungary and Russia. By the acknowledgement in principle of Serbia's right to be connected with the Adriatic by railway, the monarchy abandoned the railway monopoly in the west of the Balkan Peninsula, which many had longed for in secret. Serb statesmen, fully aware of economic problems, had advocated this railway to the Adriatic for a long time. However, their ideas could get general recognition only when the advantages of an animal and grain export, independent of Austria-Hungary, became obvious. Thus at the beginning of the Balkan War the demand for a link with the Adriatic was loud and unanimous, the more so as the wish for material gain was connected with the idea, based upon memories of national glory, of gaining the Bay of Drin and the harbour of Durazzo as gateways to the sea. It need not be supposed that the economic rise of Serbia will be much hampered by the disturbances of the Balkan War. Domestic and foreign trade were admittedly reduced to a minimum. However, it can be safely assumed that both will flourish with renewed vitality after the end of the war. Some insolvencies are to be expected, but probably most of these firms will be those that had been shaky before. Only if the harvest fails would the merchants be in serious trouble, as all Serbian trade depends essentially on the yields of the harvests. Imports are at present very small, but they will quickly rise to their former level. An increase can even be expected,
because the newly conquered regions are to be supplied, probably mainly by Belgrade. One should also mention that Belgrade firms have enlarged their sale rooms. For the time being, only the amount of profit which was lost because there could be no business in the spring may be considerable. The grain export will of course be much reduced in 1913, and the reduction of herds might also make itself felt. There was no disturbance in credit arrangements in Serbia, such as was strongly noticeable everywhere in Galicia, because early on a 214 moratorium was decreed, which seems to have been sufficiently justified by the large call-up alone. But even before the moratorium was decreed, withdrawals from savings and other banks were not of threatening proportions. The events on the international currency market and the fact that there was a premium on gold had little significance, since there was not much business at all. The premium on gold seems chiefly to owe its origin to machinations of money-mongers. They bought notes from the people, especially in the newly conquered areas, for precious metal, with a considerable discount. It is difficult to make an assessment of what the situation of the money market will be after conclusion of the peace agreement. As far as one can see, payment transfers will resume gradually. The sudden demand after the end of the war for means of payment abroad, for checks and foreign currency, may have undesirable results. To some extent, remedies can be provided in such cases, if the government devises a comprehensive money and foreign currency policy. For that, however, a sufficient cash balance is required or the possibility of raising a loan soon after the end of the war. To prevent a rise in the rate of exchange of foreign currency, the government itself could then, with the National Bank as an intermediary, release checks and foreign currency and would become personal creditor to the purchasers, who would pay their debt in installments. A recovery program of this kind, which is perfectly possible in Serbia, would be more advantageous than an increase of notes in circulation, for a large part of the notes would ultimately be used to buy foreign currency, and rises in the exchange rate and the prices would result. The measure suggested is feasible in Serbia without causing special difficulty, since the sums due abroad will hardly amount to more than 40 million dinars. The disturbances in the industrial sector are certainly great, but as Serbian industry is on the whole still little developed, it does not matter much within the total national economy. The sugar industry had to suffer from the lack of sugar beets, since part of the harvest was lost due to the inadequate supply of workers and means of transport, but the refineries expect that beet and cane sugar imports will be eased. In many industries, convicts and foreigners were employed. On the whole, the prospects for Serbian industry in the immediate future are perhaps not unfavorable. State finances developed in parallel with commerce. State income, for example, rose from 87.5 million in 1905 to 95 million in 1907. The 215 administration of monopolies also showed consistently good results. It was able to cope with interest payments during the crisis of annexation and during the Balkan War and, moreover, to transfer monies to the state administration. Though the receipts of the monopoly administration decreased slightly at the beginning of 1913, there is no anxiety concerning the final outcome. How little damage was caused in Serbia by the customs war with the monarchy can be seen from the receipts of the state exchequer from surpluses of the monopoly administration. In short, any objective observer must state that Serbia has been in a prosperous period, in fact a boom, for a decade and has put its in millions of dinar. 1904, 1905, 1906, 1907, 1908, 1909, 1910, 1911. 11.7, 12.6, 14.4, 14.6, 12.1, 11.5, 10.3, 15.5. Finances on a sound basis. In this sphere Serbia already seems to have overcome its most difficult times. Since the settlement with its creditors which became necessary in 1895, it has always been able to fulfill its obligations. The improvement of the financial situation made it possible for the Serbian state to raise several further loans under more favorable conditions, for example in France and Germany. The means at the disposal of a state for waging war are composed of two parts:
Provisions in kind and foreign currency. Internal currency, on the one hand, i.e. in Serbia, silver coins and banknotes, is not really relevant, for the state can, if need be, get hold immediately of available supplies within its borders. It is merely a technical question whether one acquires them by requisition without further arrangements or by payment in vouchers, notes, debased silver coins or other conventional money. Vouchers and notes can be produced in any quantities, possibly even disregarding the law on banknotes, which can, however, in any case be altered quite legally at any time. The right of the Serbian state to demand notes in the amount of deposited treasury bills up to a certain limit can in no way be equated with the bullion reserves of a state treasury, as has occasionally been done. It causes nothing but confusion to mix up internal and foreign money this way. Serbia, like Bulgaria, began the war with full stores, 2 good harvests had followed each other, and the export of grain and fodder had 216. Early on been made impossible, partly by decrees, partly by lack of vehicles. Because of its agrarian basis, Serbia's food supply is independent of foreign countries during a war for an extended period, since its agriculture produces surpluses and large quantities of grain are stored. At the beginning of the war, part of the grain was stored in the communal granaries, which are a primitive form of insurance against emergencies. They do good service for the military administration in times of war. If supplies for the first months can be collected in the storehouses in the area of the military concentration, and branch storehouses can be established where there is no railway connection. By comparison with the Serbs, the Montenegrins were much worse off. Their agriculture is on such a low level that sufficient reserves cannot be produced. They experienced severe disturbances which were intensified because a larger proportion of the population was called up than in Serbia, so that even women had to join to help with the transport of provisions and ammunitions. In the second period of the war, some areas of Montenegro seem to have suffered starvation. It was said that some Montenegrins came begging to the Bosnian frontier. Even Russian attempts to help seem only to have given some temporary relief. In Serbia, by the way, supplies were not quite adequate, and though great quantities of victuals and fodder were taken as booty from Turkish magazines, the government had to turn to importing oats, wheat, and hay from abroad in the Second War period. The customs duty on flour was also abolished in order that not all home stores of grain and flour be used up by the military administration and prices rise too much because of scarce supplies. Numbers of livestock were sufficient in Serbia for army supply, not only cattle, but above all pigs and sheep. Great numbers of livestock, especially sheep, were seen in Old Serbia. In addition, it was of great importance for the Serbs that their lifestyle was already adapted to their operational terrain. Provisioning, partly organized in modern ways, failed in certain regions, so that great demands were made on the forbearance of the troops. In the beginning, the demand for meat could be well satisfied. Several great slaughterhouses were working in the area of operations. Moreover, the military administration bought meat straight from the slaughterhouses in Belgrade, had it transported in refrigerated railway wagons to the army beyond Uskub, a distance equal to that from Vienna to Trieste. But though the weather was not unfavorable for meat transport, when the transport distances became too long, great quantities of meat deteriorated and had to be destroyed. The further transport from the stations was also not always fast enough in the newly conquered areas with poor communications. It was rather the same with bread. Bread baking was centralized. From Niš especially, large amounts of bread were sent to the army, but it also came quite regularly even from Belgrade. However, since the transport of bread also was difficult and rather slow, it often arrived hard or soaked by rain. Often the soldiers had to go without bread, which, strangely enough, they demanded more eagerly than meat. Some parts of the Serbian army operated without supply columns, and though enough livestock was available in Kosovopoli and in some other lowlands, there often were lengthy periods when the soldiers had to manage with hard sheep's cheese, maize, or perhaps rusks. An army with less self-denial would have required a much better organized transport of provisions, but this would have greatly impeded the mobility of the troops.
Wherever carriages could make any progress, the Serbs used the kind of vehicles customary in the district, drawn by oxen and horses, for the transport of army provisions. These, however, were slow and could not leave the roads. Lorries and trucks would not be able to move at all in Old Serbia and Macedonia and would completely destroy what was left of the roads. Pack animals which move more quickly and can follow the troops seem to have been used by the Serbs only for the transport of machine guns and ammunitions. Carrying supplies for the pack animals on the mule tracks, where the marching columns are already stretched to a considerable length, would have added further to their length. Therefore an army which for a time can do without such provisions is at a great advantage in Old Serbia and Macedonia. Still, the Serbian supply columns would have been much less efficient if the draft and riding animals had not also been fitted to the terrain of operations. Serbian cattle are used to living in the open without supervision and are resistant to inclement weather. They also do not seem to be very liable to suffer infections. Despite this, the losses of cattle and horses in Old Serbia, Macedonia, and Albania were great. The animals were not protected against great differences in temperature, fog, and snow, since stables were completely lacking. Their fodder changed all the time and was mostly insufficient. The lack of hay is grave in those areas even in normal times, as pasture land predominates and part of the hay must be delivered as taxes. Add to this the wet weather that 217. 218. Year and the intentional destruction of fodder stocks by the Turks. Little hay can be transported, considering the bad road conditions, and the more the bad roads prolong the time of transport, the more the hay is eaten up by the draft animals on the way. The stock of horses in particular was much reduced, and in the second period of the war new requisitions of horses became necessary in Serbia. Those horses freshly imported from abroad, from France, Russia, and Hungary, at the beginning and during the war must have been predominant among those which perished. War materials had been stored up by the Serbs for years, but at the beginning of the Balkan War a number of deliveries were still outstanding, for example, tents, coats, underwear, and especially a portion of the quick-firing guns which were on order with a French firm, as well as other guns and several types of ammunition. This delivery arrived at Salonika only during the second period of the war, after the Turks had already confiscated part of the supplies just before the outbreak of the war. However, Serbia can produce some of its ammunitions itself, as it has a powder factory at Obolicevo and an arsenal at Kragujevac which even was to have made shrapnel shells, though the castings have to be imported. The efficiency of the arsenal is certainly not very great. Nevertheless, the Serbs were able to send ammunitions to the Bulgarians who have no arsenal. Though the raw material is of partly foreign origin, the arsenal makes the Serbs independent of foreign countries to a certain degree. Moreover, the Serbs in Old Serbia and Macedonia have taken as booty some hundreds of cannons, hundreds of thousands of rifles and about 40 million cartridges. Their uniforms were made to a large part of foreign material, the officers' uniforms almost exclusively so. Coats were also bought from Russia, but large quantities of military cloth for the rank and file were produced in Belgrade and Leskovac. Equipment of all kinds, such as underwear, was bought from Austria-Hungary. The third call-up only received arms from the government. The soldiers of all three call-ups brought along their own habitual footwear, the opanki, yet the government had to import great amounts of these during the war. To wear their own shoes was a great advantage. The men were already used to their footwear, and this may account for the small number of cases of foot soreness in Serbia. Moreover, the opanki are much better suited than shoes to the chalk soil. At the beginning of the war Serbia had at its disposal quite large amounts of foreign currency. The government had gold in its coffers, and gold credits abroad, especially in Paris where reserves had been built up from several loans. It also had gold deposits at the National Bank. To this have to be added the balances of gold in autonomous public institutions such as the Uprava Fondeva, a central mortgage institute to which the administration of a number of funds is entrusted, the school fund, the sanitary fund, etc. As well as gold balances in semi-public and private money institutions.
For some years the Uprava Fondava seems to have collected secret reserves. Because the most extreme eventuality has to be provided for, the whole balance of gold and gold credit is considered as a war treasure. The legal status of these sums of gold should not be thought too important. The state will certainly respect the property of the bank as long as possible, if only to maintain its own prestige, but it will not refrain from interference if the continuation of a war were impossible without it. Legality could in any case be preserved by a special law of expropriation. But it should be firmly stated that, during war, the National Bank published faultless accounts, from which one could see clearly how much the government was at pains to behave as correctly as possible. The severe terms of the law with regard to issuing banknotes allow an increase in the circulation of silver notes, which is determined absolutely, without regard to the level of the reserves of metal, only if the government either deposits gold and gets silver notes in return, or raises a loan of silver notes against a deposit of treasury bills up to 30% of the bank capital. Whereas the government started at the end of August to deposit treasury bills without making full use of the 10 million dinars available, by the end of October a decrease in the amount of treasury bills could already be noticed since the government preferred to acquire silver notes through the deposit of gold. Of the 9.2 million dinars which the bank had given to the government against treasury bills, the government left 5 million as giro deposit and, in the interest of the public, thereby enlarged the bank's right of issuance. It continued to keep this account even when it paid back the 4.2 million dinars it had used itself, immediately after the Battle of Kumuva. Only towards the end of the second period of the war did the government make use of the whole of the 10 million dinars. There were striking increases recorded in the gold and the gold credit entry of the weekly statements of the National Bank in September, and the coverage of the notes was excellent. This strengthening of gold reserves should, however, not be overestimated. Government 219. 220. Reserves which had formerly been kept secret were made public by a simple bank operation. But this perhaps allows the conclusion to be drawn that the government had a certain financial self-confidence. It would probably have avoided reinforcing the gold balance of the bank if it had had reason to assume that it would shortly have to reduce it again. It is sometimes maintained that the balances of the Serbian National Bank should be viewed with a certain mistrust, but I believe this is quite unjustified. There is a considerable amount of tension between government and bank management, and this alone makes it seem improbable that the bank management would publish incorrect weekly statements just to please the government, except in special circumstances. In general though, such concealments in the interests of the whole people would very likely be approved by many politicians. They would take it to be a simple trick of war, if, for instance, a central bank declared larger gold reserves than it actually had in order to deceive the enemy about its financial position. Of course, in such a case the central bank takes the risk of serious damage to its prestige. Cessation of publicity as practiced in Bulgaria is, for the sake of prestige, mostly avoided, even though some eminent German bankers, for example, recommend this measure in wartime. To complete the picture of the Serbian preparedness for war, it is necessary to add to the amounts of gold, and gold credits possessed by the state, the National Bank, the Uprava Fondava, etc., those amounts of gold which could, if needed, be collected by an internal loan. According to my information, not much would have been achieved in this way. One must take into account further that certain stocks belonging to the state, the Uprava Fondava or the National Bank, can be sold on the international market or serve as securities for loans. The expected income, especially that of the administration of state monopolies, also has to be considered. At the beginning of the war the Serbian state had at its disposal, for all emergencies, at least 150 million dinars in foreign currency, disregarding still the possibility of foreign loans. During the Balkan War the Serbian government raised a loan of 18 million in Paris. This was formally managed by granting the Serbian state the right to use certain monies, which had been set apart for special funds of the Uprava Fondava, for war purposes. However, since the Uprava Fondava had already assigned these monies,
it gave vouchers to the state which were discounted in Paris and which have to be redeemed soon after the end of the war. It is widely assumed, by the way, that 221. Serbia will have to raise a loan of 200 to 300 million dinars after the war. But all such assumptions are very vague as long as the new boundaries and the question of Turkish compensation have not been settled. Apparently the Serbian state was financially better prepared for the war than the Bulgarian state, to which Serbia is said to have offered financial and other help. At any event, Serbia has proved fully adequate to the demands on a state concerning the financial preparedness for war. As we have seen, the strength of Serbia is based to a significant degree on its economic and social homogeneity, which, however, could not have been so effective if there had not also existed a certain national and religious unity. All existing foreign nationals were forced to accommodate themselves. The Romanians in the Nagatin district and its neighborhood had to be content with Serbian schools. In general they seem happy enough, since they are better off than their co-nationals in Romania. No special note was taken either of those inhabitants of the Pirat district who are thought by some to be Bulgarian and who some decades ago joined together in a Bulgarian organization. As a consequence of the conquest, it is possible that a national question may develop within Serbia proper. Should the Romanian schools in the newly conquered areas be acknowledged, then it would be difficult to refuse Romanians their own schools in the former kingdom. Altogether, the Balkan War will create state formations in which besides the victorious nation there will be very significant minorities of different nationalities. It was precisely the power of the national idea which raised the fighting capacity of the Balkan states, yet the same idea also demands that these states will have to acknowledge the equally justified rights of the several nations within their boundaries. The Orthodox Church of Serbia forms an autonomous entity, equal to the churches of Romania, Bulgaria, Greece, and Montenegro, which have their own heads, as well as to the Exarchate and the Patriarchate. The Patriarchate possesses only insignificant honorary privileges. Having discussed the sources of Serbian power, let us try to find out what helped the Serbs advance into the newly conquered areas. In the same way as the Bulgarians and the Greeks, the Serbs bring to a great part of their co-nationals liberation from a kind of feudal rule and so bring national splinter groups, which alone could achieve no real cultural and economic evolution, into a victorious and rapidly developing state. 222. The economic conditions of the newly conquered areas are mainly a product of Turkish principles of administration and of the agrarian constitution in force. In general, the Muslims are the masters of the soil, and the Orthodox, especially the Macedonian Slavs, live in more or less oppressed dependence. The particular forms of dependence play a minor role in an estimate of their social and economic significance. In any case, in conjunction with the erratic nature of the law, inadequate transport, and many other deficiencies, this dependence has always had a paralyzing effect on the economic development of Old Serbia and Macedonia. Flooding in the autumn rains and during the melting of the snow often destroy the already neglected roads, which then are turned into impassable bogs of mud. Mountain tracks are covered with rubble and boulders by the overflowing waters, and fertile soil is washed away or buried under layers of mud and gravel. Due to the lack of transport facilities, the forests of oak, ash, spruce and fir trees were not properly exploited. At places where it was easy to cart away the wood, such as in the neighborhood of the towns, the forests were cut down, elsewhere the wood was left to rot. Agriculture and animal husbanding are on a very low level everywhere, even in the fertile regions. The iron plow has hardly begun to be used. Even if the Serbs will not obtain such favored areas as the Bulgarians, they will still be in possession of some areas of the lowlands which would yield very rich crops if farmed rationally. Even now grain, tobacco, opium, vegetables, livestock, and animal products such as hides, wool, and cheese are exported from some parts of this land. Strangely enough, the potato is not a popular food there, perhaps because conditions for its cultivation are not suitable. In the region of Novi Pazar and Mitrovica animal husbanding is strongly developed. In the Kosova Polje there is also horse breeding, whereas the areas of Sidona, Skopje, Kumanova are rich in grain. Maize and wheat serve as food in the more southerly parts, rye in the northwest for the lumses. Leguminous crops are grown everywhere. The surroundings of Pris-Rond are known for their fruit. There is much water power which, however, is so far mostly exploited only by mills and tanneries. There are coal fields near Plevelge, Velez, and Skopje, and elsewhere. The ore resources of the country have so far been insufficiently exploited. There is hardly any industry, only the domestic manufacture of goods of metal, leather, and wood, and of textiles, plays a certain role. The economic reforms of Serbia will probably be concerned in the very first place with improvement of agrarian conditions. The agrarian constitution of the Kingdom of Serbia will be a guide for the leading statesmen. They are likely to solve the agrarian question concerning the serfs and short lease tenants quickly, and create free peasants. To begin with, probably all those Serbs will be repatriated who lived as emigrants in the Kingdom of Serbia and who mostly still possess their old documents of ownership. The recent landowners will probably be asked to prove that they own their land by right. As this proof can often not be given, the Serbian state has the possibility of expropriation. Some of the remaining landowners may receive compensation. The Muslim population that chooses to stay in the country will probably receive easy treatment from the Serbs for political reasons. On the one hand, the Serbs of Old Serbia will be settled as free peasants, on the other hand, immigration will also be facilitated. Apart from the Serbs from the Kingdom of Serbia who may always have had this possibility of settlement in mind, there are also the reservists who have returned from America, to whom this may apply. Government circles also foresee that Serb and Macedonian Slav families, who had emigrated from the Kingdom of Old Serbia to America, would return if they were offered land under favorable conditions. Immigrants from Central Europe would not stay away either. Perhaps also the mountain people who for decades have left for seasonal work can be kept at home to help in the more intensive cultivation. At present about 10,000 such workers pass through the region of Kriva Palanca and Bulgaria to Romania every year. Yet the change in land ownership alone will not be enough to raise the economy to the level of the present Serbia. Above all, cultivation has to be improved by an appropriate cooperative movement. Sales of farm and forest products will be facilitated by the creation of an adequate network of transport, and thereby production itself will be stimulated. Development of poultry farms is also expected, with better prospects in the conquered areas than in Serbia proper. The devastations and destructions caused by the war will be remedied in a relatively short time, a forecast supported by much experience. Serbia will also make every effort to obtain foreign support for exploiting the mineral resources. Mining was already quite well developed in these areas in the Middle Ages. The traditional cottage industries may have some capacity for growth, and some factories may also be started. Serbian and foreign financial institutions have begun to set up branches, some of which 223, 224 have already opened. The Serbian banks of Bosnia also show a tendency of expanding their sphere of activities to the Sandjak and Old Serbia. In spite of all these efforts, however, it will still be decades before the new Serbia has a homogeneous economic structure. Not only the economic conditions, but also national and religious conditions in the newly conquered areas have to be considered. There are Macedonian Slav people who are considered to be Serbs by some, Bulgarians by others, or a special group by still others. Besides them there are Turks, Kutsaulaks, Greeks, Albanians, Jews, Armenians, and splinter groups like Gypsies, etc. Religions and languages are related to these groups in various ways. There are, for example, Muslim, Catholic and Orthodox Albanians. Besides Orthodox there are also Muslim Macedonian Slavs, the so-called Pomaka. There are Albanians who mainly speak Serbian and Serbs who use the Albanian language and costume. Besides Islam, the two Orthodox Church communities, the Patriarchate and the Exarchate, play a decisive role. The Exarchate represents the Bulgarian nationality, whereas Greek, Serbian and Romanian national propaganda go with the Patriarchate. The Romanian nationality, however, is only acknowledged by the Turkish government. since the Patriarchate excommunicated the Romanians and appointed no metropolitan for them. The Patriarchate restricts its activities solely to Turkey, while, for their part, the autonomous churches of Serbia, Greece, etc., which are equal to the Patriarchate, have no religious rights in Turkey. Only in Bulgaria are there still some Patriarchist communities which depend on Constantinople. Originally all Orthodox Christians who lived in Turkey were under the Patriarch of Constantinople. The Patriarchate, which knew how to get on with the Turks in many respects, always took care to strengthen Greek influence, i.e., that of those groups who were either of Greek origin or subscribed to Greek propaganda. Slav culture received no support. The Patriarchate founded schools with Greek as the sole teaching language. The Bulgarians were the first to establish their independence, gradually and with the support of Russia, which was interested in the weakening of the Patriarchate. Already in the 1830s and the 1840s they succeeded in establishing the use of Bulgarian as the language in church and school in Skopje, Velez, and other places, until they were accorded their own head of church in the early 1870s, an exarch in Constantinople who was independent of the Patriarch. He was at first the head of all Bulgarian churches, but in the end only those within Turkey, since Bulgaria itself received an independent church organization. Violent conflicts soon broke out between Exarchate and Patriarchate. In the beginning the Exarchate made great advances since the Slav inhabitants of Macedonia saw in it a representation of the Slav tradition. When it was realized in Serbia that in this way Serbian traditions might become replaced by Bulgarian ones, propaganda coming from the Kingdom of Serbia led some of the country back to the Patriarchate, which had granted their own metropolitans to the Serbs in Skopje, Prisrand, and Velez, for instance, and permitted the use of the Serbian language in church and school, hoping in this way to create a counterbalance against the Bulgarians. The driving power of the Serbs was for a long time paralyzed by these church developments. Not before they attained their concessions from the Patriarchate could they compete with the Bulgarians, something the Turks did not mind as they liked to pit one nation against the other. The church and school propaganda had a chance of success only in the area which is mainly populated by Macedonian Slavs and whose boundary is approximately given by the townships Ceres, Kokana, Kumanova, Skopje, Kakondalan, Dibra, Ohrid, Florina, Salonika. During this conflict gangs were formed, partly from the inhabitants of Old Serbia and Macedonia, partly from Serbs and Bulgarians who infiltrated from the Serbian and Bulgarian kingdoms. They were often led by former officers and were mostly well armed, often very much better than the Turkish troops which were sent to suppress them. The Serbian gangs tried to win as many localities as possible for patriarchal propaganda by violence and threats of all sorts, while Bulgarian gangs were active in the same way for the Exarchate. The opposed gangs often collided. There were violent fights for some localities. Often a place changed sides several times between Exarchate and Patriarchate. There were areas in which people became so fed up with the activities of the gangs that the help of the Turks and of the reformed gendarmerie, which was finally established by the powers, was gladly welcomed. In the south of the area indicated above, Greek bands fought against Bulgarian bands. The Greeks received soldiers, officers, ammunitions, and arms from Greece and even Crete. They also tried to suppress Romanian propaganda, which mainly worked with cultural means. These gangs rarely attacked Muslim or Turkish troops, and Muslims rarely organized themselves in gangs to commit violence. However, the pressure exerted by the Muslims was always felt and 225. 226. The leading of soldiers feared, and arbitrary actions of officials and tax farmers, the inconsiderate attitude of landlords were recurring phenomena. In the gang fights, the Christian hatred of Muslims was less in evidence than hatred between Christians of different denominations and nationalities. Cruelties grew more than ever after Article 3 of the Merzsteg program was interpreted by the inhabitants of Macedonia as indicating the forthcoming sanctioning by Turkey of the changed national boundaries which had been achieved by pressure. The International Organization of Gendarmerie was not successful either in overcoming the gangs, and it was dissolved when the constitution was introduced. In the Balkan War the gangs were active, supported, as probably before, by the governments of the Balkan states, by the provision of arms, ammunitions, and officers. Official circles in Serbia, Bulgaria, and Greece blamed them for all the cruelties which were suffered by non-combatants. Reliable people claim that regular troops also occasionally took part in the killing of non-combatants. As far as the killing of the Macedonian Slavs is concerned, the Serbs deny this absolutely, whereas the killing of non-combatant Albanians is sometimes admitted, but it is pointed out that the population deceitfully attacked the incoming Serbian troops several times, and reprisals followed. There were also acts of revenge against former oppressors, Albanian and Turk. Naturally nothing can be stated with certainty, but it is likely that a great number of atrocities were committed, if one considers the bitterness accumulated over the years, and if one remembers the actions of gangs against each other and against the population of Old Serbia and Macedonia. Furthermore, the ethnic groups involved are at a low level of development and inclined to violence, as criminal statistics show. After finishing the military tasks, the Serbian administration turned against their own gangs and expelled them from Bitalje, for example, after various trespasses. Apparently more than in any other European wars of the 19th century, every kind of unruly instinct was let loose during the Balkan War. Many people used the opportunity to unleash their brutality and greed. It was of the greatest advantage to the Balkan states that they invaded areas in which they were expected by co-religionists and co-nationals. The revolutionary tendencies which had existed in Macedonia and Old Serbia for a long time supported the military success, on the one hand by the welcome of the approaching troops met, on the other hand by direct desertion of Christian soldiers from the Turkish army during the fighting. What national religious reforms the Serbs will introduce in the newly conquered areas can at present not be clearly discerned. The procedure of military bodies alone does not allow final conclusions. The Serbs will hardly be able to remove the Bulgarian, Greek, and Romanian schools, but they will certainly demand that the Serbian language and history will become part of the curriculum. But it is not impossible that they will want to make Serbian the only language of instruction even in areas where the percentage of Bulgarians or Albanians within the population is large. The inclination to respect areas of other languages and nationalities does not seem to be great, but regard for other religious communities may not run counter to Serbian principles of government. It cannot yet be foreseen how the Balkan states will protect their connationals in the territories of their allies. That they will simply let them down is improbable. It is to be expected, for instance, that the Greek state will take an interest in the Greeks living in Serbian and Bulgarian areas, be they either of Greek origin or Macedonian Slavs who have accepted the propaganda of the Patriarchate. We must expect that the peace treaty will contain regulations concerning the rights of Muslims, whereas the powers seem to be determined to secure the national status of Albanians and Kutsualachi. Against this Serbia and the other Balkan states will raise strong protests. However these questions will be solved, the gang fights will probably be finally suppressed in Serbia and the other Balkan states, though as a reminder of the widespread inclination to form gangs, figures for crime will remain high for some time. In a similar way, the high crime rate of Serbia proper derives from the traditions of the Hayduks. In spite of all the abominations of the Balkan War, anyone who attempts to survey longer historical periods has to recognize the Serbs as cultural pioneers, along with the Bulgarians and Greeks. Rather than enter a quiet peaceful country, all three peoples conquered an area upset in many parts by continuous gang fights and other events, and ruled by a Turkish minority who for centuries had failed in creating an efficient administration or in joining the subjected tribes together in an organic communal life. The violent acts of the Turks, and of other Albanians who were favored by them, contributed to the Macedonian Slavs' bitterness. Even the attempts at reform of recent years seem to have been limited to a very small area, and left the lowlands untouched. With the Serbian conquest, the Muslims will lose their power to rule. They will no longer be able intentionally to impede cultural development in 227. 228. The interest of their own power, to exploit the subjected people at will and to detest them.
The working citizen will no longer be dependent on the whims of a master when he needs working animals and equipment, he will no longer need to fear unjustly imposed taxes. It is especially the Slav part of the population, now taking control of government, which has been described by many as diligent and capable of development. The school propaganda seems from the start to have been successful in Old Serbia and Macedonia, and in some towns the number of illiterates among the Slav adolescents is by now only small. The Serb educational system will certainly show fruits. That the Serbs are serious about large-scale enlightenment of the people is demonstrated by the plan to make Skopje a center of education by means of a university, thus making it also a political center. With the partition of Turkey, a source of unrest will be pacified, and though wars among these states for national possession will certainly not be impossible, but the continuous unrest will come to an end. The final result of this barbaric war will show, after a few decades, as little trace of the horrors committed as the civilization of the 18th century showed of the horrors of the 30 Years' War. Whether this war could not have been avoided, however, if the powers had devoted their energies to the reorganization of Macedonia, is yet another question. The present situation does not allow reliable forecasts to be made of the future of the Balkan states. Should all or part of them remain united in the sphere of international politics, then this would with great probability lead to an economic alliance, at least in the form of a customs union, that, however, would work only if a certain adjustment were also carried out in their bank and tax policies, and in their economic policies generally. For the time being it is reasonably certain only that there will be a customs union between Serbia and Montenegro, whereas a customs union between Serbia and Bulgaria has by now become rather improbable, the stimulus for its conclusion not being very large. Already in 1884 the Bulgarians had tried to establish closer economic contact with the Serbs, and the suggestion of a customs union even arose. Only in 1897, however, was the first commercial contract between Serbia and Bulgaria concluded which contained far-reaching provisions for favored treatment and against which no protest was raised by third parties. However, the commercial traffic between the two states was not very significant as shown by the years 1898 and 1904, at the beginning. 229. And at the end of the period of this commercial contract. This follows from the economic similarity between these two countries. According to the official Serbian commercial statistics, the commerce between the two countries developed like this. Serbia's imports from Bulgaria. Years 1,000 dinars % of total imports. 1,898 1,526 3.7 average 1899/1903 303 0.6 average 1904/1908 1,107 2.5 1909 351 0.5 1910 483 0.6. Serbia's exports to Bulgaria. Years 1,000 dinars % of total exports. 1,898 956 1.7 average 1899/1903 757 1.2 average 1904/1908 1957 2.7 1909 3633 3.9 1910 4132 4.2. The figures show that overall the sums concerned are small, still they have to be treated with caution. The transits via Bulgaria seem to have been included among the exports to Bulgaria. In 1905 negotiations on the customs union began and a uniform tariff for all foreign countries was envisaged for 1917. As mentioned above, the customs union was prevented by the intervention of Austria-Hungary. Incidentally, some progressives and liberals have denied that Serbia might have great advantage from a customs union with Bulgaria. The export of livestock would not be eased by it, and the grain export only if Bulgaria granted special tariffs which were not provided for by the contract. Even today few significant arguments are heard in Serbia in favor of a customs union with Bulgaria. Some wholesalers, however, even seem to fear Bulgaria's competition in Old Serbia. The enlargement of the market brought about by the customs union does not seem to play a great role. 230.
either. More important, however, may be the argument that a customs union would create better prospects for the conclusion of commercial contracts. The amounts of exports and imports under discussion are only a small proportion of the total for a larger state, whereas they are of much greater importance for the small state. The Balkan Customs Union would be an advantage for Serbia, particularly in the negotiation of commercial contracts with the monarchy, not so much in dealings with Bulgaria. The idea of comprehensive associations of states is not foreign to the Balkan Slavs. The Serbs owe a great deal of their success to their ability not only to join together in small associations and as a nation in times of general enthusiasm, but also to their ability to make use of transnational cooperation to the fullest extent. Panslavism has reformed many minds along these lines, and though it has not been decisive so far, it may still have effectively prepared the way within the Slavic sphere for the purely political thought that a close union of the Balkan peoples would be very desirable for a solution of the Balkan problem in accordance with the people's own interest. In the Balkans specifically, a great political success is possible only if the aim and the ways that lead to it can become truly popular. Without doubt, Panslavism has greatly enhanced the Southern Slavs' understanding of international questions. The average citizen of those states can more often be heard talking about countries abroad and their political forces than the average citizen of some large states. It is very doubtful whether the Balkan alliance will become permanent, as many believe, since there are a great many divisions between Balkan states which can hardly be bridged. The desire for purely national states in particular contains the nucleus of friction. Above all, it is very unlikely that an alliance between Greece and Bulgaria could be of long duration, as both strive after hegemony in the Balkans. By comparison, the hope of the Serbs to renew the kingdom of Dusan is much less intensive. Many among them think much more seriously about an advance to the north which would bring them into conflict with neither the Bulgarians or the Greeks. How much the wish to rule the Balkans is alive with the Bulgarians and the Greeks reveals itself in the Bulgarians speaking of a Simeon II, while the Athenians welcomed their new king as Constantine XII, in direct allusion to Constantine XI, the last Byzantine emperor of his name. With the Bulgarians' advance to the Aegean Sea, much of the Greek coastal area comes under Slav rule. The Greeks will hardly want to renounce it forever. It is certainly not unlikely that the Greeks, rooted in the tradition of antiquity, will want to make the Aegean Sea, already economically and nationally Greek, also Greek politically. And in their dreams of the future, the Bulgarians probably stray beyond the Dardanelles to Asia Minor, quoting the experience of history that the state which possesses one shore of the Dardanelles has a good chance of getting possession of the other. The acquisition of the European shore of the Dardanelles may seem to the Bulgarians to be a not too distant step in their endeavors. But though these possibilities may partly lie in the distant future, the vision of them already has its effect today. Their realization depends on various factors, especially on the attitude of the Serbs, whose conflict with the Bulgarians has at present become such an embittered one that even their alliance with Greece against Bulgaria cannot be excluded. What role the Orthodox Church will play in future developments is still uncertain. It cannot be foreseen whether the movement for church unity will gain supremacy or whether, on the contrary, the Church will serve as a basis for national separatism. The Orthodox churches are the product of politico-national and not of dogmatic differences. The splitting up into several autonomous national churches of equal standing, each with their own head, must not be compared with the schism that separates the Catholic Church from the Orthodox churches. According to Catholic doctrine, there can only be one all-embracing Christian Church which allows no differences and acknowledges only one head. Present Orthodox doctrine, however, derives the idea of a national church from the very time of the apostles, when the individual churches were to have far-reaching independence and differentiation. The explanation for this can be found in the fact that the apostles had to preach the gospel without interfering in social and national peculiarities. Though dogmatic accord between the Orthodox churches is presumed, a complete separation of the hierarchy and the independent national organizations is acknowledged from the start, naturally weakening any tendency towards unification. The new situation brings several problems. It is a matter of course that the Serbian dioceses of the Patriarchate will be incorporated into the autonomous Serbian Church. What, however,
will happen to the Greek and Exarchist churches? Unless the Serbs simply introduce Serbian as church language and thus make these churches also Serbian, they could, within the framework of Orthodox views, create Bulgarian. 231. 232. Or Greek metropolitans within the autonomous Serbian Church. It is almost out of the question that the autonomous Greek or Bulgarian churches would exert a kind of protectorate over the Greek and Bulgarian churches within Serbia, but it is also improbable that the Patriarchate and Exarchate will maintain their rule in these areas. Perhaps the Romanian churches alone will depend on Bucharest according to special agreements. The Serbian church organizations will certainly undergo changes. In addition, other changes must be expected. Ideas concerning these, often of a very fanciful nature, have come from various parties. Though the importance of the religions in national and international life is not as great as it was in previous centuries, the Orthodox Church will retain great influence on state and cultural renewal for some time, because it has always been the leading element in the national struggles for freedom. It is possible that in southeastern Europe one or another reform movement will pick up certain religious ideas, even the ideas of earlier sects, but the emergence of a strong religious movement is not very probable. Neither in the country nor in the towns is there an appropriate response forthcoming. Serbs and Bulgarians can occasionally be heard to stress that their state organizations are not dependent on church influence. Nevertheless, how orthodoxy will come to terms with the religious groups of Central Europe will be very important. It should never be forgotten that the orthodoxy of the Balkan peoples possesses a significantly democratic streak. As a consequence of their history and experiences, this has to be seen in conjunction with other Western European tendencies which can be encountered among the Balkan peoples. Among these are their sympathy for the constitutional and administrational patterns of Belgium and France. In this respect a strict distinction has to be made between Southern European and the Russian Orthodoxy, which is closely linked with absolutism. It is quite conceivable that with a strengthening of these Western European tendencies a kind of Western European Orthodoxy could develop among the Balkan peoples. This might promote the link between the Balkan states and the West. It is misleading to speak of Orthodoxy, Roman Catholicism and Protestantism as three stages on the way from the Orient to the Occident, and even to see a fight between Orient and Occident in the fight between unified Orthodoxy and Roman Catholicism. Above all, as we have seen several times already, no closed rank should be attributed to the Balkan Orthodoxy, and even less to Orthodoxy as a whole. Orthodoxy could not prevent the violent fights between Bulgarians and Serbs, between Greeks and Bulgarians, or the conflicts between Greeks and Romanians. Except for cases of momentary common interest, there is no relationship of solidarity between the autonomous churches, not even one of tolerant leniency. In certain respects Orthodoxy has something in common with Protestantism, especially with Calvinism. In making an estimate of the social significance of religious groupings, above all their way of life has to be investigated and not only the dogmatic peculiarities. Orthodoxy and Protestantism are directly opposed in many points of dogma, but not in the behavior within a social association. Though a union between Balkan Orthodoxy and German Protestantism seems out of the question, there are still enough points of contact which may become politically significant. It is quite conceivable that one day Protestantism and Orthodoxy will join in common opposition to Roman Catholicism. It is widely held that Catholicism paralyzes the will, self-confidence, and energy of the individual, whereas Balkan Orthodoxy as well as Protestantism stimulate them. Orthodoxy is very adaptable. On the one hand it can, similar to Catholicism, adapt itself to the religious sentiment of broad, uneducated masses. On the other hand it can, as a point of national focus, remain of importance even for people who are indifferent to religion. We have reached the end of our observations. We have seen the factors that have favored the development of Serbia and the circumstances that may further this development in the future. The Serbs seem to have fought the Balkan War at the right moment. The political situation was extremely favorable. In addition,
their stage of development allowed them to enjoy the advantages of an agrarian state based mainly on an economy in kind, while they were already drawing some benefit from a money economy since they were able to raise international loans. The simplicity of its economic conditions strengthened the impact of this peasant democracy. National and religious factors supported political and military actions in every respect, and helped to create a general enthusiasm. The economic, national, and religious slogans which inflamed the masses were easily grasped and adapted to the circumstances. There is no doubt that Serbia's success in the Balkan War was largely the result of Turkish weakness, especially when we consider that Turkey concentrated its main forces against Bulgaria and considered the operational areas of the Serbian, Montenegrin and Greek aggressors as subordinate. It will, however, certainly contribute to clarity if we seek to establish what the Serbs owe to themselves and what forces may be at work in the future. 5. State cartels and state trusts as organizational forms of the future ***. The growing number of interventions by the states of Germany and Austria in the fields of production and commerce allow us to discern ever more clearly certain types which perhaps have a great importance for the future. Whether one be a friend or a foe of these developments, one must consider the existing tendencies in some detail. 2 recent occasions in particular made plain even to those who have little interest in general questions of economic organization that significant changes lie ahead. The first is the German law on the sale of potash, the second is the strategy of the Austrian government concerning production of crude oil. On both occasions the authority of the state assumed a significant role amongst the economic actors and sought to consolidate those organizations concerned with production and sale. Certain reforms can be effected more easily in this way than by the states restricting itself to fight the large organizations by laws and administrative rules. It is a measure not unknown in the history of states that institutions, which have grown due to a pressing need without the help or perhaps even in opposition to the state, are no longer fought against but taken over by the state. In Germany and Austria the power of cartels is steadily increasing, which has certain objectionable side effects. For many practical people and theoreticians it has been apparent for a long time that fighting cartels from without runs into insurmountable difficulties. Thus the view was expressed that only the nationalization of various branches of production can bring lasting relief, especially of the mining industry. Nationalization of other industries is strongly resisted, however, and it is held that this would involve a tremendous change that 235. 236. Is better avoided even if many of those involved have no objections against these reforms. Under such circumstances the idea has gained currency for those who wish to retain the individual entrepreneur as far as possible that the state should assume a controlling role within the organization, perhaps as partner and shareholder. The state would thereby assume the role of leaders of trust or syndicates. As regards as the lack of independence of the individual entrepreneur is concerned, it must be noted that nowadays this appears to be inevitable. Everywhere we see how previously independent firms become dependent on suppliers or customers, how increasingly they lose part of their earlier independence within cartels, and especially how they become tied ever closely to the large banks. Everywhere we see the individual entrepreneur make way for the joint stock company. In short, given the existing forms of economic organization, the freedom to make decisions in the field of production and trade unavoidably becomes ever more restricted. Collective action is replacing the individual ways of action dominant since the victory of economic liberalism. For those who do become dependent, it does not make much difference whether the direction of the organization is affected solely by extremely powerful private entrepreneurs or under participation of the state. It is only the standing of the few ruling producers or directors of central associations that is impaired by such an expansion of state functions. Perhaps in a little while it will no longer be asked whether free competition or organization is preferred, but only which form of organization. It is a specific constellation that made it possible for the state in Germany and Austria to intervene so easily. To many of the producers, consumers, and merchants involved, the state appeared as a savior in time of need, since, on the one hand, the associations were not prepared on their own to tighten their interrelation all the while, on the other hand, American trusts were expanding their influence even in Europe.
In both cases the state was able to intervene largely in the interest of the entrepreneurs. It became possible for the state to support the formation and preserve the existence of large organizations. This succeeded better with the potash producers than with the producers of crude oil or petroleum. The impression often feared, namely, that the state supports individual interests against the domestic consumers, did not arise here, since in both cases questions of export had to be solved. Especially the law concerning potash production shows clearly that domestic 237. Consumption can increase strongly as a result of state intervention. But this example also suggests that no special legislation is required for such purposes in all cases, since in earlier times states well disposed towards agriculture were able to extend preferential treatment to purchases by agricultural associations. The form of state-influenced associations can differ. The state may be represented as producer or as consumer, as in our two examples. In Austria, the state prominently involved itself through its emergency action in support of the producers of crude oil by creating reserves and introducing crude oil heating systems in some instances. The state can also assume the right, via legislation, to exercise a veto or to set prices on its own, even to determine production. The state can fix a certain relation between prices, wages, domestic and export sales, so that automatically those measures are advanced which are of advantage to all involved, producers, consumers, workers. How this is possible is shown vividly by the law on potash production. If in this way organizations are created in which the state plays a permanent role and in whose success it takes an interest, either as co-entrepreneur or for its shareholder profit, we readily can speak of a new form of organization, of the state cartel. If centralization progresses further along these lines such that the state becomes dominant, for instance, if it becomes the majority shareholder and thereby influences also the technical organization of the enterprises, then we can speak of a state trust. Such an organization can differ significantly from state monopolies, but forms of state trusts are also conceivable that approach a total monopoly. Whereas the effectiveness of the state is ensured either by its role within private enterprise or by explicit legislative means, it also is possible to restrict the power of the state more easily in another field, where it takes a more threatening form. The action of the state in Austria against the Standard Oil Company gave rise to great concern for many. Suddenly it could be seen clearly what was obscured before, namely, what immense power is available to the state even without explicit legislation. The state was able in a short span of time to effect a great damage to the interests of the Americans and their allies, and it was rightly asked, what prevents Austrian industrialists to be treated in the same legal manner? For instance, the state can lift reductions of tariffs and alter them in such a way that only certain firms will be disadvantaged. In this 238 case, the state withdrew the tracks required for the transport of the raw materials and went so far as to requisition the telephones and the storage tanks for crude oil within 24 hours. Formally, all these interventions did not go beyond the legal cancellation of existing contracts. But the state can bring its administrative power to bear also in another way, by suddenly carrying in unusual ways for hygiene and security. Even though many defend such procedures as self-defense, they could not help feeling uneasy. This remarkable example shows us that, on the one hand, sometimes the need for the expansion of state power in the economy is very great, but that, on the other hand, even the majority of those who approve of such measures in principle abhor the absolutism involved. Such absolutist measures which can damage the economic security considerably can be avoided if the state even in normal times possesses enough influence, for instance in order to fight against a foreign trust. If Austria were to receive legislation for the production of crude oil and petroleum comparable to the law for potash production, then there would no longer be a need for such objectionable and potentially wholly arbitrary interventions. The mood amongst the German and Austrian industrialists and the experiences made so far suggest that an increase in state cartels will find more approval than that of state trusts or state monopolies. It cannot even be ruled out that state cartels become the means by which the growth of private trusts may be checked that are feared by so many. Then it becomes a matter for society as a whole to reduce the overwhelming bureaucracy whose power is always feared where the influence of the state increases. Already large sections of the population are against it, and especially the representatives of trade and industry are its sworn opponents. It is an exceedingly difficult problem just how in the course of our development it is possible to preserve individual freedom and responsible initiative as much as possible, all the while the freedom of competition is coming to an end. However, this question is not related to the fact of the emergence of state organizations, but of the emergence of large organizations as such. The role of the individual within a trust, even within a large enterprise, is often less free than within a bureaucracy. One's rights may be much smaller, the dependence all the greater. Not a few would agree with the statement of a German professor at the most recent conference of Social Policy Association that, for the time being, he preferred being employed by the state rather than a trust. 239. The emergence of state cartels does not mark the end of the development in this direction. The state will not be able to avoid assimilating other associations in a similar fashion, for instance the workers' organizations and the gradually increasing number of consumer associations. Associations of buyers already exist among the state cartels, which may soon become reality in Austria. It is only when the most important groups of interested parties are united in such associations that it becomes possible, finally, to remove the restrictions of the production, which unfortunately characterize our current economy, and to do so successfully, without provoking crises. If the type of associations which is represented so well by the potash syndicate were to become more frequent, then even the problems of the local or municipal organization of the distribution of meat and bread may find a solution under those administrations that pursue an active policy in favor of the middle classes. Nowadays such local organizations would in most cases mean the demise of the independent butchers and bakers. If one did not wish to turn these into dependent workers, then one might find in the form of a local cartel a suitable means which may but need not lead further to a communal enterprise. The realization of the organizational forms sketched here is made easier in so far as they bring with them a reduction of the friction between the various interested parties. Organizations formed for confrontation and conflict would give way to organizations for cooperation. Even if, given their fullest development, each association would wish to attain the greatest profit, they could be happy still to support another's advantage as long as they themselves gained from this. For that to occur, however, transparency is needed, as well as the ability to effect the desired course of action. Today both requirements remain unfulfilled in most cases. While individual entrepreneurs can perhaps see that, for instance, reducing the buying power of their employees will indirectly damage the sales of all producers, they are still unable to do anything about it. It should not remain unmentioned that organizations of the sort discussed make possible the unification and cooperation of different branches of production, as shown by the example of trusts. Within economic organizations money calculation can be reduced to a minimum, and the possibility cannot be excluded that here too state cartels and state trusts prepare the ground for new developments. 240. 6. The economic order of the future and the economic sciences *. The economic system characteristic of the World War and the lasting changes caused by it were discernible in broad outline already beforehand, given the trend of general development and the specific circumstances of the war. It had to be assumed that a war lasting for many years would favor the development of institutions of an administrative economy and in-kind planning, as well as the creation of an economic plan, on the basis of which the present capacities were to be deployed in the interest of the state and exploited as efficiently as possible. Definite predictions about times of war are easier to make than predictions about times of peace, since wars determine the actions of the citizens more clearly than peace does. During great wars, the centralist authority of the state generally gains the upper hand over individualism, whereas in peacetime it is possible to encounter economic orders of highly developed individualistic character as well as orders in which the government seeks to determine the individual's place in the whole through systematic interventions. Not surprisingly, competing forces prepare for the future peacetime state already today. Some try to develop the current means of organization in order to retain them for peace,
since they protect the individual from the random elements of the economic cycles and allow the exploitation of the resources in a goal-directed manner. Others consider the system of war economy fundamentally flawed and unbearable and long for the free competition which eradicates everything inept and encourages industriousness. Although the free market leads to unpleasant forms of employment and a fair amount of misery, that income in a planned economy can be gained by cronyism is as little desirable for them as the apathy caused by the security of existence. 241. 242. Even if one were able to determine the effect of one or another of these economic orders precisely and indisputably in some intricate chain of reasoning, this would not be enough to influence the will in any unique way, for what appears as advantage to some may look like a disadvantage to others. We are still a long way from even an approximate agreement on the causal relations involved. If deeper reasons for the resistance against the organized economy are discussed at all, the argument that the free market had failed in times of war is usually countered by the claim that it was only the market that coincidentally was in place at the beginning of the war that had failed and that the truly free market would have secured the supply, indeed, that it was the imperfection of the market, the existence of cartels and monopolies that was to be blamed for everything. Others again admit that in times of great turmoil some regulative interventions make sense, but that in times of calm and continuous development it is the free market that stimulates economic life and secures the most efficient satisfaction of needs. As significant as knowledge and experience are, we must not overrate their historical importance. We thus should try to discern what exactly the circumstances are which have come to prevail as a result of several decades of development. Although it is difficult to describe the future peacetime economic order directly, a closer look at the economic system in transition will yield some hints about future developments. The structure of the transitional economic order is reasonably clear. First attempts have already been made to put it into practice, and advocates of different programs agree that it will take the shape of a planned economy at least in the short and medium run. Some wish to have an economic plan for the transitional period so as to help avoid confusion during the reconstruction of the economic order. They do not believe, for instance, that the mechanism of the free market, by itself, will ensure sufficient imports of raw materials or will allocate the workers efficiently. Others in addition dread the possibility of crises which could damage the economy, in particular those crises deriving from the great revolutions evolving from the mechanism of the market itself. Even though during the war there were shortages of food due to the isolation of the country, these did not count as crises, since these restrictions were not caused by the internal mechanism of the system. Even if bad mistakes were made concerning the supply of food, the general aim of the leaders was to stimulate production as well as consumption, whereas the free market acknowledges profit as the only goal and thus in principle allows for the direct or indirect limitation of the satisfaction of needs, if it increases the profits of the entrepreneur. In the war economy, however, the most efficient satisfaction of requirements was aimed at, either by granting high profits as incentives, or by directly forcing the production of some goods, or by punitive sanctions of deliberate restrictions of production or inefficient uses of resources. The transitional economic system of the near future will determine, for instance, the allocation of cargo space to the different groups and the allocation of resources for the production of luxury goods and necessities. In contrast to the free market, such a system may be called an administrative economy. This is not to make any claims as to whether the executive power should be in the hand of the state or in the hand of an organization of associations, nor as to which power factors should be decisive, or which form the mechanism of the distribution should take. By contrast, in using the expression state socialism, claims appear to be made with respect to all of these issues. Experience shows that the concern about a crisis right after the war or after a short recovery is quite justified. Lowe aptly illustrates the evils of transition in his observations on the Napoleonic Wars, namely, the evils of the transitional period. Some even contend that after a peace treaty the food supply of large parts of the population will be worse than during the war, even though it is obvious that at least the technical constraints for the satisfaction of needs will be unchanged. The transitional economy may protect us from unemployment and inefficient use of the means of production.
If it did, nothing more and nothing less than the solution of the problem of crises would have been achieved. Everything seems to work in this direction, since the inclination of people to acquiesce to restrictions of output is on the wane, as is the fatalistic acceptance of crises which were once widely viewed as inevitable side effects of the market mechanism or of changes in the production processes. By now it has been realized that everything is amenable to intervention and that significant changes can be made overnight. The construction of economic possibilities, as occasionally attempted by Fourier, Cabet, Popper-Lindquist, Atlanticus, Wilhelm Neurath, Hertzka, Franz Oppenheimer, etc., is now the order of the 243. 244. Day. Utopian ideas have become socially accepted. It will not be long before economic theory will start to systematically examine possible economic orders on their economic efficiency. Of course, the extent to which a more efficient system may be put into practice would still need to be settled. The belief that comprehensive changes can only be made over decades by incremental advance has been shattered. Perhaps some will even accept the opposite point of view and thus underestimate the historically founded sentiments and customs among many other motives. What is most urgently required as a basis of economic investigations is a survey of the means of production at disposition, of the raw materials, etc., as well as of the demand for each. Once the technical production possibilities have thus been ascertained, one can go on to examine to what extent which institutions serve the satisfaction of needs. The quantitative analysis of the production possibilities, whose practical realization is at issue, can be contrasted as calculation in kind with monetary calculation. The latter mainly deals with prices and profits and often assumes that a higher monetary income represents a more favorable life. It was a monetary analysis that Calhoun gave when he described the economic order of England during the Napoleonic Wars by giving details of the production of milk, meat, the import of cotton etc. in pounds sterling, rather than in real quantities. It was a monetary analysis that was employed when, a short while ago, a loss of profit was shown on part of the local authorities in summertime due to the decrease in sales of gas to the public, even though the authority also incurred lower costs for the lighting of its own offices. It signaled the advance of the in-kind calculus when many objected that what summertime ultimately saved was coal and labor. If summertime were an issue for the free market, the producers of gas would presumably oppose its introduction and maybe put about the idea that summertime was not fashionable anymore. Calculation in kind is of essential importance for the leading circles today. It is also likely to become the basis of theoretical economics. In itself, it does not represent any one socio-political or economic standpoint, it is merely a way of looking at things. Economic institutions and whole systems of economic organizations can be investigated by the in-kind calculus, and it may be found, for instance, that under some circumstances the free market is more efficient than the planned economy. It is conceivable that the free market, in the form prevailing at the beginning of the war, may experience restrictions in output and the like, but that by concentrated effort the overall outcome would still be more favorable than the one of the planned economy, which improves the organization of the production process, but has psychologically paralyzing effects. What is essential is how we formulate the problem to be solved. The focus does not lie on the change of prices, of the interest rate, of wages, for their own sake, but on their influence on the satisfaction of needs. Even economic orders that make no use of these concepts may be examined on their efficiency. The in-kind calculus is likely to bring about a reorganization of statistics as well. Production, consumption, export, import, stock keeping must be recorded quantitatively in their mutual relations. Consumption statistics, until now often an appendage of social policy, are likely to become the focus of attention. While the in-kind calculus is applicable to all economic phenomena as the basis of a theoretical analysis, the free market hardly requires it in practice, since the free market only seeks the maximization of money profits. The administrative economy in the form represented by the transitional economic system, however, requires the in-kind calculus so that certain measures can actually be taken. The administrative economy of the transitional period can restrict itself to the state regulation of the market conditions and the centralization of specific industries of import and production. This can lead to the nationalization of important productive industries and to the nationalization of the credit system and the chains of distribution. Yet the economic system could also take the shape of a system of associations, as in Wilhelm Neurath's proposal for the pan-cartel system. A system of associations would exert roughly the same influence on production and distribution as a state administration, yet its regulations would be based on a free agreement secured between parties that are independent in some sense. The distribution of income can be the same with all these different possibilities. A system of associations works differently from individual cartels in several ways. It is not in its own interest to increase profits by laying off workers or wasting natural resources, since it will directly be subject to the negative consequences. A system of associations can regulate production in such a way that the individual associations derive advantages from the full use of the resources, even when 245. 246. The difference in the income levels remain arbitrarily high. The question is now what further effects such a transitional economic system may have, be it state-regulated or based on an organization of associations. This general approach necessarily leads to a certain stability of the economy. There will be no more sudden changes with disastrous consequences when associations fix prices, output, wages etc. in free agreement or under state influence. Real demand will have an immediate impact on production. Every change of production will have to be agreed to in the whole system. It would no longer be possible that individuals will shatter the entire economic system and maybe even damage themselves by obstinate behavior. We encounter this desire for stabilization also in decrees about rent payments or minimal wages. Another example is the growing tendency to guarantee a certain piece of land to the peasants by withholding it from the creditors, as this has been practiced in many countries for a long time. All kinds of proposals about new settlement policies are in the air. As different as their origins and aims may be, they have one thing in common: the elimination of the free market and the development of a collective basis for the allocation and exploitation of agricultural land. What used to be perceived as beneficial, the integration of the peasant into the free market, into the monetary order, is now seen as problematic by more and more people, since thereby the peasantry loses its stability. The stimulating or paralyzing effects of such a general stabilization of life cannot be examined here from a psychological or sociological perspective. It is widely believed that the elimination of the economic cycles, which destroy and recreate, would remove an essential incentive for the development of the individual. Others contend that an economically secure life and the elimination of misery would allow the employment of the energies thus freed in other areas. Some prefer the risk of the free market to the mercy of some association or local authority, which might allocate the food supplies from existing contracts mainly to loyal party supporters. And with alarm they see protectionism taking the place of the economic cycles, with which it is increasingly becoming closely related. The tendency towards stabilization also extends to the labor market. It is of little importance which method is chosen to eliminate unemployment and insufficient income levels. The level of individual incomes will depend more and more on the balance of power. The allocation of the workforce will also be influenced centrally. For a while one may try to make do with the existing regulations about work conscription even after the war. Later on one is likely to search for different means, since immediate compulsion is felt as oppressive. Some restrictions for firms of certain categories may occur, e.g. by cutting off their supply of workers. In this system, individual workers would not be compelled to do a certain job, only their choice of occupation somewhat circumscribed. The resistance against such measures most likely can be countered by the advantages gained from the stabilization of incomes and a far-reaching reduction of unemployment. Occasionally it was thought that after the war the working conditions would be worse and that at the same time mass unemployment would occur, since many of the jobs formerly occupied by men returning from the war will have been taken by people formerly under or unemployed, but now fully integrated. Yet if the workforce could not be absorbed, surely impossible in a planned economy,
as there are more than enough projects in the common interest, unemployment would only occur as a consequence of the free market. An organized administrative economy would instead turn to a general reduction of working hours. Already before the war it happened that cartels that reduced their production offered the workers the choice between partial redundancies and more unpaid leisure time. In the common interest the workers generally chose to have more leisure. If in the transitional period the productivity of the machines suddenly rose significantly by new inventions, the result would hardly be large redundancies, but instead a general reduction in working hours. 100 years ago, of course, when the free market prevailed, the invention of machines led to the employment of children and to an increase in working hours due to the rise in redundancies, until the reduction in working hours was introduced, often after agonizing struggles that challenged the constitution of the state. The reduction of working hours seems to be a tendency of the present age and can occur without damage to relative competitiveness provided it is introduced in all nations at once. Such a development is the more probable as the in-kind calculus renders clear the idea that production only occurs for the sake of consumption and that an increase in production can only be generally profitable if the time available for consumption is equally increased. Many commodities, such as books, housing etc. are put to insufficient. 247. 248. Use because their owners have to spend their time producing ever more new commodities. The traditional economic order tried to create artificial waste with the help of fashions and the like, in order to at least partly compensate for the lack of time available for consumption. It seems undeniable that the traditional proportion of time dedicated to consumption and production respectively is far from optimal for all classes of the population. A large part of the people keep each other busy without this yielding any net gain in pleasure. In some respects such behavior is conditioned by the character of a people. While in some areas entrepreneurs frequently ask themselves to what extent they would reduce their time for consumption by expanding their business, in other areas they do so less often. The reduction of working hours is also likely to be favored by the increased use of technology after the war, which in turn has many different causes itself. Partly the change will be caused by the development of new techniques and instruments during the war, in particular of means of transport that afterwards will be put at the disposition of wider circles too, as well as industrial sites for their production. It will also be partly caused by the wider dispersal of technical knowledge and the rise of demand for technical products. Concerning the excess supply of workers, supposedly brought about by the lack of raw materials right after the peace treaties, it can be pointed out that many works could be undertaken that require little foreign resources, such as canal construction, general reconstruction works etc. The development of the associations is likely to lead to a further elimination of wholesale business, since they largely absorb the latter's original function of finding producers and consumers and putting them into contact. During the war so-called chain trade was often objected to as a superfluous intermediate step between producers and consumers, just as many people currently oppose the support of useless businessmen by the community. The old catchphrase that competition drives down prices has given way to the new one that the more businessmen are involved in the sale of some good, the more expensive it is going to be. People note that the outlets of the same industry sell their goods in close proximity and that consumers have to pay for the rent and the upkeep befitting the social standing of each individual businessman, even though a fraction of the people thus occupied would suffice for the distribution of the goods. The transitional economy is able to organize the transfer of such useless middlemen into economically more profitable occupations more smoothly than the free market, which often did this only by destroying many livelihoods. It is characteristic that many teachers at commercial colleges stand up for social trade, a trade that is really more a mechanism for distribution. But there are many signs that trade will be reformed substantively in this direction. The administrative economy, in the form partly established by the war and developed further by the transitional period, allows for even further reaching interventions. It can exert a significant influence on the real income of all without excessive upheaval. Let us call income in kind all the products consumed by the individual, whether they were purchased or not.
So far there existed no proper name for this category in the terminology of economic theory dominated by the monetary order. Real income was rather known as the quintessence of goods that one could purchase with one's monetary income, and income in kind instead as the goods which one consumed without having bought them for money. In the free market, the distribution of the incomes in kind can only be modified by fundamental changes in the whole of the structure of a society. An administrative economy can achieve this with the general use of price differentiation with respect to the income, by decreeing that a buyer with less income pays a lower price for the same good than the buyer with a higher income. This price differentiation has been widely used in many towns during the war. In cooperatives, a grading of the rents according to the number of children and income has also been tried out. Price differentiation has the advantage of great flexibility. Far-reaching changes in the income in kind can be achieved without having to modify the money profits of the sellers. In times of peace, price differentiation was sometimes used by some entrepreneurs to raise profits. Now it is of primary interest for income policy. It is quite likely that the principle will spread further, in particular in purchasing goods that are priced variably according to the cost of production. Such a method could eliminate income gained by those who produce under more favorable local conditions than others. Whether it is advisable to generally do so is a different question. In any case, the tendency is towards a recognition of the cost of production. Economic theory must investigate systems of production which follow these principles. Price differentiation is most easily enforceable where a reselling of the goods is easily prevented. During the war this was not difficult even for food as this was rationed. Clearly, a further development of price. 249. 250. Differentiation, the details do not matter here, will necessarily turn the retailer into an executive organ of the producers or a centrally directed wholesale trade. Otherwise retailers would tend to accept buyers of the wealthy classes only. If there is one universal price, the increasing demand of the wealthy classes drives up prices for the poor as well, whereas under price differentiation their prices may then decrease. We witness the imposition of increasing restrictions on the free market based on a monetary order. The existence of a system of associations will reduce the power of money in other ways too. If associations, first there will be those for raw materials, semi-finished goods, food, enter into negotiations with each other simultaneously, the respective prices will have to be coordinated. Whereas the prices usually adjust themselves successively by the market mechanism, the obvious solution now is to agree to a price system right from the beginning, or to fix it by state authority. The level of prices can be set by the power of the associations or the state in such a way as to determine certain kinds of income in kind. It is possible that for products the output of which will be unknown, such as crop and harvests, a corresponding share of the actual natural yield will be set as income. If prices were stable for a longer period, demand would no longer influence prices. Instead, insofar as it would be used, nominal money would merely represent vouchers that entitle to the transfer of goods among the quantities at disposition. Of course, once the system of associations has developed that far, even these parts of the monetary order could change. It may turn out that it is not efficient to let money buy all sorts of goods. There would be the danger of certain commodities being bought in quantities different from those fixed in the agreements or in the economic plan set by administrative decree. One could thus restrict the capacity for unlimited transfer of goods that money represents, by only admitting free choice of some categories of goods. The war economy used similar institutions. Occasionally it was possible to receive some amounts of bread, flour, potatoes, or beans for the same ticket, but it was impossible to use the ticket meant for coffee to receive potatoes. In addition to all these restrictions relating to the peculiarity of money as a voucher for an unrestricted range of goods, we will have to take into consideration a decrease in the power of money. In an administrative economic system of associations, there is no possibility of inflation or its equivalent. Given the yearly negotiations between associations about an agreement on the exchange of goods, the possibility of increasing the market power of individual participants by the creation of money or credit will vanish more and more.
This could be achieved instead by granting the state immediate power of disposal. In such an association-based economy, much would become clearer and more transparent. Power will be perceived as power and will not be concealed in the money form. It seems quite likely that this can be taken as the direction of future development. The development of cashless transactions will have effects of a similar sort. Inasmuch as this impinges on the organizational structure, the in-kind economy will indirectly be favored, as only the in-kind economy, but not the monetary economy, is amenable to an organization based on economic planning. Such a method of cashless transactions will thus not just foster the dethronement of gold, but will also initiate the dethronement of money. Money, probably a creation of foreign trade originally, invaded the in-kind economies thousands of years ago, which were then organized in varying degrees. Money acted partly in a liberating, partly in a destructive capacity. It used to provide a link between foreigners, but then alienated neighbors, and members of the same community became each other's competitors and enemies. The creditor became the enemy of all, his hand turned against everyone, and everyone's hand against him. Only the emergence of inferior forms made money essentially dependent on being legitimized by state and society and thereby contributed to its acceptance. The climax will be reached with the introduction of cashless transactions. They encourage the centralization of credit, which is advancing independently. The power of the banks over production and distribution will probably come under collective control in the near future, just as that of the big associations, either by integration of the banks into the system of associations of producers, creditors, and consumers, or by direct intervention of the state. The development of cashless transactions will initially increase the power of the banks, but also allow for state interventions of all sorts and facilitate the control of incomes and the control of payments. In particular, it provides a tool to monitor closely the trade with foreign countries, especially if irredeemable giro money will be introduced as asset-backed money. Models of 18th century practices still may prove stimulating. With the centralization of payments and the clarity of the market mechanisms thus achieved, the system of associations along the lines of 251. 252. The transitional economy will then lead to the further liberation from money alluded to above. Goods will be exchanged for goods by the mediation of central organizations. The in-kind income of the individual will become the focus of attention of the whole of the economic system. The banks would aim to dispose of incomes in kind which they would then credit to the associations, i.e. machines, land, and the in-kind income of the workers, just like they credit money today. The distribution of income, which would be a consequence of the balance of political power more than it is today, may not change too much initially. The structure of total output, however, will be different. In particular, certain gains from purely monetary transactions, profits for middlemen and similar elements of total income will disappear entirely. It is a further question whether the immediate influence of all the power factors on the natural real income will have different effects than the exertion of power via the monetary order. The transition to a moneyless economy is made very difficult, however, by the debts outstanding, in particular the national debts, as an analog in an in-kind economy is hard to find. For monetary debts it is essential that they exhibit constant nominal value. That means, for instance, an advantage for the debtor when the purchasing power falls. The existence of money debts can significantly change the distribution once the quantity of consumption goods is altered. The question is whether such peculiarities should be preserved in the in-kind economy. Maybe the principles to be employed with respect to future liabilities will finally be worked out in considering these questions. One could settle on agreements which would not allow a change of the distribution. That could be achieved by, say, admitting pensions to secure a claim to the type of income in kind of the corresponding income group. The proposal to set the pension in such a way as to keep in-kind income constant, which is voiced occasionally, could lead to a preferential treatment of the pensioners in times of decreasing productivity, but surely that is not intended. An agreement could rather be made which prevented in principle the falling of the income in kind below a certain minimal level. The point here is not to examine the different possibilities, however, but to determine the thrust of objections against money debts and to state in broad terms in which way their change into in-kind rents would have to be treated. These transformations are all the more important since a series of phenomena of an entirely different origin suggest the immediate adoption of institutions of an in-kind economy. During the war, the industrial firms realized very clearly that the procurement of food for the workers is just as much part of industrial policy as the procurement of raw material. Often they organized this themselves, by supplying food to the workers at the initial prices instead of raising their wages, or by producing foodstuff themselves, or by leasing agricultural land. It is possible that a kind of extended mixed factory develops, and that food production is actually carried out by the industrial associations themselves, or at least continuously controlled by them, in the way this is already done in some towns. Ultimately, this will lead to in-kind wages paid to the workers. Such has already been initiated with staggered wages, that take account of the changes in food prices etc. In the manner just sketched, an interest group of agriculture and industry may be formed, in particular when the banks, which finance industrial enterprises, at the same time give loans to the agricultural areas that are required for the support of the workers. In such a way a safe market can also be created for the products of industry. It is hard to see what the further consequences of such an integration would be. At any rate it could eliminate many conflicts of interest. This is but one general consequence of the system of associations. It can also reduce the conflict between import and production, by letting the producers deal with the import themselves or at least by transferring to them the net profits made with imports. As the import of butter can ruin dairies, often solely the consumers were charged with an import tax, while the producers themselves could import butter with profit, as long as the gain made from the import compensated for the loss made in production. But it is not just the wages that take an in-kind character. The proposal has already been made to pay part of the salary of civil servants in kind, or, what amounts to the same thing, to supply them with goods at a fixed price by state decree. In the context of an association-based administrative economy, this represents a combination of the different ways of price formation. While usually the wages are fixed on one market and the prices for food on another, now an inseparable relation between the two will be set up. This will develop into a complete price system, set by common agreement and of a fundamentally in-kind character. Money will be no longer a decisive factor then. In this context it is significant indeed that barter has been thriving during the war. It is up to the central authorities to what extent this development is to be exploited. In some areas one has already begun to. 253. 254. Organize the direct exchange of goods. Barter could be integrated in the system sketched above. The entire development seems to have progressed so far that it can no longer be stopped. It is of minor importance that the spread of confiscation and requisition among peasants, who were not used to such, yielded larger quantities of money and in this sense favored the monetary order. The in-kind economy, as we have seen, is currently closely associated with the administrative economy. The monetary economy in its developed form, however, is essentially a free market economy. The war has thrown the individual nations back on their own resources and has thus shattered the monetary order that is of international character in the first place. Even if the forced or voluntary autonomy of the national economies may not last for too long after the war, the development of in-kind economies and administrative institutions will make itself felt nonetheless. This world war, like other wars lasting a long time, has contributed to the substantial reduction of the differences between the different national provinces. As during the Napoleonic Wars, forced isolation became the origin of many significant inventions and reformations. Every nation made an effort to develop all branches of agriculture and industry. The current tendency of economic development makes it look unlikely that the newly created industries will be fully exposed to foreign competition after the war. In addition, the elimination of foreign firms and enterprises substantially facilitates state intervention and renders more difficult any interference from foreign nations. International trade will certainly be busy after the war,
but it will be oriented by collectivist principles, since the nations will try to import those goods that are most urgently required and to export those they do not need themselves. It is quite probable that the exchange based on compensations in kind, started on a large scale during the war, will be continued even after the war, even though at the time exchanges were also still settled in money terms. For certain kinds of goods measured in natural quantities, one might again allow for a certain quota of others. Trade agreements would deal less with tariffs, but instead with quantities of goods admitted by the different countries. A form of in-kind economy will be encountered in international trade as well. This is all the more likely as there will certainly be mutual trade restrictions administered by the states. In-kind calculations will be decisive again and again. The mere fact that exports yield money will not be sufficient to make them desirable from the perspective of the state. The export of important metal products and the like will only take place when important goods are received in return and not precious underwear or jewelry. It will be pointed out ever more emphatically that all the large industries are ultimately maintained by the taxpayers' money and monopoly gains. Whereas in the free market economy a price was determined automatically and not evaluated from a social perspective, a price set by associations under the control of the state is a direct result of power relations and will be perceived as an achievement of the society as a whole. Collectivist criticism will set in at every individual position and exports and imports will be evaluated by means of the in-kind calculus in respect of their efficiency in satisfying economic needs. The spirit of the economy in kind may well find expression in the peace negotiations. It is possible that war compensations will be paid in kind and not in the form of money. It is a well-known fact that even the most substantial monetary compensations cannot shift the balance of power, if the payment is not spread out over years like tributes were. The sudden inflow of money into the victorious country will have the unfavorable consequence of inflation, while the defeated country can compensate the outflow of money through money creation etc. Matters are different if quantities of metals, of coal etc. are required as compensation or if a certain share of the output will go to the victor. It would be in the spirit of this development if in the near future taxes would occasionally be raised in kind. There are many indications that in most of the countries the structure of the economic order of the future will take the form of collectively organized associations, for instance, in the way we encountered them in times of peace in the German cartel for potash. Such state cartels or state trusts were described already in peacetime as the economic systems of the future. The civil service did not develop in the war to the extent that it could immediately take over the administration of the economy, and the transformation of entrepreneurs into civil servants, which was occasionally assumed, does not seem likely either. Although individual entrepreneurs and associations will have less power over the production, the influence of industry on the whole of the economy has increased in some respects due to its close contact with the government. For the tendency of development sketched here, it is quite irrelevant whether the administrative economy will be run by the state itself or by state-controlled associations. The distribution of income would be different, of course. 255. 256. Yet whether one form is chosen or the other, the group of people that will exert most influence will remain by and large the same, whether someone has the position of a president of a bank or of a director of a section, does not make much difference, even less, whether the man who marries his daughter will join a bank or a state office. With the organization of the war economy, industry has taken a somewhat collectivist form of organization in spite of all self-interested activities, a form that probably will not be undone entirely. The system of associations brought about in most countries by the war is ultimately based on organizations that originally were intended to serve the personal interest. The direction of development goes towards the use by the state of institutions originally meant for the privileged members of society, cartels, associations, and similar groups. The fact that the system of associations was fostered in times of peace on both individual and collective grounds shows particularly well that it represents an underlying tendency the development of which conforms to the spirit of our age, however individualistically minded the consciousness of some individuals may be today. Even the less socially minded entrepreneur is required by the structure of organization,
as member of the leadership of a war unit, to pursue the interests of the community as well as his own for at least some time. He may also unintentionally think in a more social spirit than if he only had power over a relatively small sphere. He sees more clearly that the progress of the whole is to his benefit too. In particular, he might find himself in the position to actually realize advantages for the whole which also benefit him. This is a position he was never in before. The civil service has come to appreciate the power of entrepreneurial organizations to protect themselves from certain interventions and feels able to cooperate with them more smoothly than before. It can be assumed that besides the state-controlled associations also the monopolies in the proper sense will play a role, partly to ensure demand satisfaction and partly for fiscal reasons. In this context, nationalizations would not initially affect the income of the ruling classes in any substantial way, but merely reduce their sphere of influence. Where nationalization proper is not introduced, the integration of the entrepreneurs in the administration of the economy may perhaps even strengthen the absolutist spirit already characteristic for the administrative economy in the area of production. Most entrepreneurs, even very socially minded ones like Abbe too, fought against a constitutionalism of production which would grant the workers some influence. Even if the entrepreneurs now had to act in the interest of the state in their new positions in the context of socially controlled associations, they will still try to administer their areas of competence in an absolutist manner like many civil servants. A change does not seem likely in the near future. One can expect that the public monitoring of the end results takes place in an increasingly democratic spirit. Within production, however, a kind of enlightened economic absolutism may well prevail. It shall not be examined here whether the development will give way to cooperatives in the distant future, nor in what way the strongly centralist economy of the future, independently of whether it gives more or less freedom to the individual, will later be overcome in turn. Having gained influence on state power, the workers probably will influence directly the policies on housing, income, and food supply, as well as workforce allocations and emigration issues. Their influence on industrial and trade policy, however, will be restricted in the transitional period mainly to appeals via representative bodies. From these bodies a distinctly socialist approach can be expected. The tendencies which pave the way for the future economic order are mutually interrelated. By and large, there is a turning away from the money-based free market towards an administrative economy based on in-kind calculations, which generally seeks to base all measures on an economic plan in real terms. Just as the free market has never gained universal acceptance, the administrative economy will not gain universal acceptance either. It is to be expected that right from the start individual restrictions will be resisted by impromptu movements which will attempt to abolish any subordination of the individual under the whole. Yet it is pretty unlikely that the monetary order will be re-erected once eliminated, since it was infected with inexpedient peculiarities which, once eliminated, do not demand re-instantiation. Rather, one might expect these smaller groups to receive separate economic rights and support from the state or the association so that they can realize their desired form of life without interference, with a certain autonomy and independence within the context of larger communities. The elaboration of these distant possibilities must be left for a later time. All these changes probably mean the end of economic crises and depressions. At the same time, the involuntary reserve of productive forces will disappear, which existed previously due to underemployment and facilitated the present war. It is not impossible that the 257, 258 economy will promote peace between the nations once it is given the ability to fully exploit its resources, especially since the impetus inherent in the earlier economic order of expanding to foreign countries, even before the own nation was served sufficiently, will have been weakened substantially. Perhaps one will seek to enlighten one's own country before making efforts to equip faraway peoples with the gifts of culture they spurned initially. We have seen how the restriction of the power of money and the advancement of the economy in kind is visible everywhere. If nonetheless little attention is paid to these tendencies, this is due to the almost complete neglect of economics in kind on the part of economic theory, which influences the general opinion. Theoretical economics showed little interest in administrative economies and exchange in kind, since there the many stimulating questions concerning free market exchange are missing. Even if occasionally investigations not involving money were undertaken, they were almost exclusively focused on an application within a monetary order or within market economics and almost solely guided by the desire to introduce units of calculation. In addition, the view held sway that economic orders without money belong to more primitive times only. The proof that barter economies are necessarily inferior to monetary ones was never attempted, however. This attitude explains also the almost total neglect of those highly developed institutions based on the in-kind calculus of the distant past. The examination of the Egyptian cereal trade by Prezik, for instance, was almost never acknowledged in the economic literature. 3. As soon as one starts to study these sciences based on the calculus in kind, rich sources will open to the researcher which until now have been constantly overlooked. Scattered observations will assemble to form a coherent picture and a history of economy in kind will emerge that does justice to tendencies towards and institutions for it that have never disappeared. Facts which until now appear to be an exception will be given an important place. The economy in kind will appear as an organizational form from the past, but also as the goal of comprehensive contemporary efforts to organize the economy. The monetary order, on the other hand, will show itself to have been a transitional stage, since it is fundamentally unsuited to such a thoroughgoing organization as the administrative economy. Economy in kind has been much strengthened by the expansion of the military economy during the war. The idea of a macroeconomy in kind is reflected in it. Even if the future development is unlikely to follow the tracks of the military economy, it provided an important model. In the end, the modification of the monetary economy and the partial transformation into an administrative planned economy more or less explicitly based on calculation in kind demands less of a psychological change than, for instance, the abolishment of serfdom or similar reforms. The institution of money is indeed interspersed with conservative traits and is in part only comprehensible from tradition, yet it is also of a strongly rationalist form. A reconstruction of the economic order which satisfies rationalist thought will therefore remain within the limits of psychological habit. It will take some more time, of course, until it is generally recognized that an economic order can be imagined in which production and distribution will be settled without some unique fundamental measure, neither the existing money, nor some substitution money, nor any other such thing. Instead, the different branches of production will supply equivalent quantities of bread, clothing, housing, etc., while the income of the individuals will in turn consist of housing, clothing, food, etc. The incomes in kind may be classified in groups, which are characterized by certain quantities and qualities of food, housing, clothes, etc. This possibility must be emphasized, since even radical reformers wish to retain the traditional individualist and atomist perspective, which seeks to reduce all phenomena to quantitatively measurable elements, and to derive the whole by their summation, just like money was supposed to do. The economic order and economic thought will change in fundamental ways. People are unlikely to be more noble-minded than they were before, but many unpleasant events made possible or even necessary by the organizational peculiarities of the free market may disappear. Even if an economic order cannot automatically enhance culture, at least it can help to avoid to lower it below the level set by the character traits of the individuals. Many have voiced the opinion that the peacetime free market order of the past fostered the spread of inferior products since people were persuaded or even forced to purchase unwanted goods. Free competition is said to have encouraged a system of mutual oppression and also often required unpleasant measures. People who would have wished to work for the improvement of the whole, if this adversarial system had not existed, were always pushed aside. In the economy of the future too, it is likely that individuals will meet in opposition, but at 259, 260. Is also possible that the economic order will not right from the start disadvantage those who wish to influence the culture directly. Opponents will face each other on the same basis, as it were. Of course,
the objections against the administrative economy are not insignificant either. In all quarters the opinion is voiced that the economic sciences are in crisis. Some tried to explain this from external reasons, others suspected deeper grounds. The above illustrations suggest that a fundamental change of thought will take place also in the economic sciences. The pleasure of consumption and the woes of work will become the focus of attention. The efficiency of the different economic orders will be examined systematically. Prices, wages, interest rates, etc. will be considered as possible components of certain orders, but only if they are required by the satisfaction of needs. Besides that, one will also be able to appreciate economic orders that know none of these things. This transformation will have as a consequence the total reorganization of the economic sciences. The significant achievements of theoretical economics, of the theory of the free market and of the theory of finance will not be lost. They will receive a new place in the context of a more comprehensive economic theory, however, which would be a theory in a different sense. The in-kind character of commodities and services will receive more attention than before. The theory of finance in particular will require a fundamental reconstruction, since it was too much orientated towards the monetary order. But even its transformation into the science of government will not really be possible, because, as pointed out above, market and administrative economics will no longer be mutually exclusive terms. The differentiation of prices and of taxes may be treated in the same context. Premiums for production, which some state office may pay out, will be grouped with certain profits according to their consequences. The stagnation of the economic sciences will give way to a massive upturn, interests historical and theoretical as well as practical will be done justice to. By genuinely absorbing and researching the new arrangements, the economic sciences will preserve them for the future. The present changes of the World War might have become widely accepted even in other economic orders, but it is characteristic of our age that something of this will remain after the war. Just as the desire to have an economic plan manifested tendencies towards calculation in kind in consequence of war practices, the acceptance of the calculus in kind as the basis for all economic considerations will represent one of the most important consequences of the war in the area of theoretical economics. Calculation in kind will be applied in the domain of the monetary order as well as in the domain of barter economics. The question is just how quickly science will implement these changes. Everything suggests that they are unavoidable. Part 2. Early contributions to the theory of economics and social science. 7 on the theory of social science *. Contents, 1. The system of the sciences. 2. Social sciences. 3. Abstract economic theory and concrete economics. 4. Homo economicus. 5. Symbolic and mathematical representation. 6. Value facts or a science of values. 7. Is and ought. 8. Poverty and wealth. 9. Psychology of contrasts. 10. Separation of labor or division of labor. The true means of checking the deleterious influence that seems to threaten the future of the intellect in consequence of too strong a specialization of individual research consists in the perfection of the division of labor itself. It actually suffices to turn the study of the scientific generalities into one further specialization. With these words Auguste Comte introduced his favorite thought on the organization of scientific work, a thought closely related to his philosophy. Yet Comte expected the individual scientists to be accommodating towards those men who reduce the principles idiosyncratic to each science to a few common to all. At the same time the other scholars shall in the future be enabled by an education bearing on the entirety of positive knowledge, to, firstly, profit immediately, before dedicating themselves to their respective specialties, from the illumination spread by those scholars devoted to the study of the generalities, and, secondly, to mutually correct their results, a state of affairs to which actual scientists visibly approach day by day. Once these two important conditions are satisfied, and it is obvious that they can be,
the division of labor in the sciences will be pushed, without any danger, as far as the development of the different areas of knowledge will require. Comte thus predicted with prophetic vision a state which we begin to see realized today. Without being uniformly organized, men appear in all areas of knowledge today who explore the principles of their sciences, logicians, mathematicians, physicists, social scientists, biologists, etc. It is not by coincidence that a series of such writings under the title 265, 266, Wissenschaft und die Hypothese, after Poincaré's work of the same title, is just about to appear in print. And the number of those who want to explore the foundations of the sciences in general is rising as well. One of these men is Wilhelm Wundt, who has shown a particular inclination for investigations into matters of principle ever since the first years of his scientific activity. Adjacent fields of individual sciences tempted him and he investigated the connecting links between the individual disciplines. In addition, his varied interests lead him to diverse and very successful specialized research. Due to this versatility, his search for the quintessence of the sciences was not frustrated by insurmountable difficulties, in particular since he was well acquainted with two areas that require a special aptitude, mathematics and linguistics. That Wundt turned to the most general problems only after having worked as a specialist seems to have been more appropriate than if he had chosen only to work on the foundations of the sciences in general, as Comte suggested. The history of science shows how the idea of a universal science appears again and again, sometimes blurred and fantastic in Raymondus Lullus, sometimes more clearly and specific in Leibniz. Whenever the roughly assembled unity of human knowledge disintegrated into separate sciences, one sought to unify them anew into a well-ordered system. Such a universal science would not be the sum of separate sciences, because it would contain statements about connections that cannot be covered in any of the individual sciences, and because it would unify the principles that are common to all. The attempt to construct a fundamental taxonomy of the sciences by putting those sciences at the top that deal with the least determined objects, then moving on to the ones whose objects are more and more determined, encounters great difficulties. For instance, logicians and mathematicians disagree among themselves about the objects of their respective research. The taxonomy of the individual mathematical disciplines is also very poor. Since people became preoccupied with all these questions in any detail only in the very recent past, there is as yet no agreement on fundamental matters such as the relation of theoretical physics to empirical knowledge, on the one hand, and to mathematics, on the other. There is still discussion about the significance of making assertions about possible geometries or possible mechanics, a question for which there are analogous ones in the social sciences. Since the creation of an all-encompassing taxonomy can hardly be accomplished by a single individual, another course is usually followed. The scientist can adopt the traditional classification and, having effected a few corrections, attempt to bring some order into the chaos, as, for instance, Wundt has done in his Logic. The title Logic, so ambiguous today, is explained by the author in a subtitle as Investigations into the Principles of Knowledge and the Methods of Scientific Research. However, it is not just the sciences that are investigated, but often and in considerable detail their objects themselves, without these two investigations always being clearly separated. Even though Wundt sticks to the received classifications and considers every field in turn, one cannot properly speak of an encyclopedia, as has been done with respect to this and other particularities of Wundt's account. Several guiding ideas are exploited throughout the work, maybe not entirely satisfactorily and systematically, but consistently all the same. Often Wundt keeps to the traditional divisions more closely than perhaps is necessary. Some endeavors have progressed far enough today to be appreciated in a more thorough way. Although many recent works are cited, often Wundt's perspective has remained unchanged, so that the discussion only connects with the state of science as it has been a few decades ago. H. Burckhardt has emphasized this fact in a review of the mathematical sections of the second edition, but it is difficult to avoid this entirely in such works. 3. The division taken over by Wundt, namely that between the natural sciences and the humanities, has been attacked repeatedly and, indeed, does not seem expedient. It would be well worth to consider disregarding these large divisions entirely for the time being, for instance, the group social sciences, and to content oneself with a more precise separation among the individual areas. It seems very doubtful whether more appropriate principles of division are already available today. For some uncertainty is clearly in evidence in Wundt. 5. For the progress of science, taxonomy would be completely irrelevant, were it not for the fact that often an area is neglected precisely because it does not fit into the structure, or a discipline is practiced in some particular way just because this method has been assigned as appropriate for the group in which the discipline has been placed. The so-called social sciences are particularly difficult to classify. They have not been demarcated by systematic considerations. For some they concern all those sciences that deal with phenomena that become apparent with the interaction of many people. It is very doubtful. 267. 268. Whether it will prove possible to delineate a meaningful concept of society that could be suitable for further subdivisions for a system of sciences. 6. The possibility cannot be discounted that the individual disciplines undergo a reclassification such that the social sciences are no longer recognized as such, maybe not even sociology itself. Wundt notes in his introduction, compared to history and the areas most closely related to it by their historical approach, the sciences of society form a closely connected class within the humanities, yet essentially different due to their systematic way of investigation. These remarks show that a strict classification of the sciences which combines history and the social sciences is hardly feasible, since entirely different principles have shaped the formation of these two areas. Difficulties appear wherever one looks within the group of social sciences. Since statistics has a wide scope, that is, a scope wider than physics, demography etc., it has been called a method, as has been proposed several times already. 7. Only a change in the classification is required to turn it into a science, however. The confusion in this area is partly explained by the fact that everything is grouped together that is an ancillary science for a discipline, as well as everything for which a discipline is an ancillary science. Similarly, for instance, even in the 18th century the science of laying siege was designated a part of mathematics in some writings. In Wundt we meet again with the popular combination of economics and jurisprudence, but it is very doubtful whether objects that roughly correspond to the usual meanings of the words can be demarcated in this way. Equally opaque is the relation between ethnology, demography, and the science of government. 8. We will show what specific difficulties result from these considerations in the section on economics, where much has already been achieved, although admittedly there remains a lot to be done. Wundt tries to demarcate sociology from history by allocating to history the study of development and to sociology the systematic investigations. He believes that one can separate a class of statements that abstract from the less important stages of the historical development. He does this in order to be able to give descriptions of individual states, even though such an abstraction is not required in mechanics, where one can examine the velocity of a body at a certain point even though it may change from point to point. Unfortunately Wundt uses only few examples, following the custom of most authors who have written on the foundations of economics and the social sciences. They often differ unfavorably from the physicists. In this respect, 9. In Duhem or Poincaré, general considerations are not only exemplified, but the origins of the concepts and of the problems are traced right from the initial observation of facts if at all possible. 10. Many economists, by contrast, operate with expressions of higher order right from the beginning, despite the unsorted terminology, and without meticulously investigating their origin. In the discussions arising therefrom too little emphasis is put on the scientific achievements. Typically other scientists' assertions about their methods are criticized, without sufficiently considering whether the assertions about one's own methods are correct. Not infrequently there is only very general talk of capital, price, value, etc. For Wundt, for instance, the very point of abstract economic theory lies in the definition of economic concepts.
11. It is not very probable that the currently prominent tendency to analyze the concepts designated ambiguously by words such as productivity, value, etc. will lead to any significant results. Progress can only be expected by tackling the problems themselves. If language should lose a few to many, and maybe gain something else in some other respect, so what? Unfortunately, the fight against the supremacy of mere words often does not proceed in conjunction with empirical research, but instead involves philosophical reflections that originate from an altogether different soil. 12. Where it is impossible to reach general ideas by reflection on individual facts, yet where provisional surveys are nonetheless required for orientation, one must demarcate the individual spheres all the same, but should do so with full consciousness. With respect to the subject matter of economics, Wundt emphasizes that the definitions of the political economists are generally unsatisfactory. But the formulation he adopts is also unlikely to be met with general approval. The concept economy designates those social phenomena that have their source in the satisfaction of the needs of life that can be achieved through precautionary labor. It suffices to note that a series of problems that undoubtedly belong to political economy can also arise in an economy without labor. So what is the question one is trying to answer by seeking the object of economics? Obviously not an account of the use of the word, that would be the job of the dictionary of the Brothers Grimm. The question is rather whether a series of common problems can be determined that are amenable to a systematic treatment. Possibly one could group problems that do not have any common characteristics, but are still genetically related, maybe in such a way that a continuous chain from one problem to the other is possible. 13. 269. 270. It is particularly striking that a great number of problems in the newer and older literature concern money and barter, making it understandable that the economics of barter has been separated as a well-demarcated subject. Whether one calls this political economy or catalectics is a purely terminological question, but it is no longer merely a question of terminology when it is asserted that everything amenable to clear and precise representation in political economy is reducible to the economics of barter alone. 14. On the other side we see men like Roscher, for instance, who incorporated the problems treated by thinkers like Cornut and Walras into their area of research, but also discussed numerous other problems as well, as every life, the life of a society is a whole, the diverse external appearances of which are connected internally and intimately. Whoever wants to scientifically understand one aspect of it must thus know all its aspects. 15. This remark concerns neither a terminological, nor a demarcation dispute, but at least in part the actual connection between the phenomena investigated by the different researchers. It is these connections that dispute is really about. We can observe related discussions in other sciences as well, for instance, the question of how the logically correct connections between hypothetical sentences are linked to assertions about matters of fact. Suppose a political economist makes the following claim. If it is assumed that between any two persons A and B, who own goods, there will be a transfer of goods under certain circumstances, then in a system of persons with simultaneous or successive transfers of goods, some state 2 of the system can be derived from the initial state I. If the inferences are valid, this assertion can never be refuted empirically, since the premises seem to be shielded by the preceding if. But at the same time, these statements do not assert anything about economic reality directly. For this a second group of statements is required which assert that the described relations are confirmed by experience. And this is the point at issue. Some claim that for the construction of a realistic system only knowledge of a few elementary phenomena is required in principle and that detailed knowledge of reality is only necessary at a later stage to prove the correspondence. By contrast, others hold that only a precise knowledge of reality allows one to establish a system of sentences, which find their application to reality, for instance, by deriving predictions from them. In order to be able to make assertions about the movements of prices, these researchers hold, one has to know the history of the prices, one has to know what variations are at all possible, whether these are derivable from the preceding price movements alone, or from other elements,
whether the latter maybe could be neglected, how large the error is, etc. Like many other political economists, Wundt recommends a division into theoretical and practical political economy, but he only vaguely elaborates this thought. Of practical economics, which should only cover the applications of the results gained in the theoretical investigations to the needs of practical life, Wundt asserts that it is half scientific, and half technical in character. I think the practical sciences should be dropped altogether, there are only theoretical sciences. A system of statements cannot be unscientific just because it happens to be useful in practical life. What is practical about such a system is only the selection. Rather than examining all possible systems of transfers of goods, usually only those are examined that relate to circumstances that actually occur and whose derivations apply to reality. These types of statements, however, are indistinguishable from those that concern possible combinations. A statement by itself does not determine whether it is practical or theoretical. Statements should only be classified according to their object, that is, according to their intrinsic characteristics. For Wundt, theoretical political economy contains, besides abstract economic theory, concrete economics as well. He discusses this classification in detail in connection with the controversy between the Austrian and the historical schools. Wundt thus presupposes received perspectives and hardly considers more recent approaches. The author tries to derive the opposition between abstract economic theory and concrete economics from the history of economic thought, but his remarks remain very general. The development was really more complicated, in particular, more important moments were involved than Wundt assumes. Already early on in the history of economic thought we meet the method of inventing a simple example to demonstrate a principle and of supporting the knowledge thus gained with individual examples. One often encounters such in the writings of mercantilists. For instance, J. Beecher discusses in a very clear way the essence of monopoly and perfect competition. 16. He describes with remarkable lucidity the detrimental effects of free competition and how certain agreements influence prices favorably. 17. It would be wrong to say that only problems of a more general nature were treated at that time, such as the relation between sales and wealth, between the number of 271, 272 workers and the possibility of employing them, since monetary economics had already been developed much earlier, in parts already in antiquity. Especially the different types of trade were treated in detail. The question was not one of taxonomy, the attempt was made to explain the phenomena and to find new possibilities. While the mercantilists did enjoy drawing up regulae and axiomata, it remains the case that they had reasons for them. The assertion of a recipe book, take 5 grams of butter, a handful of raisins, is not really meant as advice, but actually contains the assertion, if one uses this, the result will be a cake, exerting a certain well-calculated effect on average taste buds. Which expressions one chooses is, as it were, more or less a question of fashion. The Egyptians even taught mathematics in imperatives, do as has been written, take any number. Then, the result will be the number to the power of 5. A modern mathematician would say, for any number. Too much fuss has long been made of these formal issues, thus overstressing the distance between the classical school and the mercantilists. Political economists have always been interested in the processes that make people wealthy or poor. As long as this happened by cultivation of land or operating a plant, it was treated as basically a technical question, but soon it was realized that it was the systems of contracts and of taxes and duties that were of decisive importance. In consequence, the systems of organizations themselves became objects of inquiry. The classical school of economics has examined one unique form of such systems of organization, free competition, and it has praised it just like the mercantilists praised theirs. In the course of examining the free market system as a cause of the growth of the population, one had to look into its structure in detail and so came across issues that did not have anything to do with wealth directly, e.g. one observed falling or rising prices entirely independently of whether this was conjoined with an increase or a decrease in wealth. Since it involved measurable quantities, Like crop yields that were easy to establish unambiguously, price theory soon became a discipline that was practiced particularly eagerly. The question whether the system of organization at issue would foster wealth or not receded in importance or was neglected altogether. Partly this was related to the idea that monetary calculation adequately reflected the distribution of wealth. Many such investigations show an empiricist slant, statistical ones in particular, e.g. Tooke's History of Prices. At any rate, the founders of the classical theory were still on close terms with experience. The neglect of the question of how free competition impinges on the distribution of wealth then led to a reaction. Men like Eflis stressed that the economic system was not something given that we confronted in alienation, but rather a machinery that we could also handle differently. Wundt wrongly puts too much emphasis on the kind of scientific research addressed to actual economic life, yet the oppositions just portrayed were surely more significant. The historical school was close to Eflist and always emphasized them, to be sure. The development of exact political economy, however, probably was only possible due to the fact that certain quantitative relations became apparent in the process of investigation all by themselves. 18 Without having to abstract, one reached comparatively clear and simple relations of quantities. Often one contented oneself with saying things like, when the quantity of money increases, its purchasing power decreases. It was only after a longer occupation with such questions that people were led to ask themselves what would happen if the world was entirely made up of merchants, who bought cheap to sell dear, under conditions of free competition. Since this state was thought to possess desirable consequences, it was examined particularly meticulously. When it was pointed out by the opposing side that it was really impossible to view everything from the perspective of the merchant, these theorists sought to help themselves by stating that they did not quite mean it like that it concerned an idea. Neither a present nor a future reality were being discussed, but creations of scholarly abstraction. Since their conclusions were held to be confirmed with sufficient empirical approximation, occupation with such questions was considered reasonable. This turn towards the so-called homo economicus as auxiliary construction of theory is placed by Wundt in the very center of abstract economic theory, even though it strongly inhibited its development. Wundt derives abstract theory solely from the study of the isolated motive of self-interest and thus emphasizes one of its most questionable aspects. He illustrates quite correctly the way in which most theorists construct the homo economicus and the assumptions they are prepared to make, free competition, etc. He ignores the question whether abstract theory is also possible without a homo economicus. Political economy initially concerned wealth, mainly goods, and their transfers, whereas now the individual has become prominent. Mechanical analogies in particular propelled the science of homo economicus. It was thought. 273. 274. That in order to be able to deduce anything one had to apply forces to an object. It goes without saying that this object had to be very simple and completely isolated, that one could put such things to good use was known from mechanics. Thus homo economicus was created, as Pareto remarked, an abstraction just like homo religiosus, or homo ethicus. 19 It is never mentioned that the latter types were never put to any use and that they are useless for psychological analysis. This homo economicus then was assigned as the object of his activity something which the old political economy of the mercantilists had not yet known, something that has not been defined adequately even today, the economic good. In order for him to love and desire this object, the homo economicus was endowed also with an economic motive that until then had been alien to psychology and will probably remain so in the future. Of course, this homo economicus and his motive exacted a tribute from historians, probably for the sake of happy peace. Yet soon enough, problems escalated. It became necessary to create a simplified science of motivations. Partly under this influence, marginal utility theory was developed, a purely psychological discipline. The way in which this type of economics treats human action as an object of inquiry may differ, but something usually remains the same. Any state can be derived from the preceding one,
i.e. a certain determinate way of acting is presupposed. In this lies, as we shall see, paralysis. Wundt emphasizes that political economy developed because measurable quantities were available. This indeed is the position of most political economists, only where there are measurable quantities can there exist a theory. Thus price theory has to come to the fore as the only thing amenable to a truly exact treatment. The question of the rejection or acceptance of this view will dominate the development of political economy in the next decades. I will try to show that this view is erroneous, that only by overcoming it will it become possible to achieve an inner unification of the different strands of political economy. It cannot be achieved through the occasional friendly words that supporters of opposing theories habitually devote to each other after the bitter fighting is over. Almost all exact political economists have used abstraction in the way portrayed above and thus assumed that all those transfers of goods that occurred outside of free competition are not amenable to theoretical treatment. In the end some admitted the possibility, others denied it. The upshot was that one did not approximate reality closely enough. Wundt is right to consider this phenomenon, although he does not clarify its causes enough. Since today free competition is facing strong restrictions, one is further away from reality than ever before. 20. The theory has fixed the premises. Exact theory, for instance, poses the problem, what is the maximum return for a monopolist A and 5 buyers B1, B2, B3, B4, B5? Suppose A is in the possession of 5 pieces of goods of the type A and the buyers are in the possession of 5B, 4B, 3B, 2B, 1B, respectively. Suppose further that A wants to receive as many B as possible, that he values any B higher than any A and that every B wants to receive as many A as possible. In this situation the buyers make the following evaluation. B1 a 5B. B2 a 4B. B3 a 3B. B4 a 2B. B5 a 1B. Now one unique price should be found that is best for the seller. It is assumed that at a price of 5B for an A only B1 makes a purchase, at a price of 4B only B1 and B2, at a price of 3B it is B1, B2 and B3 who make a purchase, at a price of 2B B1, B2, B3, B4 and at price 1B all 5 make a purchase. The respective returns for the seller at these prices are, in units of B, 5, 8, 9, 8, 5. The maximal return is 9B. But the fact that 2 buyers could not buy anything, and that some goods remain unsold is not considered at all. One could, however, ask the question differently. Not, how will the people strike the deal when there is free competition, and they form one universal price etc. But rather, what conditions need to be met for maximal satisfaction? This goal is not achievable given the constraint to arrive at one universal price, but only if there is price differentiation, i.e. if the price is 5B for B1, 4B for B2 etc., since then A, instead of gaining 9 goods of type B gains 15, and every buyer gains 1A21 we have reached a new type of asking the question in an entirely natural way. If individuals and goods are given, what kind of transfer of goods yields a maximum of return for one, for two, possibly for all? It is not at all reasonable that economic investigations should be restricted to free competition or even uniform pricing. Differentiated prices are amenable to the same general end. 275. 276. Principled treatment as undifferentiated ones. By itself, however, this would only amount to an extension of exact theory within the domain of measurable quantities, but we can also deal with problems involving non-measurable but comparable quantities in a perfectly exact way. In the following we shall express the fact that an individual A possesses some good A with, that A values X more highly than Y with A, X, Y. Suppose state I consists of and that, A, C A B, B, A B C, C, B C A. For the sake of simplicity we assume that neither does A possess any value for A, nor B for B, nor C for C. Now we can ask, does there exist a state in which the overall wealth of the three is higher than now? Certainly, in state 2,
Where, 22 a further question could be, what transfer conditions need to be satisfied for state 2 to be derivable from state I? The condition that goods represented by a small letter can be transferred to another owner if thus an increase of wealth occurred for all concerned would not by itself allow for the transition from the first to the second state, even though it apparently is easily possible as an exchange of 3 elements against 3 elements. 23 Consider now how we put the question. There is no more talk of motivation or of human action. We have only investigated transfers of goods and determined the conditions under which one state can be derived from the other. Which human actions condition these changes is a separate question. Economic theory can extend its domain only in this way, but not if it already prejudges what conditions will prevail. We also see that in this example there were no measurable quantities at all. It sufficed to assume that one object is valued more highly than another by the individual. Yet it can also be seen that we reach questions that no longer have anything to do with relations of quantities. The question of how one could change the combination into the combination, given certain conditions, belongs to a currently expanding area of mathematics. We must not forget that exact relations are also possible between non-measurable magnitudes. There are relations of order, etc. The calculus of logic represents an example of how far such systems of relations can be developed. It is noteworthy that even a man like Jevons, who after all was equally significant as an exact logician as he was as an exact political economist, only considered relations of quantities and thus deprived his speculations in political economy of the opportunity to enter the fruitful field of a goods transfer in which quantities do not matter. Some political economists saw causes of yet other kinds of changes in the types of lending contract or price formation, etc., but until now those theories have not been presented in symbolic form, although this could be done. Even Wundt, who after all does also consider exact logic and the parts of mathematics that do not deal with measurable quantities, does not indicate that the method of symbolic exact representation and that of quantitative exact representation do not have to coincide at all. It would be taking things too far if I wanted to show in detail how the concentration on research into relations of prices and related matters has thwarted progress. Just one more phenomenon may be emphasized as typical. Exact economics has neglected almost entirely the theory of the crises of overproduction, which is amenable to symbolic representation since it contains relations which concern the circulation, the transfer of goods, etc., and not just the level of prices. 24 It is possible to examine systematically all possible types of changes in holdings and answer questions like, what are the necessary and what are the sufficient conditions for a crisis to occur? Can it be avoided under free competition? Under what conditions, etc.? Yet as a matter of fact, exact economists do not consider crises of excess supply at all, or only in an unsatisfactory manner, indeed in a way that contrasts with their other investigations. 25 To a certain extent this defect is felt by the theorists themselves. Again and again they point to a certain dynamic, which is supposed to provide all the missing links, but they do not yet seem to have found the right approach. Pareto says, more carefully than usual. It is more appropriate not to jump ahead. For the time being, only statics has taken a scientific form and produced usable results. 26 It is significant that Pareto talks of statics generally, yet only the statics of an extremely limited domain has in fact been 277. 278. Researched. The wealth of problems of a statics with consideration of price differentiation has not been considered at all, still besides the problems of combination and changes in holdings I pointed out above. Economic theory also followed too closely the example of monetary economics. Thus the thought was lost sight of that money itself is but a means of the technique of organization that might be radically changed or even removed. True science consists in systematically examining all possible cases. Exact political economy has not achieved this until now. It does not even encompass all actual cases. This is one of the reasons why exact theory finds itself in opposition to the historical school and why it does not have an awful lot to say to those economists who occupy themselves with issues of practical interest,
Theories of crises, cartels, and trusts. Once exact theory has broken free from its chains and taken into account also the forms of organizations of the past and forms that have never existed, then even historians will be happy to use it. Why should there not be an exact theory of mercantilism, insofar as the latter is consistent? The motivationless theory of goods can bridge the gulf between history and exact research by securing the important continuity of research, being linked to both. It is not only exact political economy that will be furthered by the development of a calculus of relations independent of measurable magnitudes, but all of political economy. With the transfer of goods in the focus of attention, this part of economic theory becomes, as shown above, entirely independent of the science of motivations that Wundt deems so significant. Now the question can be raised, what conditions allow a certain way of transfer of goods at a certain time? By what laws or what customs can one succeed in establishing certain ways of transfer of goods? All these questions are of decisive scientific significance. They become amenable to successful treatment once the theory of price formation stops its continuous interference. Conceiving of the transfer of goods as a result of human action was one of the proposals of the historical school. We can see now how both views appear to coincide in certain cases, more intimately related than Wundt supposes possible. It can also be pointed out that even pure price theory can do away with motivations, but has rarely done so far. The specifically economic motive, distinct from others, will gradually vanish, since it was invented for theoretical purposes and only imported into descriptions of concrete matters of fact by these alone. Once people will have become used to the fact that the exact treatment is not restricted to measurable quantities and that comparable magnitudes may suffice, that combinatorial problems arise also in the theory of organization, it will no longer be insisted that relations of value can only obtain between measurable magnitudes. 27 The case for that is full of gaps. Even the most recent theorist who touches on this question, Schumpeter, contents himself with a few general phrases in the crucial passages and hints at psychological measurements, probability theory, and modern psychology, although all three are silent about the matter. There can be no talk of measuring sensations even today. All we can do is unambiguously correlate a series of mutually comparable sensations and a series of measurable stimuli. Again and again Gausson's mistake has been made, namely, to proclaim the unit of measurement selectable at random, whereas the real question is whether units can be employed for measurement at all. 28 Wundt does not discuss this interesting question in any detail, even though it is often decisive for understanding political economy, namely, insofar as it relates to theories of value. Many political economists have stuck with the calculus of value so persistently because they hoped that it would help with the calculus of prices. Whether one treats the calculus of value as psychological fact or auxiliary hypothesis is irrelevant for this, it is dispensable in any case. It can be shown that generally all the problems of political economy can be considered independently of the calculus of value. The only thing that must be known is that there are valuable objects. The tendency to create a calculus of value must be blamed for many misconceptions. Often people have been guided by the idea that the phenomenon, not uncommon in the market, of a larger amount of goods yielding a smaller monetary return than a smaller amount of goods, should somehow be derivable from the calculus of value. 29 Careful reflection shows that this phenomenon would also occur if every element of a good were of higher value than the preceding ones, or if every new element were of equal value. Price theory too can be represented entirely independently of marginal utility theory and of any other theory of value. The significance of these theories lies in the domain of psychology and they are of great importance for historical research, but not for the science of goods transfers. Since the theory of value strove to render measurable as many magnitudes of interest as possible, Daniel Bernoulli's profound thoughts were taken up by many scientists. 30 When Marshall holds that the increase in 279. 280. Pleasure with an increase in income is always dependent on the relation between the increase in income to the income already gained, and vice versa. He did not discuss these questions in detail and only talked of approximations and the like. 31 Only in passing Marshall mentions Kramer's view that the change in pleasure could also occur in a different ratio. For instance, it is imaginable that such changes are only describable by a very complicated function. It would be best to exclude numbers from the theory of value altogether for now, even if only the relation of larger than / smaller than is used. Numbers can lead to mistakes by suggesting uddividi. It would be important, however, to investigate whether a calculus of prices is possible according to which there would correspond a larger amount of goods, i.e. a larger amount of pleasure to the larger amount of money. All efforts to create a calculus of value are at least in part due to the fact that the aim of scientific rigor was considered realized only in a calculus that reckons in quantities. The calculus of value in addition imposes narrow limits and only allows inferences to be drawn under the most extensive restrictions. If A pleases me and B does so as well, both together or one after the other need not please to me at all. It seems that all goods are complementary to each other, such that only the whole picture of the system of goods may serve as a basis for comparisons. This way of looking at things leads to a conception of political economy and the social sciences that possesses similarities with the theory of organisms. As has been pointed out, the system of benefits and evils has to be conceived of as a whole. One cannot compare two states by comparing them bit by bit, say first the constitution, then the climate, etc. Each of them has to be comprehended as a whole. After all, neither can we compare pictures in this way, nor can we do this with respect to machines. The very idea of a calculus, however, consists of deriving a complex from the individual elements. Further difficulties are due to the fact that it is impossible to set equal to another good every other good, even the least significant, by multiplication with arbitrarily large numbers, i.e. the Archimedean principle is by no means generally valid for the system of magnitudes. Until now the introduction of negative magnitudes into the theory of value has not succeeded either. The development of the theory of ills has been entirely unsatisfactory until now. One tries to leave it aside if at all possible. The reason for this is probably that money is used to buy goods, not bads. Similarly, the theory of marginal disutility corresponding to the theory of marginal utility has received little consideration. Should one want to characterize the state of an individual person, however, one has to mention goods as well as ills, since there can be no question of adding the two magnitudes as long as one has not set up a calculus for that. Even if one does not realize from the consideration of the things themselves that the theory of value is unnecessary for the science of transfers of goods, one should try to liberate oneself from it already, because one should not link up the fate of an entire science with it. Wundt hardly considers these questions at all. Instead, plenty of attention is given to the different concepts of value, even though one should actually oppose these terminological questions. Wundt believes that abstract theory does not approximate reality closely enough, but he does not ascribe this to the current state of theory, but instead believes that this is part of its essence. The examples he offers prove little though, since the theory is well able to perform his desired combinations. He says, thus abstraction divides the professions into certain classes without observing the very important distinctions within these. To this classification the assumption is commonly added that every individual belongs to just one economic profession, e.g. landowner, capitalist, or worker, but never to several at once, an assumption that apparently is contradicted by experience, at least in very many cases. Here Wundt does not sufficiently appreciate the truly outstanding achievements of the mathematical economists, who provided a strong impetus for the continuation of theoretical investigations and delivered exemplary work in some parts of price theory. Many of Wundt's judgments about exact economics are conditioned by its current state alone, as when he points out that the postulates of the supremacy of self-interest and the economic perfection of the individuals could not be amended without eradicating the foundations of economic theory itself. In discussing the motivation of economic actions by self-interest, Wundt turns to the idea that altruism would furnish a similar postulate. He stresses that a system of altruism could only be instantiated through abolition of all valid economic concepts. Yet for the science of goods transfers altruism does not represent any difficulty whatsoever. The Benthamite ideal can be derived from the state given above, through altruism as well as through egoism. 281. 282. Similarly so the state from, if A, B and B, A, by the one offering the other what he needs. Wundt further objects against abstract theory that it confuses is with ought by claiming that according to it whatever does not correspond with it should be changed so as to make it correspond. Wundt does not formulate his view very clearly, but he seems to be misled by the external form of some considerations. If a theorist, who believes that free competition should be introduced, relies on a deduction, the conclusion of which is the sentence, this form of price formation delivers greatest utility for all, then his claim would be scientifically flawless. With respect to the present state such a theorist would simply remark that it does not deliver the maximum. It must be pointed out that the opposition between is and ought, so very popular today, is commonly used without a clear sense. Since political economists are often reproached for talking about what ought to be, I shall briefly consider this question. Say was probably among the first to have stated emphatically that since Adam Smith science has improved considerably in that it no longer utters imperatives, but makes assertions about the relations of things. 32 He who knows how things are related and says, do it like this, do not do it like that speaks according to his own will. He who restricts himself to saying, if you do it like this, that will be the result of your action only declares the will of the nature of things, and he has all authority to do that. With these phrases mercantilists and physiocrats were disqualified, until some clever heads looked up in Smith and Say and found passages in them as well where they give advice with enthusiasm. Their advice was generally justified and it was explained what would result and why. So what about the imperative, the ought? The imperative is not an assertion at all, but a means of suggestion. If a father tells his child to do something, he wants to influence it. This can happen also through other means, e.g. by shouting at it, by beating it or by making it submissive in some other way, but the following mere assertion may also suffice, you will now do this or that. As is well known, verbal suggestion without imperatives, without any special aids, is capable of evoking or checking actions, also of evoking feelings. You are now holding a flower in your hand, the doctor insinuates, and the patient believes it. The content of an assertive sentence and its capacity to have an influential effect have nothing to do with each other at all. It is therefore entirely pointless to explain the ought as part of the science. One can discuss the fact that someone influences someone else, for instance with the help of imperatives. One can analyze the mental state of the influenced person and go on to, say, detect that the very same state also occurs without there being a prior act of influence. In this case one would probably say that this man feels himself driven to do this or that, call this a mood similar to the one associated with the sense of duty. The assertions of a scholar can have suggestive effects as well, for instance evoke actions. Yet whether the expression of a scientific statement does exercise an influence is not part of the statement itself. It therefore does not make sense for the ought to have entered science, coordinated to the is, as it were. Nonetheless there is good reason for discussing the ought. Consider the sentences we have derived from the imperatives above. If that happens, it is pleasant to someone. Stop, some thinkers exclaim, this is a value judgment and science has nothing to do with that. This view is difficult to understand. If science has to describe matters of fact, then it also has to describe the effects that we call pleasant or unpleasant feelings. If someone says, I like this, it is an assertion of the same type as this is red, or this is sweet, or this is painful. Very frequently the objection is voiced that only objective facts can be ascertained, i.e. those valid for all. But then assertions like this is red would need to be equally eliminated for consistency, since a color-blind person has a different opinion. Yet there exists a theory of color. Only those people can communicate with each other who share the same premises, but this applies to pleasant as it does to red or painful.